901. The Truth of the Matter. After listening to Lan Ying's story, Mayer and Gong Yi both fell silent. When Lan Ying rejected him, Gong Yi just guessed, did Lan Ying and the pirates have any holiday? But he didn't expect that the festival would be so big, and he could understand why Lan Ying hated pirates. Mayer, Rocky, you all go to rest, I want to be alone for a while. Gong Yi was in a bad mood, so he said to Mayer and Rocky. Rocky and Mayer naturally saw Gong Yi's abnormality, but they didn't say anything, just nodded and agreed, and then went back to the house together. After Rocky and Mayer left, Gong Yi looked up at the sky and said nothing. Regarding Lan Ying, he has the attitude that he must take it away, so he will definitely find a way to take Lan Ying and go sailing together. I wonder who is the female pirate who ruined the little girl's family? Just when Gong Yi stared at the sky in a daze, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Gong Yi's thoughts were instantly disrupted, and when he looked back, he realized that it was Rayleigh. Teacher. Gong Yi nodded, expressing that he wanted to know, and politely called the teacher. When Rayleigh said this, his eyes became a little dignified, and then he said, pirates. But Rayleigh's words came out. After that, Gong Yi's eyes instantly widened, expressing that he couldn't believe this fact. If this pirate group is a pirate group, then there are too many doubts. Rocky said that Lan Ying's father, Hawk, left with him because of the beauty of the female pirate captain. But I am sure I can hook up with a beautiful woman. That's just the so-called fact that Lan Ying saw. In fact, Hawk will marry Lan Yu, which is completely instigated, a premeditated conspiracy. Rayleigh's expression became more and more solemn, and said, this matter, perhaps it is not impossible for Gong Yi to know Akatsuki. Seeing that Rayleigh was about to explain for himself, Gong Yi stopped talking, closed his mouth and stood there, obediently waiting for Rayleigh to start explaining. Actually, Lan Ying's mother, Lan Yu, is in existence with ancient abilities. Rayleigh sighed and started explaining the real truth to Gong Yi. Lan Yu and Rayleigh knew each other because they were young. Yu's life was saved by the Roger pirates. It was Rayleigh and Roger who sent Blue Feather to the Chambord Islands. Where Lan Yu was born was not the Chambord archipelago, but the Roger pirates met on an isolated island when they started their adventures on the Great Route. At that time, Lan was less than 7 years old. When Roger discovered Lan Yu, the isolated island had already been destroyed. The whole island was full of fire. Only in the center of the island, there was a huge egg. And this egg is the egg that gave birth to Blue Feather. The Roger pirates also witnessed the birth of Lan Yu. But when Lan Yu was just born, he was like a 7-year-old child, but they didn't know how old it was. Lan Yu also didn't know anything except his own name on the island and acted unknowingly. Lan Yu just stared at the sea in front of him, and then didn't know what happened. All the fire on the island disappeared. Rayleigh and Roger were also surprised, but when they asked Lan Yu just replied that they didn't know. The newly born Lan Yu, as if he has no heart, can't cry, can't laugh, and doesn't have the joys and sorrows that a person should have. Because their record pointers are not full, they can only continue to stay on this island, and during this time, they are always alone with Lan Yu. But no matter how they teased Lan Yu, how they tried to coax Lan Yu refused to laugh and looked paralyzed, which made it really uncomfortable for people to see. In this way, half a month has passed, and Lan Yu still hasn't laughed once. Looks like a sullen gourd, he doesn't even speak, and only speaks a few words occasionally. This kind of natural character makes her completely different from others. Over time, not many people on the boat would try to please Lan Yu, hoping to win her smile. In their eyes, Lan Yu is just disgusting. They, therefore, do not speak and have no expressions. They didn't go to the next island until Roger's record pointer was full. And at this time, the most helpless thing for them was Lan Yu. At that time, Lan Yu was still young, so naturally it was impossible for him to join Roger's pirate group. But Lan Yu always grabbed Roger and wouldn't let them leave. No matter how persuaded, no matter what, Lan Yu would not let them leave. They can't stay here for a long time, they can only take Lan Yu and continue their adventure. 1 month before boarding the ship, Roger did not admit that Lan Yu was a member of his pirate group, and only regarded Lan Yu as a child who was looking for a place to send him there. And all these changes, just a month later, in their battle with the Navy, Lan Yu had a different change. Please download Fei Lu's novel. See the latest chapter Baidu search 99 Play Companion to find 99 novels and LT. 902. A Different Blue Feather, Third More. At the time when Lan Yu was taken in, the Roger pirates were already well known, and when they left the island, they received greetings from the Navy. The Navy did not know how to do it, and quietly appeared beside them, although Roger and others easily escaped the pursuit of the Navy. But because of the first shelling by the Navy, they didn't notice, so almost everyone on the other side of the ship was badly wounded. A few people's injuries were so serious that even if it was the ship doctor, there was nothing they could do. Roger, who never wanted to give up his buddies, didn't want to hear that they were no longer saved. But Roger knew better than anyone else that they were helpless. Come and try. Just when everyone was depressed, Lan Yu, who was only 7 years old, squeezed out of the crowd and said to Roger. The first sentence Lan Yu said after getting on Roger's boat. For the first time, his eyes began to light up. Although he didn't know what the 7-year-old child could do, Roger nodded. What happened next surprised everyone. I saw Lan Yu stretched out his hand and touched the fatally injured crew member, and then a light appeared, and a miracle happened. The man's wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the beam disappeared, the crew member, who should have been unable to survive, was sleeping like a normal person at this moment. No one expected this. However, after healing all the dying crew members, Lan Yu also changed. Originally 7 years old, she gradually became bigger in everyone's sight, and finally stayed at almost the same age as them. Roger pointed at Lan Yu. His eyes were full of doubts and surprises, and he didn't understand what was going on. Captain Roger, let me join your pirate group. Lan Yu did not answer Roger's question, but looked at Roger, smiled, and said. After Lan Yu said, Roger fell into silence. Originally, he did not intend to bring Lan Yu because of his young age, but now, he really wanted to take Lan Yu. However, after this series of surprises happened, Roger began to hesitate again. I can't remember why I'm like this, but I know that it hurts you, and I don't have a home either. Captain Roger, take me away. Lan Yu saw Luo Jia Yu. He didn't make any noise or trouble, but continued to beg. Roger was silent. What Lan Yu said was really nothing to be picky about, not to mention that she saved the life of his crew. After thinking for a while, Roger smiled, stretched out his hand to Lan Yu, and said, Roger Pirates, you are welcome. Everyone has no opinion on Lan Yu's joining. In this way, just 1 day later, Lan Yu, who was still paralyzed before, has now become a gentle and lively girl. This is also the first girl of the Roger Pirates. Lan Yu also became the ship doctor of the Roger Pirates, and just like that, the group began their adventure. Along the way, they didn't know how many times they were rescued by Lan Yu. They only knew that Lan Yu was like a god, dragging them back from the gate of hell many times. But as the ability was used day by day, Lan Yu became more and more strange. Since the beginning of the adventure, Lan Yu has been aging almost every day, and the rate of aging is almost twice that of ordinary people. But these, everyone in the pirate group doesn't know. Still regard Lan Yu as an invincible ship doctor, and they are more reckless in battle and don't care about their own lives, because they know that they have Lan Yu. Until that adventure to the Sky Island, everyone had a new understanding of Lan Yu. When they heard about the Sky Island, most people thought it was a legend, an island that didn't exist at all. But only Lan Yu didn't think so. When everyone believed that the Sky Island was a non-existent place, she stood up and refuted everyone. said that the empty island really exists, and she can lead everyone to find the empty island. After listening to Lan Yu's words, everyone was full of curiosity and believed what Lan Yu said. After that, they used the same method as when Luffy and the others went up, and flew to the Sky Island. On the way to the empty island, someone asked Lan Yu why he knew so much. Lan Yu was very at a loss for this question. To be exact, she didn't know why she knew it. It was just when they were discussing the empty island, the map of the empty island and the zoom to the empty island appeared directly in Lan Yu's mind. Why she knows the map to the Sky Island, she doesn't know. For those people's inquiries, Lan Yu also used what he heard and tried, but did not expect it to come true to prevaricate. This excuse was hidden from everyone, but not from Roger and Riley. In Lan Yu's eyes when talking about the empty island. Eyes can't deceive people. It turns out that this is not what Lan Yu has heard of, but what Lan Yu knows for sure. 903. Can't believe it. If Gong Yi remembered correctly, when Roger was on the Sky Island, Anahu hadn't gone to the Sky Island, so the Sky Island at that time should be considered peaceful. This question, Rayleigh also answered Luffy. Of the island is indeed very peaceful. But by coincidence, at that time, the pirate group was also on the Sky Island. Two pirate groups can be said to be facing each other directly. Rayleigh and Roger also learned later that they followed their own methods and flew up. Although the strength is not weak, in the face of Roger, it is much inferior, whether it is young or old. The pirate group, without a doubt, lost to Roger. Roger didn't hit the dead hand, but let go, and they watched to leave the empty island with their own eyes. After driving away, the Roger pirates began their adventure in the sky. Just like when Luffy came, Roger also found a historical text, but this historical text was not the text that Luffy saw. This is another. As to why there is this, whether this is a real historical text, no one knows Akatsuki. But they can understand, and the historical text of self-love is written about one of the 7 ancient weapons, Michael. By Michael as the savior, the angel who saves everything. That this weapon Michael possesses is that it can bring people back to life, and can revive and heal before dying. But relatively speaking, the side effect is that it will reduce their lifespan. Contrary, Michael is immortal, only to save people's life, or to be killed. And right below that historical text, all Michaels are listed. The ancient weapon Michael is not a real weapon, but a kind of power, which will be passed down from generation to generation. Who possesses this power can be called one of the 7 ancient weapons, Michael. Of the people on the stone are all blue, and the name at the bottom is Lan Yu. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Lan Yu, an ancient weapon. For a while, everyone hadn't resolved this matter. You must know that the 7 ancient weapons are weapons that everyone wants to get, and it is said that as long as one is needed, they can occupy the entire world. But no one could have imagined that Lan Yu would actually be one of the 7 ancient weapons. But what makes them unacceptable is the side effect. Every time they use energy, their life will be reduced. Roger didn't know if Lan Yu knew about this, he just grabbed Lan Yu and kept asking why. 4. Ancient weapons. Roger is not interested. What makes him sad the most? It was Lan Yu who kept it from her for so long. Looking at the records in the historical text, Roger was completely shocked. It turned out that they were able to stay safe for so long because Lan Yu used his lifespan in exchange for it. These things, you know. In the historical text, translated it for her, and asked. At this moment, he hoped that Lan Yu could answer that he didn't know. However, Lan Yu just nodded. Roger and Riley already knew that Lan Yu knew everything, but he didn't tell them anything, and still used his lifespan to respond to their nonsense. Since you all know, why don't you say that you are afraid that we will know that you are an ancient weapon and will embarrass you, or that we will feel that you have not abandoned you? Roger couldn't accept this fact, looked at Lan Yu, his body trembled uncontrollably, and then asked again. Lan Yu shook her head. She knew her abilities, but he didn't know that he was a so-called ancient weapon, and he didn't know what an ancient weapon was. In Roger's unbelievable eyes, Lan Yu hesitated to speak, and after thinking for a while, said, "My life is saved by you." But after hearing this sentence, Roger felt a little amused and said, "So you are going to pay us back with your life?" Roger guessed right. Lan Yu didn't speak, just clenched his fists and nodded, not knowing what to say. "Do you really treat us as partners? You hide everything from us." Rayleigh couldn't stand it anymore, no longer had the smiley face he used to have, and asked Lan Yu seriously. Raleigh's serious looks are rare, he's a laughing man, and if he suddenly changes his expression, then it's a sign that things are serious. 4. Lan Yu's concealment, he is undoubtedly very angry. Raleigh's words came out, Lan Yu became anxious in an instant. His face, which had no expression at all, suddenly became anxious and shook his head desperately. She has been on Roger's ship for a long time, and has feelings for Roger and this pirate group. Rayleigh had asked this question at the beginning, he would not have shook his head, she would have nodded, admitting that she did not regard them as partners. But after so long, she has fallen in love with this pirate group, and she really regards herself as a member of this pirate group. 904. Move on. The original Lan Yu was useless, and Roger was still willing to let her on board. She was very moved. "I also wanted to repay Roger's kindness, so I did such a thing." She was also afraid that Roger would not accept her repayment, so she chose to hide it. But she never thought that when she waited for Roger and others to go to the Sky Island, she also sold her own secret. Lan Yu thought that Roger and Riley would be happy, but she still underestimated the character of Roger and Riley. Lan Yu knew that he was a lifesaver for this pirate group. But she never thought that what Roger cared about was not her ability, but her. "I'm sorry." Lan Yu lowered his head, not knowing what to say, so he could only keep apologizing. But for Lan Yu's answer, Roger didn't accept it and didn't say a word. "If I say, I want you to leave our pirate group, what do you want to say?" After a moment of silence, Roger raised his head, looked at Lan Yu and asked. But after Roger's words were finished, it was not only Lan Yu who was surprised, but also the entire pirate group. "Captain, although it's wrong for Lan Yu to hide from us, she's doing it all for us. It doesn't need to be serious enough to let Lan Yu get off the ship and leave." One of the pirates couldn't stand it any longer, so he raised his head, looked at Roger, and said, "Shut up." Roger didn't say much, just threw the man a word to shut up. The crewman looked at Roger's angry look, and fear filled his heart for a while, and suddenly he couldn't say anything, full of fear, so he had to shut his mouth and return to the queue. "Answer me." Seeing that Lan Yu remained silent, Roger raised his head, looked at Lan Yu who was bowing his head and said nothing, and asked. Lan Yu's body began to tremble. Roger was not joking when he looked like this, and then said, I don't want to leave, please." Lan Yu understood that her behavior was really hurting Roger's trust, but in any case, she didn't want to leave. "It's okay if you don't want to leave, but your ability is not allowed to be used again in the future. Unless you get off my ship, as long as you are a member of the Roger Pirates, you can't use this ability once." 2. Seeing that Lan Yu didn't want to leave, Roger hooked the corner of his mouth. The plan succeeded, and then continued. "But I can't be silent on Roger's pirate group, otherwise, what's the use of her? He can't fight, can't cook, see, and can't heal. If the ability is forbidden, she is on this ship, isn't she a dragging existence? Let Seth teach you medicine, used to be a ship doctor, but you are not allowed to use ability." Roger had long expected Lan Yu to say this, and then replied. Seth was the only ship doctor on their ship, but because he was alone, he would be very tired every time the war ended. If Lan Yu was willing to help, that would be great. "Okay, I promise you." Lan Yu nodded and agreed to Roger's request. "Can't use her ability, then she doesn't need to. She just wants to stay on this boat now, and doesn't want to leave the big guy." Seeing that Lan Yu agreed very simply, Roger nodded in satisfaction. He didn't want his partner to sacrifice his life for himself, so he knew that Lan Yu didn't have the ability. It is impossible for Lan Yu to disembark. Seeing that Lan Yu had agreed to the request and didn't have to leave, everyone shouted happily. Being together for such a long time, they also have a lot of feelings for Lan Yu, so when Lan Yu might leave, their hearts almost hung up. But when Lan Yu didn't have to leave, they were also happy. In this way, Lan Yu began to follow Seth to learn medical skills, and also began to stop using his own abilities. As for Lan Yu as an ancient weapon, everyone has not mentioned a word. Because they knew that if they told this matter, it would definitely be a big disaster for Lan Yu. After all, there is a saying in the legend, with ancient weapons, you can occupy the world. Has ambitions, but not everyone has a good heart, so this secret was kept hidden after all. When Lan Yu didn't use the ability at the beginning, everyone was not used to it. After all, they were all desperate with people before, and suddenly, they had to be careful, and naturally there would be some restraints. This is also the case, causing most of the pirates to start to look down on the Roger pirates. Before this, Roger's pirate crew had an evaluation that the crew were all lunatics and would rather die than win. But Lan Yu doesn't have the ability, so they can't be this lunatic. So the current Roger pirates, almost 10-10 will be attacked. News. The news of the great changes in the Roger pirates was also reported, which undoubtedly made the current Roger pirates worse. It's all my fault. Lan Yu looked at the reports on the report and the attacks from outside pirates in the recent period, and felt guilt in her heart. If it weren't for her, how could the Roger pirates be on the cusp of the storm? Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, push and watch the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 Playmates, find 99 novels and LT, or block the collection of IP. 905. Battle of the Navy. But for Lan Yu's self-blame, Roger didn't say anything, just patted her on the head, expressing that he didn't blame her. In fact, to be honest, if it wasn't for Lan Yu's credit, they wouldn't have such a big reputation now. Although there are too many pirates chasing them now, there are even more than a dozen pirates attacking them every day. But the abilities of those pirates are very general, and it is a dream to beat them. Moreover, now Lan Yu has learned medical skills from Seth, so that their injuries have been dealt with in a timely manner, and there is no major problem. Speaking of which, they also want to thank Lan Yu, not blame. We still have a long way to go, and it also saves us from going to them. Well, don't be downcast, be happy, our voyage will continue. If it's really sad, just follow Seth, study medicine. Roger sat down, looked at the frustrated Lan Yu, and comforted. Roger's comfort is not chicken soup for the soul, nor is it enough. Gentle, but it makes Lan Yu very moved for a while. That is to say, from this time on, Lan Yu decided that in the future, he will definitely study medicine and make more contributions to the Roger pirates. It was also from this moment that Lan Yu identified the Roger pirates. This is her whole life home. Of studying medicine desperately, Lan Yu has become an amazing and unbelievable ship doctor. Seth looked at Lan Yu's growth and was amazed. After more than 10 years of hard work, Lan Yu surpassed himself in half a year. Although a little unwilling, but more still admiration and envy. But what Seth didn't know was that Lan Yu didn't do anything in the past 6 months, and his mind was full of medical skills. Even in meals or even in dreams, all thoughts are about medicine. Gradually, fewer and fewer people attacked the Roger pirates, and in the end, many people even feared Roger's pirates. It can be said that it is necessary to hide. Occasionally a few naval warships came to ask for trouble, and he was able to deal with it calmly. However, on this day, another naval warship came to attack them. This time it was a Navy colonel. Yes, it was the army led by Garp. It was also the first time Karp and Roger met. At the time, Karp was eager to move up the ranks, hoping to one day be able to get there. At this time, he happened to hear about the notoriety of the Roger pirates, so he challenged it. When he fought Garp for the first time, Roger also felt incredible about Garp's strength. To doubt, how could Garp's ability be just a colonel, but he was a colonel, no one knew the reason. Although Garp was very powerful, he was defeated by the Roger pirates in the end. The Roger pirates should have been able to destroy their entire warship, but Roger didn't, and he gave Garp a way out. Garp didn't appreciate it or even thanked him, but before leaving, he still left a message for Roger: "I will definitely take you back." Roger just smiled and responded with, "I'm waiting." However, the day after Garp left, an admiral's ship suddenly appeared beside the Roger pirates. When it was discovered that the comber was an admiral, almost everyone screamed badly, and it wasn't no one doubted that it was Garp's secret. In fact, Garp doesn't know anything and is recovering from his injuries in the hospital at this moment. "Roger, give you a chance, follow me obediently, or the whole pirate group is ready to be destroyed by me," Admiral Nyan asked. But Roger didn't answer Nyan's question, he just laughed lightly, but in Nyan's eyes, this smile seemed so mocking and underestimating. "Do you think it's possible?" Roger looked at Nyan and wanted to laugh inexplicably. Nyan said can be said to be nonsense within nonsense. How could a pirate go with the general willingly, and he offered a bounty? If he was arrested, he would either die or promote the city. It would be strange if he could go. "Then don't blame me, little ones, shoot." Seeing Roger's attitude, Nyan didn't need to continue talking nonsense. The two have the same idea, and the fight is over. Roger still knew the gap between the two sides, so when he decided to go to war, he did not underestimate the enemy, but was very cautious. In this way, the war between Roger and the admiral started here. Scale is particularly huge, but it can't be said to be a small battle. Because of Roger and Nyan, they had been entangled at sea for more than 3 days. Although Roger was a little inferior, he would not lose his life. In this way, the two of them each brought their own team and stood in a stalemate. After 4 days passed, this small-scale war ended with Roger winning and Nyan retreating. There is no answer to who of the two teams is more powerful. Roger's pirate group won the protracted battle mainly by being supported by 2 powerful ship doctors. As for the Navy, in the end, there was only one Nyan left. So if you want to insist that who is more powerful, or Nyan, he is just a fluke victory. 906. Disbanded pirates. But this battle made Roger's fame overnight, and it was also another beginning of his road to One Piece. One day after defeating Nyan, there was news. And the content of the news is the news that the rookie Roger of the pirates defeated the rookie General Nyan of the Navy. Similarly, Roger's and Rayleigh's bounties have both increased a lot. Roger's bounty has increased to 900 million, and Rayleigh's has increased to 710 million. Although Lan Yu and Seth also contributed a lot, but after all, they all paid for it behind their backs. Naturally, Akatsuki was not known to the world, and there was no bounty. After this incident, the Navy lost face and Nyan was demoted. In this way, more than 10 years, more than 20 years have passed, and after their continuous adventures, Roger's pirate group has grown larger and larger, and finally stood at the top of the pirate world and became the Pirate King. But after Roger became the Pirate King, he realized that the position he was looking forward to was so much that he wanted to leave. Since Roger became One Piece, his adventure can be said to have come to an end. No one bothered him at sea anymore, and he had a place to live forever. Although life has ushered in peace, it is not what he wants to continue to take risks. But neither the pirates nor the Navy dared to attack Roger. When he saw Roger turning around and running away, even if he wanted to take risks, it was impossible. After several years of this life, Roger began to cough every day and was very weak. Lan Yu and Seth helped Roger to take care of his body day and night, but no matter what, they couldn't cure Roger's illness. They also gradually began to understand that Roger's disease was incurable and could not be cured. Hearing this news, Roger didn't react, but just stared straight ahead in a daze. It was also that night that Roger decided to turn himself in. Instead of taking his own life hastily here, Roger has bigger plans. And this plan is undoubtedly the news of the key to open the door to the era of pirates. Lan Yu did not support Roger's decision and wanted to use his own abilities to save Roger. No matter how Roger discouraged him, even if he threatened to withdraw from the group, Lan Yu still had to use his abilities. When Lan Yu was about to use his abilities, Rayleigh knocked Lan Yu unconscious, which was ordered by Luo. When Lan Yu woke up again, the Roger pirates had been disbanded, and their captain was no longer alive. Lan Yu couldn't accept this fact, and his heart was hit very hard. The pirate group that was lively yesterday was disbanded now, and only Rayleigh and him were left. How could he accept Lan Yu's sadness for a few days? If it wasn't for Rayleigh's constant company, maybe Lan Yu what will happen? After Lan Yu was completely let go, the two came to the Chambord Islands to live alone. Because of Lan Yu's special status, Rayleigh didn't want to let him go out on his own, so he let her stay by his side. Until one day, when Hawk appeared, Lan Yu and Hawk got married. Lan Yu, who didn't want to stay in the Chambord Islands, also lived here in a down-to-earth way. He also saw everything Lan Yu had experienced, including Hawk's betrayal of him. Rayleigh, as the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, can be said to be powerful, and his interpersonal relationships are also very broad. About Hawk's appearance is only known to him. It turned out that a crew member who once belonged to the Roger Pirates, after the dissolution of the Roger Pirates, betrayed the biggest secret of the Roger Pirates, that is, the secret of Lan Yu, in order to find the protection of a power. And the force he joined was the pirates. After Roger's death, the pirate group is also a very powerful rookie. After knowing Akatsuki's existence, they sent Hawk to lure Lan Yu, hoping to have the opportunity to bring her on board. But Hawk and Lan Yu got married within a few months and had a child. When preparing to let Hawk do it, Akatsuki knew about the child, so he asked Hawk not to do it for the time being. Because they don't know what the power of the ancients will become when they are pregnant with a child. The biggest possibility is that inherited on the child. If you do it at this time, this ability may be lost. One who desires power cannot allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, they continued to lurking patiently by Lan Yu's side for more than a year. Speaking of it now, Riley still feels guilty. That was obviously unfavorable too. Lan Yu was right beside them, and he lurked for more than a year, but he didn't find it. This also indirectly caused the tragedy of Lan Yu. So after the accident of Lan Yang's other child, Lan Yang, he has been silently guarding Lan Yu and Lan Ying, but he did not expect to be captured by the Tianlong people again. In order to find the whereabouts of Lan Yu and Lan Ying, Rayleigh also pretended to be caught by the Tianlong people many times, but in the end they returned to no avail. 907. Invite again, 4th update. Just when he was looking for Lan Ying to no avail, Gong Yi and Luffy happened to appear in front of him. Although he is also anxious about Lan Ying's affairs, it is more important for him to bring Gong Yi and Luffy to practice. Therefore, the matter of finding Lan Ying and Lan Yu can only be temporarily suppressed. Also this time, when Gong Yi brought Lan Ying back to dock number 49, Rayleigh admitted that he was surprised. He had been looking for Lan Ying for so long, but it was fruitless, but now it was found by Gong Yi. But although he was very surprised, he didn't show it too clearly, because he always protected Lan Ying from behind. But what he didn't expect was that Lan Yu lost his life during this time. Pervert from the Draco. Wait a minute, Lan Yu's mother has the power of the ancient weapon Michael. Lan Yu gave birth to 2 children, Lan Ying and Lan Yang. Now that Lan Yang is dead, then Michael's power, could it be? After Gong Yi listened to it, he suddenly realized something, and he spoke halfway without finishing it. He didn't want his conjecture to be correct. But to Gong Yi's disappointment, Rayleigh nodded, he understood what Gong Yi meant. So, now that she is out of the control of the Tianlong people, the pirate group will not let him go easily. Gong Yi looked at the moon in the sky and said, Rayleigh nodded, turned to look at Gong Yi, and said, "So, take her away, although she will repeat the fate of Lan Yu, but I am a person who has half a foot in the coffin, it is impossible for me to stay forever. Protect her, so I hand her over to you, that's the only thing I ask of you." Rayleigh's expression has never been so serious. It seems that this matter of Lan Ying is not simple. "Can I protect her?" Gong Yi looked at Riley and for the first time in his life doubted himself. He has only been cultivating for 2 years since he first arrived in this world, and he is about to face one of the 4 emperors. The winning rate is probably very small. "I believe you can. Lan Ying's power has not awakened yet. It can be said that she is completely unaware of the existence of her own power. As long as she is careful not to let her know that her power exists, she will not awaken. As long as she does not awaken, there will be no problem. Lan Ying inherits not only that her strength, and Lan Yu's talent in medicine, although he can't use that ability, her ability as a ship doctor is not low." Rayleigh explained the current situation of Lan Ying. Rayleigh was worried when Lan Ying was captured as a slave by the Tianlong people. Of Lan Ying and Lan Yu, the other is that Lan Ying's power will awaken. Fortunately, when I saw Lan Ying this time, I felt that she was not awakened. That's enough. As for these things, Lan Ying doesn't need to know. With Lan Ying's character, 99% will go there to find that. The so-called father. By that time, Lan Ying was really in danger, so Rayleigh didn't plan to tell Lan Ying. As for what happened in the future, Rayleigh didn't know Akatsuki. Maybe one day, Lan Ying's existence will be discovered, but at least not now. So before that, there is still a chance for Gong Yi to grow up. "Okay, I will definitely take Lan Ying." Gong Yi's expression gradually became serious, and finally agreed to Rayleigh's request. Gong Yi understood that if he took Lan Ying away, it would be unimaginable to hunt him down in the future, but Gong Yi was not afraid. He is the man who wants to become the Pirate King, surpassing Luffy, surpassing the 4 emperors, surpassing everyone, and since this is the case, he will not be afraid of trouble. Gong Yi's determined look, Rayleigh nodded and smiled, he didn't see the wrong person. However, where Rayleigh and Gong Yi didn't know, there was a pair of eyes looking at them secretly, and after they finished talking, the corners of his mouth twitched. He left here, and went back to the house. The next morning, Gong Yi got up early because he had to continue to persuade Lan Ying. But what he didn't expect was that Lan Ying got up earlier than him. "Lan Ying, let's talk, okay?" Gong Yi looked at Lan Ying who was cleaning, walked to Lan Ying's side, and said. Being stopped by Gong Yi, Lan Ying was undoubtedly stunned, then turned around without looking at Gong Yi, and said, "If it's about letting me join your pirate group, then forget it, sorry, I'm not interested." Lan Ying clenched her fists and tried to calm herself down as much as possible, otherwise she would really be unable to control her desire to go on an adventure with Gong Yi. "I've heard everything about you, including your dislike. The reason for the pirates." Seeing that Lan Ying didn't want to talk to him, Gong Yi had to say it here. When Gong Yi finished speaking, Lan Ying's body trembled. She didn't expect Gong Yi to know about her. She couldn't help feeling a little uncontrollable and said, "So, what if you know? Come with us and join our pirate group." Gong Yi once again invited Lan Ying to join his pirate group, and didn't mind the issue of face at all. 908. Agree to join. After Gong Yi's words, Lan Ying was shocked again, but still shook her head. She didn't want to join the pirates, not at all. "I know that the pirate group has caused you a lot of damage, but after all, people are different. We just met, and I don't dare to overestimate myself, so how am I such a person? Why do you think I said we would like to go with you to take revenge? Do you believe it?" Seeing that Lan Ying still refused, Gong Yi continued to speak sincerely. What is Gong Yi's character? In the past few days, Lan Ying has basically seen it clearly. In her opinion, Gong Yi is a very good person. But when Lan Yu knew Hawk also pretended very well and deceived her mother for a whole year. Now that Gong Yi is good to her, how can she believe it 100%? When he continued to refuse, Gong Yi knelt on one knee directly on the ground, looked at Lan Ying, and said, I, Gong Yi, are willing to guarantee you everything, we will never betray you. Gong Yi's actions and words undoubtedly moved Lan Ying. Lan Ying couldn't hold back her tears any longer and started to sob quietly. Since she and her mother were caught by the Tianlong people, has anyone ever been so kind to her? Sakura, this person is worth your trust. If it's just to deceive you, there's no need to protect you desperately under the hands of the Tianlong people. Just when Gong Yi was trying to persuade Lan Ying in various ways, a male voice suddenly said beside them. That's right, it's Rocky, the one who told Gong Yi about Lan Ying. Really, won't you be betrayed? Lan Ying saw that Rocky also said the same. She admitted that her insistence on the mentality began to waver, but she was still cautious. Regarding Lan Ying and Rocky's words, Lan Ying admitted that she was shaken, and immediately, the two nodded, and Rocky hoped that he would believe it. And Gong Yi hoped Lan Ying can give him a chance. At this moment, Lan Ying's heart that had been holding on for a long time finally fell apart. She believed in Gong Yi once, that's okay. Then, Lan Ying nodded half hesitantly and half willingly, and said, okay, I will join you as a ship doctor. Lan Ying wiped her tears and dragged Gong Yi up from the ground with a smile. She was very happy, she also had a partner. We will never betray you. Gong Yi looked at Lan Ying's cautious look and said with determination. But for Lan Ying, Gong Yi has not yet turned 20, but because of his betrayal, his heart was devastated and shattered. And Rayleigh, who had been watching on the side, looked at, and smiled with satisfaction. Now, he is not afraid of when he will die, and he can rest in peace. We have made so much trouble in the Chambord Islands that we can't stay for long. Hurry up and get out of here. After Lan Ying joined, she said to Gong Yi. Now she is also a member of the Fire Pirates and should be considered for her own pirates. Gong Yi agreed with Lan Ying's words, but now, they can't leave. Teacher, when will the auction in dock number 1 start? Gong Yi looked at Rayleigh who was on the side and asked. Rayleigh, who was sitting behind the door, chuckled. It seemed that Gong Yi had already discovered his existence. That's it. Today, I have inquired about it. Among the auction items today, there is the trunk of the Adam tree, the thing you want the most. Rayleigh came out from behind the door and answered Gong Yi's question. Originally, Rayleigh was going to wait for Gong Yi and Lan Ying to finish talking and tell Gong Yi directly, but Gong Yi came over to ask first, and he also answered Gong Yi's question. Is the trunk of the Adam tree the hardest wood in the legend? Speaking of the trunk of the Adam tree, Lan Ying also knew something, and then asked. Gong Yi nodded and explained to Lan Ying. They don't have a pirate ship yet, they only have a pirate flag, so Gong Yi wants to choose Adam's trunk for the structure of the ship. As for the drawings, he was able to draw them, he already had ideas, and with Meyer's ability, creating a pirate ship was a very simple matter. It's almost about to start, let's go, I'll take you to the auction house. Just after Gong Yi finished explaining to Lan Ying, Rayleigh said. Gong Yi nodded, and they were ready to go to dock number 1. Not only Rayleigh and Gong Yi, but also Meyer and Lan Ying went to the auction house. There is money left after photographing the trunk of the Adam tree, it can just be used to buy food or something. Although they say they don't have serious chefs yet, Lan Ying said that she can cook a little bit, and they can guarantee that they don't only need to eat dry food for the time being. But Lan Ying can only make 1 soup and 2 dishes, they can't eat only 2 dishes all the time. At this moment, Gong Yi said how much he wished he could have a chef, but it was impossible. Gong Yi sighed, and after finishing the boat, he had to hurry to find the cook. But the chefs are not so easy to find. It seems that they still have to eat dry food for a while in the 2 dishes made by Lan Ying. 909. Number 1 Dock Auction. Just when Gong Yi sighed, they had also arrived at the auction house of number 1 Dock. The 500 million Bailey was held in Rayleigh's hands, and it was also safe. If you wanted to grab something from Rayleigh's hands, 3 words, it was impossible. Because when they bought furniture, half of them were interrupted because of Gong Yi's affairs, so they didn't spend the 500 million Bailey at all. So, there is still plenty of money. According to Rayleigh's information, Adam's price will only cost 200 million at most, and the remaining 300 million will be at least 200 million after buying ingredients and furniture, medicinal materials and books, and clothes. Go up, the rest of the money, just keep it, don't spend it indiscriminately. After all, it was Meyer's hard work during those 2 years. After arriving at dock number 1, it can be clearly seen that in front of the door of dock number 1, there are several guards guarding the door. Obviously to prevent someone from robbing or making trouble. Let's go, the auction will start soon. Just as Gong Yi was looking around the auction house, Rayleigh said. Gong Yi was dragged back by Rayleigh's voice, nodded, followed behind Rayleigh, and entered the auction house slowly. Anyway, the auction hasn't started yet, so there's nothing to worry about. When Rayleigh, Gong Yi and others entered the auction house, there were 2 women wearing masks in front of the door. Everyone who came in needed to wear a mask, which was very important for protecting personal safety. This auction, I heard that the finale auction item is a rare existence in 100 years. If the person who wants it does not get it, it may secretly launch an attack on the person who grabbed it to snatch the auction product. So put on a mask, and the light is relatively dim. After leaving here, no one will recognize who. It is of great help to the personal safety of the holder. A few here, please. After Gong Yi and the others were all wearing masks, a woman pointed them to a slightly lower position in the auction house and said. Gong Yi nodded, and a few people walked over there. This position is neither good nor bad. Of the entire auction house is arranged according to the amount of money brought. Gong Yi and the others brought 500 million Baileys, which can be regarded as half a small one, so naturally they were placed in a low position, so they could observe the goods at close range. But above this low position, all are some arrogant nobles, and some people are sitting beside them. Naturally they are very disdainful. For this kind of environment, although there was a lot of noise in the seats around Gong Yi frowned slightly, but felt it was very noisy. Few minutes later, the auction venue, which was originally dimly lit, completely darkened in an instant, and then, several spotlights were reflected on the platform directly in front of the auction house. Standing on the platform is the host of this auction. Dear ladies and gentlemen, our auction is about to start after a long absence. Are you ready? The host's words fell behind, and there were various shouts from the audience. This auction is undoubtedly expected by many people. After all, since Luffy came out, their auctions have rarely been held well. The auction that was going to be held was postponed for another half a month. During this half month, everyone was looking forward to the start of the auction. This auction is sure to be fierce. Then let's take a look at our first product. It's a girl from. She can sing and dance well. She is a rare doll to pass the time when you are bored. As the host's words fell, a girl was pushed up by soldiers from below. Along with the sighs of many people, the girl's eyes gradually filled with fear. The Chambord archipelago is an illegal and unstoppable slave trade. She has never heard of it being sold, and it is impossible for her to escape alive in her life. So when she really stood on this stage, the girl knew that her life was really coming to an end. Don't, let me go, don't. Girl's face was full of tears. Looking in horror at the wretched expression of the person on the stage, she fell into extreme panic, and even began to struggle. She doesn't want to die yet. She doesn't want to. The new slaves are not very obedient. After buying them, they can be trained slowly. Training slaves is also a kind of fun. Then the auction will begin, starting at 100,000 Baileys, and increasing the price each time. At least 50,000 Baileys. The host looked at the struggling girl, gestured to the soldiers, signaled them to control the girl, and then looked at the stage, regaining her usual composure, and said, This kind of situation is not surprising. When a slave first came, he didn't look like he refused and was afraid, but everyone chose to accept his fate in the end, obediently surrendered to the Tianlong people, and became a humble slave. So for this situation, the people below have no reaction, and they are all the last struggles of the prey. Please download Filu's novel. Read the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 Playmate find 99 Novel Network. 910. Adam Tree, third more. Next, amid the girls' panic, the auction started. I'll pay 150,000 Baileys. A man stood up first, held up a sign, and added the price. From the voice of the girl crying just now, you can feel that the girl's voice is very good, and the singing is good, and it must be true. Therefore, those nobles who like singing and dancing immediately started a fierce auction. I'll give 200,000 Baileys. I'm 300,000. 350,000. 500,000. After a fierce competition, a man stood up and said. His tone was full of indifference, and there was no sense of color. 500,000. Does anyone continue to add up? The host asked in traditional words. 5 million once. 5,000 two times. 5,000 three times. Deal. And, the girl was bought for 500,000. Lan Ying looked at this auction and tugged at Gong Yi's sleeve, but Gong Yi shook her head, and Lan Ying had to bow her head in disappointment, not wanting to continue watching this cruel auction. Gong Yi knows what Lan Ying wants to do. He wants to save these. The girl and boy who were bought and sold by the nobles. But Gong Yi can't do it, he's not an immortal, and his money is limited, he can't save everyone, and he can't openly rob people at this auction. So all they can do is watch this illegal auction. Because this auction was so cruel, it reminded Lan Ying of her past, so she simply covered her ears and wanted to isolate herself from this world. Looking at Lan Ying's reaction, Gong Yi sighed. If he has the ability later, he will definitely overturn the so-called largest of the Tianlong people and the illegal auction of the Chambord archipelago. Only by doing so can we be redeemed. However, Gong Yi doesn't. No, this idea he is in will make him the biggest thorn in the eyes of the Navy and the world government. Of course, this is something else. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye, the auction in the first half had ended, but Adam Tree did not appear. Teacher, the first half is over, why is there no Adam Tree yet? Gong Yi frowned slightly, looking at the auction during the intermission, and asked. The auction will be divided into 2 sessions, the first half and the second half, with an intermission in between. The first half and the second half is that the things in the second half and the things in the first half are not of the same grade. In the second half, the last thing to exist, also need 200 million Bailey to make a bottom. This is more than the value of the Adam Tree. If the auctioneer foolishly puts the Adam Tree in the second half, 80% of it will not be sold. Therefore, what Gong Yi is more suspicious of now is whether this auction has the existence of Adam Tree. Today's auction, there is indeed Adam, but it's so strange. Riley was also puzzled by this situation. The news he got couldn't possibly be wrong. Adam would definitely appear, but why hasn't it appeared yet? Could it be true that it was divided into the second half, but it should be impossible. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our exciting second half auction is about to begin, please take your seats. Just when Riley and Gong Yi thought it was unbelievable, the host on stage had announced the opening of the second half. After hearing the host's words, everyone sat down for the first time, resumed quiet, and waited for the start of the second half. Now, 2/3 of the people present are coming for the second half of the auction. In anticipation of the crowd, the first item in the second half, covered with a yuhi-colored cloth, was lifted up. What is this? They can't see it, they only know that it's so huge that it almost fills the entire stage. This is our first merchandise of the second half, what will it be? We'll see now. After the host was carrying the goods up, they sold a little bit, and then, in the expectation of everyone, the yuhi cloth was slowly pulled down. When yuhi clothed the ground, most of the people present were shocked, including Gong Yi of course. That fell on this stage the Adam tree. But why are there leaves and fruits on the Adam tree? Everyone must know what this is. Yes, it is the most sturdy tree in the world, Adam, but this Adam tree has leaves, and in the entire great root, even among the 4 seas, there is only this last Adam tree with fruit and leaves. The host saw the surprised look of everyone, nodded with satisfaction, and then explained. Gong Yi can also guess, presumably this Adam tree will be thrown into the second half, that is, because of the 3 or 2 fruits and the leaves of the tree. What is the use of this fruit and leaf, Gong Yi is? I don't know. The fruits and leaves of the Adam tree are all high-quality medicinal materials and are the nemesis of many diseases in the world, so this Adam tree can be said to have a great effect on doctors. Just when Gong Yi was puzzled, the host explained Adam's fruit and leaves. 911. Take Adam. After the host's words fell, there was an uproar in the audience, including Lan Ying. Lan Ying has been gifted in medicine since she was a child, even though no one taught her. Her medical skills are also very remarkable. What use are the leaves and fruits of the Adam tree? She knows all too well. The effect of the leaves of the Adam tree is not particularly large, and it can only be used to treat some common diseases, and the effect is relatively significant. What really matters are the few fruits. On the tree of Adam tree, an extra large bag was put on it, probably to prevent someone from grabbing the leaves or fruits on the tree. Let's not talk much, we will start the auction now. The starting price is 200 million Bailey, and each increase is not less than 100,000. When the host was excited, he said. After the host's words fell, the audience instantly became excited. I'll give 200 million Baileys. I'll pay 220,000 Baileys. 23 million. ... Auction intensified, making Gong Yi a little relieved for a while. When will this be? 260 million 2 Baileys. Just when Gong Yi hesitated whether to raise the price of Adam tree had reached 260 million 2. Everyone in the field closed their mouths and stopped raising prices. Most people are for the finale baby, who would put so much effort on this tree, 262 million. Just when Gong Yi was about to raise the price, Lan Ying, who was beside him, spoke first. Because Lan Ying didn't ask Gong Yi's opinion, she just opened her mouth, so that she felt a little embarrassed, which made her speak less and less. After finishing speaking, Lan Ying's eyes turned to Gong Yi again, with a hint of questioning. 263 million. Just when Gong Yi was about to say something to Lan Ying, the people over there raised the price again. The people over there frowned when they saw that someone was robbing them. They didn't want to let the tree go, and continued to snatch it. Don't stop, keep going, grab him. He waved his hand and motioned for Lan Ying to continue. In any case, even if it were to lift up to 500 million, he would still be able to carry this tree. 264 million. Lan Ying Gong Yi's permission, Lan Ying gained a little more momentum and continued to snatch Adam with that person. It's true that the two of them are competing, 164 million. Does anyone continue to increase the price? Just as the man was thinking, the host spoke again. 267 million Baileys. The man was dragged back to his mind by the host's words and continued to increase the price. Seeing that person lifted 300,000 yuan in one breath, Lan Ying was a little panicked for a moment, and it seemed that there was an inevitable attitude towards Adam tree. Lan Ying and Gong Yi fell into silence, and neither of them spoke. 267 million Bailey. Does anyone continue to increase the price? There was something wrong with the host's expression for a while. Gong Yi could see it subtly. 267 million once. The host's words were a little slow, looking forward to someone continuing to increase the price. And at this moment in this scene, the person who has been robbing Adam with Gong Yi is also a little bit overwhelmed in face, and he doesn't know what to do for a while. 267 million times. The host's words continued, but still very slowly. 267 million. In the end, the host can't hold on to the face, and can only prepare for the deal. But before the host's words were finished, Gong Yi's words came out. 280 million too. Lan Ying was going to ask whether to continue raising the price, but Gong Yi said directly. A thick and slightly magnetic voice echoed throughout the venue of the auction house. The host and the people over there breathed a sigh of relief. The people over there did not continue to speak, and it seemed that they had given up Adam's competition. 280 million too. Does anyone still increase the price? The host saw that the man over there was no longer speaking, and Lan Ying was no longer speaking, and spoke. In response to him, there was still silence. 280 million too once. Words fell, and there was silence again. 28 million two times. This time, the host waited a little longer, but the audience was still silent. 280 million two times, a deal. Host saw that no one raised the price, it was settled in one go, and the tree belonged to Gong Yi. Gong Yi looked at the person over there and chuckled, but it wasn't that he couldn't see it, that the bully who kept raising the price with him was nothing more than a trust from the auction house. And Adam has carried nearly 50 million. It seems that the last treasure of the auction house today is also going to be carried to the sky. Gong Yi did not choose to leave directly, but continued to participate in the auction and visit here. Just as he thought, there are two people who are desperately raising the price no matter what kind of treasure, the two auction houses. Time flies, 40 minutes have passed, and finally the auction house's finale, the baby, will be on the stage. Like when Adam came up the tree, the baby was also covered with yuhi cloth. But the difference is that this baby is covered with 4 layers of yuhi cloth. But even so, it still can't hide the light that this baby radiates. 912. Shadow. Looking at the baby on the stage, Meyer's expression fell into a tangled state. This baby, why does he feel déjà vu? This feeling, this light, this breath, all make him feel familiar, but he can't remember what it feels like. Then next, is our exciting finale baby debut. Then, amid the expectations of everyone and Meyer's inconvenience, the yuhi cloth covering the goods on the stage fell to the ground, and the light became more and more dazzling. When the last layer of yuhi cloth fell to the ground, the entire dark lobby was illuminated by the dazzling light of this commodity, but only for a moment, the baby returned to calm, and there was no more light. And at this time, everyone can almost see clearly what is on the stage. It was a sword, completely black, with a dark blue gem engraved in the center of the hilt, and a blue gem in the center of the blade. This is on the stage clearly. Some people on the stage couldn't sit still, looking at the sword on the stage, their mouths were so frightened that they couldn't close their mouths. It seems that this gentleman knows this sword. The person's reaction was also seen by the host, and said with a chuckle. The host's words fell, everyone's eyes were focused on the gentleman, full of curiosity. Everyone's expectations, that man nodded his head woodenly, he did know this sword. But this person's reaction can be described as making the question mark in everyone's heart stronger and stronger. What kind of sword is this? Why is that person so surprised? Gong Yi was no exception and was very curious. This sword is called the Shadow, and it is genuine. We have verified that this is the only shadow sword in the world. When everyone was curious, the host said the name of the sword. But the host's words fell behind, and everyone in the audience was stunned, and no one could speak. They heard what the real ghost image is in everyone's memory. The ghost image is just a sword that exists in the legend. Who would have thought that this sword actually existed? What is the ghost image and what is the difference between this sword? There are also many people on the stage who don't know the ghost, and one person can't help but ask. He doesn't know what a ghost is. In his opinion, the ghost is just a sword that looks more high-end. Why is it the finale treasure of this auction, the ghost in the ghost sword, this? There are demons. Just after that person asked the question, a person beside him raised his voice and said. But his words made the man a little confused, and he didn't understand what he was talking about. I won't sell it. Then, let me tell you about the origin of the shadow sword. Host saw that everyone was in deep doubt, and was full of curiosity about the ghost. He laughed a few times, and then began to tell the story of the ghost. Speaking of ghosts, this sword is an existence that is inseparable from the devil fruit. To legend, the shadow sword was just a very ordinary broken sword at the beginning. A sword that exists beside the devil fruit. That this sword will appear whenever a new devil fruit appears. He appeared near the devil fruit. Obviously no one was going to get the sword, but the sword would move by itself. Every time the devil fruit appears, the ghost will suddenly appear. No one knows how he appeared here. The phantom will automatically cut off the devil fruit and let it fall into the sea or somewhere else. According to legend, the devil fruit grows on a tree. Because of the existence of the shadow sword, the devil fruit will appear in front of the world. Some people also said that the shadow sword swallowed part of the devil's power in the devil fruit, and the entire sword gradually changed. Thousands of years later, the shadow sword has also cut down countless devil fruits. It's said that every time the devil fruit dies, it will be reborn in a certain place. That is to say, the number of times the shadow sword is cut for each fruit is more than one time. Over time, bit by bit of power was stored in the ghost's sword body, and the sword body slowly turned black. The pure black seemed to be a sword possessed by a demon. After a long time, a person got the magic shadow sword. That is, the first owner of the magic shadow sword. However, within 3 days of the man getting the shadow sword, the man died violently at home. When the body was discovered, all the corpses were covered with knife marks. No matter how many people get the shadow sword, this is the end. Devoured the demon that resided in the devil fruit, the shadow sword is already very impressive. But adding these, the innocent resentful spirits who were killed were lodged. This sword became a cursed sword, and everyone who saw it tried their best to avoid it, for fear that they would suffer misfortune. In this way, hundreds of years have passed, and the shadow sword is no longer the lifeless black it used to be, but black and translucent, which is even more frightening, as if this sword has life. 913. Sword auctioned by special method. After a long time, a devil fruit power user got this sword. The capable person could also see the difference in this sword and accepted it. But 3 days later, the capable person did not die, but every day there were large and small stab wounds on his body. Although he was injured, everyone felt it was incredible. He was probably the only person in the world who had lived under the shadow of magic for 3 days. And true master of the shadow sword. The ghost sword is very hostile. In order to suppress it, the owner has been floating on the sea for many years, looking for the aquamarine, and finally set it on the ghost sword one by one. In this way, the able man took this sword and started an adventure at sea, and no one could beat him. After the death of the capable one, the sword also disappeared, and until now, it has appeared in front of everyone again. Because of the suppression of the aura in the aquamarine, the shadow sword is not as violent as before. As long as you can get the shadow sword, it can be said to add a great strength to yourself. Therefore, many people in the world want to find the shadow sword, but no one can find the shadow sword. Now that the ghost was discovered, he didn't keep it, but put it up for auction. The host slowly explained that this is the origin of the shadow sword. Since that person can get the magic shadow sword, why not keep such a precious thing by himself, and some people will be willing to take it out for auction. Just when the host had just finished explaining, a person in the back stood up and asked the host. This sword is not an ordinary sword, and no one can use it. You need it to recognize you. Naturally, the master failed to obtain the recognition of this sword. The host was speechless about the man's question, but still answered it. Hearing this, there was an uproar in the audience. It seems that this sword is not something that can be obtained with money. Then don't talk too much, let's get started. Some people waited impatiently and didn't want to continue listening to some useless things, so they coaxed the host and said. After that person finished speaking, the rest of the people also began to boo, demanding to start the auction quickly. So, this sword is not a common sword, and the auction process we go through is also different. Seeing that the people in the audience could not wait to start, the host made another move. If possible, the host. I hope this sword can be auctioned in the same way as other merchants. It's a pity that the owner of this sword made a request, and he has a solution. What process is going to kill someone? After the host finished speaking, another woman spoke up. The people in the audience couldn't wait to get this sword, and they were naturally very bored in the face of the host who kept trying to sell things. The other people listened to the woman's words and also agreed. This sword can be taken away with only 100 million Baileys, provided that the sword can recognize you, that is to say, people come up, give 100 million Baileys to me, and then drip their own blood on the sword, as long as the sword luminous recognition, this sword is yours, of course, without recognition of you, this billion Bailey cannot be taken away. When the host saw the people in the audience, they all became anxious and stopped giving up. Although he is the host here, he still has no good fruit to anger the nobles. After the host's words fell, everyone couldn't wait to come up and try it. Anyway, it's only 100 million Bailey, they won't lose if they can get the sword, so naturally they want to give it a try. But that's not the case for the host. At least a few hundred people present here, maybe he can get billions of Baileys. He heard that it is not easy to get this sword recognized, maybe he can earn tens of billions. Instant, the small abacus in the host's head began to snap. It started, and this was also a huge profit. Then, according to the order of seat numbers, come forward and try, of course, if you are not interested, you may not come up. Host didn't talk nonsense, clapped his hands, and made a please gesture to the first person in the first row. Then, the man slowly walked up to the stage. This kind of sword, who wouldn't want to be in the tense atmosphere of the crowd? That person put 100 million Bailey on the ground, then took the knife on the host's table, cut a small incision on his finger, and then dropped a drop of blood dripped onto the sword. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds 3. A full minute passed, and the sword still didn't respond at all. Ah, it seems, this sword is no longer with you. Looking at the motionless sword, the host said embarrassedly. Because now, he can clearly feel the anger of this gentleman. He is the person who brings the most money in this auction. Naturally, it is not simple. If such a big man is angry, how can he not be afraid? Damn, what a broken thing. That didn't react at all, and he was so angry that he was about to grab the sword. However, just as he touched the body of the sword, he was knocked to the ground by the force of the sword. 914. The man who refused the ghost third more. The man didn't expect the sword to be able to unleash its own power at all. He was knocked to the ground by the sword, and the corners of his mouth began to bleed, obviously being injured. Are you all right? Come and take this gentleman down to check. When the host saw this scene, he was so frightened that he stepped forward and looked at the man, and said to the woman next to him. Seeing this, the woman nodded sensibly, and then supported the man and started to walk downstairs. When the man left, he gave the sword a vicious look. Nothing more than refusing yourself, and hurting yourself, it's really a wicked sword. Everyone has also seen that this sword cannot be taken away by force. Then, let's continue. No, please. After the person was taken off the stage, the host wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to the people on the field. For a moment, the audience fell into silence. A few wicked people saw this situation and silently dismissed the thought in their hearts and stopped talking. The second person is the wife of the first person, looking at the sword, swallowed silently. Just before the man went up, he told his wife that if he couldn't do it, his wife would go up and try, so she came up. In fact, about this sword, the woman said that she had no idea at all. Except, beautiful, there is nothing that can make her heart give. The woman also took out 100 million from her arms and threw it on the ground, and then dripped blood on the sword. With this sword, there is no doubt that there is no reaction at all. The wife sighed and had to step off the stage. She wasn't as excited as her husband was, and she might have lost half of her life in a shock. Fortunately, she didn't do anything out of the ordinary, and the sword didn't react, so the woman felt at ease. Gong Yi, I want this sword, okay. Mayer looked at the two people who were rejected by the sword after taking the stage, then turned his head, looked at Gong Yi, and said with a serious face. After they bought Adam, the remaining money was only more than 200 million, and now they have to waste another 100 million on this sword. Mayer is still afraid that Gong Yi will agree. But no matter what, he wanted to try it, or it was his illusion. He always felt, that sword. Let him hurry up and take him away. Yes, but we only have a little left, less than 300 million. You can only go up and try it yourself. If you see and get it, there is nothing you can do. Gong Yi nodded, agreed to May's request, and said, if you want to go up and try it. But you can get this sword. But, Gong Yi, you're not afraid. Gong Yi had no intention of rejecting at all. Mayer agreed very readily. Some did not respond, and said. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Gong Yi. I know what you're going to say. Originally the 500 million was what you contributed. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't even have a boat. Now if you have money left over, use it to buy what you want. What's wrong with it? Gong Yi had already guessed what Mayer was going to say. Mayer was afraid that he would not be recognized by that sword, and then wasted 100 million Bailey, so he had a slight hope that Gong Yi would reject him. But Gong Yi was more generous than he thought and gave him this chance. Gong Yi had no intention of stopping him. Mayer swallowed and nodded. Anyway, he's going to try. Next, they didn't say anything, quietly watching the triers on the stage. Before he got to him, Gong Yi was still very uneasy, for fear that the sword would be taken away by others. This may be the first time since Gong Yi was born that he desperately wanted something. Gradually, the people in the first 3 rows had already finished their trials, and in total, a total of 2,732 people were rejected by this sword. Seeing the mountains of money piled up on the stage, the host's eyes almost fell. 27,300,200,002 Bailey, this is to make a fortune. Then, next, the gentleman in the 4th row asks you to come down and try. The host pointed to the gentleman in the 4th row and said, because he has made a lot of money, he is in a good mood now, so his tone of speech is a little more respectful. My family is poor and I don't have the money to try. Please change someone else. After receiving the invitation, the man just smiled and waved his hand to indicate that he would not go up. This is the first person who refuses to try it after so long. Only one reason for rejecting such an attractive commodity, and that is that he is really poor. Host didn't talk too much nonsense, and immediately pointed to the next person. Seeing this scene, Gong Yi smiled and said nothing. This is obviously because the person does not want to go, and it has nothing to do with money. To ask why, because this person is in the row in front of Gong Yi and them, he must have a lot more money than them. Some people may also say that he shot something else before. However, in the impression of self-love Gong Yi, this person does not seem to raise the price very much. Only when he was Adam, he called once, and there is no second time. It can be seen that he is definitely, I don't want to try. 915. It's time for you. The people over there also felt the observation from Gong Yi, turned their heads to look at Gong Yi, and smiled lightly. Seeing that he was peeking at other people's exposure, Gong Yi nodded embarrassedly, and then turned his head. He didn't know how long he had looked at that person, so he had to cough twice to ease the embarrassment. Next gentleman, would you like to try? After the person refused, the host continued to call down. That's right, the person called this time is Mayer. Try. Mayer nodded, indicating that he was going to try it, and then stood up. Gong Yi took out 100 million from the box and gave it to Mayer, smiled at Mayer, and made a cheer gesture. Mayer smiled, nodded, and then nervously walked up to the stage. He longed for this sword. Why, I don't know. Gong Yi, are you going to try it too? After seeing Mayor go up, Lan Ying asked in Gong Yi's ear. Mayor was going up to try it. Mayor and Lan Ying didn't know, because they didn't hear the conversation between Gong Yi and Mayor, so naturally they didn't know that Mayor was going up to try. For a while they thought Gong Yi and Mayor are going to try it out. I'm not interested, but that. He seems to be very excited about the sword, hoping to get it. Gong Yi shook his head, expressing that he didn't have much interest in that sword. It was just Mayor wanted it, he agreed. At this moment, the faces of Gong Yi and others were also a little solemn. They didn't know if Mayor could get this sword, but they all hoped that Mayor could get it. Gong Yi and Lan Ying's idea is to hope that Mayor can get his wish, but unfortunately, the only idea in Rayleigh's heart is that the 100 million Baileys should not be wasted. What is this sword? Rayleigh and Roger have been rampant at sea for so many years. Naturally they can't reach the level of ignorance, so he also knows what this sword represents. This shadow sword, as Rayleigh knew, resisted being touched by others, unless it was its own master. But this shadow sword has only one owner, and that is the one who suppressed the power in the shadow. Was also encountered when they were sailing. After knowing his legend, the people on the ship tried one by one to make the sword recognize the master. Because Roger and Rayleigh have nothing against swords. But in the whole ship, no one accepted this sword, and they were even injured by the sword. In the end, when Rayleigh and Roger tried, Rayleigh was also rejected by the sword, but fortunately he was good at it and was not injured by the sword. And Roger reached the vicinity of the sword, did not try to bleed, but reached out his hand to pick up the sword. Just above everyone's worried eyes, Roger encountered the sword. But unlike the others, Roger touched the sword, and the sword did not respond, and did not seem to reject him. Just when everyone thought that this sword was to recognize Roger as the master, something incredible happened. When Roger's blood just dripped onto the sword body emitted a huge light. When everyone was about to celebrate for Roger, Roger reached out and touched the sword, but he was also rejected. After a while, the sword stabilized, and Roger tried to touch the sword again, but unfortunately nothing happened, and he couldn't pick it up. Seemed that the shadow sword just did not resist Roger touching it, and had no intention of recognizing its master. After everyone failed, someone proposed to take the ghost away for auction. This will not only help it find an owner, but also make a lot of money. But Roger refused, saying that this sword also has its own destiny, and we cannot take it away without authorization. Afterwards, Roger threw the sword back into the sea where he found it, letting the sword float away little by little. Seeing the sword gradually drifting away, everyone's heart was full of mixed feelings. It was not a small sum of money. This is the legendary ghost sword, maybe it can be sold for billions. That Roger doesn't have much interest in things like money. All he wants is non-stop adventure. Thinking of this, Rayleigh sighed and chuckled. He didn't expect to see this sword again now. After so long, it is still a good sword without a master. In the midst of everyone's anxiety and panic, Mayor placed 100 million Baileys on the pile of hills. After that, instead of picking up the knife, he bit his finger and dripped it on the sword. The knife prepared by the host, at this moment, already has the blood of many people on it. If he also used this sword, his own blood would definitely be mixed with other people's blood, so even if he really had a relationship with this sword, he would probably be rejected in confusion. After that, Mayer's blood gradually dripped onto the sword in front of everyone's eyes. Unlike the previous ones, after Mayer's blood dripped down, the sword body began to emit light in an instant, extremely dazzling. Even when this sword was first brought up, it was not so dazzling. Afterwards, with a look of anticipation, Mayer gradually stretched out his hand to the sword, looking forward to the arrival of a miracle. 916. Recognize the Lord and make a fuss. When Mayer touched the sword did not mean to resist. Unlike when other people touched the sword, the sword was easily picked up by Mayer, and after waving it a few times, he was happy. Smiled. This sword is his. Host, can I take this sword with me? Mayer looked at the host and said with a shadow sword in his hand. The host looked at the shadow sword, which did not resist at all, and couldn't believe it for a while. Was not rejected by the shadow sword after the death of the first owner of the shadow sword. Okay, this sword is now yours. Although the host was a little stunned, he didn't stay in a daze for too long, and then nodded, indicating that this sword was Mayer's. Mayer nodded, then fiddled with the phantom a few more times, put it back in the scabbard, hung it around his waist, and prepared to return to Gong Yi's side. Wait a minute, I don't accept it. The people behind us haven't tried it yet, why can he just take it away? Just when Mayer was about to step down, a man in the last row was dissatisfied, looked at the shadow sword that was taken away, bit Kiba angrily, and made a crunching sound of disapproval. 4. The kind of person who says that the grapes are sour when they can't eat them, Mayer naturally doesn't intend to take care of them. First, since you're behind and you won't have the chance, that's why you don't have a chance with this sword. Second, the shadow sword has taken a fancy to this gentleman. Even if you are the first, you will be with this sword. Missing. Besides, you who are sitting in the last row, do you have 100 million Baileys to try? The host looked at the slightly fat man. His face was not very good. He dislikes the kind of person who has no money but loves to pick things up. If there is a lot of money, why sit in the last row so that there is no way to reach the sword? Their auction house is not a coward, there are people behind them, except Tianlong people can be said to be fearless. 4. This person's provocation, naturally, there is no point of view. Wait a minute, that sword, I want it. Just as the host choked on the man under the stage and Mayer was about to go down, the door of the auction venue was suddenly kicked open, and the voice filled the audience. Looking at the sound, one could see a strong man holding a gun in his hand and the guard outside the door in the other hand, as if he was demonstrating. Standing on the stage, he could see behind him, and it seemed that he was still with people. After the strong man came in, the rest of the people followed the strong man and walked in one after another. Almost everyone had a gun in their hands, and the entrance to the big auction hall was already surrounded by water. Little boy, listen to Brother Yiya, he said provocatively, and then returned the gun to court. Looking at the brawny man under the stage, Gong Yi continued to sit in his original position. 4. This so-called robbery. There is no opinion. Hey, there's a good show to watch, right? The man sitting next to Gong Yi said, then looked at Gong Yi and smiled and said. The person who spoke was the man who had just been stared at by Gong Yi for a while. Are you watching a play? Gong Yi heard the words, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. He could hear the man's words. Man knew that Mayer was his person, and now that these people came to snatch things from Mayer, Gong Yi naturally wanted to take action. That the man was watching was exactly Gong Yi's play. But Gong Yi couldn't feel anything wrong with that person, and it seemed that he was sitting here with the mentality of watching the fun. Instead of mantises catching cicadas, the oriole is behind. Little brat, your standards for measuring people really make people sigh. When Mayer heard the strong man's words, he almost didn't laugh out loud. Since Mayer has been in the city, he was malnourished, and his current size can be said to be very petite, probably being treated as a child. But just by looking at the appearance, it seems that these people are not very powerful characters. What's wrong with calling you a brat? I've eaten more salt than you have ever eaten. Why, provoke me? The strong man said. Originally, the strong man wanted to say that Lao Su has eaten more salt than you have eaten rice, but he couldn't remember this sentence, so he had to skip it vaguely, and then said that Mayer was going to be provocative. Seeing the brawny man making trouble unreasonably and acting like a clown, Mayer was speechless, pretending that he couldn't understand what he said. If he provokes someone else's provocation first, the bandit is at this level. Then let's see how the brat beat you to tears. Meyer's eyes darkened a bit, and the smile that leaked out was also a little gloomy, and then rushed behind the strong man, slamming an elbow on the man's back. Strong man didn't react for a while, he choked after being hit, and then fell directly to the ground. The body of a strong man is not small, and it is even more ridiculous to fall like this. Not only Meyer and the audience wanted to laugh, but even the strong man's subordinates couldn't help laughing when they saw the strong man fall to the ground with his face turned upside down. 917. Painful Bandit. Strong man was ridiculed by so many people, so he couldn't keep his face down. When he stood up from the ground, his face was full of yuhi, and his resentment towards Meyer couldn't help but increase a bit. What are you laughing at? Grab a sword for Lao Su. The strong man looked at his subordinates who were trying to hold back their laughter, and when he was angry, he patted the dust on his buttocks, and his subordinates shouted. Frightened that they couldn't laugh anymore when the strong man shouted, and they all stretched out their hands to grab the sword from Gong Yi's waist. He was perfectly avoided by Gong Yi, not to mention grabbing the sword, not even touching the scabbard. It's not bad to give you a try. Gong Yi looked at everyone's eyes on his sword, couldn't help chuckling, and said. Anyway, he just got this sword, and he doesn't know how it feels, so it's not bad to try it here. Then, Meyer took the sword out of the scabbard, and after waving it a few times, shuttled through the crowd at a fast speed. After a few seconds, the bandits under the stage fell down, and only a strong man was left standing. Meyer deliberately did not directly kill them. A while, the power of this sword was also seen by everyone. Looking at the power of this sword, those who didn't grab it, or didn't have the chance to take the stage, felt a pity. But Meyer's skills were a little too strong, so that everyone did not dare to snatch it openly. This bandit can also be said to have great courage. How about it? The little brat can scare you and cry. Meyer inserted a sword into the bandit's neck. As long as he moved a little, the bandit would snap off immediately. However, this development undoubtedly frightened the bandit. He did not expect such a powerful person to hide in this auction. It's wrong, big brother, it's our fault, we shouldn't come to grab the sword and make us confused. The strong man's face was directed to the ground, and he apologized to Meyer in various ways, for fear that Meyer would be rude to him. Host, it's over to you. Meyer has nothing to say about this kind of bandit, and said to the host. Host nodded, smiled and waved to the back, signaling the people below to come over. Then, a few men came out from behind the stage, apparently the bodyguards of the auction house. Go grab that man and send it there. The host waved his hand and asked the bodyguard to do it. Bodyguard just bowed, then walked by tacitly agreed, took the bandit in Yi's hand, and then threw it aside. Let's make everyone laugh, then this auction, we will complete the end of the auction, please come to the backstage to collect the goods. After the bandit was caught, the rest of the guards also cleaned up the fallen bandit in front of the door, and after telling everyone in the audience, the yuhi curtain fell, and the lights in the auction hall turned on. The people who were quiet at first also began to chat for a while. People who know each other greet each other, and people who don't know each other casually drag people to know. Just a moment. In this auction house are basically among the best, and it is only beneficial if they are handed over. Move Adam back first, then let's go buy a wave of furniture and ingredients. Backstage, looking at the huge Adam, Gong Yi said. They can't always go shopping with such a big thing. The rest of the people also nodded their heads and had no opinion. Afterwards, a few people moved Adam up and prepared to go back. However, before they could go out, they were stopped by someone. What? Ask your name. In front of Gong Yi, and the others glanced at Gong Yi behind him and said. Gong Yi was also patted by Meyer next to him, only then did he realize that the man was talking about him. My name is Gong Yi. Although Gong Yi didn't know why, he politely replied. The man looked at Gong Yi's perfunctory greeting, neither angry nor complaining, but just smiled for unknown reasons. I don't know if it was his delusion or not, but he always felt that Gong Yi was a very interesting person. My name is Saga Yuga, and there will be an appointment in the future. The man looked at Gong Yi, smiled, then waved at Gong Yi and left. Gong Yi looked at Saga Yuga's hand to say goodbye to them, and was very interested in the tattoo on his arm. That tattoo, it's quite individual. But Gong Yi didn't take it to heart. The inexplicable words of this inexplicable person, he hugged Adam and left the auction house. After reaching dock number 49, Rayleigh asked Gong Yi and Mayer to move Adam down, and Mayer and Gong Yi did so. Next, Mayer and Riley went to work on Adam's trunk and came to take a boat. Lanying and Shachi handled the fruit and leaves, while Gong Yi squatted on the side and drew the design drawings. But he didn't know anything about the sketch of the ship, and he couldn't understand the sketch of the ship at all. Desperation, he could only draw a rough outline, using words and annotations on the side. Although he said that he could replicate Mayer's ability to build ships, after all, he was not very familiar with Mayer's power, and the things he built were naturally not as good as Mayer's. Although it is very troublesome to draw sketches, Gong Yi still chooses to continue to draw. 918. Farewell, third more. About an hour later, Mayer and Riley finished processing Adam's trunk first, followed by Blue Cherry finishing the leaves and fruit. The rest, only Gong Yi himself completed every time. As for the design of the new boat, Gong Yi is still a little bit tangled up in one place. Lanying and the others were not in a hurry, they sat aside and waited for Gong Yi to finish. Finally, after another half an hour, Gong Yi's sketch was finally finished. After Gong Yi finished designing the sketch, he handed it over to Mayer, who couldn't help twitching at the corner of his mouth when he looked at the crooked drawing. Fortunately, there is Gong Yi's text and comments next to it, otherwise he will probably make Gong Yi's lovely idea scrapped. Mayer looked at the sketches, got a general understanding, and had a serious look in his mind, and then listed the things he wanted to buy on a piece of paper. Next, the three of them will go out to buy. Originally, Gong Yi was going to split his troops into 3 lanes, but because of the Tianlong people, it can be said that the matter of splitting troops into 3 lanes was completely opposed by Mayer. Gong Yi couldn't beat Mayer, so the 3 of them acted together. Fortunately, there was nothing wrong with this purchase. 2 hours later, they all returned to dock number 49 with a lot of bubbles in their hands. Gong Yi looked at the bubbles in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately there are these bubbles in the Chambord Islands, otherwise, if I bought so many things, I don't know how many times I would have to carry them back and forth. After the 49th dock, Gong Yi burst the bubbles one by one, and the objects in the bubbles fell to the ground one by one, almost piled up into a hill. Let's get started. Gong Yi counted the things he needed, and when he confirmed it was correct, he looked at Mayer and nodded, saying that it's okay. Mayer also nodded, then looked at the sea, put his hand into the water, and began to read his skills in his mouth, and then the sea began to glow. I saw the trunk of the Adam tree, as well as furniture, food, and the fruit of the Adam tree, all flew to the sea one by one, and slowly they were assembled into a small boat. The size of this boat, I am afraid it is about to compete with that ship, but it is still smaller than that. Because Gong Yi has more requirements, the design that Gong Yi wants is only available for such a large ship. But such a big ship, only they go up and sail, it is too spacious, it seems that a lot of people will be added in the future. When the ship was fully completed, and at night, Rayleigh did not let them sail directly, but left them here for the last night, leaving tomorrow morning. This farewell, Gong Yi didn't know how long it would take him to see Rayleigh again, so he agreed to Rayleigh's request. After dinner, Gong Yi stood in front of the door, looking at the moon above, and unknowingly, he had been here for several years. Bit jerky at the beginning, he was very happy to see that everything was on track now. Gong Yi is also a little sorry for Luffy, the original male protagonist of One Piece. After all, after Gong Yi came, Gong Yi became the real male protagonist here, and Luffy would be slowly diluted. It's a pity that Luffy's One Piece dream will be cut off by him. Was in the world of Hokage, he also broke Naruto's dream, which is really ashamed. But ashamed to be ashamed, he will not let out the seat that should not be let go. Now that you have come, you can't come in vain. Naturally, you must be the same as when you were in Hokage, and become the ultimate winner. But One Piece and Hokage ninja are different after all, and the difficulty is also very different. If you want to become the ultimate winner here, it is much more difficult than in Hokage. I'm leaving tomorrow, are you still sleeping? Just when Gong Yi was tangled, they were suddenly opened, and it was Rayleigh who came out. Teacher. Speaking of leaving tomorrow, Gong Yi's heart became mixed. Unconsciously, he and Rayleigh stayed together for longer and longer, so that it was a little unacceptable to leave suddenly now. Rayleigh can also see Gong Yi's feelings. I'll see you again. I hope that when I see you next time, you and Luffy can become men on their own. Riley stroked his beard, looked at Gong Yi, and said. Gong Yi could understand Rayleigh's words. Until the next time we meet again, it will be the day of the decisive battle between him and Luffy. As the original protagonist of One Piece, the one who will have a decisive battle with Gong Yi will be Luffy 100%. But he didn't panic, although he said that Luffy's talent and ability are very strong, but he is not bad. He will work hard to surpass Luffy's bounty, surpass Luffy's fame, and surpass Luffy's strength. Teacher, we will not disappoint you until the next time we meet. Gong Yi smiled and said. Rayleigh also nodded, expressing his belief in Gong Yi's words. Don't forget what you promised me to protect Lan Ying. Rayleigh looked at Gong Yi again and said. For Gong Yi and Luffy, he is not worried, but more worried about Lan Ying. 919. Visit the ship. In this way, Gong Yi and others spent their last night at Rayleigh's house. Probably because of reluctance, I hardly slept well all night and woke up very early the next day. When Gong Yi woke up, Rayleigh, Mayor and Lan Ying were all awake and waiting for him. Originally, Gong Yi thought he was the one who couldn't sleep the most, but from the dark circles under Lan Ying and Mayor's eyes, it seemed that there were people who were more reluctant than him. After breakfast, let's go to sea. This record pointer is for you. You are about to enter the new world ahead. I will bring you a copy of 3 feet S of this kind. I hope you can find the navigator as soon as possible, otherwise in the new world inside, it's a little tricky. Rayleigh handed his record pointer to Gong Yi and said with a smile. Gong Yi nodded, thanked him, and sat down as well, began to eat dinner. This is the last time they ate together, and the next time, I don't know when it will be. After eating, Gong Yi and others packed up and got on the boat. Boy, don't forget to promise me something. Before leaving, Rayleigh shouted at Gong Yi. He couldn't even remember how many times this was the first time he had reminded Gong Yi, but he was just not at ease. After all, that was the only thing she cared about after her best friend died. Understood, teacher, I must live up to my trust. Gong Yi smiled and gave Riley a thumbs up, expressing that he would do what he said. Seeing Gong Yi's promise, Rayleigh nodded in satisfaction and waved goodbye to them. I don't know what Gong Yi will grow into. I think it will shine even more than Luffy. With just one action, he became the 12th supernova of the exception, a greater achievement than anyone else. After saying goodbye to Rayleigh and Shachi, Gong Yi drove the boat on the road. Because they don't have navigators, sailing on this great route is still a little scary. For sailing, Lan Ying knows a little bit, but only a little bit, so that they won't run amok at sea, but they won't be able to deal with emergencies. Gong Yi, I want to see this. Ship was on the right track. Lan Ying ran to Gong Yi's side, looking at the big ship, her eyes couldn't stop shining. I want to see it too, after all, I only know about it. Mayor came over and said he was curious too. Although the ship was built by Mayor, he only knew a rough idea. If he wanted to observe the ship carefully, he undoubtedly had to rely on Gong Yi. Good. Gong Yi nodded, ready to take Mayor and Lan Ying to visit the ship. Of this ship is that he has improved it from the inside of Hokage and some modern buildings. He is also a time traveler, and what he knows is naturally very advanced. First, Gong Yi led Lan Ying and Mayor into the kitchen. In the kitchen, there is a double-layer refrigerator, but because of the sea, the cooking place and the cabinets still imitate the Wanli sunshine. But the place to drink water is different, it is an improved version of the modern water dispenser. Because there is no shortage of plastic here, so he drew the water dispenser, but he didn't expect it to actually be installed. But because there are no modern plastic buckets here, the buckets on the water dispenser can only be replaced by wooden buckets, but it is also convenient to take water in this way. Lan Ying and Mayor were curious about the manufacturing principle of this water dispenser, and Gong Yi explained it to them. Lan Ying and Mayor are also very envious of Gong Yi's IQ. Gong Yi is also scratching his head in embarrassment. Anyway, there is no water dispenser at this time, so let's pretend it was designed by himself. Then, I went to the food storage room. The food storage room is in the form of a cellar. There is no sunlight to ensure a low temperature, and the saved food is spoiled. The most surprising thing is the treasure storage room and the cage. Treasure storage room, undoubtedly for storing treasures, is in the form of a modern safe, and the outside is covered with a layer of wood, so that even if they are not there, it is impossible for anyone to get the money inside. So when they get off the boat and take risks, it is also very safe. The leisure room is undoubtedly the same as Luffy's ship. There is a fish tank to store the fish, and it can also be used for appreciation. But the difference between his lounge and the Rhodes spaceship is that it can automatically catch fish. They put the most irresistible temptation for sea creatures on the upper mouth, which is very convenient to catch. Next, there's that extra large bottom cage. The cage was at the bottom of the boat, which was surprising. As soon as Mayor touched it, he was completely exhausted. Only then did he realize that the cage was originally made of Heilu stone, not just the door, even the floor, walls, and ceiling inside were all Heilushi, and there was a net with Heilushi inside. In this way, if they capture someone alive, that is, an immortal, I am afraid they won't be able to escape. The rest of the places, Gong Yi also introduced them one by one. The ship is divided into 4 tiers, each with its own characteristics. 920. Sudden shipwreck. In this way, it is understandable why this ship is so big. After all, it is a 4-story ship, so it is not surprising that it is not big. The bottom floor is a variety of storage rooms and dungeons, and the third is a place to sleep. If there are more people in the future, they can all be stuffed in the 3rd floor. The 2nd floor are various rooms, library, medical room, etc. The senior officers on the ship, such as Mayor and Lan Ying, all sleep on the 2nd floor. Before Gong Yi crossed over, his knowledge of One Piece was not 1.5 stars, so now adding together what he thinks is excellent, it can be said to be perfect. Because the boat was so big, they watched it for 20 minutes before finishing it. After reading it, a few people sat on the deck with great joy. For this ship, they can be said to be downright admirable, no matter of shape and function. This is the most perfect boat they have ever seen. By the way, Gong Yi, what's the name of our ship? After sitting down and basking in the sun for a while, Lan Ying looked at Gong Yi and asked. Such a good ship, of course, needs a perfect name. The name, the Fire. After all, the pirates are called the Fire Pirates. Gong Yi looked up at the pirate flag and said. Whenever I see this pirate flag, Gong Yi can think of Ace. It was the first and last time he had contact with Ace. His feelings for Ace were very complicated, and he couldn't tell what kind of feelings they were. He didn't know why this happened. This pirate group can be said to be the incarnation of Ace. It is his nostalgia for Ace. He hopes to continue to walk with Ace's share. Not bad, Agni. Lan Ying saw the complicated expression in Gong Yi's expression, didn't ask more, just smiled. Mayer also nodded together. Gong Yi also smiled. In this way, the three of them started to drive towards the island. They don't know where they will go next, but as long as they follow the record pointer, there should be no problem. However, just as the three of them were about to eat lunch, something bad suddenly happened. I saw that the originally clear sky turned dark for a while, and it started to rain. And the originally calm sea began to rise. Standing on the boat, one of them couldn't find their center of gravity and started to sway on the boat. What happened all of a sudden? Lanying was swaying on the boat, trying to find a way to stand still, but she was still unable to stand, so she couldn't help grabbing the pole of the sail and asked Gong Yi. I don't know why it happened all of a sudden. Gong Yi is also not clear about Lanying's question. He is completely ignorant of sailing, and even if you ask him about this kind of thing, he doesn't know. Mayer, what about you, do you know? When Gong Yi couldn't solve it on his own, he started throwing questioning glances at Mayer. Now he and Lanying don't know, the only one that can be counted on is Mayer. I don't know sailing either. Mayer leaned against the boat, trying to grab where he could be fixed, and said. At this moment, Gong Yi was really worried to a certain extent. Sure enough, they should find a navigator to take them with them in the Chambord Islands. Now I have a problem, and the 3-3C idiots can't solve it, which is really worrying. Waves. Lanying, let the boat dodge. Just when Gong Yi was not at a loss, I saw a big wave suddenly hit the other side of the sea, which made Gong Yi, who was already anxious, panic instantly, and said to Lanying. Although Lanying doesn't know much about sailing, at least she can sail, so the only person who can count on it now is Lanying. I see. Gong Yi's words, Lanying nodded and wanted to go over. However, the boat was shaking so badly that Lanying had just let go. The pole of the sail was swaying and fell to the deck. When Lanying stood up again, it was too late, and the waves were right in front of her. Quick, go to the second floor. Seeing that the waves were about to come, it was too late to control the boat to escape, so I could only go to the second floor to hide. The boat is made of Adam's tree trunk, and it is very sturdy. Naturally, there is no need to doubt its sturdiness. In addition, the hull is huge, and a wave cannot overturn the boat. So now they just have to make sure they don't get shot in the sea. After all, among the three of them, two of them are capable people. If they want to fall, then how Lanying and Mayer nodded. Then Mayer stood up, dragged the fallen Lanying, and ran to the second floor, halfway through. Also fell once. But the waves were right in front of me, and there was nothing I could do if I fell, so I jumped to the second floor with Lanying's clothes. However, Gong Yi is not so lucky. Lanying and Mayer reached the second floor, the waves came over. Gong Yi didn't have time to go in. Seeing that the waves were about to fall, Gong Yi used a little arrogance to close the door from the deck to the second floor. If seawater gets into the boat, it will be completely useless. Then the waves fell. Gong Yi, who had no time to escape, was also hit by the waves, and then became unable to breathe. 921. Scatter. Capables are hated by the sea, and Gong Yi quickly lost consciousness. Before that, he didn't know if he was still on the boat. Gong Yi. Seeing that the deck door was closed, Gong Yi did not come in. The shaking of the boat told them that the waves had come. Lanying was so frightened that she wanted to open the door and shouted. However, before she could go, she was stopped by Mayer. Don't go, the waves will sink the boat. Mayer watched Lanying want to open the door on the deck, and immediately stopped Lanying. Before he came in, he could see, Gong Yi told himself with his mouth, protect Lanying. Now facing Lanying who is going out, he can't let Lanying go out. But what about Gong Yi? Lanying saw that Mayer was going to stop her, so she couldn't be in a hurry. She pushed Mayer away to find Gong Yi. However, due to the violent shaking of the ship and the two people tearing at each other, Mayer and Lanying fell to one side and hit their heads against the wall, losing consciousness for a while. And Gong Yi over there, desperately trying to grab the deck. But he was disgusted by the sea, and soon lost consciousness and fell into the sea. He now finally understands why those who are capable are hated when they enter the sea. He felt as if countless hands were pulling him to prevent him from moving, so uncomfortable. Gradually, Gong Yi lost consciousness. Is he going to die like this? Ah! Gong Yi, who was lying on the bed, sat up in fright, thinking he was going to die. Then he looked up and looked around, touched himself, and felt as if he was still alive. But where is this? How can he not remember what happened? You woke up. Just when Gong Yi didn't. Ming So, a boy suddenly came over with a bowl of porridge in his hand and said to Gong Yi, "Who are you?" Seeing that the visitor was a stranger, Gong Yi immediately regained his vigilance and looked at the man with a frown. Seeing that Gong Yi was guarding himself like a wolf, the man smiled and said, "My name is Yu, and I am a resident of this island. When I was fishing at noon yesterday, I saw you lying down on the beach. You brought it back. First take it out. Let's drink the porridge and warm up." When the man said this, Gong Yi began to recall. Saying this, it seems that he hit a wave at sea, and was photographed off the boat by the sea, and then disappeared. "Thank you for saving me, but how long did I sleep?" Gong Yi listened to Yu's words, thanked him, and asked. "A little over a day. Now it's almost night." Yu thought for a while and said to Gong Yi. Hearing this, Gong Yi nodded, not expecting that he would have slept for so long. A while, Gong Yi, as if thinking of something, asked Yu, "Did you see a very large boat with a man and a woman on it?" "That's my partner." Afterwards, Gong Yi described the ship's features carefully, but unfortunately Yu shook his head. He didn't see it. Gong Yi nodded in disappointment. It seemed that he could only wait for them to come to him, and he was probably scattered by the waves. Afterwards, Gong Yi touched his clothes, but luckily the life card was still there, so that Mayer and Lan Ying could find him. The boat is strong enough to beat a single wave, so now it's just a matter of waiting for Mayer and Lan Ying to come over. "Thank you for saving me. I may have to disturb you during this time." Gong Yi stood up and said to Yu. Yu shook his head and said that it didn't matter, anyway. He lived alone. And the other half of Mayer and Lan Ying. Now the sea is calm, as if what just happened didn't happen. Mayer woke up earlier than Lan Ying, and when he woke up, Lan Ying was still in a coma. "Lan Ying, wake up, Lan Ying." Mayer was so frightened that she ran over and patted Lan Ying's face, for fear that something would happen to Lan Ying. Gong Yi asked him to take good care of Lan Ying. If something went wrong with Lan Ying now, he wouldn't have the face to explain to Gong Yi. Fortunately, Lan Ying didn't have anything to do, and soon woke up. Yeah. Lan Ying was shaken by Mayer, a little sober, looked at Mayer, and spoke a little weakly. "Fortunately you're fine. You scared me to death." Seeing Lan Ying wake up, Mayer was so frightened that she sat on the ground. At least she was fine. But after Lan Ying woke up, she immediately sat down, grabbed Mayer and asked, "Where's Gong Yi?" Silent when asked by Lan Ying, the waves were so big, they must have been photographed away long ago. "What about you? Talk to me." Seeing that Mayer didn't speak, Lan Ying was a little worried, and continued to hold Lan Ying and asked. Suddenly, Mayer felt like he was thinking of something, and then grabbed out a piece of paper. The paper was well in Mayer's hand, nothing happened, and it moved in one direction. Yes, this was the life card. Gong Yi's life card is still there. It looks like it's just dispersed for a short time. It's okay, we'll go find Gong Yi. The Mayor's sword life card was intact, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The life card is still fine, which proves that Gong Yi is still fine. 922. The Savior, Third More. At this moment, Gong Yi was sitting on the bed without saying a word. It's probably because I've been played by water for too long, so I still don't have the energy. However, in the next second, a woman came in from outside, and after seeing Gong Yi, the two looked at each other for a few seconds. Gong Yi could clearly see that the woman looked at her with incredible and unbelievable eyes. Palace. 1, sir. The woman pointed at Gong Yi on the bed, held a white piece of paper in her hand, lowered her head and raised her head, desperately comparing. She felt that the person on the bed was Gong Yi. Gong Yi was a little confused by the woman's words. He didn't know what was wrong. Is he so famous now? Although he was curious, Gong Yi nodded and said, I am. Ah, Mr. Gong Yi is actually here. In our small village. Come on, everyone, Mr. Gong Yi is here. Woman saw Gong Yi admitting her identity. She was immediately excited. She couldn't believe it was true. She started shouting when she went out the door, as if she saw a ghost. But to the woman's reaction, Gong Yi can be said to be stunned, completely unaware of what happened, and what the woman is going to do. Emotional Tianlong people's wanted for him has floated to another island and said that this is the Chambord Islands, and he has come back. No one answered Gong Yi's question, and in the next second, a group of people followed the woman just now and squeezed in from outside, looking at Gong Yi with admiration in their eyes. A woman came up and poked Gong Yi's face. Another woman came up and squeezed Gong Yi's hand, as if she saw some rare animal. That what do you want to do? Gong Yi was embarrassed by the crowd of women watching, and couldn't help but speak. Ah, I'm sorry, my benefactor, we were too abrupt, sorry. After Gong Yi finished speaking, the women heard the embarrassment, and immediately let go of Gong Yi, stepped back, and said. But the woman's words made Gong Yi even more unclear. So, the benefactor, he didn't seem to do anything. You admit the wrong person, benefactor. Gong Yi looked at the admiration of the women, not knowing why. It's not a bad thing to be worshipped. Gong Yi seems to be something, and somehow he has become someone's benefactor. He doesn't accept this merit. That's you, Mr. Gong Yi. Woman saw that Gong Yi didn't admit it. She immediately said. They are sure that this is Gong, and this is their benefactor, Gong Yi. Did I do anything? Seeing that the women insisted that he was their benefactor, Gong Yi had no way to shirk it, so he asked in a different way. Since he is a benefactor, he must have done something. What exactly did he do? This is something he is very curious about. Have you forgotten? You crushed the Tianlong people in the Chambord archipelago. We were about to take the entire island away to contribute to the Tianlong people, but you suddenly appeared and injured those Tianlong people. There is no time for us. It gave us a chance to escape. We have always wanted to thank you, but I didn't expect you to actually come to our island. The leading woman saw that Gong Yi was not knowing what was going on. She explained to Gong Yi seriously. Hearing this, Gong Yi nodded. It turned out to be like this, no wonder. However, Gong Yi still couldn't help but sigh. The Tianlong people are simply scum that the whole world despised. He beat the Tianlong people for himself, and he became the benefactor of so many people. By the way, can you show me the newspaper in your hand? After understanding what was going on, Gong Yi's eyes caught the newspaper in the woman's hand, and he couldn't help asking. Judging from the woman's reaction just now, it seemed that he had already been in the newspaper, so he was very curious about what was written in the newspaper. Okay, here it is. Gong Yi wanted the newspaper in her hand. The woman nodded immediately, and then handed it to Gong Yi. But Gong Yi was a little flustered by these people and wanted to say something, but he hadn't opened his mouth. He was cooking next to him, and Yu opened his mouth and said, "You guys leave first. He was shipwrecked, he just woke up and needs to be rest in peace, and it won't be too late for you to come back when he is healed." After listening to Yu's words, the women looked at each other for a while, then nodded and walked out very sensible. After the house was clean, Gong Yi sighed and said to Yu, "Thank you." Yu didn't say anything, just shook his head and said you're welcome. After all, Gong Yi scolded the Tianlong people, and he was also a big favor to him. He was very willing to take care of Gong Yi. After that, Yu continued to cook without disturbing Gong Yi. After calming down, Gong Yi unfolded the newspaper that was in the woman's hand and started to read. As expected, 2/3 of the entire newspaper was written about Gong Yi and his pirate group. Before they officially did anything, their pirate flag was photographed, and they still don't know how people knew the name of their pirate group, their fire pirate group, and everyone, were in the newspapers. 923. Surprising dinner. Although it was said that the newspaper was published a little earlier than he expected, but that's fine, they are considered a little famous. Because when Gong Yi appeared in The War on the Top, he was already very concerned, and was even thrown into the exceptional 12th supernova. So now that his pirate group has come out, naturally many people are paying attention. Just when Gong Yi was about to read the next page of the newspaper, a few brown sheets of paper fell off, which seemed to be the latest wanted notices. It's okay not to look at it, but looking at it like this, it made Gong Yi startled. Of those brown papers was his wanted notice. Not only that, but the bounty was not the original amount, but it actually jumped to 570 million at one time. This is higher than the bounty that Luffy got for 3 years out of the sea. But why his bounty is so high is understandable. He beat the Tianlong people. The Tianlong people's family is big. It is estimated that they hated him so much that they paid a lot of money to catch Gong Yi. And the reward order also said that it was only allowed to be caught alive, not to be killed, just like Sanji's wanted order. It is estimated that the Tianlong people wanted to torture him alive to death and relieve their anger, so they did not issue a death warrant, but asked to be captured alive. But wanting to capture him alive is not so simple, it is too much to think about. Afterwards, Gong Yi continued to look down. The second wanted notice also surprised him. It belonged to Meyer, and the reward was a full 320 million. Meyer is also considered an accomplice, so it is normal for the bounty to increase, but not as much as Gong Yi. And the third wanted order is the most surprising. Yes, the third wanted order belongs to Lan Ying. Lan Ying is the first time to be a pirate, and his reward amount has directly reached 100,060 million won. And the request is also captured alive. He really doesn't know why Lan Ying's bounty is so high. Could it be because of what happened to the Tianlong people in the Tianlong people's castle at that time, and the photo on the wanted notice confirmed this doubt. I saw Lan Ying in the photo, who was punching, and the person who was beaten was deliberately covered up. It seems that it was indeed photographed when Lan Ying was running wild, but no one knows how it was photographed. Probably because video telephony is a good thing. But no matter what, their entire pirate group is now famous, and the next thing to do is to find a team for their pirate group as soon as possible. But the first thing they are looking for is undoubtedly navigators, otherwise every time there is an accident like this, it is impossible to know when they will lose their lives. Dinner is ready, let's eat. Just when Gong Yi was thinking about where to find the crew, Yu's words interrupted his thoughts. Following Yu's words, the bowl in his hand began to emit fragrance. This scent has a seductive feeling, but looking at the scent, I can only see a bowl of omelette in Yu's hand. Omelette rice Gong Yi no. I haven't eaten it before, or even eat it less, but it was the first time he had seen such a delicious omelette rice. Thank you, then I'm welcome. Gong Yi took the omelette from Yu, thanked him, and prepared to eat. Looking at this unusual omelette in front of him, Gong Yi felt that his appetite instantly increased. He swallowed, and scooped it out with a spoon. However, as soon as Gong Yi's spoon touched the omelette rice, the egg skin of the omelette rice burst open, and a very fragrant soup burst out from it, pouring it on the fried rice. And the moment the egg broke, the whole room was filled with fragrance. It seemed that Gong Yi began to ask about the fragrance, that is. The taste of this soup is right. I'm starting. After Gong Yi finished speaking, a spoonful of rice full of soup poured into his mouth, and in an instant, Gong Yi was shocked. This is definitely the best and the most beautiful omelette he has ever eaten. After that, Gong Yi started to frantically send spoonfuls to his mouth like a treasure. It was delicious. After a while, a whole bowl of omelette entered Gong Yi's stomach, making him infinitely satisfied. Do you still want? Seeing that Gong Yi finished eating, Yu smiled and asked. Gong Yi shook his head. He lived here for a few days, and it was already very disturbing, and he was embarrassed to eat so much. Okay. You couldn't believe it, but nodded anyway. Is very confident in the omelette he made, and Gong Yi was the first to eat only one bowl. So in an instant, you had an idea about his own cooking skills. This was the first time he wondered if the food he cooked was not so delicious. Too bad Gong Yi doesn't. That's what he thought. A moment, Gong Yi wanted Ryu to get on his own pirate ship. It would be great to have such a good chef. Can you take me out for a walk? After Gong Yi was full, he got off the bed and saw his clothes around the stove, then he put his clothes on and asked you. 924. Raider. Hearing Gong Yi's words, the movements in Yu's hands stopped for a moment, stunned in place. Can you move with your injury? Yu looked at Gong Yi and expressed doubts. It was a little dangerous to go out for a walk just after being caught by the waves. It doesn't matter, I don't have any injuries on my body, probably because I am a capable person, so I am drowned. After a day, there should be nothing wrong. Gong Yi shook his head, indicating that he was fine, and said. Gong Yi is a person with ability, but a person with ability can't see the water, otherwise Gong Yi has a way of not being photographed. He lost his strength the moment he was touched by the water. This is more than being rejected by the sea, being disgusted by the sea, it is simply rejected by all the water. Okay, capable, then you get dressed, and I'll take you out. It happens that there is a lantern festival tonight. Yu Wenyan nodded suspiciously, looking at Gong Yi's spirit. He believed Gong Yi's words and was ready to take him out. Gong Yi nodded, and quickly got dressed. After Gong Yi was dressed, Yu also cleaned the dishes, and the two of them were ready to go out. The name of our island is Little Blue Whale, because the shape of the island is very similar to a blue whale, so everyone calls it that. Yu explained the name and origin of the island to Gong Yi, and then went out with Gong Yi. I didn't know if I didn't go out, but I was shocked when I came out. I saw that the whole street is now full of light, and there are also dots of light flying. Take a closer look, you can see that the houses in the entire street are covered with light strings. In addition, the town is already in the forest, so there are some fireflies flying around the town, so this is the reason. The town is so beautiful. Ah, it's Mr. Gong Yi. Mr. Gong Yi is out. However, before Gong Yi could even start wandering around the town, he was spotted by some joking people. They worshipped Gong Yi originally, because Gong Yi was recovering from injury. They didn't go in to besiege Gong Yi, and now Gong Yi came out by himself, which undoubtedly gave them a chance. Before giving Gong Yi a chance to react, the next second, people formed a large circle with Gong Yi as the center. Looking at the people crowded together at this moment, the whole person is not well. It seems that being famous is not a very good thing. No, there are intruders. Go to the pier. Before Gong Yi could say anything, a man panicked and shouted loudly from outside the circle. Hearing the man's words, the people in Gong Yi, who were excited, instantly fell into panic. Is it the subordinate of the Tianlong people again? Why are you still here? After listening to the man's words, Yu also began to wonder why, but he still led the way and walked towards the pier. Seeing that you were going to go over, Gong Yi was a little worried, so he also went with you behind you, and the others thought that Gong Yi was going to help them out, so they went to see it together. After arriving at the pier, I saw a man and a woman on the shore, fighting with the rest of the people, and a bunch of people lying down on the ground, obviously being knocked down. I saw the woman standing on the boat and cheering the man desperately, while the man was fighting on the ground. Obviously, the person who fainted on the ground was all his credit. The lackeys of the Tianlong people, go to hell. Although most of them were knocked down, those standing still refused to admit defeat and continued to fight with their hoes. So, I'm not the lackey of the Tianlong people. Seeing a man hitting him with a hoe again, the man was helpless and couldn't explain it clearly. He hadn't done anything yet. When he just arrived on this island, a bunch of people came to beat him for no reason, and even called him the lackey of the Tianlong people. This made him explain what to do and didn't listen. Start fighting. Tisk, Tianlong people. Seeing the man muttering about the Tianlong people, Yu's eyes also changed, staring at a man and a woman, and threw a knife and a fork away. When Gong Yi saw that Yu started to make a move, he ran over in fright and caught Yu's knife and fork. It's just a knife and fork, the strength is so great, it is undoubtedly domineering. I didn't expect that Yu would also use domineering. Don't do it, this is not the lackey of the Tianlong people, this is my partner. Gong Yi saw that Yu's eyes were even more wrong. When a knife and fork was about to be thrown out, he immediately explained. After Gong Yi's words fell, the villagers and Yu, who were about to attack, suddenly had a big question mark on their heads. Partner, why is your partner attacking my villagers? Yu frowned, still looking like an attack, alert, and asked. There is an idea in Yu's heart. Is it possible that Gong Yi has also surrendered to the Tianlong people? So, as soon as I got off the boat, a bunch of people came around us and shouted, what lackeys, and there was no chance for people to explain. We can't all cut you while standing, and I didn't exert any strength, I just passed out. Mayor's grievance for Yu's words increased a lot in an instant. They obviously didn't do anything, they were just attacked, and they were bitten back. 925. Another wave of attackers. After listening to what Mayor said, Gong Yi turned around, looking at Yu and the many villagers, and said, I believe my partner won't lie. Gong Yi is completely on the side of Mayor, and Lanying chooses to trust their partners. Although the villagers treat Gong Yi and others very well, he still chooses to trust his partners. What's the matter? After listening to Mayor and Gong Yi's words, Yu frowned slightly and asked the villager who was in the lead. We were fishing on this beach, but their big boat rushed here for no reason. I also heard them talk about Tianlong people, so I decided to catch them first and then talk about people who believed that they were Tianlong people. The villagers also explained their own experiences, and they did not seem guilty at all. Looking at the righteous appearance of both parties, it can be determined that neither one is right. It is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. We didn't have navigators on the pirate ship. We encountered a big wave. Gong Yi was photographed. We followed the life card to find it, and the navy sent by the Tianlong people to arrest us attacked. When the waves were raised, we were blown over, and the life card just pointed here. We were ready to come down and take a look, and then you guys attacked. So, our pirate group is now a thorn in the eyes of the Tianlong people. Why should we help the Tianlong people? Bully you. After listening to the villagers' words, Mayor felt that she was more wrong than Doi, so she explained the process of the whole thing, probably like this. You were attacked by the navy. Before you could say anything, Gong Yi asked. The incident of being attacked at the pier was simply ignored, especially the safety of Mayor and Lanying who met the navy. Well, but it doesn't matter, they were all killed by Lanying. Mayor nodded, then pointed to Lanying behind him and said. But after Mayor's words fell, Gong Yi's eyes were full of disbelief. Belief. Lanying had no combat power at all, and killed the entire navy in 1 second, which was a bit incredible. Mayor also helped. I just spread my medicine through the wind swirled by the sword. Gong Yi doesn't believing expression. Lanying reluctantly took out a small blue medicine bottle in her hand and said. Looking at the medicine in Lanying's hand, Gong Yi was still puzzled. What kind of medicine was this? It felt like poison. Sleeping pills. Gong Yi was puzzled. Mayor spoke before Lanying. Lanying also nodded, indicating that the answer was correct. When she was a child and made herself put in the Chambord Islands for more than 10 years, but she did not expect it to be effective, which surprised her. Then, I think this matter is a misunderstanding. My buddies are also in the newspapers. We are the most wanted criminals of the Tianlong people. Understanding the situation of Gong Yi and the others, the next thing to solve is undoubtedly about the incident at the pier. Now a wise person can basically see that this is a misunderstanding. Because Gong Yi and the others were indeed in the newspapers, I believed them once. I'm sorry, we misunderstood. Seeing that the misunderstanding was resolved, Yudu let go, and the villager who led the attack bowed to Meyer and Lanying and apologized. It's okay, we also made a mistake, it's hard to do it. Meyer didn't hold on to it, scratched his head in embarrassment, and apologized. This could be considered a reconciliation. However, the good times didn't last long, they had just reconciled, and a dark thing was about to land here in the distance. It wasn't until the black thing got close to Gong Yi and the others that they could see that it was a cannonball. Gong Yi reacted quickly, and when he saw that it was a cannonball, he jumped up instantly, punched the cannonball, and knocked the cannonball out. Hit back into the water. Discover Gong Yi, Meyer, and Blue Sakura 3. Just when everyone hadn't reacted to what was going on, there was a sudden sound of broadcasting. The source of the sound, it was a naval warship. It seemed to be the naval warship that had just hunted down Lanying and Meyer. Lanying frowned as she looked at the person who had woken up. Over the past 10 years, has the effect of the drug diminished? He woke up in less than half an hour, and it seemed that he had time to get new herbs. You go back first, if they find out that you are with us, you will be implicated. Before the Navy landed, Gong Yi said with sharp eyes. They are. Fortunately, anyway, they are all pirates, and they are not afraid of being caught by wandering around. But the villagers are different. This is their home. If something goes wrong, they have nowhere to run. Uncle Hu, take them to hide in the depths of the forest, I'll stay. Seeing that something was not right, you asked the leader just now to take everyone to evacuate. Uncle Hu was not worried about you, nodded, and then started to organize everyone to leave as soon as possible. Hey, you. Gong Yi was a little puzzled when he saw that you was standing there with no intention of leaving. 926. 100 Ghosts Resonate 3rd. 4. Gong Yi's question, you didn't answer, but you's next action made Gong Yi completely silent. I saw that a large knife and fork came out from between the knuckles of your fingers. Before Gong Yi could react to what was going on, the knife and fork in Yu's hand flew out. The knife and fork that flew out went straight to the naval brigade, not a single mistake was made, and the knife was fatal. I've been in the Navy for 3 years anyway, so this kind of chopper is nothing. After killing a few navies in an instant, you rubbed the knife and fork he had taken back, wiped the blood on it, and replied. Hearing Yu's words, Gong Yi was stunned, feeling that this little cook who cooks great and delicious is still a former Navy. And judging from his skills, he is at least at the level of a lieutenant general. This attack, the lieutenant general who once led the 3 squads, Lieutenant General Taroziu, who is known as the 100 Ghosts Resonance. One of the Marines looked at Yu's attacking technique, and a figure of a man appeared in his mind, which coincided with the current Yu, and instantly froze in place. After listening to the sailor's words, everyone's expression was incredulous. Believing, Lanying and Meyer were also incredulous. Believing. Only people with normal expressions in the audience were Gong Yi and Yu himself. It was discovered. Seeing that someone recognized him, Yu helplessly put away his knife and fork, spread out his hands, and said. You, 100 Ghosts Resonate, Taroziu. Lanying looked at Yu, her fingers trembling and pointed at Yu, her face full of disbelief. Seeing Lanying's disbelief, Yu smiled and said, I didn't expect that after so many years, someone still remembers me, ha ha ha. 2. The crowd's reaction, Yu's expression changed from helplessness to a burst of laughter that he couldn't help. So, what is the resonance of 100 ghosts? Gong Yi is not sure about their reaction. So, isn't it because he used to be in the Navy? Is it so surprising that he also killed the Admiral of the Navy? You don't know. 4. Gong Yi's reaction, Meyer couldn't believe it. As surprising that there are still people who don't know Talos. But Gong Yi didn't feel anything at all, and shook his head obediently. Biao really didn't know you. 100 Ghosts Resonate. Ghost, referring to his 36 pure silver knives and 64 pure silver forks. Meyer swallowed his saliva and started to explain to Gong Yi about 100 Ghosts' Resonance, Terasu's deeds. 100 Ghosts Resonate. This title is mainly named after the weapon in Gong Yi's hands. 100 Ghosts, referring to 36 knives and 64 forks respectively, are not only made by silver, but all his weapons are engraved with his own logo, which is a traditional character for a ghost. A long time ago, Taroziu was a new Navy and entered the Navy 3 squad. Because of his delicious cooking, he was appointed as the sous chef. But in a pirate attack, the entire 3 naval squads were almost wiped out, and even their captain, the vice admiral, was defeated. Originally everyone hoped that one of the 3 squads would be able to leave alive, so let you run away quickly. However, you didn't run away, but used the knives and forks of everyone in the kitchen as a weapon to destroy the entire pirate group by 10-10 in just 10 minutes. Even the helpless characters of their lieutenant general were defeated by you, a little cook. After returning to the naval base, Yu was promoted from the sous chef to the new captain of Navy 3 squad, Lieutenant General Taroziu. The original lieutenant general was also seriously injured and could no longer get out of bed. He took the subsidy and left the Navy team and disappeared since then. The 36 knives and 64 forks in Terasu's hands were all gifts from his master, the team's head chef, Taro's Coke, when he was promoted to lieutenant general. Because Terasu's knife and fork are very powerful, this weapon was named Baiguichi. But for some unknown reason, Taroziu left the naval base after only serving as the captain of Navy 3 squad for half a year. Before leaving, he also seriously injured a lot of lieutenant generals, which caused many navies to be unable to go out to carry out their missions normally. The night he left, the entire naval base was seriously injured, and many people lost their lives directly. Only the comrades in the 3 squads, he was not injured, and left the naval base with him. Yuna didn't know what happened that night, only that when he massacred the naval base, he didn't know why he was wailing in the naval base. His wailing sound is extremely desolate, like 100 ghosts chirping. Some people call it the resonance of 100 ghosts, and the weapon is 100 ghosts desolate. After telling what he knew, Meyer still sighed, why he was like that night, except the people in the 3 squad. No one knew about Akatsuki. It is rumored that Lieutenant General Taroziu has surrendered to the pirates. After listening to it, Gong Yi didn't sigh. Intelligent people can feel it. There is a story in it, but if there is a story, it is unknown, only you know it. 927. The Insulted Vice Admiral, 4th Update. 4. This story, you can't help but smile sarcastically. I've been away from the Navy for so long, I didn't expect that there were still people out there. After you wiped all his knives and forks, he carefully looked at the knife and fork for blood, and said helplessly. The Navy looked at you with a gloomy face, and there was some hair on the back. They always felt that in the next second, Terasu's ghosts would fall on their necks. Despite being afraid, a Navy stood up timidly, pointed his gun at you, and said, You are also a wanted person in the Navy. Hanging. The reward amount remains at 87,008,000. We're going to arrest you. Hearing the Navy's lack of momentum, you threw the cloth for wiping the knife and fork on the ground, and then just raised the knife and fork. The Navy was so frightened that his legs fell to the ground, thinking that you was going to kill him. I'm just holding up a knife and fork. You're so frightened, it's too much to arrest me. You saw that the Navy's words and actions were completely opposite, and he said it quite amusingly. When the Navy was told this by you, he instantly felt that Yuhi's face was not good. It was really a shame. But in front of his own life, his face was a shoe pad, so he didn't dare to say anything, just sat on the ground and said nothing. The small talk is over. In order to thank Xiaoyu for the omelette, we have to kick you out. At this moment, Gong Yi, who had been silent for a while, suddenly opened his mouth, and even snapped his fingers, moved his muscles and bones, and prepared to start. Gong Yi and you and the others did not intend to capture them. The Navy said, Damn, brothers, do it. Useless to say, if you want to bring Gong Yi and you back, you can only do it hard. But although the leader of the Navy said so, the rest of them had no such idea at all, and they all stood where they were, daring not to move. Do it all. What are you doing? What are you doing? Did I raise you for shit? The lieutenant general saw that no one was moving. He instantly became angry and kicked the Navy closest to him, cursing. Seeing the lieutenant general's behavior, you couldn't help laughing out loud and said lightly, "That's why I left the Navy." Gong Yi can also understand something about U.S. words. This kind of smog, stalking people's power, and things like this often happen in the Navy. Go to work in the name of so-called justice. That really does things for justice, a few. So if you have the ability to rectify all the Navy people under your sect, you can still stay in the naval headquarters. After all, as a general, you have the ability. But for you, it's different. He's just a small lieutenant general. In this Navy, there's no other way than to suffer from the dirty environment in the Navy. Leaving a naval base is also normal. But why you want to destroy the entire naval base, this is something that is unknown. Go back to your base to make a fuss, you are not welcome here. You can't stand the Navy and his subordinates anymore, and a knife and fork flew out again, just swiping right next to the vice admiral's face, leaving a not too deep blood hole, and then recovered the knife and wiped the blade, said. The vice admiral knew that he was no match for him, so he couldn't help biting Kiba and said, "Damn, just wait for me. Don't sit still, what are you waiting for, and have a meal here, hurry back and don't embarrass me." He landed on his subordinate again. Seeing this scene, Gong Yi also frowned, unable to believe it was a fact. Although he knew that the Navy was unreasonable and most of them were bullying others, he really didn't know that there was such an unqualified Navy. If it weren't for your ugly appearance, I would really suspect that you were a vice admiral who sold your looks to become a vice admiral. Gong Yi looked at the vice admiral who was about to leave and couldn't help but complain. After Gong Yi finished speaking, his subordinates laughed almost instantly, but because they were afraid of the vice admiral, they didn't laugh for too long, they just made a small, embarrassed puff. However, their laughter was all heard. What are you laughing at? You are not allowed to feed Lao Su tonight. The vice admiral glanced back at Gong Yi, only to be glared back. Due to his fear of Gong Yi and Taroziu, he couldn't fight over, so he had to use his own men to vent his anger. Speaking of which, don't you think he looks like a groundhog, the kind that digs soil? Gong Yi mocking the lieutenant general, Lan Ying also cooperated with Gong Yi to start provocation. Because they knew that no matter what they said, the vice admiral would not have the guts to kill them because they were afraid. Besides, even if they kill them, Gong Yi and the others are not necessarily afraid. Indeed, like a groundhog. Mayer nodded, and followed Lan Ying to agree. This time, Yu, who was in the back, couldn't help but laugh. Damn, we'll wait and see. The lieutenant general was so angry that he couldn't say anything, and left here in a sullen mood. 928. Have dinner together. After the Navy had all left, Yu sat on the ground, sighed, and said, "Thank you." When you left the naval base, there were countless people who troubled him, but very few people helped him, so Yu was very grateful. It doesn't matter, after all, you also saved our captain. Before Gong Yi could speak, Mayer grabbed Gong Yi and answered on his behalf. Gong Yi was not angry either, smiled and nodded. As a thank you, do you want to invite us to dinner? You made it. After Mayer finished speaking, Gong Yi blocked what Mayer was going to say next and asked. After a fight together, Gong Yi's impression of you is not so bad. It can be said that he has become a friend, and he can't help but want to continue to eat. Is no way. Who told you that the food is so delicious that after eating it once, I want to eat it a second time? Okay, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. For Gong Yi's request, Yu also did not refuse. He also likes to cook very much, and it is naturally the best thing that someone likes to cook by himself. In this way, Gong Yi, who has eaten it once, can only look forward to it, but for Meyer and Lan Ying, who have never eaten it once, it is different. A batch of curiosity exploded, so the expectations for dinner are also very high. Soon, as everyone was looking forward to it, dinner time finally came. Because Yu's house is not too big, naturally it can't accommodate so many people, and the table is not big enough, so after thinking about it, you let them come out for barbecue. They live in forests, wild vegetables, medicinal herbs, or seasonings and beasts, all of which are easy to find. When it comes to barbecue, there are naturally all kinds of ingredients. Soon, the barbecue made by you also made everyone come here involuntarily following the taste. All the villagers in the village gathered near you and them, waiting to eat together. Because everyone often eats together, and often comes to Yu's house for a meal, you are naturally very welcome, and the crowd is very lively. Besides, there is no shortage of ingredients, just a little busy. But when it comes to cleaning the ingredients, there are many people who say, "You, let me help you." Just when Yu was busy with all kinds of ignitions, he walked over and said. Yu also nodded, he was really too busy, and after that, Gongyi helped Yu to set the fire and put the meat together. Two were busy working together, a lot, and soon, a bunch of meat and vegetables were brought up. Everyone ate it with relish, and Meyer and Lanying were surprised when they ate it for the first time. The first time they have eaten such a delicious barbecue. Although I have eaten barbecue before, but I have never tasted such delicious food. Wow, Mr. Yu, how did you do it? Is there a secret recipe? It's delicious. In front of her mouth by mouth, her image of a lady was completely ruined, and her speech was a little slurred, but she couldn't help but ask Yu. This is definitely the best barbecue she has ever eaten. There is no secret recipe, but all the ingredients are made by myself. The magic is this mountain forest. Yu himself ate a skewer of grilled meat, smiled, and answered Lanying's question. Yu Yuluo, Gongyi, Meyer and Lanying were all surprised. But Lanying was surprised by Yu's skill in cooking. Meyer and Gongyi was that Yu could understand what Lanying was saying. Suddenly, the three of them looked at him in disbelief, and they looked a little helpless, and then couldn't help but laugh. Gongyi and the others, they were really funny. After an hour passed, the banquet-like dinner was over. After everyone was full, they all piled up the garbage, lay on the ground and fell asleep, and then went to sleep when they were full, so comfortable. Doesn't everyone go home to sleep? Is it okay to sleep here? Seeing that everyone was almost asleep, Lanying couldn't help but ask. It doesn't matter. On this island, we are the only residents. After drinking my wine, they often lie here and sleep soundly. Yu shook his head and told Lanying not to worry, it didn't matter. Hearing this, Lanying couldn't help but wonder why on such a big island, why only these residents, are there no other residents? Lanying could ask, Gongyi took the lead in asking Yu. Yu shook his head and said, before we came here, this island was still an uninhabited island, so the people here are almost all my friends, and occasionally there are a few people who drift over, and there is nowhere to go. Live here together. Everyone has no houses, and like me, they all live in the forest, and the huts are built to shelter from the rain. After hearing what you said, Lanying, Gongyi and Meyer all expressed their surprise. Such a fertile island was once a deserted island. If they hadn't listened to what you said, no one would have suspected that this island was an uninhabited island. However, it is a fact that this island was indeed a very dangerous and unnamed island with many beasts. 929 Sudden Disease. This is also the reason why the Tianlong people dare to unscrupulously want to occupy this place. If you insist, this place should be occupied by you at all. As long as others have the ability, this place will fall anytime, anywhere. So here, you have always been guarding. Hey, Mr. Yu, do you think about joining our pirate group? Just when you remembered what happened when he first came to this island, Meyer couldn't help but ask. After Meyer finished speaking, Gongyi and Yu were both stunned. Gongyi originally had this idea, but for some reason, he never mentioned it. Impossible. Yu shook his head, indicating that it was impossible for him to leave this island. But now that Mayer has opened his mouth, Gongyi has no need to keep hiding his thoughts and ask, why don't we do bad things? For a while, Gongyi thought that Yu was afraid of doing bad things with the pirates, so he was unwilling to agree. I understand, but this island can't be without me. If I leave, this island will fall, and everyone will have no home. We finally have a foothold. Yu's attitude of refusal is very firm, and the answer is also very reasonable. When Yu said this, Gongyi also felt that it was true. This island and all its people can live here because of Yu's constant protection. If Yu left, word spread elsewhere that the island would soon be occupied. The Tianlong people will not choose to let them go. Okay, sorry, I'm being rude. After listening to Yu's words, Mayer also knew that he had made an unreasonable request and apologized. It's all right. Yu shook his head and said it was okay. You guys should rest early, I'm going to bed too. If you don't like sleeping outside, you can go to my house. Although it's not too big, it's enough for you to sleep. Speaking, Yu yawned and said to Gongyi and the others. Gongyi shook his head and said, we're fine, we can do it here, have a good dream. Mayer and Lanying also nodded, then lay down, ready to sleep. They are all pirates sailing at sea and can adapt to various environments, so sleeping here is naturally no problem. Besides, it's not bad to sleep here. Everyone slept soundly this night, but they didn't know that the crisis was quietly approaching them. The next morning, it was not yet dawn. It was immediately called out by Yu. Gongyi, wake up, don't sleep, something happened. Gongyi desperately, his face was full of solemnity, and he could hear his anxiety from his tone. Gongyi, who was more alert to sleep, was shaken by Yu, and naturally woke up quickly. What's wrong? Gongyi sat up from the ground, yawned, and asked. Something happened, you see. There was a difference in Yu's expression. Afterwards, Gongyi looked in the direction Yuji pointed. I saw that 2/3 of the people lying on the ground were panting heavily, their faces ashen, as if someone was strangling their necks and trying to kill them. And this third, including Mayer. Seeing this picture, Gongyi lost sleep for a while, stood up immediately, walked to Mayer's side, and helped Mayer up. Mayer, what's wrong with you? Wake up. Gongyi carefully let Mayer lean into his arms and slapped Mayer's face, hoping that Mayer would wake up. However, it was of no use, and Mayer was still breathing heavily, without any response. Gongyi frowned and reached out to touch Mayer's forehead, but it wasn't hot at all. What happened, they don't know. Afterwards, Gongyi got up and touched the foreheads of the other people who had fallen, but nothing was out of the ordinary. All had the same symptoms, panting, livid, and unconscious. What's wrong? Just when Gongyi was anxious and didn't know what to do, Lanying woke up from her sleep, looked at Gongyi and Yu with dignified faces, and asked. After hearing Lanying's voice, Gongyi walked over instantly. Yes, they still have Lanying. Lanying is their ship doctor, and there will be a solution. Lanying, come and see, we just woke up and became like this, what's going on? Gongyi helped Mayer to Lanying's side and let Lanying see what was going on. Gongyi said this, Lanying was a little puzzled, but she still looked down at Mayer. But it's okay not to look at it, I was stunned for a moment when I saw it. It can be seen from Lanying's expression that things are not simple. What's going on? What happened? Lanying observed Mayer's condition, her face became a little subtle, and asked. Gongyi shook his head, expressing that he didn't know. He was also called up, and then looked at Yu, who was the first to notice. What's the matter? Lanying understood Gongyi's eyes, turned around and asked Yu. I don't know either. When I woke up, I was about to wake everyone up, but found that something was wrong with everyone. Yu shook his head, saying that he didn't know what happened. 930. Need to observe the. Lanying couldn't say a word about the situation in front of him, because he couldn't see what the symptoms were. Rather, It was the first time he had seen this kind of symptoms that he had been fine the night before, and then all became like this after a night of sleep. This disease is so strange, I need time. Lanying frowned slightly, although she said that she couldn't see what this symptom was, but she felt that she had to observe it. In the face of a new inexplicable illness, she did not dare to make judgments on her own, so she could only take the time to think and confirm the exact answer before she could be sure. But we're not sure what disease they have at all, we don't know why, or how long they can last. Especially for Lanying's words, hesitant. Although he didn't doubt Lanying's ability, they waited so long when everything was unknown. These people are in danger of dying anytime, anywhere, so how could you not worry about this? Lanying was completely speechless because you was right. But Lanying didn't want to just let it go. As a doctor, the thing that he most wanted to do was probably save people. If these people have problems because of herself, then Lanying will probably be deeply remorseful for the rest of her life. Wait, trust Lanying. Just when Lanying and you had nothing to say, Gongyi, who is taking care of Meyer, said. On the whole island who can save them is Lanying herself. If there was a doctor on this island, you wouldn't be in a hurry here. Looking at Yu's current expression, one can draw two conclusions, either there is no doctor on this island at all, or the doctor also fell on it. Fortunately, Lanying was lucky, escaped the catastrophe and did not get sick, otherwise it would be completely miserable. I see, Miss Lanying, please. Yu looked at Gongyi's firm eyes, and although he was anxious, he sighed and didn't say anything. Now, they are indeed in addition to. There is no way to wait. I'll do my best, gather them in a house first, lie down, you can't lie outside like this all the time, it may aggravate the condition. Lanying decided to let Gongyi and Yuman move to a bigger room to prevent problems. We don't have a house here, and all the rooms can only accommodate 2 or 3 people. Especially for. Lanying's words are a little embarrassing. They never mind the issue of housing, and they never thought about the issue of the house. Everyone lives separately, how can there be a house that can put down so many people? But if separated, it might be troublesome to observe. Blue Sakura was also a little overwhelmed. If everyone was separated, she would run from room to room from morning to night. It is very troublesome not to mention, and it is also a waste of time. In this case, the delay is too much, but if they are not allowed to lie on the bed and continue to lie on the ground, there will be problems. Lanying was in a dilemma for a while. If Meyer was still awake now, they wouldn't be in a dilemma here. Meyer has also fallen ill, and there is no way to build a house. Leave it to me, but, I may demolish a few of your houses, forgive me. Just when Lanying was embarrassed, Gongyi said. After Gongyi said that, Lanying also understood in an instant. Gongyi is the ability to copy the fruit, just copy Meyer's ability directly. But you didn't understand what Gongyi was going to do, and thought that Gongyi was going to demolish their house and build a new one. Although this will destroy most people's small dwellings, it is better than letting them die here, and the house can be rebuilt. Let's get started. Yu nodded and asked Gongyi to start directly. After they all woke up, he would explain the matter of the house. Good. Gongyi nodded, then patted Meyer on the body and stood up. This seems to be the first time he uses Meyer's ability, and naturally he is a bit skilled, and he is not very good at using this ability. But according to Meyer's usual explanation to himself, it seems that it can be done by imagination. Afterwards, Gongyi stretched out his hand towards the open space in front of him. In an instant, the entire forest was covered by something similar to a barrier. Naturally, Gongyi didn't know what was going on. But there is no time to think about those useless things. Gongyi closed his eyes and imagined a big house in his imagination. The appearance of the hospital appeared in his mind, and then, Gongyi's subordinates began to change. I saw that the surrounding houses were gradually demolished, and wood, quilts, pillows and everything floated here. Even the wood in the forest floated over. As if building a house out of thin air, the next second, an extra-large house appeared in front of Gong Yi and others. It looks very big from the outside, it's enough to let go of these people, but what's going on inside, for the time being, no one knows except Gong Yi. 931. Research the antidote. Looking at the big house in front of you, you felt that his eyes were about to fall out of surprise. What's going on? There's such a big house in an instant. The ability person, the ability to create. You suddenly thought that Gong Yi had said that he was a person of ability, and that he built a house so quickly, he was afraid that he would be a creator. But for you's words, Gong Yi smiled and shook his head, indicating that he was not. Then how do you, who was a little enlightened at first, was stunned when Gong Yi said this, unable to understand the situation. I am the one who replicates the fruit, and I can replicate the ability of all fruits. Meyer is the one who creates the fruit. Gong Yi looked at Yu's complicated expression, smiled, and answered Yu's question without continuing to sell off. After Gong Yi finished speaking, Yu nodded, so it was. However, the truth is not simple. Fruits that can copy other people's abilities. There are many copying fruits in this world, and there are only 3 that have been seen before. Copy other people's appearances, fruits that can copy things, and fruits that can copy dolls that exist for a short time. This is the first time I have seen the fruits of copying other people's abilities. Although this copy fruit is the same as the rest of the fruits, it has the ability to copy, but the ability is quite different. The ability to copy the fruit is almost invincible, but it is not without its shortcomings, it depends on personal comprehension. Okay, hurry up and help everyone in, and stay for a while. Be careful that your condition is more serious. Lan Ying looked at the sky speechlessly, interrupted the chat between you and Gong Yi, and said. Gong Yi and you were told by Lan Ying, and instantly realized that they had to find a way to move these people in. There were almost 100 people, and they all fell down. Even a girl in Lan Ying couldn't drag anyone. It seemed that they were going to carry them in one by one. Looking at this small group of people, Yu and Gong Yi felt really bitter tears. After a little effort by Gong Yi and Yu, everyone was finally carried into the house. Happened that Gong Yi was afraid of too many people, so he made a few more beds, and the sub-bed was just right, no more and no less. Blue Sakura, okay. Gong Yi was sitting on a bed, sweating profusely, back to back, gasping for breath, and asked. It's alright, but I want and try to treat it. You go out to collect herbs according to my description. There should be no shortage of herbs in this mountain. It's just right for Mr. Yu to take you up. Lan Ying didn't turn her head, but continued to lower her head, fiddling with the tools in her hand, began to examine everyone's body, and then said to Gong Yi. After Lan Ying finished speaking, Gong Yi vomited blood almost instantly. He had to go to collect herbs just after his busy work. Life is really sad. Let's go, please save everyone. Seeing Gong Yi's tired look, Yu frowned slightly, but for everyone's safety, Yu still pleaded with Gong Yi. Although Yu can go there himself, but he knows that the speed of one person is definitely not as fast as that of 2 people, so he still chooses to ask Gong Yi to help him. Let's go, there will be no more breaks. Seeing the worried look on Yu's face, Gong Yi sighed, knowing that he couldn't shirk, and after getting up and stretching, he said to Yu. You saw that Gong Yi cheered up and nodded, and then the 2 of them went to collect the herbs according to Lan Ying's request. After reaching the depths of the forest, Gong Yi was completely amazed. Although he did not understand herbal medicines, if such a large area of medicinal fields were sold, it would cost at least hundreds of millions of baileys. Gong Yi seemed to understand why so many people were staring at this place. Probably all came for this medicine field. Let's meet here in a moment, I'll go there to find it, you go there. Yu looked at the vigorous medicine field, pointed to the side, and said to Gong Yi. Gong Yi nodded, cooperated with Yu, and the 2 began to act separately. The herbs Lan Ying gave were not ordinary herbs, and for such a serious disease, the medicine to be used must not be simple. So Gong Yi and Yu searched for a long time in the medicine field, and after about an hour, the two met again. Gong Yi was the first to arrive, but Yu were slower to arrive, and then the two of them ran back to Lan Ying's side and handed the herbs to Lan Ying. After Lan Ying took the herbs, she handed a list of herbs to Gong Yi and Yu. Seems that it's not the end of the deal. This is Lan Ying while testing the medicine, and they are collecting medicine at the same time. It seems that this day is destined to be unstoppable. But the two of them didn't complain, silently gave Lan Ying a sigh of relief, and then continued to go out to collect herbs, just like this, one after another. From 8 a.m. to 2 p.m., Yu and Gong Yi have been running around in the medicine field and here, while Lan Ying is desperately researching the antidote in the room. When Yu and Gong Yi ran about a dozen times, Lan Ying didn't give Gong Yi and Yu Xin another list this time. This time, what appeared in front of Gong Yi and Yu was a row of potions, which seemed to be the antidote that Lan Ying had researched. 932. Ineffective treatment and uninvited guests. Yu and Gong Yi looked at the table full of medicines and breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't waste it all afternoon. Although they didn't know if the medicine would work, at least Lan Ying had a clue. These are 13 antidotes. I don't know what symptoms they have. It's the first time I've seen this kind of disease. Therefore, whether it can be cured or not can only be tried one by one, but what is certain is that even if these drugs are useless, they will still be effective. It won't do them any harm. Lan Ying looked at the 13 bottles in front of her and said. Each bottle has a different label, which is the herbal formula that Yu and Gong Yi just found. In this way, as long as the medicine works, it is good to continue to collect the medicine with the medicinal materials. Mr. Yu, find 13 people with stronger bodies to drink. Lan Ying handed the medicine to Yu and said. Because Lan Ying is not sure if this medicine is useful, but people who are not in good health drink it, it will have some effects anyway, so for the sake of safety, it is better for people with strong body to drink it. Yu nodded, took 2 bottles of medicine from Lan Ying's hands, and then gave them to 2 men one after another. From Lan Ying's hand, and then feed them to 2 men, just like this, repeat. After the 13 bottles of medicine were taken, both Yu and Gong Yi began to feel uneasy, hoping it would be useful. Whose face was still very bad after drinking the medicine, Lan Ying sighed, so that 4 medicines were crossed out. Because the 4 medicines will be effective immediately after drinking them. Since there is no effect now, the results can be imagined. The remaining 9 medicines will have results tomorrow morning. If they don't improve tomorrow morning, then... Lan Ying did not continue, because everyone knew what was going on next. After listening to Lan Ying's words, Yu nodded, but still couldn't help worrying in his heart, and said, then let's rest today, it's hard work. Because it was getting late, Yu asked them to rest. Due to the busy day and the anxiety in the heart, none of the 3 had the appetite to eat, so they simply didn't do it. Until tomorrow morning, almost every minute, every second is suffering. Go to sleep first, or you won't have the strength to collect medicine tomorrow morning. Seeing that Yu had no intention of sleeping, Lan Ying went up to persuade her. Although this is to save everyone, I am worried that I will exhaust my body, and that will not be worth the loss. Well, I see. Yu couldn't hide his worry, nodded and replied. Afterwards, he closed his eyes on a bed beside Gong Yi. Yu knew very well that he couldn't fall asleep right now, but no matter what, he still had to rest first. Even if he couldn't fall asleep, he had to close his eyes and lie down for a while. Lan Ying and Yu were in the same mood. But because the 3 of them were very tired, they didn't reach the level of staying up all night, and the 3 of them slept for 2 to 3 hours at most. The sun came up in the morning. Several people jumped up from the bed immediately and went to observe the situation beside the person who took the medicine yesterday. However, their expectations were ultimately in vain. No one's situation has improved, and it's still the same as last night. Seeing this, Lan Ying fell to the ground and couldn't help crying. She used almost all the recipes she could think of, but no one woke up, and this goes on. There is still a chance. Let's continue. Don't give up. Gong Yi looked at Lan Ying's sad look and Yu's decadent look, bit Kiba, walked to Lan Ying's side, and comforted. Although they have been busy for a day, at least these people are still alive. Since they are alive, they cannot waste time. From now on, they must continue to collect medicinal materials and dispense medicines. But Lan Ying looked at Gong Yi's trusting eyes and didn't know what to do for a while. It's been a day and nothing has changed. Can it really work? Gong Yi looked at Lan Ying, who didn't believe in himself, smiled and said, "You are the ship doctor of our fire pirates, the doctor on the ship of One Piece in the future. I believe in you." Although it was only a short sentence, it made Lan Ying feel so warm and firm again for a while. In any case, she must create an antidote. We will continue to collect medicine. Just when Gong Yi and Lan Ying were all cheered up, Yu also stood up from one side, ready to continue collecting herbs. Looking at Gong Yi and Yu, Lan Ying's confidence increased even more. He must make an antidote. However, before they started to prepare the prescription, there was a loud noise from the shore. This sound, no doubt, is that someone has come to this little blue whale again. At a critical moment, someone broke in, which made the three of them frown slightly, prepare for the battle, and walk to the shore. Sure enough, when they got near the shore, they saw 3 Navy warships parked on the shore, and the people who descended from them seemed to be still looking for something. "Don't hide, come out, waste your time." Just when Yu's knife was just shown, the leader of one of the warships said, as if he had already seen Gong Yi and the others who were hiding. 933. Come with us. 3 people who were discovered did not panic, and walked out from behind the grass very calmly. I saw the leaders of the 3 warships, namely the cowardly Lieutenant General yesterday, the Lieutenant General who discovered them, and a man who was silent on the side. Why do you still want to rob the island? Yu looked at the 3 with disdain in his voice. Looking at the cowardly Lieutenant General yesterday, he was hiding behind the Lieutenant General who discovered them at this moment, staring at them stubbornly. Looked like he wanted to kill them, but he couldn't. "No, we are here to find you too, come with me." The Lieutenant General shook his head, then pointed at Gong Yi and Yu. "He is not interested in any island, she just does things according to the above instructions. If you let us go with you, we have to go with you. You look down on yourself too much." 4. Lieutenant General's answer. Gong Yi felt like his big Kiba was about to laugh. "It's a blessing for us to summon you. It's good that we didn't kill you." Who was frightened by Gong Yi and Yu's beating was hiding behind the other Lieutenant General. His tone did not show any weakness. This made Gong Yi think of a jingle. "Society, you bro, the dog talks a lot. Never lost a fight, never won a fight." This dude used to describe the Lieutenant General and it couldn't be more perfect. "Kill me, you can try if you have that ability." As Gong Yi said that, he made an appearance as if he was going to go out to fight the Lieutenant General, so that the Lieutenant General shrank his head back for a while. Looked like a tortoise with a shrunken head, which made Gong Yi couldn't help laughing out loud. "Yongkun, you are enough, shut up if you are not ashamed." The Lieutenant General was laughed at by Gong Yi and felt that he had lost face. He wanted to continue to speak to Gong Yi, but was stopped by another Lieutenant General. Among the adults, the position of the Lieutenant General who spoke was much higher than that of Yongkun. As soon as he spoke, Yongkun naturally shut his mouth in fright and stopped talking. "Do you want this?" Seeing that Gong Yi and Yu couldn't help but be reluctant to go with him and wanted to do something, the Lieutenant General took out a bottle of potion from his arms and asked. "It's just a bottle of medicine, why do we want that person's words?" Gong Yi doesn't understand what it means. He spread his hands helplessly and said, "If there is any temptation, it doesn't matter to Gong Yi. This is no ordinary potion. The lives of all your 3 teams, but the master is above this bottle of potion." When the Lieutenant General met Gong Yi, no. He was grateful, and he just straightened Gong Yi and said to Yu. After the Lieutenant General finished speaking, Yu was stunned. It is impossible for an idiot to fail to hear these words. Isn't that just admitting that all these people are like this, and that he did it all? But Gong Yi's surprise is not just that on the medicine, there is also what the Lieutenant General said. On this island were once from the 3 teams. Gong Yi didn't see it at all, just regarded them as villagers who knew some 3-legged cat kung fu. But think about it, the small team members, who have not done any major deeds, will naturally not be recognized by others, and it is normal to be regarded as a villager. Why? Yu clenched his fists tightly, looking at the antidote in the Lieutenant General's hand. The blue veins on his forehead couldn't help bursting. It seemed that it had reached the point where he couldn't bear it. It has nothing to do with me. I am only responsible for conveying the will of the adults. If you want an antidote, just come back with us. The Lieutenant General did not answer Yu's question. In the end, why? This question has nothing to do with him. He is only responsible for doing things, and never asks why. Yu couldn't help clenching his fists, although he didn't want to go, but now there is no other way except go for a visit. We'll go with you. Gong Yi saw Yu's embarrassment and said before Yu. If you want to save everyone, you can only do this. Yu didn't object, and nodded involuntarily, willing to go together. Take me, I'm going with you. Just when Gong Yi and Yu were about to get on the boat, Lanying suddenly ran over behind him and said to the two of them. This time Gong Yi and Yu will go to the place, no doubt. The naval base. Must be very dangerous to go to the naval base. How could Lanying rest assured that Gong Yi and Yu would go there, and even left himself behind, so he asked to go together. No, you stay. Before Lanying could finish her words, Gong Yi interrupted her. Yu also nodded, agreeing with Gong Yi's decision. Why should I stay? Lanying couldn't understand why she had to stay. To have one more person to go to the naval base, and one more head to find a solution if there is a problem. What did they do when you're gone? Now only you can take care of them. Yu sighed and spoke for Gong Yi. Yu finished speaking, Lanying choked on the spot in an instant, unable to utter a single rebuttal. You're right, there are only 3 of them who can act now, and now you and Gong Yi must follow them, so the lives of more than 100 people can only be taken care of by Lanying. Don't worry, we'll be back. Knowing that Lanying was worried about them, Gong Yi smiled and said. 934. Go to the naval base. Looking at Gong Yi's promise to herself, although Lanying was still very worried, she couldn't refuse Gong Yi and Yurang's request to stay. Okay, I'll wait for you. I must bring the antidote back as soon as possible. After thinking for a while, Lanying stopped being stubborn and nodded, waiting for the good news from Gong Yi and Yu. Yu and Gong Yi also nodded, reassuring Lanying that nothing would happen to them. If something happens, it's good to see the trick. Let's go quickly after the explanation. Don't linger, Yongkun, let the 2 of them get on your boat. The Lieutenant General let Yu and Gong Yi board Yongkun's boat, and they don't know what it means. But Youngmora's eyes were full of disdain and ridicule, as if something was waiting for them next. Gong Yi and Yu were not afraid, so they followed Yongkun and boarded the boat. After the 2 got on the ship, the Navy's warship began to sail in a certain direction. They all understood that that was the direction of the naval base. Lanying still stood on the shore to say goodbye to them, hoping they would be more careful, until the little blue whale gradually disappeared into the distance. Gong Yi and Lanying withdrew their eyes and were ready to sit down on the deck. Someone, tie them up. Just after Gong Yi and Yu Gang sat down on the deck, Yongkun gestured and said to the men beside him. His subordinates didn't hesitate. They all ran to Gong Yi and Yu's side as fast as they could, put ropes on them, and wrapped them around. 20 or 30 laps, almost covering them all. Say that it is wrapped, like a zongzi. Ha 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 ha, it's in my hands. Yongkun looked at Gong Yi and Yu who were wrapped up and laughed wildly. This time I can finally be ashamed. You know, it's really boring, you say Gong Yi. Yu yawned and said. Yes, this behavior is like a toad and a frog. Gong Yi nodded and agreed. What does that mean? Especially puzzled, what is the toad sun frog and what does the toad sun frog mean? Ugly looking flower. Gong Yi smiled, but after Gong Yi finished speaking, you couldn't help laughing out loud, and the Navy soldier started snickering. Toad, frog, ugly looking flower, basically everyone knows what it means. Although they were tied up, the two people who lived there didn't mean to be afraid at all, and they kept mocking Yongkun. This made Yongkun, who was about to take revenge, suddenly get angry. Die. Yongkun took out a knife out of nowhere, and said that he was about to stab Gong Yi and Yu. However, before Yongkun ran over, the knife in his hand flew back from his hand, flew to Yu, and cut the rope on Yu's body all at once. Yu. Yongkun looked at this inexplicable situation, with a look of confusion on his face, full of bewilderment. Seeing this scene, Gong Yi frowned slightly. Even when he was on the shore, the knife and fork that Yu flew out would always fly back accurately. If Gong Yi guessed correctly, he must be someone of some kind. But what kind of fruit is that? He doesn't know. It may be the fruit of knife and knife, that kind of ability to control knife and fork. I am the power of the magnetic fruit. Using iron objects in front of me is no different from getting an axe from a class door. Yu also stopped hiding, threw the rope on his body to the ground, moved his muscles and bones, and said. Hearing this, Gong Yi nodded, that's what it was, then smiled and sat up from the ground, easily breaking the 20 or 30 layers of rope on his body. I'm the 12th supernova with a bounty of over 100 million. You want to tie me up with just a broken hemp rope. You're thinking too beautifully. Gong Yi also moved his muscles and bones, sarcastically. You. Yongkun looked at Gong Yi and Yu who were approaching them little by little, and fell into a state of fear for a while. He knew very well that he couldn't beat those two. And his subordinates also retreated to the side one by one, for fear that they would be implicated. I tell you, if you dare to touch me, Lieutenant General Ito will not let you go. Yongkun continued to retreat, but Gong Yi and Yu had no intention of stopping, so he moved out to Lieutenant General Ito. That is the Lieutenant General, Ito hero. What does that have to do with us? Gong Yi and Yu were not afraid at all, and then punched Yongkun one by one. Afterwards, the three of them scuffled together in an instant, but Yongkun was only beaten and could not fight back at all. Within 10 minutes, Yongkun was beaten, his nose bruised and his face swollen, lying on the ground dying. So, during the next voyage, there was no more noise from Yongkun, but it was quieter. After about 3 or 4 hours, they arrived at the naval base. After arriving at the naval base, some navies carried Yongkun back on stretchers because he could no longer walk by himself. When disembarking, Ito-yo glanced at young Mura without saying anything, walking ahead to lead Gong Yi and Yu on the way. Not the first time that Yongkun had embarrassed their navy, he was used to it. 935. People who want to see them. Although Ito Hiro didn't react when he saw Nagamura, Nagamura's reaction when he saw Nagamura was different. Woohoo, woohoo. Because Yongkun was so beaten by Gong Yi and Yu that he was speechless, so he could only make a whimpering sound. It's so embarrassing in the eyes of Ito Yori. Ito-yo is not stupid. Naturally he can see that young Mura wants to avenge him and solve Gong Yi and Yu. However, regarding young Mura's mentally retarded behavior, Ito Hiro chose to ignore it and said to Gong Yi and Yu, I am sorry for the poor training. It sounded like he was blaming Nagamura for being ignorant. It to the enemy is so funny, even embarrassing. It's alright, I've already trained you. Gong Yi shook his head, looking like he didn't care about the villain. Looked at Gong Yi and Ito Hiro, saw that Hiro Ito didn't mean to avenge himself at all, so he was angry. For a moment, Woo-woo became more energetic, as if he wanted to get up and settle accounts with Gong Yi, but he kept struggling on the stretcher, but he didn't get up. Annoying. Gong Yi really couldn't stand Yongkun's Woo-woo smashing 5, the movement, and angrily punched him. Yongkun, who had been whimpering all the time, was knocked unconscious in an instant, but it was a lot quieter. So, what exactly are you calling us to do? After finishing Youngnira, Gong Yi asked Ito-yo. Ito-young didn't even turn his head back, turned his back to Gong Yi, and said, "If it's not me who wants to see you, just shut up and follow me." He didn't want to answer so many questions, so he said, and didn't reply anymore. Although Gong Yi and Yu were angry, there was nothing they could do. After all, the antidote was in their hands, and if they wanted to save people, they could only follow their hair. Afterwards, Gong Yi sighed, and Yu continued to walk towards the naval base. In the naval base, most of the Navy were seriously injured. As for why, no one knows, but it looks like they were beaten. "Get out of here." Just after Gong Yi and Yu came to the depths of the base, they heard his voice before seeing him, which can be said to be very irritable. Accompanied by the voice, it was the Navy who kicked out the door. Gong Yi glanced down at the Navy who was kicked out, with injuries all over his body and his nose, bleeding. Then 2 more troops came and carried him away. Judging from the voice just now and the injured person, it is not difficult to judge that the people in the room are probably the ones who are looking for them. And that person is abusing his subordinates. Now you also understand a lot. No wonder that the Navy's warships have been greatly reduced recently, and there has not been a Team 1 to harass their lives for almost a long time, so it is. The superiors of the Navy have been abusing their subordinates, causing almost all their subordinates to be seriously injured. Naturally, no one has the ability to go out on patrol. In the face of this situation, Yu frowned slightly. After all, this was the place he managed. The current 3 squad is really appalling, but fortunately, when he left, he brought his subordinates with him. The rest of the subordinates can avoid this disaster. Ito-yu didn't react to this situation either, maybe he's used to it. However, just as Ito-yo opened the door, something flew out from inside, and it could be seen that it was a cup. Ito-yo didn't panic, just frowned, and dodged the cup with a dodge. Gong Yi and Yu avoided the cup's attack with sharp eyes, disapproving. "Sir, you have brought the person you asked for." Ito-yo brought Gong Yi and Yu to the door and bowed to the people inside. "Ah, why is it taking so long? The efficiency of doing things is too low." Sat with their backs to Gong Yi and the others, and they could clearly hear displeasure in their voices. But no matter what, Ito-hiro didn't respond at all, so it could be seen that this kind of thing was commonplace. "Retire first." Ito-yo ignored the words of the people inside, bowed and left. The people inside were not angry, but waited silently for Ito-hiro to leave. After Ito-hiro left, Yu asked, "Looking for us, what else is there?" "The antidote." "The first thing you came here was to seek an antidote." After all, if it wasn't for the antidote, he wouldn't come here to talk too much nonsense with this character. "Don't be in such a hurry, Taroziu, we meet again." Just after Yusuo asked for the antidote, the originally silent person spoke up, his tone full of sarcasm and wretchedness. Then, in Yu's confusion, the man turned around. After the man's face was completely revealed in Yu's eyes, Yu's expression changed from puzzled to surprised, and even hatred in his eyes. "Aoba." Yu clenched his fists tightly, and when he said the name of that person, he almost gnashed Kiba's teeth, in such a tone, he wished he could swallow the person in front of him. This was the first time Gong Yi saw Yu's tone of voice, and he couldn't help frowning slightly. 936. Memories. From Yu's attitude, Gong Yi can see that there is something between them. And it's no small matter. "Surprised to see me again, ha 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 ha. Killing your stupid master. I made a merit, isn't it normal to return to this position?" Aoba's expression became more and more wretched, and her words became more and more arrogant. With Aoba's increasingly arrogant premonition, Yu's anger also increased. So much that the veins on his forehead burst out. "Speaking of which, I can come back, thanks to your stupid master." Seeing Yu's angry look, Aoba was in a very good mood, and continued to insult Yu's master, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Yu and said, "Shut up." Speaking, Yu got up and jumped in front of Aoba, and was about to stab him with a knife. However, before the sword fell, Qingye said, "Kill me, your compatriots in the department will die." There is no fear in Aoba's eyes, even if the knife is in front of him, he is not afraid, and his words are still annoying. But his words were very useful, and Yu's knife stopped a centimeter in front of him. But this didn't mean that Yu didn't hate. He punched the table, squatted on the table and hated, but couldn't attack Aoba. Then, while you were still, Qingye slapped Yu in the face with a punch, knocking him down with a lot of strength, making the corners of Yu's mouth turn blue. Looking at the rampant Aoba, the past reappeared in front of Yu. 3 years ago, Yu just became the sous chef of the Navy. Together with his master, he cooked all kinds of delicious food for everyone in the third team every day. Being able to protect the people of the Navy is the life Yu always yearned for. Now that's what makes him happy. At that time, Aoba was still the leader of the 3 squads, and although his temper was also very short-tempered, it was not as serious as it is now. "You bastard, give it to me. One by one, I can't even catch a little pirate. Does I raise you to raise dogs? Ah. This is Squad 3 just came back from patrol, they failed in chasing the pirates, and after they were all defeated, they came back to report to Aoba, but they were scolded by Aoba. Although the rest of the Navy were severely scolded, they remained silent and listened to the lectures from the so-called leaders. That, Lieutenant General, it's late." The young Yu couldn't see this situation, pushed open the door of Aoba's office and interrupted their lectures. "Ha didn't see that I was busy getting out." Aoba was already angry, but someone interrupted his speech, which made him even more angry. "However, dinner won't taste good when it's cold, and I'm also afraid that the Lieutenant General will be hungry." After Yu was scolded, he was still a little frightened, but he did not flinch, and continued to say. This time, you were able to persuade Aoba successfully. After all, Aoba is delicious and lazy to cook, and also likes the food they cook, and then said, "Tisk, let you all go back this time, go back and reflect, and you are not allowed to eat tonight." Saying that, Aoba left here and went to the restaurant. When Qingye left the exit, a navy said, "Thank you, Xiaoyu, if it wasn't for you, we probably wouldn't be able to get out of this door today." 3 Navy all wiped the sweat from their foreheads. They naturally understand the punishment for failing a mission. Every time a person who fails a mission returns here, he will be beaten to death by Aoba. Fortunately, the 3 of them came back during the meal time, and Aoba, who was delicious and lazy, couldn't give up food to educate the 3 of them, which gave you a chance. "I secretly set aside your portion for dinner, and I'll send it to you when he finishes eating." You walked over to the 3 of them and said softly. The 3 nodded, but said nothing, fearing that they would be heard, but it would be miserable. At that time, they will especially be dragged down by them. About an hour later, you brought 4 bowls of food into the room of 3 people and brought them food. Because one Navy dormitory was for 4 people, and the other one didn't have food because it made Aoba unpleasant, you made some by the way. Thank you. If it weren't for you, we would be starving here sooner or later. Looking at the food in front of them, the 4 of them started to gobble down after thanking them. They were already exhausted from going out to sea and fighting pirates, and they were so hungry that they pressed their chests to their backs, and they were banned from eating. Fortunately, every time they were banned, there was someone who brought them meals, which made them feel full every time. A group of people have been living together for a long time, and the amount of food they eat has been clearly traced. This meal is made secretly, and the amount given to each person is estimated, so everyone can have enough to eat. Welcome, anyway. We are all comrades in arms and friends of the same team. You smiled and didn't mind being busy for a while. Cooking is his hobby, and it is natural to be able to help. Now Aoba's temper is getting more and more incomprehensible. A Navy sighed after eating his meal. 937. Opportunity. Since Team 3 was taken over by Aoba, their good days have almost come to an end. Not only going to sea every day, but also being grounded and forbidden to eat when the mission fails. These are not too scary. The most important thing is that Aoba is very short-tempered, and if he is in a bad mood, he will use them to vent his anger. Not beating or scolding, but still not allowed to eat. The reason is very simple. Aoba is not happy to see them. If only we could change the leader, we don't have to suffer. A navy looked at the meal on his plate and said, "Of hard life be worse than death." They are all the navy who came to protect the people, but they were treated almost inhumanly here, not to mention fighting with pirates, that is 3 meals a day, sometimes they can't guarantee it, and they have to be punished. That green leaf hit. Yeah, it would be nice to change it. You smiled and agreed. It's a pity that they are just ordinary navy, unable to resist Aoba, and can only be abused by him. Although he was incapable of resisting, it did not mean that he would be the same in the future. Thinking of this, Yu sighed. After everyone had finished dinner, they chatted with them a few words and left with the bowls and chopsticks. When he returned to the kitchen, Talos Koch, Yu's master and benefactor, was sitting at the kitchen table smoking a cigarette. Going to deliver food to them again. Keishu looked at the plate in Yu's hand, and could immediately guess what you were going to do. Yu nodded, not hiding anything from Keishu, and then began to wash the dishes. Be careful, you are the one who was caught by Qingye. Keishu sighed, but instead of stopping Yu's actions, he reminded him. Yu was brought up by Keishu. In Keishu's opinion, although Yu was not his son, he was more kissable than his son, so he naturally didn't want anything to happen to Yu. Understood, master. Yu nodded, and obediently agreed to Keishu's request. Was another silence. Keishu squeezed the cigarette butt in his hand, and asked Yu, "You, do you want to Lieutenant General?" Ah. You don't understand why Keishu asked this. If you become a Lieutenant General, maybe you can grab the 3 squads from Aoba, and they won't have to suffer. Keishu continued to explain to Yu. Yu listened to Keishu's words. Without hesitation, he nodded and said, "Of course I do. Has always been able to help everyone." Then start tomorrow. Leave aside cooking time. I will take you to practice. Surpass Aoba, it is yours. Keishu turned his head and met Yu's eyes. Hearing the words, Yu was all excited and nodded desperately, wishing to start practicing now. So, just for 1 sentence, Yu began to practice day and night. What Keishu taught him was to use the sword. But because the sword is still too heavy for Keishu, Yu can't even lift the sword and the knife. This incident made Yu sad for a while, but soon, he found a new way. He couldn't use a machete, so he used a knife and fork instead. What surprised Keishu was Yu's accuracy and strength. The first time Yu used a knife and fork to show Keishu was when he was cooking. They caught 2 cows that day and were going to slaughter and eat them. But in the process of processing, the cow broke free. Although the 2 cows were nothing to Keishu, they could solve it in 3 or 2 times. However, before he could make a move, Yu rushed over. Yu especially learned the 6-style shave and the domineering look of armed color. He used shaved and armament hockey, a knife flew out, and the cow fell to the ground. Keishu once went to check the injury of the cow, and the knife actually hit directly, and the cow died. Although it's just a cow, killing it isn't a big achievement, but for Yu, it's already quite surprising. In a week, you can get a little master shave and armament hockey. This learning ability is already amazing. Also from this moment on, Keishu's practice for Yu've changed to focus on speed and hit rate. Half a year has passed, and Yu, who is only able to cook, is now much stronger than most of the Navy. But no one knew about it. In this way, Keishu led Yu to practice day after day, year after year, and after a year, Yu finally became stronger than Keishu. Who was beaten by Keishu at first was already able to easily decipher Keishu's moves. Can beat Keishu, then you must be above Aoba. To ask why, because the 3 of the last team won was. He had the right one. He used to be an excellent vice admiral, but the years have been merciless, and his body has become worse and worse than before. Was no longer qualified for the position of lieutenant general, so after the 3 people left, a new batch of 3 squads was handed over to Aoba, and this was the beginning of the nightmare. The position of leader of 3 from Aoba, but he failed several times in succession. At that time, Keishu realized that he was really old. Qingyi is young and vigorous, but he has already half-legged into the coffin. How can he beat the underlined version of the novel? Please download Fei Lu's novel. Read the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 Playmate find 99 Novel Network. Keep this paragraph, or block the collection of IP. 938. Crisis, 3rd. Especially as a cook, naturally no one will look up to him. If you want to be promoted to lieutenant general, the only chance is to make meritorious deeds, but it is not so easy to make meritorious deeds. Therefore, although Yu's kung fu has improved, he has never had the opportunity to make meritorious deeds. Time passed by little, and soon 3 months passed, especially the progress. But this kind of silent progress, no one knows, because you can't expose it, and when Aoba knows about it, I'm afraid it will be silenced. However, after another 5 months, the opportunity finally came. Because that afternoon, the naval base was besieged by 3 pirates. I don't know what gave the 3 pirates the courage to go to the naval base to make trouble. Because Aoba, as a lieutenant general, not only does not care about his subordinates, but even abuses his subordinates, the combat power of the naval base continues to be low, and now even 3 small ones, the unknown pirates are fighting. However, damn. You looked at the bound companions and didn't know what to do. From the moment the pirates broke in, Keishu hid you. You were still young, so he escaped, but he didn't want to hide. With his ability, this promotion is a good opportunity, but after all, there are 3 pirates, it is still very difficult for him to face so many people by himself. Just when you was anxious about what to do, his eyes fell on the pile of knives and forks in the kitchen. Move, you can use these knives and forks to deal with a lot of pirates, but the risk is very high. He can't take too many knives and forks at one time, nor can he take so many knives and forks, the only limitation is the distance. It's not a close distance, he wants to get rid of all the pirates in front of the door, and when the pirates gather to catch him, he will quickly get rid of all the pirates, and then go to the final leader of the pirates. Although there are 3 pirate groups, their only advantage is that they have more than 1 person. If you want to calculate the strength, the bounty of the 3 people adds up to less than 50 million. No matter how powerful it is nothing more than. Where did you get it? Gossip. I know the internal situation of the naval base, so I dare to make a big deal. I am worried that 1 person is incompetent, so I deliberately drag a pirate group to partner up, but my mind is good. Without giving you any time to hesitate, after taking a deep breath, you moved. Afterwards, you drilled from the box at the fastest speed, and then ran to the vicinity of the knife and fork, without making any movement. Although he can defend, the crowd is still harmful to him. Thinking of this, you is still a little nervous. Usually in training, he hits scarecrows and tree trunks. This is the first time he has attacked people. Due to nervousness, you couldn't throw the first knife out for a long time. Just when you didn't know what to do, he heard the voice beside him. Yes, it was the voice of his master, Keishu. Keishu was being tied up at this moment, right near the pirates, so Keishu didn't dare to make too much movement, he could only compare his mouth. Run, don't hit hard. You could read it from Keishu's mouth, and he hoped that you could leave here. But you didn't speak, shook his head, he didn't want to run, not at all. He has to be promoted to lieutenant general, and he has to grab the management rights of the 3 squad from Aoba. Afterwards, you stopped looking at Keishu, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then put the 13 knives in his hands and flew out. Although it is said that his performance is not very good due to the tension, he still managed to solve those. The pirates guarding the door. And they are all deadly, without even giving them a chance to shout. There are still people, there are people, there are still people in the kitchen. Just when you just breathed a sigh of relief, a man's shout suddenly sounded in front of the door. This caused you to be at a loss for a moment. He didn't even know that there were people outside the door. After solving these people, there were still people who were not in sight. Afterwards, you ran to the door, but the man had already run away, as if he was going to call someone. It seems that there is no other way now, but to push hard. Keishu's arms and legs were injured, and he was inconvenient to move, so he couldn't fight with you at all. That is to say, the hope of the entire third team and the base rested on you alone. You, run quickly, be obedient, there are quite a few pirates, there are at least 400 or 500 people, you can't do it yourself. After Keishu was lifted up by you, he pushed you away. Let you face 400 or 500 pirates, how could he rest assured? Master, I won't run, for the sake of the 3 squad. You smiled, shook his head, had no plans to leave, and immediately helped Keishu to the small basement where the groceries were placed, in order to prevent Keishu from being caught. Immediately, he ignored Keishu's advice and ran out with his knife and fork in his arms. After you left, a team of pirates hurried to the kitchen. 939. The siege of more than 400 people. The pirate team entered the room cautiously, but did not see you, so they thought that you was hiding and began to search the room. Soon, the eyes of the pirates fell on the basement, and it was Keishu who was hiding in it. However, just as the pirates were about to open the basement door, someone shouted from outside, "There is another navy who has not been caught." Outside, everyone gathers. The pirate who was about to open the door heard the words, stopped his hand, sighed and said, "Tisk, not here, waste of time." Then, according to what the man said, he began to gather in front of the base gate. After the pirate left, Keishu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he was not found. But what worries him even more is that you, who is facing the 3 pirates alone, wants to go out and help you, but he has no chance at all. He can't move now, he can only cover the wound and wait here, praying that nothing will happen. And at this moment in front of the naval base, "Stinky boy, dare to kill my subordinates, I want you to look good." The captain of a pirate group looked at the group of people who fell in front of him. His forehead burst with anger, he picked up the big sword and rushed over. Shave. You chuckled, no nervousness just now, replaced by confidence, and then used a shave to easily dodge the pirate captain's attack. The pirate captain saw that his attack was dodged, he was angry and didn't want to be laughed at by so many people, so he continued to beat him. However, after a few rounds, his attacks were easily neutralized by you, effortlessly. You're done, it's my turn to point the gun. You looked at the silly and funny look of the pirate, smiled, and then stretched out his finger and pierced his heart. Almost instantly, he killed the leader of the pirate. Seeing that a leader has been killed in an instant, the rest are both scared and surprised. There would be such a powerful person in this smoky naval base, and it seemed that they were still cooks. Damn, let me serve it all together. Another pirate leader began to seep sweat on his forehead, and the people around the commander hurry up. He also directly gave it to the cowardly person beside him. In order to comfort himself, all the pirates rushed over together, thinking that more people were more powerful and could solve you. They think too much, no matter how many they are, they can't hurt a single hair of you. Contrary, they were the ones who solved a lot in one round. Originally, when you was in the kitchen, I was so panicked that I even forgot that I had learned the 6 forms. But the first time he used the 6 forms in actual combat, it was much more powerful than he thought. When you was excited, a voice came from behind, "Suffer to death." You quickly turned around and found that a knife was slashing at him, and it was too late to hide. "Iron block," you said with a quick hand and eyes, and his body became unbearably hard. When the pirate slashed down, not only did he not hurt you, but he also destroyed his own knife. After this round of battle, the spirit of the pirates was dampened even more. Looking at you, they stepped back, as if looking at the god of plague. A bunch of trash. Pirate leader saw this. He was not angry and rushed towards you, wanting to deal with you. Because you thought that this pirate might also be a vase, so he was careless. But he didn't expect that this fellow would also use domineering, and after the man stabbed, a striking wound appeared on Yu's back. His iron block didn't stop. It seems that armament hockey, the pirate leader, is not ordinary. Armed color hardening. Yu frowned slightly. The pain in his back made him a little unsteady, but he still used armament hockey, attached to the knife and arm, and started to attack the pirate leader. After a few rounds, Yu was already injured all over, but he still didn't fall down. Meaning, gun. Yu vomited a mouthful of blood, and it was already a little labored to speak, but he still used his shaving and finger guns to charge at the pirate leader. Lost his life because he didn't react for a while because his physical strength was too great. As for the other pirate leader, he had long felt that something was wrong and fled with his subordinates. Other words, the only people left now are the two bosses. Back the pain in my body and my blurred vision, I opened Shikai to kill those scumbag. After half an hour passed, this perilous war was over. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, you knew that he had won and defended this place. Keishu on the other side. You have been out for a long time, and so far there has been no movement at all, making Keishu unable to control the worry in his heart. Master, Fu. Just when Keishu wanted to go out to have a look, the door of the basement was opened, and what caught his eye was Yu, who was covered in scars. Little Yu, who was covered in injuries, and was so worried that he dragged his own hands and feet to climb up. Master, I won, remember, lock Aoba first, You could finish speaking. He fainted and fell into Keishu's arms. 940, the new Lieutenant General. When you woke up again, he didn't know what time it was. He was still vaguely aware of the situation, and then suddenly remembered something, and sat up suddenly from the bed. Hey, it hurts. However, the next second he sat up, you couldn't help gasping for breath, and his back hurt. But why it hurt, you didn't know. I saw that he was sitting on the bed with all the bandages all over his body. Then, the door opening sounded. You cautiously looked in the direction of the door, frowning slightly. You're not awake, why are you moving? The wounds are all open. The people who came in watched you wake up, and they were not happy, but besides happy, they were more blamed. At this moment, blood was oozing out of Yu's back, and it was obvious that the wound had opened again. I'm going to get a bandage, and by the way, I'll tell everyone that you're awake, and you stay there. I'll rip the wound and kill you. After the man put down the basin in his hand, he checked Yu's wound, and then prepared to go out to get a bandage. Before leaving, he did not forget to wave a fist gesture at Yuba, so frightened that Yu was overwhelmed, nodded desperately, and then sat on the bed obediently without moving. Yu didn't know how long he had slept, but he could feel that he slept a little untidy and needed to sort out his thoughts. After about 5 minutes, Yu almost cleared his mind. When he was fighting with the 3 pirates, he fainted. Xiaoyu, you finally woke up. You really want to scare you. Dias, don't mess around in the future. Just when Yu Gang was sorting out his thoughts, there was a wailing from outside. Then came a man who rushed towards him, who was also a member of the kitchen. Xiaoyu, congratulations on waking up, we miss you so much. The other person also smiled and said jokingly. Hey, get up for the old lady. After a while, the wound for you opened up, and the old lady killed you. Just when the man hugged you and rubbed against his face, the woman just came back here and smashed her fist on the man's head, training him. Got it. After the man was beaten by the woman, he let go of his grievances, he stood aside and dared not move, like a well-behaved doll who had done something wrong. Immediately, the woman began to exchange for you, and at the same time couldn't help saying, the Lieutenant General and the savior of our 3 squads have not been healed yet, so how can they mess around? After listening to her words, everyone nodded in agreement, but you didn't respond. What, Will? Yu turned his head around, staring at the smiling people in front of him with an unsure look on his face. They talking about, yes, Lieutenant General Taroziu. Just as you're not sure why, the door was opened again, and a man's voice came, saying. There was no attitude in his voice. You know that this man is his master, Talos Koksu. Master, what's the matter? When you saw Keishu, his eyes instantly lit up and he asked. Although there was no attitude in Keishu's tone, it could be seen from his expression that he was full of relief. You forgot that the 3 pirates came to attack our naval base. Keishu didn't speak, and a person beside him opened Shikai for him. It turned out that after the war with the pirates ended, Keishu dragged his inconvenient body to help everyone untie, but Aoba was the only one who didn't agree to let go. So he temporarily shut down Aoba into the cage. He was hungry for 2 whole days before he gave him something to eat, which could be regarded as revenge for him. After that, Keishu recovered from his injury, and dragged Aoba along with some members of their 3 squads to the naval base together. Afterwards, everyone reported the attack, the main reason for their failure, and used credit. However, the naval headquarters did not criticize Aoba, but only trained him to be too mean to the team members, so he was transferred to someone else. The team lost its leader. Everyone highly recommended you and got permission. In this way, Yu was promoted from a cook to a lieutenant general and became the leader of the 3 teams. Nevertheless, I always feel that Aoba has something to do with the Navy headquarters. Otherwise, how could it be possible for someone to cover up and send to other teams after committing such a big thing? It's really unfair. After the man finished speaking, the woman wrapped the bandage on Yu and said. It doesn't matter anymore, Aunt Lien, anyway. Now we're free, and we don't have to be unlucky under Aoba anymore. Yu just felt that it didn't matter, and smiled happily. He succeeded, and the dream came true too suddenly. Then let's hold a banquet tonight. Celebrate the awakening of our newly appointed Lieutenant General. I really want to eat the food prepared by the Lieutenant General. Aunt Lien nodded, and a man beside him said happily. During the few days that Yu was in a coma, they missed the dishes that you made. 941. See Aoba again. But as soon as the man finished speaking, Aunt Lien hit the man on the head with another pestle. What are you doing, Aunt Lien? The man was beaten and asked in pain. Why do you still want the Lieutenant General to cook dinner for you? Besides, his injury, he will do it himself. Aunt Lien glared at the man and said. You are now a Lieutenant General, not a cook, so naturally you don't need to cook. It's good to have 1010 in the office to handle some base matters. It's okay, I also like to cook. You are welcome. Don't have too many restraints from superiors and subordinates. They are all brothers. Yu shook his head and said that he was still willing to cook for everyone. After hearing what you said, everyone laughed, and sure enough, even if they became lieutenant generals, their Yu was still so kind. Although this kind of day was happy, it didn't last long, because after a period of time, the naval headquarters added another team, the 2 team, because the base here was weak. In the Navy are all composed of letters and numbers. The higher the number, the higher the ability of the team. Even so, there are exceptions. For example, Lieutenant General Yu of the 3rd team can enter the 1st team with his ability. But because of Aoba's relationship, the Navy headquarters didn't bother to care about Yu's abilities, so naturally they left him to Team 3 to fend for themselves at will. Moreover, even if he knew about Hungry Yu's ability, he would not necessarily arrange him to the 1st team, because Yu himself was unwilling. In Yu's eyes, only the people from Team 3 are his relatives. Long time no see, Lieutenant General Taroziu. Just when you were dissatisfied and stuffed their base with people, the voice of an extremely flat person rang in his ears. This voice was all too familiar to Yu, and when he looked up, it was exactly what he thought. It was Aoba, S. The bastard. Although Aoba called Lieutenant Yu, the voice was full of sarcasm and provocation. Why are you here? You looked at Aoba in front of him. His expression was a little more unhappy, and he was a little more vigilant, and kept a good distance from Aoba. Marshal Akainu arranged for me here, my lord. Aoba helplessly spread out his hands, looking provocative. Although you really wanted to hit him, but he didn't make a rash move, it would only add unnecessary trouble to their team, and now he can only endure it. Hee, I didn't expect that the leader of the second team of Waste would. Even the cooks of the third team can't beat the Waste would. You didn't get angry but laughed, and returned Aoba's mockery. You couldn't be more clear about Chingy's character. It was nothing more than wanting to provoke him, and then let him do it, so that UK would start an infighting. You, ha. Chingy was so stunned by you, and instantly became angry, unable to speak, and unable to do anything to you, so he could only leave here angrily. In this way, the squad and 3 squads are stationed together. But no one knows, this is the beginning of the nightmare. Now you see the bandages all over his face, but he can't hide the wretched Aoba, and he doesn't know why he is here. Squad leader, Aoba, I'm so glad you're still alive. In the confusion of Gong Yi, you said to Aoba. Gong Yi could feel that you was in a daze just now, but what was he thinking? Gong Yi didn't. No, I'm the captain of Squad 3, and he is the captain of Squad 2. In a sense, he is also my subordinate. After all, Squad 2 and Squad 3 have merged now. Aoba pointed to Ito Hiro behind him and said. Gong Yi frowned slightly. No wonder he felt that Ito Hiro was not simple just now. It turned out to be the real captain of Team 2. But why a person at the level of a lieutenant general would be pointed at by Aoba's hands, no one knows. Oh, what kind of team can you bring out? Regarding Aoba, you just felt disgusted, and had no other feelings, looking at the injured navy, you sarcastically. With Aoba's brutal treatment, I'm afraid no one would really be willing to surrender to him. Speak, be careful, otherwise your companions who are born and die may not be guaranteed. Aoba sat down on the chair, cocked Erlang's legs, and fiddled with the small bottle of potion in his hand. You naturally understood what Aoba meant. It was taking the lives of his partners and threatening him. But you still didn't know why Aoba was able to poison them successfully. If it was food, then Gong Yi, who was still standing here, and what he said, no matter what they thought, were almost untenable. Actually, I really want to know why you want to see me too. Just when you was silent, Gong Yi opened his mouth. Now Gong Yi is almost clear about the situation. He knows that Aoba and you are having a holiday, but Gong Yi still can't figure out why Aoba wants to see him. Gong Yi feels like he doesn't know Aoba, and I don't have this impression, no matter the name. Still the same. 942. Locked up, third more. After Gong Yi finished speaking, Aoba's eyes came to focus, or it could be said that he noticed Gong Yi on the side. There is news that the 12th supernova Gong Yi is on the third team's territory. It seems that this is indeed true. Aoba stood up from the chair, walked to Gong Yi's side, looked at it in various ways, and then said. Caught me here just to say this. Gong Yi's reaction to Aoba was as expected, then raised his eyebrows and asked. For Aoba, Gong Yi has no sympathy at all, not only that, but also extremely disgust, so he doesn't want to talk nonsense. So many questions, Ito, lock them both up. Aoba didn't want to talk too much nonsense with Gong Yi, and then asked Ito Hiro to take the 2 away. By the way, don't try to struggle or run away. The antidote is only here. If you don't take the antidote within 7 days, they will end up with Taraskaksu. Aoba played with the antidote in his hand, then left with a big smile, ready to go to dinner. Only you and Gong Yi remained silent. 7 days. Now there are only 5 days left. It seems that they have to figure out a solution sooner. Let's go. Just as Gong Yi and you were silent, Ito Yu grabbed the 2 by the shoulders and took them to the cage at the naval base. But as soon as they were thrown in, Gong Yi and you could feel the discomfort from their bodies, and then they reacted and couldn't help but whisper, Damn, Heilushi. Aoba has no antidote at all, find a chance to escape and kill him. Just when you and Gong Yi didn't know what to do, Ito Hiro, who was next to him, opened his mouth. But Hiro Ito's words made Gong Yi and Yudu stunned and surprised. Why do we trust you? You looked at Ito Hiro, his eyes full of vigilance. Just because that medicine is the heirloom of our family from generation to generation. The antidote has long ceased to exist. If you want to make an antidote, you must need the fruit of the Adam tree, but the Adam tree is impossible to find now, and even more so. Don't say it's the fruit, they can't be saved. Give up and kill Qingye if you want to avenge them. 4. You and Gong Yi's suspicions, Ito you didn't get angry and explain to them. When it comes to Aoba, Ito Hiro is full of obvious hatred, and it seems that there is also a story. What? No antidote. Case, Ito Hiro's words are especially close to collapse. What does it mean that there is no antidote? On the little blue whale, those used friends, all will die. Don't be excited, I have managed to make an antidote, and they will be saved. Just when his heart was rising, Gong Yi said. Gong Yi's words undoubtedly gave you a shot of reassurance, then turned around to look at Gong Yi and said, really? Yes, I got it at the auction. Gong Yi nodded, so confident that you didn't want to believe it, he could only believe it. To be honest, Gong Yi couldn't believe it when he heard that Adam could save everyone. I didn't expect that the Adam fruit and leaves that they got some time ago would come in handy so quickly. Fortunately, they photographed Adam at that time, and unexpectedly saved Mayer's life. But why are you telling us so much? Although it was said that his comrades were saved, what made you curious was the reason. Ito Hiro told them so much. Everyone has their own difficulties, for example, Taraskaksu. Ito Yo stood up and did not directly explain the reason, but only left the name of Taraskaksu. Hearing this, Yu widened his eyes. He didn't know if Gong Yi understood the meaning of this sentence, but he understood. Seemed that Hiro Ito was indeed on a united front with them. These are your handcuffs and the key to your cell. Look for opportunities to escape, and remember to be careful. There are traps set up by Aoba everywhere. Ito Hiro stopped talking to Gong Yi and the others, threw down a key, turned around and left here. Gong Yi also quickly put away the key, but fortunately, he was not seen by the guards who came over. After Ito Yo left, Gong Yi asked Yu, is there any good strategy? Let's do it by chance. Yu shook his head and said that there was nothing to do at the moment. After all, because of the sea-floor stone, they have no strength now. If they try hard, the sea-floor stone will bring them a lot of unnecessary trouble. So even if you want to get out quickly, you still need to be cautious. Well, just take a break. After listening to Yu's words, Gong Yi was not in a hurry, and after yawning, he lay down on the ground. I don't know if it's because of Hai Lu Shi, or because I haven't slept well, the current Gong Yi is. I feel very sleepy and tired and want to sleep. You didn't stop him. Just like that, the cell fell into silence for a while, and only Yu was sitting there thinking. 943. Accidental Interloper. When Gong Yi woke up again, it was because of the noise from outside and Yu's voice. Hey, wake up, don't sleep, something happened. Yu patted Gong Yi's face and said to Gong Yi. Gong Yi was a little sober after being photographed, frowned slightly, stood up and asked, what's wrong? It seems that someone broke in, it doesn't seem to be easy. Yu looked at the chaos outside and speculated. The current naval base is really not peaceful. Gong Yi shrugged helplessly. Our naval base is so easy to break into now. Yu suddenly thought of something and turned his head to look at Gong Yi. Gong Yi was a little flustered by Yu's stare, shuddered, and said, what are you doing? Don't make a bad idea. What are you thinking? Don't you think this is a good opportunity? Yu gave Gong Yi a blank look, thinking too much. She just felt that the timing was very good. Since someone broke in, there must be chaos in the naval base, so it should be very suitable to run now. It can't be fake. It's Gong Yi originally thought it was a trap, but when one small shell was thrown in front of their cell and exploded, Gong Yi couldn't speak anymore. How could this be fake? Throwing cannonballs here. Aoba would be so stupid that it was impossible to do so. But now, they can't even use the keys, because the cage in front of them has been blown to pieces. Let's go, the sooner the better. Although he didn't know what was going on, Gong Yi used the key to undo the halushi handcuffs on his hands, and he started to run out. After exiting the underground cell, as expected, there was a smog outside, and artillery shells were constantly flying over, causing them to be at a loss. There's a pirate ship outside. Where's the turret? What are you firing for? Another shell fell, and the Navy shouted angrily at the fort next to it. The pirate ship was blatantly standing outside. Why the fort is not attacking? No, our cannonballs are gone, and so are the bullets, all gone. There are not 3 cannons yet. 3. After being scolded for a while, the man in the fort also felt aggrieved and said in a panic. As soon as the pirate ship came in, they wanted to attack, but no matter how they looked, they couldn't find the shells. The rest have gone downstairs to find ammo, but will be back so soon. His words undoubtedly made the rest of the Navy curse themselves, but there was no way they could escape, and the next shell might hit them. But hearing Hai's words on the fort gave Gong Yi a bold idea, but he wasn't sure if the idea was right or wrong. The next voices confirmed their thoughts. Gong Yi, Mr. Yu, here we come. You, brat. Following the voice of the voice, both Yu and Gong Yi were stunned. I saw Gong Yi and their pirate ship, the Agni, driving 3 cannons and a bunch of cannonballs. Several uncles were desperately firing cannonballs. The rest of the people are waving their hands to Gong Yi and Yu. These people the sick friends of Yu, Lanying and Mayer. It seems that Lanying has successfully developed an antidote, as expected of their ship doctor, very powerful. Stinky boy, and Mr. Gong Yi, get on the boat, we're here to rescue you. Just when Yu and Gong Yi were happy, Aunt Lien on the boat smiled and said. Gong Yi and Yu didn't hesitate, ran over without saying a word, jumped on the boat and prepared to leave together. However, to Gong Yi and Yu's surprise, they didn't see Aoba, and there was only one Ito hero who was scrambling below. Gong Yi could feel that Ito hero's eyes had changed, and his mouth shape said, take care. Looking at Ito Yang, who was thinking of them, Gong Yi also smirked, but his words made Ito Yang stunned. Ito Yang didn't say anything, but was moved, and then nodded, expressing his agreement to what Gong Yi said. The Agni then left the naval base. Aunt Lien, how did you find us? After leaving the naval base, you looked at the companions on the ship and couldn't help asking curiously. Little Blue Whale is not too close to here, and the Little Blue Whale is not an island, the recording pointer is useless at all, and it is almost impossible to find this place. It's our life card. Before Aunt Lien could speak, Gong Yi took out the life card in his clothes and replied. Although he said he didn't know what was going on, he knew it after thinking about it. And Mayor to come here is this life card. Yes, Mayor's piece has been left on the island, so that we can go back along the life card, pressed under the stone, and not afraid that it will run away. Lanying echoed Gong Yi's words, indicating that Gong Yi was right. Afterwards, he also placed the life card in his hand. The 2 life cards were still there. Move closer together. At this moment, Gong Yi is very grateful to Rayleigh for the life card that he made for him, which is really useful. 944. The solution must be solved. After getting on the boat, seeing the safe and sound companions, you breathe a sigh of relief, but it didn't take long for his face to become dignified again. Aunt Lien, I want to avenge the master. You interrupted the chatter and laughter over there and said to Aunt Lien. When Aunt Lien heard this, the smile on her face just now disappeared, replaced by a complicated expression. You, think about it clearly, the current Aoba is not so easy to solve, and may be targeted by the people behind him. Aunt Lien walked to Yu's side, looked at Yu's anxious eyes, and said. Yu nodded, and after mulling over it again and again, he said, no one can guarantee that today's matter will be the last time. The matter that should be solved will always be solved. Hey, stinky boy, Aunt Lien supports you behind your back. Seeing that you didn't intend to retreat at all, Aunt Lien knew that you had decided to go this time. No one can change this kid's decision, but it's okay, let him go and break it, entangled in his heart for many years. Since we want to solve it, then take us with you. Just after you and Aunt Lien made a decision, Gong Yi walked up to you and said. You frowned slightly, not knowing what Gong Yi meant, but in the final analysis, he still didn't want to involve Gong Yi, and then said, our affairs, we can solve it ourselves. Your words, Gong Yi also understands, it's nothing more than. I don't want to cause trouble for myself. But Gong Yi wasn't about to budge. Who said it's just your business? Aoba, that old immortal, attacked Meyer, this revenge, it's impossible not to retaliate. Gong Yi refuted what you meant, then smiled and said. You boo you, even so, you can feel that what Gong Yi thinks in his heart is more of wanting to help him. Although they had already tried Aoba's three-legged cat kung fu, and knew that Aoba wasn't very powerful and could get down on the ground with just 3 or 2 strokes, you still secretly accepted Gong Yi's kindness. Then let's act together. Goal, destroy the naval base and bring down Aoba. After hesitating, you made a decision and acted with Gong Yi and others. But Aunt Lien and the others were left behind by you, with only a few former elites of the 3 squad. Aunt Lien and the others who were left behind were here to take care of the boat and not be dragged away. After all, this is still near the naval base. When someone will come to drag their boat, this is Gong Yi's new boat, how could it be cheap for others? Then let's go back and decide everything. Things, and grudges. Gong Yi stood on the bow, chuckled lightly, and then got ready to go. Because Meyer was there, they were not worried that there would be no boats on the way back and forth, but that the nearby trees would suffer a little. Before leaving, Lan Ying gave her life card to Aunt Lien, so that they could come back here again following the life card. Once everything is over, Old Man Keishu will be able to feel at ease underground. Seeing Yu Hu was about to leave, Aunt Lien smiled gratified. Yu Wenyan gave Aunt Lien a big smile, and then jumped on the boat that Meyer had temporarily built, and the group began to return to the naval base. As for how to go back, I would like to thank Ito Hiro. Before they left the naval base, Otoyo's permanent pointer was stolen from Itoyo. It is the credit of Yu's magnetic fruit. After all, the needle above the recording pointer is also iron. In this way, the group returned to the naval base in a dusty manner. Gong Yi and the others arrived at the naval base. The base was still full of messes. Naturally, it was Meyer's work. Those 3 cannons caused a lot of damage to the naval base. Thinking of this, Gong Yi can't help but snicker. The feeling of being blown up by his own cannon must be very intriguing. Gong Yi, Taroziu, they're back again. The battery is ready. Everyone who can move is here. Quick. Again, Taroziu and Gong Yi broke into the base again. Just when Gong Yi, Yu and the others stepped into the naval base, the quiet naval base exploded for a while. It's as if Gong Yi is a one-time bomb that will die when touched. Even the person who couldn't run because of the serious injury just now jumped up from the ground like a corpse, rolling and crawling to the base. After a while, those who were still able to move in the base gathered in front of the door. It's so fast. Where is Aoba? Let him get out. You couldn't help but complained about the Navy's desire to survive, then returned to a serious look and asked the Navy. But everyone kept their mouths shut and didn't say anything, as if it was some kind of big secret, and it would be rotten to say it. Even so, the Navy couldn't help but feel the fear in their hearts. After all, the people standing in front of them were not ordinary pirates. 945. Unexpected arrival. Looking at those who were afraid but couldn't say anything, Gong Yi frowned slightly. If he guessed correctly, Aoba should often abuse these people. Why is he still protecting Aoba now? If you want to deal with Aoba, pass me first, puff. Just when the 2 sides were deadlocked, a strong man suddenly appeared from the side. The 3 scars on the man's face, and the bald head, added a bit of a vicious impression to him. But after his whole life fell, Gong Yi couldn't help laughing. Poochie, ha 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 ha. Lan Ying, Mayor, and you couldn't hold back either, covering their mouths and snickering, but not as hard as Gong Yi's smile. They didn't laugh on purpose, but well, the contrast in this man's image was so cute that they couldn't help but want to laugh. A brawny man twice the size of Gong Yi, he even spoke with a suffix, and the suffix was nothing but puff. What are you laughing at? Puff chirp. I'll kill you all, puff chirp. The man saw that he was being laughed at. Yuhi's face was unremarkable, and he swung the meteor hammer in his hand and smashed it at Gong Yi and the others. Seeing this strong man get angry is so funny, and it made Gong Yi feel a little funny, but he was still not careless, and everyone avoided the attack with ease. Lan Ying is no exception. Although he is only a ship doctor, it does not mean that he has no fighting power at all. After all, he has survived under the hands of Tianlong people for more than 10 years. This big man is quite good. Gong Yi, he will be handed over to me. You go up first, and then I will go to you after I finish dealing with him. After dodging the big man's attack, Mayor pulled the phantom from his waist and said. Gong Yi looked at Mayer's hot-blooded expression and smiled, knowing that Mayor wanted to fight this big man. He didn't stop him, just left the sentence, be careful. Afterwards, Gong Yi continued to go up with Lan Ying and Yu. They didn't know where Aoba was now, maybe they knew they were coming and they had already hidden. Even so, they had to pull the green leaves out, and they had to dig 3 feet out of the ground to make a good calculation. Stop, don't even think about running. Big man saw that Gong Yi and the others were about to run away. He instantly grabbed his meteor hammer and tried to smash it. Yu reacted the quickest, feeling the nuisance behind him, and said to Gong Yi and Lan Ying, be careful. But before they could dodge, Mei jumped over from one side, and the big man's meteor hammer bounced off, saying, you all go, leave it to me here. Seeing this, Gong Yi's expression became serious, nodded, and then continued to run up. Your opponent is me. If you want to pass, then fight with me. Mayor stopped and said. Afterwards, Mayor took the sword in his hand and prepared for battle. Damn Puff, then I'll kill you Puff first. After the big man was repeatedly stopped by Meyer, he was so angry that it seemed impossible to go up, so he could only solve Meyer here. But the big man didn't panic, anyway. There are still their people on it. On the other side, you and the others. The back of Qingye is not simple. It is estimated that he has something to do with the Tianlong people, so to solve Qingye, we still need to be careful about the forces behind him. Just as he continued to run to the 2nd floor, Yu thought about his own judgment about Aoba, and then came to a conclusion and said to Gong Yi. Hearing that, Gong Yi doesn't. Language, it seems that in this world of pirates, the prosperity of the family is also an important thing. But about the forces behind, Gong Yi silently shut up. He is a person who came in from the outside, and there is really nothing behind him, and he can only support himself if he survives. Although he didn't know if he had any family in this world, but even if he did, it would be something he didn't know existed. However, when a few people just arrived on the 2nd floor, they started to look for the 2nd floor separately to see if there was any Aoba's figure. After all, their target this time is Aoba, and it is useless to waste too much time. However, when they just opened the door of the first room, they could clearly hear the screams from Lan Ying over there. The voice is not generally loud, and it seems that something must have happened. Gong Yi and the others screamed badly, and then rushed over in the direction of the voice. When they saw Lan Ying, they saw Lan Ying covering her eyes and sitting in front of the door. What's the matter? Seeing this, Gong Yi ran over immediately, lifted Lan Ying up, and asked. Afterwards, Lan Ying didn't speak, just pointed inside with Yuhi's face. However, when they saw it, everyone was silent, only to see a man lying in a bathtub taking a bath, with his legs spread apart, as if he was still sleeping. Looking at the giant standing upright, Gong Yi fell silent, coughed slightly embarrassedly, and muttered, "It's not suitable for children, it's not suitable for children." 946. Continued to move forward. However, Lan Ying's big movement had indeed successfully woken the sleeping man. When the man saw someone breaking in, he didn't care about the embarrassment that he was not wearing anything, yawned, jumped out of the tub, and stood outside, looking at Gong Yi and the others. "Ha, the intruder, it's the first time we met, I'm going to punch Luo." Man yawned, then stretched and said to Gong Yi and others. Quote. 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 Three of them were speechless, knowing that you were naked. "Where is Aoba?" Gong Yi no. Wanting to talk to the same person as pervert in front of him, he went straight into the subject and asked him. Quan Luo stood there and looked around, but did not answer Gong Yi's question. Not only did he not answer Gong Yi's question, he also looked to the other side and ran directly over. Quote. Gong Yi was speechless again. What kind of weird time-consuming? Found it. Just when Gong Yi was about to speak, Quan Luo suddenly said happily twice, then picked up a fat piece from the ground, and after putting it on, it was barely enough for people to watch. After putting on the fat times, Quan Luo stood back in front of Gong Yi and the others again and said, "Since you can come up, it means that Pochu has been defeated no matter what. So many, all in all, if you want to find Aoba, you need to beat me first." Yu and Gong Yi frowned slightly. It seemed that they were reluctant to tell Aoba's whereabouts. As for that puff, it should be that. The contrasting cute man who was in full swing with Mayor downstairs. Fitting powder. Just when Gong Yi hadn't opened his mouth to say anything, Quan Luo had already started to prepare for action. I saw a pile of powder suddenly secreted from his body, making people feel a little disgusting. After all, the crotch is also coming out of powder. Attractive. When you saw the pile flying over, his hands quickly attracted a relatively large iron plate, and then blocked in front of the three people, successfully dodging one shave. However, it was not as simple as Gong Yi and others thought, and before they could react, Quan Luo appeared behind them. Gong Yi screamed badly, but avoided it. Fixing powder. Quan Luo's body burst into powder again. Both Yu and Gong Yi were hit, and they were frozen in place, unable to move. But Lan Ying reacted quickly and hid to the side without being immobilized. What monster? Lan Ying looked at Quan Luo in front of him, and understood that his ability was probably an ability person, but he didn't know what kind of ability he was, so he could only use monsters instead. Below is the person who can fix the fruit. As you can see, the powder can fix the body. Quan Luo understood Lan Ying's question, and did not hide it. He told the truth directly. Anyway, it doesn't matter, they don't have an antidote for talcum powder. Even if there is, he can release the powder indefinitely, and how long can the antidote last? Tisk. Lan Ying was speechless, then dodged Quan Luo and jumped to Gong Yi and Yu's side. A bottle of powder was sprinkled on their bodies. The moment the powder fell on Gong Yi and Yu, the two of them could feel that they were able to move, and then they moved a little, and sure enough, the immobilization was lifted. I'm here to deal with him. You go up first. The antidote is limited, no time wasted with him. Lan Ying stood in front of Yu and Gong Yi and said. But, can you do it yourself? Gong Yi heard the words. His face was dignified, and he did not agree with Lan Ying's request at all. He was able to let Mayor deal with Puchu himself because everyone's ability was obvious to everyone, so he was at least relieved to keep him. But Lan Ying is different. Lan Ying is not suitable for fighting, all he knows is healing. Lan Ying understood that Gong Yi was worried about herself, smiled and took out a dozen small bottles from her arms and put them in her hands, and said to Gong Yi, don't underestimate the doctor's fighting power. Gong Yi looked at the pile of unknown powder objects in Lan Ying's hand, and knew that Lan Ying was going to use medicine for medicine. But Gong Yi was still worried. It was the Navy, the 6th form Grandmaster, and Lan Ying's punching skills were not comparable. Okay, don't worry. If you have time to worry about me, you might as well solve Aoba quickly and come down to help me. Gong Yi were still not leaving. Lanying reluctantly walked over to the two of them and pushed them out one by one. Captain, aren't we partners? Trust me once. Lanying stood in front of the door, preventing Gong Yi and Yu from entering, smiled at Gong Yi, and said. Gong Yi was stunned, then made a decision, then nodded, and said to Yu, leave this to her, let's go. Although Yu was a little hesitant, he still chose to trust Gong Yi and Lanying. The two smiled at each other and started running upstairs. Damn, come back. Quan Luo wanted to go out to stop him, but he was stopped by Lanying. Lanying stood in front of Quan Luo, put away the medicine, and said, think about it and beat me. She will not let Gong Yi down. No matter what, she will definitely stop this guy from making trouble. 947. One-sided abuse. Quan Luo looked at Lanying who was standing in front of him and bit Kiba angrily. It seemed that Pu Chu should have been stopped like this. I have to say, these little devils are really cunning. Fight me, do you think you can beat me? Seeing that Lanying refused to make room for himself, Quan Luo sighed. He had no choice but to deal with Lanying first. Lanying got ready for battle and said, let's give it a try. Well, why didn't you marry me? How about being my 12th wife? Just after Lanying thought that Quan Luo was going to attack, Quan Luo's words made Lanying dumbfounded. Quote. What a sudden change in the style of the painting. There was a fight just now, and now the proposal is full of hearts and hearts. Disgusting, who wants to marry you? Lanying looked at Quan Luo, who was about to kiss her with a heart full of heart, and directly punched him, feeling that she was about to spit out the meal the night before. Returning the 12th wife, let us go to his spring and autumn dream. Stinky woman, wait for Lao Su to solve you first before taking you back. That was punched by the punch was not full of anger, and the peach heart in his eyes disappeared completely. Afterwards, Quan Luo once again released the body setting powder, and even used a shave. Almost instantly, the whole room was covered with the body setting powder. Although Lanying quickly poured a bottle of antidote on her body, Naihe was still frozen. How come women are fighting with you? You're too tender. How long can a small bottle of antidote last? But I still have to admire you, there is still an antidote. Quan Luo stood there, his eyes full of ridicule. Fighting with him is simply over the top. The old cow eats the tender grass, bah. The provoked Lanying, although she couldn't move her body, she could still speak, and the fierce Sun Juan Luo spoke. Suddenly, Quan Luo's face almost changed several colors. But what Lanying said is right. Lanying is only 18 years old now, and Quan Luo, at least 40, is indeed an old cow eating young grass. The first 11 wives, it is estimated that they can also be tied home. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. There was a killing intent in Quan Luo. He is usually full of narcissism, how can he endure being insulted like this? Anyway, there are so many beautiful women, and this one is not bad. It is better to kill it. However, when Quan Luo was close to Lanying, Lanying suddenly moved, and a bottle of medicinal powder was sprinkled on him. Damn, how can you still move? The sneak attacked Quan Luo instantly returned to the spot, slapped the powder on his body, hoping to escape, but he still got hit. Afterwards, Quan Luo felt itchy all over his body, so he simply rolled on the ground, eager to reduce some uncomfortable feelings. Homemade tickle powder. How about your body setting powder? There is a time limit. Coincidentally, my antidote is to speed up blood circulation, so that the effect of this medicine will end as soon as possible. Lanying smiled and squatted beside Quan Luo, playing with the antidote with only half a bottle left, and said, this kind of powder, which he originally used to force blood poisoning, didn't come in handy now. Just used a bottle for Gong Yi and Yu. She used half of the bottle herself, and now there is half a bottle left. On the other side, Mayor and Pu Chu. This uncle will make you pay for your actions, Po Chu. Pu Chia's tone of voice still has a contrast that makes people laugh. Although it was said that Meyer would pay the price, but when he said it, it made people look like a child was being teased and became angry. Then stop talking nonsense and make people laugh. After Meyer had laughed enough, he stopped laughing, but tickled at Poochu. Hand, said. Now Meyer is very hopeful that Poochu can shut up and fight, because he is so funny that he can't help but laugh. Look at the trick. Pookai raised his meteor hammer and threw it towards Meyer once. Meyer was not in a hurry, raised his sword to catch Poochia's meteor hammer, and shot the hammer back. After that, Meyer looked down at the shadow sword. There seemed to be no scars, and he breathed a sigh of relief. That is naturally formed, it shouldn't break so easily. Meyer is not worried about anything, just afraid that this sword will break. After all, he is quite comfortable with it, and it's good or bad. It is also a famous knife that cost 100 million Bailey in exchange. That sword, Phantom Puff. After his meteor hammer was bounced back, Poochu carefully observed the sword in Meyer's hand. It was a ghost. Give me your sword, Poochu. Poochu was very interested in that sword, so he directly asked for it cheekily. However, Poochie's words left Meyer speechless, and said, if you want me, I'll give you a victory and talk about it. Meyer didn't mean to give him the sword at all, not only that, but also spit in disgust and provocatively said. Seeing that Meyer didn't want to give the sword to himself, Yuhi, the gorilla, rushed towards Meyer almost instantly, and he was bound to win over Meyer and get the phantom. 948. Aoba with bad intentions. While Gongyi and Yu went upstairs, Yu also had mixed feelings in his heart. Master, I will take revenge for you. When Aoba came to Squad 3 again and became the captain of Squad 2, Yu looked at him, and he was full of scrutiny and vigilance. After all, Aoba's heart, especially Clearly, was deprived of the squad leader. Even though he was given a better squad, Aoba would definitely take revenge on them. Thinking of this, you can't help but feel some pressure. Although he said that he was not afraid of what Aoba would do, it would be good to see the tricks, but his friends were not. Maybe in the next second, there will be some excuses that Aoba used to deal with his comrades. After all, this will not work. Qingye didn't make any movement after a week. Yu's eyes were still vigilant. The so-called one mountain cannot tolerate two tigers, and it is impossible to tolerate Qingye. So on the 8th day that Aoba came here, Yu found an opportunity to return to the naval headquarters. Marshal, I demand that Squad 2 be evacuated from our base. Yu came to Akainu and told Akainu what he thought, hoping that Akainu could arrange Aoba back. But Akainu didn't speak, and it could be seen from his expression that he tacitly refused Yu's request. Where's their 2 base? The big deal is that our 3 team can evacuate. Seeing that Akainu didn't look moved at all, Yu bit Kiba and said. As long as the 3 teams can get rid of Aoba completely, even if they change bases, she is willing. The Navy is always going to set up a new squad. The base of Squad 2 has already been given to recruits. You can go back. There is no discussion. Akainu bluntly refused Yu's request. As for why, you don't know, and don't want to know. After his request was denied, Yu became angry, but the other party was his superior. Yu also couldn't do anything, and left the naval headquarters angrily. NT get rid of Aoba, but he saw that Aoba would act sooner or later. This was one thing he did to confirm. Lord Lieutenant General, it's not good to go to office hours without permission. When you just returned to the base, he was provoked by Aoba standing in front of the office door. Yu glared at Aoba, ignored him, went back to his office, closed the door, and isolated Aoba from the outside. The ignored Aoba helplessly spread out his hands. His eyes were full of ridicule, and then left the office, as if the ignored person was Yu. This kind of life lasted for more than 3 months. As he expected, in the 3 months, the people of the second team always liked to run on the third team, and even grabbed dinner. In the end, Team 3 simply evacuated from the kitchen, leaving no utensils for Team 2, and told Team 2 that Team 3 had nothing to do with them in the future, and wanted to make their own meals. 2. on the other hand, goes out to catch wild animals in the forest and buy vegetables every day, and eat open-air dinners every day. I have to say, this is much better than eating in the cafeteria, and almost everyone's appetite has doubled. But Team 2 was not so proud. The chefs of their team were incomparable to those of Team 3, especially the food cooked by you, which almost made Team 2 fascinated. Several times, people from the two squads came to ask for dinner, but each time they were rejected by you, saying that the things from their squad did not support other squads. There are also two teams of people who took the initiative to bring ingredients and let you cook. You naturally had a reason to refuse. A vice admiral cooked food for the soldiers and got the message that the little navy could only leave with the ingredients, but when he left, he didn't forget to complain, "You don't want 1010 to cook for your own men." Rice. After a long time, the two team will no longer find the trouble of the three team. It can be said that the well water does not make the river water. But this situation did not last long. The biggest change happened when the devil fruit came into being. One afternoon, the patrolmen of the three squads outside claimed to have found devil fruit on the mountain. That a devil fruit can be worth over 100 million yuan at any time. Now that it has been discovered by the third team, it is naturally the third team. But how could the people of Team 2 let the meat out? So, the two teams dispersed to the mountain in the early morning of the next day, and took things according to their ability. Originally, the two people who discovered the devil fruit wanted to take the fruit back to you, but the devil fruit was surrounded by wild beasts, and they couldn't beat it with just the two of them, so they had to go back and tell you. They wanted to tell you secretly again, but the provincial one was targeted by Team 2, but Aoba happened to pass by while they were talking, even if the secret was known to Aoba. Even so, you don't panic, just grab the fruit before Aoba. At this point, she still feels that she has this ability. After all, Aoba's strength is there. Just like that, you took the elite members of the three squads to the mountain. They are not afraid of the early arrival of Squad 2, after all, they don't even know the location of the fruit. 949. The Death of Keishu, Second More. Soon, you brought the members of Team 3 to the vicinity of the devil fruit, but Team 2 did not follow. One group, you go to solve that one. Second group, go to solve that one. The one next to the devil fruit, give it to me. You observed the three beasts on it, and then made a reasonable distribution. It is not difficult to see that the one next to the devil fruit is the strongest among the three threes. As the strongest of the three squads, you, naturally, has to go up one stop. Soon, the entire three squads fell into a hard battle. To be said that these three beasts are terrifyingly powerful, especially the orangutan that you are fighting against. After some hard fighting, the three beasts were defeated. Even so, the people in the three teams were basically seriously injured. Nonetheless, at least not fatal. Just when you picked the devil fruit, something unexpected happened to them. Was about to go back with the devil fruit in his arms, Aoba led the two teams and rushed out from the side one by one. Looking at Aoye with a wicked smile, Yuan cried badly, knowing that he was caught in Aoye's trap, a mantis catching cicadas, and the oriole was behind. Hand over that devil fruit. Aoba stretched out her hand and said to you. You don't turn your head away from looking at Qingye, protect the devil fruit tightly, and say, if you want, give it to you who you think you are. Finished speaking, you spat in disdain. Tisk, do you know that now, I can kill you in one fell swoop? Aoba saw that Yu was still there. With a hard mouth, he kicked Yu's stomach and said. Aoba, who was just provoking you, finally stopped hiding at this moment, revealing a disgusting side. He kicked hard on Yu's wound, venting his dissatisfaction. From you robbing the captain of the three squads, to cutting off their food, and then to robbing the devil fruit, these accounts gave Aoba a chance to make a clear calculation. Impossible. For you. You had already been severely injured by the gorilla, and was abused like this by Aoba. Even so, Yu was still guarding the devil fruit. This is what their team desperately obtained. How could it be handed over so easily? But after he passed out, he couldn't resist Aoba, and in the end, Aoba robbed the devil fruit. When you woke up again, it was already in Aoba's hands. But Aoba didn't eat it herself, but put it away properly and prepared to auction it off. Although you was unwilling, he could only bite Kiba and endure it. Now that the fruit was in Aoba's hands, he couldn't grab it, otherwise Aoba would have a chance to sue. You are suffering. Just when you was unwilling, Keishu limped in from outside, looked at you, sighed, and said. You didn't speak. He just kept silent and didn't speak. He was really not reconciled. At 12 o'clock in the evening, come to the gate of the base. Seeing Yu's unwillingness, Keishu said to Yu as if he had made a decision in his heart. Yu's current mood is all about the devil fruit, so he didn't ask too much why, just nodded. But when it was about 12 o'clock in the evening, something happened in the base. I saw the people of Team 2 running around in the base, shouting at the sleeping brothers, and they kept shouting, the cook is crazy. The cook has attacked the lieutenant general. You listened to the man's words, and the originally calm heart instantly froze, and suddenly sat up. Middle of the night, devil fruit. The cook attacked the boss. It seemed that everything could be connected, and an idea came to you. Keishu went to grab the devil fruit for himself. Then, you used his fastest speed, get up from the bed, and run to the gate of the base. In the middle of a group of navies, Keishu was standing inside, covered in blood, holding the devil fruit in his hand. Master. Seeing this scene, you panicked instantly, ignoring the warnings of others, squeezed to the center, and supported Keishu, who was about to fall. Master is about to die. These two are for you. Blood still oozing from the corner of Keishu's mouth, he stuffed a small cloth bag and the devil fruit into Yu's hand. Keishu's words fell. Yu's attention was not on the devil fruit and the bag at all, but on Keishu's body. Next to Keishu's stomach, the two blood holes visible to the naked eye were undoubtedly shot. Master. It's just a devil fruit. He can give it to him if he wants. Why do you want to go there, Master? You couldn't help crying out loud. This is the benefactor who brought him up from childhood. Although he is a master, in his eyes he is more kissable than his biological father. Protect the third team. And here, Master. A gift from the Master. You, congratulations. Congratulations on your dream of becoming a lieutenant general. Keishu didn't answer Yu's question, just smiled. The belated congratulations and gifts were delivered to Yu at this moment, and in the next second, Keishu died, completely dead, lying in Yu's arms. 950. Crash. Seeing that the master who brought me to his elders since he was a child died in his arms, how could the young Yu, who was still young, endure this stimulation? Although he was pointed at his head by a bunch of guns, Yu didn't feel any fear at all, more than he was afraid. More than that, I don't want to accept it. There were several blood holes in Keishu's body, large and small, and it was not difficult to see that he had been stabbed more than a dozen times. Quick, take back the devil fruit in that stinky boy's hand. Just when you tried to wake Keishu up, Aoba came out of the door panting. After discovering that the devil fruit was in Yu's hands, Aoba commanded the nearby navy with gestures to snatch the devil fruit back. However, all the people stood there. You look at me, I look at you, and dare not step forward. They have also heard a little about Yu's ability, and they are still afraid of the unknown ability. Oh, devil fruit, if you want it, I won't give it to you. Seeing that Aoba was eager to get the devil fruit in his hand, Yu smiled mockingly, then picked up the fruit and prepared to eat it. Next second, in Aoba's unbelievable eyes, Yu even bit down on the devil fruit. Dad, this thing is so unpalatable. Why should I die for it? Yu ate the devil fruit, the unknown taste began to spread in his mouth, and the tears fell uncontrollably. If it wasn't for this devil fruit, if it wasn't for Aoba, how could Keishu have died? When Keishu just brought you home, Yu was only 4 years old and less than 4 years old. Keishu once said that if you wanted to, you could call him a daddy as the best. Because before being abandoned, there was already a shadow in Yu's heart. This old man couldn't say it for a long time. He didn't expect that the first time he shouted, it would become the last time. However, before you could feel too much sadness, you could feel that something was wrong with him. Pain. It's very painful. It's as if every capillary on my body is about to burst, and my heart beats faster. You can clearly feel that the changes in his body that cannot be seen with the naked eye are the power of the devil fruit. But what kind of fruit this fruit is and what power it has, he does not know. Damn! Return the devil fruit to Lao Su. After the devil fruit was eaten, Aoba was instantly furious, grabbed the gun of the subordinate beside him, and began to shoot at you. Because he also knew that as long as the devil dies, the ability will appear again, so what Aoba can do now is to kill you. But it happened unexpectedly. That Aoba shot, before it touched you, stopped at a distance of less than half a meter from you, as if it had been frozen, and there was no movement. Looking at the stationary bullets around, you had a confused look on his face, and then, something even more incredible happened. Almost in an instant, the cloth bag in Yu's hand also floated up. Cloth bag was suspended, the top layer of cloth fell to the ground, revealing the appearance of the contents inside. It's a bunch of knives and forks, but they are different from ordinary eating knives and forks. These knives and forks are weird in shape, and they don't seem to be used for eating. Yu clenched his palm tightly and let his fingers move left and right in the air. When he moved, the knife and fork moved with it. Seeing this incredible change, he suddenly realized. This power, the magnetic force. Yu looked at the changes that belonged to him, and stood up from the ground with a smile. The innocent smile on his face was replaced by a vicious one. Then he moved his hands, and 100 knives and forks all pointed at Qingye. In Qingye's fear, Yu said, "If you want it, then I will give it to you." Without giving Aoba a chance to react, in the next second, 100 knives and forks began to fly towards Aoba, along with the suspended bullet. Aoba could speak. Knives and forks were inserted into his body one after another. Limbs, face, and body are full of knives and forks, like a human flesh target, which makes people shudder. Ah! Aoba was surprised by the pain coming from her body, her eyes widened, and after shouting, she fell to the ground without moving. Everyone thought that Aoba had returned to the West. What kind of navy, what representatives of justice, are all for their own selfishness, doing those disgusting rubbish in the name of justice? You looked at the trembling navy around, and almost fell into madness. Immediately, the 100 knives and forks on Aoba's body returned to you, and when you gave another order, they flew out again. But this time, the target is all the members of the two teams present. The top 100 people in the team, 100, were killed on the spot. Devil! Devil! This sudden change made the rest of the people fall to the ground with trembling legs, shouting. Then he rolled and crawled into the base, hoping to avoid you and leave the demon's range. But you didn't give them a chance to live. 100 knives and forks moved again, and the team was completely wiped out. You alone, 100 knives and forks floated quietly around him, like a demon from the night. Phailu reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend, and share. See the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates to find 99 novels. 951 Lion blocking the road. When Aunt Lien and the others from Team 3 arrived, they could only see you alone holding Keishu's corpse, in the middle of the many corpses. Seemed lonely and desolate. All 3 squads stood aside and remained silent. This night was obviously a clear and windless night, but everyone felt that this night was more desolate than any other night. Aunt Lien, I'm leaving the Navy. You held Keishu's body dumbfounded, and the 100 knives and forks had already returned to the cloth bag and were put away by you. When Aunt Lien heard this, her brows were slightly frowned, and she did not respond to his words, but asked, "You ate that devil fruit?" "Eat, magnetic fruit." You nodded, then stretched out his hand, and the weapon around him floated up, as if to verify what you said. The Navy, unlike what I thought, they all say that the Navy is an existence that protects the people from being bullied by pirates, but how do I feel that the Navy is the existence that can bully the people better? You looked up at Aunt Lien. Although the expression on his face was a smile, the tears flowing from his eyes confirmed his mood. This time, Aunt Lien was also silent. You're right, the Navy is not all good people, you can see from Aoba and the 2 squad. Especially not a general, not a marshal, rather than continue to stay in such a disgusting place. It is better to leave the Navy directly, rather never contact the Navy. Navy, I've had enough. Squad 3, let's disband tonight. Aunt Lien sighed and said. He expressed his willingness to go with you. Because this kind of Navy is really disgusting. The rest of the 3 teams nodded, made decisions among themselves, and then said, Aunt Lien, we'll go with you. 3 squads who were willing to leave with him, you couldn't tell how he felt. They are out of the Navy, and now begins. The memories of this scene were played repeatedly in Haley, and before he knew it, he also clenched his fists. His father had already been killed by Aoba. Why is Aoba still good in this world? Only Aoba, you don't intend to. Gong Yi, Aoba gave it to me, so I want to avenge my father. On the way up to the 3rd floor, you asked Gong Yi. In fact, you has already made a plan, even if Gong Yi doesn't. He will stop Gong Yi and kill Aoba himself. Yes, but if you lose, I will definitely take action. After Gong Yi thought, he nodded in agreement. But Gong Yi also said in advance that if you were defeated by Aoba, then he would not continue to sit and watch. Although he understands Yu's feelings of wanting revenge, it doesn't mean that he agrees with you to die. You also nodded and agreed, and then the 2 of them stopped talking and continued on. There are 4 floors in the naval base, and they are about to reach the 3rd floor. If Aoba is not here, then he will definitely be on the 4th floor. When Gong Yi and you were about to reach the 4th floor, a lion suddenly blocked the stairs. You and Gong Yi had no choice but to stop, looking at the guy in front of them, frowning slightly. Don't go up. The lion stood in front of Gong Yi and you, and after roaring, said. Looking at the lion, Gong Yi looked at it carefully. It should be the fur tribe, but it is too early for the fur tribe to appear here. Hide away. You don't care at all about what the lion said, he said. Seeing you, the lion didn't go back, and let himself avoid it, also raised his eyebrows and didn't move. Then, when you wanted to say something else, Gong Yi unexpectedly rushed towards the lion, raised his fist and said, the armed color is hardened. The lion did not expect that Gong Yi would suddenly attack, and immediately stood up and continued his attack. Gong Yi didn't let go. Domineering, looked at the lion in a state of preparation, and said, get out of the way, or you're welcome. If that's the case, then we can only do it, come on. Gong Yi had no intention of leaving. The lion reluctantly spread his hands, roared a few times, and said. Seeing this, Gong Yi no longer had any ink marks, and rushed over with a single stride, engaging in a close-quarters battle with the lion. What are you doing in a daze? I solved Aoba. While Gong Yi and the lion were fighting, you still stood there. Gong Yi glanced at it, and naturally saw you who was stunned, and shouted. You were called back by Gong Yi, and he was a little stunned, but he reacted as quickly as possible, nodded, ran up, and handed his back to Gong Yi. Damn, stinky brat, get down. When the lion saw you running up, he immediately wanted to leave Gong Yi aside and chase after you. Nehi Lion encountered the same situation as Quan Luo, and was blocked by Gong Yi, looking like I don't want to go up if I don't kill him. When the lion saw this, his face was half black. He was indeed a pirate and a former lieutenant admiral. His strength was not very good, but he was very good at playing yin. But the lion is not worried, there is another adult on it, he can just deal with the little broken child in front of him. 952. Level 1 status. When you went up to the 4th floor, the 1st floor, the 2nd floor, and the 3rd floor had already started a fierce battle with their opponents. The loudest movement was undoubtedly Kuchu and Mayer on the 1st floor. The weapons of 2 people are not simple, and the 2 people are not weak, and the fight is simply A disaster for this base. Little man, give it up Puff, hand over the shadow sword, maybe I can spare your life Puff. Pochu turned his meteor hammer, looked at Meyer, and said provocatively. Meyer smiled without saying a word. This is the classic line of the villain, and when you get used to it, you won't feel anything. If you want a ghost, come grab it. Meyer dodged Puchia's hammer again, then hooked his fingers and provoked Puchu. Seeing that he was being provoked, he bit Kiba, snorted coldly, and then continued to attack Meyer. Meyer had tried to attack, but Puchu's meteor hammer made him unable to attack. If he kept fighting in this passive state, he would lose sooner or later. From the beginning of the battle to the present, Meyer was at a disadvantage almost all the way, and could only passively defend, but even the defense was a little difficult. Do you think that I can only swing a hammer? PFF'd. Just after Meyer dodged the meteor hammer again, Puchu seized the opportunity, jumped from the ground, and jumped to Meyer's side. Because he has been busy defending the meteor hammer, Meyer did not respond to Puchia's attack, and when he did, he was slapped to the ground by Puchia's fist. Meyer was beaten like this, and he could only feel that his waist was about to break, and he lay on the ground and coughed 2 mouthfuls of blood. After hitting Meyer, Puchu retreated to his original position, looking at Meyer's embarrassed appearance. His eyes were full of pride, as if he was saying, "This is the end of going against me. Give it up Puff. Hand over the ghost and let you go Puff." Puchu stared at the shadow sword in Meyer's hand and said again. It was also at this time that Meyer realized that Puchu was very interested in the shadow sword. But this is not surprising. After all, the ghost is not an ordinary sword, and it is normal for some people to see it. They been so annoying, bitch. Meyer supported the ghost, stood up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and spat in disgust. Not that Meyer dislikes it. Why is this big man talking so much, one after another, isn't it shameful? Damn, look at the trick. Puchia's face changed 4 or 5, 45 colors almost instantly. He swung up his meteor hammer and charged at Meyer again. This time Puchu smiled arrogantly. Yi had already been hit by one of his moves, and he must have been injured, so it is estimated that it is impossible to escape. However, just when Puchia's meteor hammer was about to smash down, Meyer blocked it again with a ghost, then put away his sword and took 2 steps back, keeping a certain safe distance from Puchu. Seeing that Meyer still had the strength to resist, Pokai couldn't help biting Kiba, but he couldn't beat him at all, and he was consuming everything. Shave, moon step, finger gun. Perhaps because of the dawdling, he dropped his meteor hammer and used 3 of the 6 3 types at one time. From Meyer's point of view, he could only see that Puchu almost teleported in front of him, then jumped up with a moon step, and then swooped down. Probably thought it was more powerful. This time, it happened too fast, and with the impact, although Meyer avoided the key point, he was not attacked by Puchu, but a hole was poked in his shoulder. Good job with the gun. Meyer knew that now was not the time to sigh, but the 6th form of the Navy should not be underestimated, especially the Grand Master 6th form. Knowing that you also used to be a member of the Navy and might be able to learn the 6 forms, Meyer decided that when this matter is over, you must teach him to practice the 6 forms. Meyer stood up again, and when Puchu was about to speak, he interrupted his words, and then rushed over with the ghost. But Puchia's shaving speed was faster than Meyer's after all, and with the injury on Meyer's body, he quickly avoided Meyer's attack, went around to the back, and punched Meyer on the back. Immediately, Meyer lay on the ground, coughing blood, unable to move. Seeing this, he walked up to him with a smile and said, "Why, hand over the ghost earlier, don't you have to suffer?" Meyer did not speak, but spit out another mouthful of blood and snorted, which was his own answer. Although he was seriously injured, he still did not give in. Pochu wanted to smash it down again, but before Pochu started to attack, Meyer said with a smile, "You lost." Immediately, he pierced the magic shadow into Puchia's heart at the fastest speed, killing him with one blow. After Pochu fell, Mayer struggled to get up and smiled. To deal with Puchu, long-range attacks will definitely not be effective, so only a close-range one-shot kill will have a chance to deal with him. Although the risk is not small, Mayer succeeded. Immediately, Mayer looked upstairs and said to himself, "Come on." 953. Medicine Man vs. Medicine Doctor. After the war on the first floor is over, the next is the war on the second floor. That's right, it was Lan Ying vs. Ken Luo. Lan Ying shuddered at Ken Luo. She couldn't think of any other adjectives to say except pervert. But after knowing the weakness of Quan Luo's body powder, Lan Ying didn't have that much effort to deal with him. As long as you keep a good distance from him, everything is fine. Hey, miss, be my wife. Kun Luo, who was punched, regained his energy again, took the rose he got from somewhere, knelt down in front of Lan Ying on one knee, and said. Afterwards, she tried to stretch out her mouth towards Lan Ying, her eyes filled with peach hearts. Lan Ying looked at the big lips that were about to come, and felt nausea in her stomach, then slapped her and said, "Go away, pervert." Fist Luo, who was slapped open, still had a heart full of pity in his eyes, as if he was not beaten, but was caressed. Lan Ying couldn't help touching her arm. Goosebumps fell on the ground. This guy must have a masochistic habit. It looks like I can only beat you and take it home. Seeing that Lan Ying didn't agree to her death and refused to eat hard or soft, Quan Luo had no choice but to stand up and prepare for battle. Lan Ying was silent. At this moment, he really felt that it was a mistake to stay here first. When Lan Ying was in a daze, Quan Luo jumped to Lan Ying's side again, released the body powder, and said, "The body powder." This time, Quan Luo directly increased the dose of talcum powder, and after a while, the whole room was filled with talcum powder. Lan Ying was helpless, frowned slightly, and retreated into the corridor outside the door, holding her breath during the period. It wasn't until she came to the corridor that Lan Ying took a deep breath of air. You can't take talcum powder even if you suffocate to death. This is the conclusion drawn by Lan Ying. Because if he was immobilized, he wouldn't know what pervert would do that wretched Fist Luo. Boom. Just when Quan Luo was about to catch up, Lan Ying groped out 444 small bottles from her bag and threw them at Quan Luo. In the past moment, the powder in the 444s was sprayed out instantly and landed on Quan Luo's body. Next second, Quan Luo's side exploded like dynamite was ignited. But what surprised Lan Ying was that the explosion knot and Quan Luo were still intact. Looking at the form in front of him, Lan screamed badly. He forgot that the power of the explosions is only when they are concentrated together. The range here is so large, the explosion is basically a small explosion. Although it hits, the real damage caused is not large, to put it bluntly. Be my wife, sweet lady. Just when Lan Ying was thinking about the countermeasures carefully, Quan Luo rushed towards Lan Ying again and released the body-setting powder by the way. Hands and feet while Lan Ying is immobilized. Go away. Lan Ying looked at Quan Luo's disgusting appearance. The blue veins on her forehead burst out, and she punched Quan Luo in the face, causing him to faint for a short time, and Lan Ying also happened to be immobilized. Now he has no way to move, so he can only secretly pray that Quan Luo wakes up slowly, otherwise he will be miserable. Fortunately, God favored, Lan Ying resumed action before Quan Luo. After a few seconds, Quan Luo also regained consciousness, stood up from the ground, and moved his muscles and bones. Moonstep. Crunchy fists and discord. Lan Ying was talking nonsense, jumped to the top of the moonstep, and then began to sprinkle talcum powder. Since in the house, the body-setting powder can be avoided by Lan Ying, so how can the whole corridor be covered with body-setting powder? How can Lan Ying run away? There was some effort, but it was the same. All of a sudden, that gave him an idea. Afterwards, Lan Ying didn't move. She stood still as if she was frozen. After seeing that Lan Ying had stopped moving, Quan Luo did not stop releasing the stapling powder, for fear that Lan Ying would suddenly release. Afterwards, He released the body powder, walked down from above, approached Lan Ying, and said, "It would be better to be obedient earlier, why should you suffer?" Quan Luo pinched Lan Ying's chin, his eyes full of wretchedness. Although Lan Ying really wanted to dodge, she bit Kiba and endured it. If she endured it now, it would all be in vain. Immediately, Lan Ying was silent, still looking at Quan Luo who was releasing the stapling powder. 20 seconds later, Lan Ying's eyes lit up, and she kicked the fist that had relaxed her vigilance. Quan Luo also suddenly reacted to Lan Ying's actions and evaded instantly. But it's better not to hide, this hiding gave Lan Ying a chance. Tickle powder. Next second, Lan Ying sprinkled all the 12 bottles of tickle powder in her bag near Quan Luo. Was a strong explosion in an instant. Immediately, the medicinal materials in the tickling powder reacted with the itching powder, and the stapling powder was useless. Lan Ying took a deep breath of air and looked at Quan Luo, feeling a little uneasy in her heart. It wasn't until I saw that the bombed body was still there, the smoking fist Luo, she was relieved, she won. Please download Filu's novel. Read the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 Playmate find 99 Novel Network and LT. 954. I also have difficulties. Third more. Looking at Quan Luo who was stunned by the blast, Lan Ying smiled. Even if it can release the powder by itself, it doesn't even understand the chemical reaction. Although the explosion powder was used up, the two materials in the explosion powder were the same in the body setting powder, and the other material was in the tickle powder prepared by Lan Ying. The corridors are full of talcum powder. As long as the kind of material in the tickle powder produces a chemical reaction, the scale of the explosion must not be small. Really solved the fist fight. After finishing the fight, Lan Ying sat down on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief, probably taking a break. Later, Lan Ying moved her gaze to the ceiling upstairs, thinking in her heart, "Gong Yi, you, come on. Who, humans, die." Just at the junction of the third and fourth floors, Gong Yi was fighting with the lion. The lion's eyes were full of complicated emotions, but he was not polite to Gong Yi's attack. Armed color, hardened. Gong Yi attached his hands and feet to domineering and attacked the lion. Because of the change in the airflow, the lion made some misjudgments for a moment. "Don't try to beat me." The lion was a little uncomfortable being blown by the wind, but he still tried his best to open his eyes, and attached his body with a domineering look of armed color, and immediately blocked Gong Yi's attack. The move fell, the two of them took a few steps back one after another, panting heavily. The thoughts of the two people were the same. That person, it's not easy. Gong Yi doesn't. I understand, how could the fur tribe appear here, still working for the Navy? Isn't it different from what the original version said? The fur tribe doesn't hate humans, but from the lion's expression, he can feel that this guy is right, he should hate it. Human. As a fur tribe, you shouldn't hate human beings so much, it's a rare thing to even work for the Navy. Gong Yi looked at the lion and said sarcastically. The lion was stunned for a moment when Gong Yi said this, then clenched his fists angrily, and did not answer Gong Yi's words, as if someone had stabbed him into a sore spot. Who am I working for? I really want to have nothing to do with you. The lion once again attached armament hockey to his body and rushed towards Gong Yi, as if to get his face back. Looking at the lion's reaction, Gong Yi said, I worked hard for the species I hated the most, and if I was known by my peers, I would probably be ostracized. Gong Yi didn't care about the level of the lion's anger at all, and still didn't provoke him. The lion, who was already angry, was provoked by Gong Yi, and became even more angry. He almost stood up, slammed his fist on the stone, and let out a fierce roar. As if saying, little brat, I'm going to kill you. The same. When Gong Yi saw that the lion's anger had reached a certain level, he stopped talking and started to focus on fighting with the lion. Although it is said that the lion is very fierce when angry, but even so, it can't compare to Gong Yi. 10 rounds, the lion lost to Gong Yi, and was struggling under the weight of Gong Yi, but he couldn't move, his eyes were full of anger. "Let go, Daddy." The lion tried to struggle again, but it still failed, and he could only look at Gong Yi, staring angrily. Gong Yi smiled and said, "Then you can tell me why you have to work for the Navy as the race that hates humans the most." Gong Yi did not let the lion go, but sat on the lion's body and asked. From the lion's words and deeds, Gong Yi, it can be seen that helping those people to sacrifice their lives does not seem to be the lion's own will, so Gong Yi is still very curious about the reason. "Why tell you?" The lion snorted coldly, not selling Gong Yi's face at all, but disgusted it too much. Seeing that the lion didn't buy it, Gong Yi sighed helplessly, pretended to be domineering, and said, "If that's the case, then I'll reluctantly send you to reincarnation." Saying that, Gong Yi was about to drop his fist. But when the lion's head was about to be photographed, the lion suddenly opened his mouth. Wait a minute, you can't kill me, I said it all." After seeing the lion's cowardice, Gong Yi smiled with satisfaction, then jumped off the lion, sat on the chair next to him, and said, "I would like to hear more about it." After Gong Yi got up, the lion rubbed his waist pitifully, and whispered reluctantly, "I still have a younger sister to take care of, otherwise who would be afraid of you?" It can be seen from the lion's expression that if it weren't for the fact that he had a younger sister, he would have died together. What? Gong Yi's ears weren't too sensitive, so naturally he heard all the lion's words and raised his eyebrows. "No, nothing." The lion saw that he was speaking in such a low voice, Gong Yi could hear it, and waved his hand in embarrassment, indicating that there was nothing. Gong Yi didn't press him, anyway. She heard it, then smiled playfully, waiting for the lion to confess to herself. Maybe even abduct a lion and rush up with him. 955. The Man Who Protects Aoba. The lion looked at Gong Yi's look like "I won't let you go if you don't say anything," and pulled his face down, helpless. "I haven't returned to the tribe for a year ago." The lion stopped struggling, sighed, and told Gong Yi about himself one by one. A year ago, the lion left Zhou Island with his daughter. Originally, the father and daughter decided to return to the tribe after a period of time, and it was also this decision that led them to this end. At that time, they encountered a shipwreck at sea and were rescued by a group of pirates. The father and daughter drifted on the sea with the pirate group, preparing to invite the pirate group to visit their island of Zhou. However, bad things happened after all. On the way back, their pirates encountered an attack by the Navy. The entire pirate group was spared, including their father and daughter. The lion couldn't remember what happened at that time, he only knew that when the pirate group was captured by the Navy, and then he fell into the sea, when he woke up, he was already here. The next week, the lions were kept in cages, until a week later, the Navy told him that if he wanted his daughter to live, he would work under the Navy for a year, and after a year he could leave with his daughter. This is also the reason why the lion is here. He said that your daughter is in his hands, so you believe it in case he lied to you. Gong Yi did not get off the lion, but still rode on the lion and asked the lion. After Gong Yi finished speaking, the lion was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. After a long silence, the lion said, "I don't know if it's true or not, but the only news of my daughter is here. If I don't believe it, what can I do? I can't find it, my daughter." The lion said, and gradually choked up. If his daughter has 3 long and 2 short, what should he do? His wife died early, and there is only 1 daughter left. A while, the lion really regretted it, regretted leaving the tribe with his daughter. If he hadn't left, wouldn't all of this have happened? Crying can't solve the problem. Today this base, my friends and I, made a decision. Now, why don't you help you search this base to see if your daughter is there? With a sigh, although he said that more things are better than less things, but looking at the pitiful appearance of the lion, he couldn't care less. Sure enough, the good guys have done too much. Really? The lion stopped his tears and looked back at Gong Yi with surprise in his eyes. Gong Yi nodded, then got off his body and stretched out a hand to pull the lion up. Seeing Gong Yi's friendly appearance, the lion felt that his tears could not be stopped even more. This is the second time he has been helped by unrelated pirates. Gong Yi. Gong Yi. Just as Gong Yi and the lion were about to go up, the voice of a man and a woman came from downstairs. Gong Yi turned his head. Looking at it, he saw that it was Mayer and Lan Ying. It's all done well. Gong Yi looked at Lan Ying and Mayer, who were still injured, smiled and said, "Of course, we are the partners of the future One Piece." Lan Ying was not humble at all and said proudly. Seeing Lan Ying's confident look, Gong Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mayer looked around and didn't see you, so he couldn't help but ask, "Where is you?" "Up above, almost, we should also go up." Gong Yi pointed to the fourth floor with his finger and said to Mayer and the others. Three of them looked upstairs, nodded, and there was caution in their eyes. The above is Aoba. Although Aoba is weak and speechless, it should not be underestimated. And at this moment, you, who was on the fourth floor. Aoba, get out. You stood at the entrance on the fourth floor, looked at the room inside, and shouted. It's really uneducated. After leaving the naval base for only a year, he became a biting person. Just after you finished speaking, a voice came from the innermost room. This voice is all too familiar to you, it is undoubtedly Aoba's voice. You bit Kiba, didn't answer, and walked in the direction of the voice. Sure enough, in the innermost room, Aoba was found, but beside Aoba, there was another person. Although this person, you don't know, but from Aoba's contempt and arrogant attitude, it seems that this person is sent to protect Aoba. Aoba, pay for your father's life. You looked at Aoba, the veins on his forehead jumped up, then the knife and fork came out of the sheath and rushed straight towards Aoba. Aoba's smile became more and more wretched, and he waved his hand and said, "Young man, don't be too arrogant." After Aoba finished speaking, the person next to him took action, caught Yu's knife and fork, and then threw it back to Yu. Seeing that his knife and fork were thrown back, Yu frowned slightly and took them back. Seems that the person who protects Aoba is indeed not easy, otherwise it is impossible to flick off his knife and fork so easily. This is not an ordinary knife and fork, but a lot of domineering knives and forks have been injected into it, and it is impossible for ordinary people to bounce off easily. 956. Fiasco. You looked at Aoba hiding behind that person and couldn't help spit, really underestimating Aoba. Who are you? Why are you protecting his garbage? Yu Shang took a few steps back, looked at the man in front of him, and asked. You really don't understand, why do you have to protect someone like Aoba? What's the point of looking for abuse under his hands? The man took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands, looking at Yu and said. Huh. Hearing the man's answer, Yu fell silent. The distinguished guest, the Navy, he is really funny, and he chose to believe in the Navy. What justice and what protection are all for one's own selfishness. As long as it affects one's own interests, innocent people can also be massacred. Yu looked at the man, and immediately found an opportunity to release all his 100 knives and forks. Yu knew very well that he couldn't defeat the person who was protecting Aoba, and the only chance was to attack. Even if he were to die, he would definitely kill Aoba to take revenge. Even if it was exchanged, it would not be a loss. Just when the knife and fork was about to pierce Aoba, he didn't panic, smiled and said, Kui Kashapa, protect me. Kui Kashapa, who was wiping his hands, heard the words, sighed, put away his handkerchief, jumped in front of Aoba, quickly stopped 100 knives and forks, and threw them back to Yu as before. So, don't make trouble for other people's work. After finishing the knife and fork, Kuijai jumped to Yu's side, said with a grim look, and slashed down with a palm. Seeing this, Yu groaned badly, frowned slightly, and stepped back, although it was a little difficult, but luckily, he avoided the attack of Kui Kashapa. And in the piece of land that Yu had just been in, it had been attacked by Kui Kashapa, and almost in an instant, a large piece of the floor collapsed directly, revealing the third floor. Seeing this, Yu's forehead began to sweat, and he was more cautious than ever. Ning Kashapa's advantage against Shengyu is not only the advantage in strength, but also in speed. The advantage of Ning Kashapa is also very obvious. Although Yu and Ning Kasapa practice the 6 styles at the same time, Ning Kashapa's proficiency is undoubtedly above Yu, so if you use the same tricks, there is obviously a gap between the two, which is not generally large. Suffer to death. Kui Kashapa saw that he was unable to do what he wanted, seized the opportunity, and left a punch on Yu's chest. Yubin wanted to dodge, but the difference in strength was too great, so he was hit. After being punched by Kui Kasapa, the person fell on the door, then fell to the ground again, and it was difficult to stand up. Just when Kui Kashapa thought it was over, Yu held the door, climbed up again, coughed twice, and said reluctantly, "Not yet. It's over." Even though it was already very hard to stand up, Yu still didn't intend to give up. He still hadn't avenged Keishu. If you can't avenge your father, how can you live? Tisk, has anyone ever said that you are annoying? Kui Kashapa clenched his handkerchief tightly and turned to look at Yu, as if he had endured to the limit. Ni Kasapa himself has a habit of cleanliness, and does not like to touch others or other people's things. Every time he is touched, he will wipe his hands. However, this time especially made him wipe his hands 3 times in vain, and he was naturally angry because of his serious cleanliness. Die. Kui Kashapa showed no mercy this time, and began to unilaterally abuse Yu. Yu because he was already injured, so he couldn't resist at all, so he could only be abused unilaterally. After a few minutes, Kui Kasapa looked at Yu who was dying on the ground and felt that it was almost time to give him the last blow. Kui Kasapa didn't talk too much nonsense, raised his hand, armament hockey attached, and a punch fell. Yu closed his eyes, ready to take the final blow. But the pain he expected didn't come, replaced by a loud noise. Leave someone here. Just when Yu was about to be hit, Gong Yi suddenly appeared from the side and blocked Ni Kashapa's attack, saving Yu's life at a critical moment. Just after Yu was rescued by Gong Yi, Mayor, Lan Ying and the lion defeated by Gong Yi also entered the house from below. Looking at the scarred Yu, Gong Yi said, "It's been a long wait. Lan Ying, you will leave it to you." Gong Yi helped Yu aside, and then told Lan Ying to take care of Yu. After all, the scene, and Lan Ying was a doctor. Good. Lan Ying looked at Yu who was seriously injured and nodded. Then, according to our agreement, Yu, I can't watch from the side. Gong Yi stood in front of Yu, not wanting to watch any more, and said. Although Yu was not reconciled, but now he has no way to fight, so he had to bite Kiba, nodded reluctantly, and said, "Please, Gong Yi." Gong Yi knew that Yu was unwilling, but he didn't say much, nodded, and then faced Kui Kasapa. This final battle is about to begin. Phailu reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend, and share. Read the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates to find 99 novels. 957. A cameo's medicine. In fact, when Yu and Kui Kasapa started fighting, Gong Yi watched from the side, and when Kui Kasapa unilaterally abused Yu, he was also watching. Just when Kui Jai started to abuse Yu, Lan Ying and Mayor came up with it. But Gong Yi didn't let him, because if you didn't realize the gap, then it is estimated that you would not be willing to recuperate at ease. So at the last blow, Gong Yi came out to stop it. Gong Yi. Just when Gong Yi first appeared, Nijai frowned slightly, but Qingye didn't tell him that there was such a person here. I'm so famous. Gong Yi said with a chuckle after seeing his name being spoken out. But in Kui Kasapa's eyes, Gong Yi's tone seemed to be mocking him. There's nothing to brag about in notoriety. In Kui Kasapa's view, the reputation of Gong Yi is simply a dirty existence. Seeing Kui Kasapa's disgust with the sour grapes when he can't eat grapes, Gong Yi didn't. He laughed angrily, and said, "That's not better than you are, you say. Oh, if I kill you, don't talk nonsense, let's start." Gong Yi's words really embarrassed Kui Kasapa. He made preparations with a dark face, and challenged Gong Yi directly. However, Aoba, who was on the side, couldn't stand it anymore, yawned, and said to Nikashapa, "Quickly fight, I'm going to starve to death, so treat the guests like this." Got it? Being ridiculed by Gong Yi, he was scolded by Aoe again. The current Kui Kasapa can be said to be extremely unhappy, and this emotion can only be vented on Gong Yi. "I don't understand a bit, why Aoba is yours, my guest." Gong Yi looked at Kui Kasapa, didn't take it seriously, and raised his own questions. He was really curious about this. Gong Yi's eyes are not white. Those who are loyal to Aoba's men, all look at Aoba with disgust. Relatively speaking, Aoba's own abilities are also very rubbish, and there is nothing worthy of their navy to treat them as guests. A rubbish that is not as good as winning the lottery. Why is it a guest? Descendants of Tianlong people, you don't need me to tell you. Kui Kasapa did not ignore Gong Yi, answered his question, and let Gong Yi die in peace. But after Kui Kashapa's words were finished, all the people present. "This one is a swindler at the naval base and is a descendant of the Tianlong people." So it is. Although surprised, Gong Yi has experienced a lot, and his ability to accept is not weak, and he quickly reacted. This way, everything that doesn't make sense will have an answer. Why can a navy who is not as good as a chief officer become a lieutenant general, and why a navy who is not as good as a cook can go to the Master 2 team to a higher level? Why does the Navy headquarters always favor Aoba when it comes to Aoba? Why Aoba wants to see Gong Yi? All of these have answers. Because Aoba is a Tianlong person. Don't look like I'm not flat. It's not like I haven't beaten a Tianlong person. Seeing Aoba's appearance as he was about to kneel and beg for my forgiveness, Gong Yi really couldn't stand it. What happened to the Tianlong people? They just stepped on the Tianlong people and climbed up. Kashyapa. Seeing Gong Yi talking about himself like this, Aoba became even more angry, pointed at Ning Kasapa, and told him to hurry up. Although Kui Kasapa didn't like being instructed by the weak, she could only do as she was pressured by her status as a Tianlong person. "With the heads of you guys, I must be able to leap to the top." Ha 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 ha. Looking at Gong Yi, there was greed in Aoba's eyes. Because his ability is not enough, even if he leaves the relationship in the Navy, he can only get a lieutenant general to play with. In the end, there was a lot of trouble with you. So he didn't get angry, so as long as he got the heads of Gong Yi and used 2 key bad characters, his position as a general would be stable. "General, are you worthy?" Gong Yi looked at Aoba, who was dreaming on the spot, and sneered. If a bastard like Aoba can also be a general, then the naval headquarters is probably going to be degraded. "Shut up, Kashyapa, what are you waiting for? Get rid of him." Aoba was humiliated again by Gong Yi. He stood up angrily, stepped on the table, and ordered Kuijai. Kuijai frowned slightly. At this moment, he really hoped that Gong Yi would not. He was going to target Aoba, and he was the one to suffer. Immediately, the chat was over, and the two of them were ready. "Let's get started." "No more nonsense," Gong Yi said. Immediately, the two rushed out almost at the same time. Armed color hardening. Shave. 10-finger gun. Gong Yi and Ning Kasapa jumped into the air. Gong Yi punched, Ning Kasapa pointed. Nahi Ning Kashapa's goal was the heart of Gong Yi. Gong Yi, who was going to attack, was caught off guard, so he could only switch to defense. Gong Yi's domineering is not something to mess with. Although he was hit by Ning Kasapa, it was no big deal, he just retreated to the ground. 958. Complete defeat, third more. After being photographed by Kui Kasapa, Gong Yi frowned slightly. This scene seemed familiar, but Gong Yi couldn't remember why it was so familiar. "Little devil, give up." Kuijai looked down at Gong Yi on the ground, and said without a trace of turbulence in his expression, as if this result was what he expected. After Kui Kasapa finished speaking, Gong Yi smiled mockingly. "Kid, let's see what a kid is. Immediately, Gong Yi jumped from the same spot to Lan Ying's side, on the heads of Mayor and Yu respectively. Shot it up. Being photographed like this, Mayor and Yu naturally understood what it meant and didn't say anything, just sitting there and watching the changes. Although he copied the abilities of Yu and Mayor, the use of these two abilities was not very useful to him. It can only attract the nearby broken copper and iron to block some of the attacks of Nigashiyapa. Copy ability. See how much you can copy. Looking at Gong Yi's fruit ability, Kashyapa was not afraid. Of this fruit is the existence of capable ones. If there is no suitable fruit for Gong Yi to copy, or if Gong Yi cannot make a reasonable match, then this fruit is also a waste fruit. Immediately, Ni Kasapa continued to fight at Gong Yi. Gong Yi also continued to be in a defensive state, and then, almost instantly, he thought of a way. But it was also because he was concentrating on thinking that he did not evade the attack of Mi Kasapa. It didn't cause much damage though. After retreating to a certain distance, Gong Yi spread his hands and closed his eyes. Kui Kasapa didn't understand what Gong Yi was doing, but judging from his feeling, Gong Yi was definitely not doing anything good. Thinking of this, he didn't dare to underestimate Gong Yi. During the time when Gong Yi was preparing, he prepared to defeat Gong Yi with one blow. Armed color, hardened. Looking at Ni Kasapa's attack, Gong Yi stopped his actions, armed with hardened his limbs, aimed at Ni Kasapa, and blocked his attack again. Then, Gong Yi jumped to Lan Ying's side at the moment when Kui Jai was bounced back. How many things can explode? Pay the kind of explosive power of the second layer pervert. Gong Yi asked in Lan Ying's ear. Gong Yi also felt the explosion during Lan Ying's battle. In addition, Lan Ying is not a state, so Gong Yi can be sure that the big explosion was made by Lan Ying. Lan Ying could feel Gong Yi's anxious tone. She didn't ask why, and immediately rummaged through her bag. After a while, Lan Yingbin found 2 kinds of medicine powder in her bag, adding up to a total of more than 30 bottles, and handed it to Gong Yi, saying, "These 2 medicines, mixed together, will explode, but they must be touched. Something hard enough to explode." Lan Ying gave Gong Yi the powder and explained it to him. Hearing this, Gong Yi nodded, and immediately behind him, Kui Kasapa called, and Gong Yi also used his fastest speed to jump to the side. "When we fight, I still have Shenshin and women chatting with each other. It's very interesting." To Aoya's side and mocked Gong Yi. What happened just now, Ni Kasapa doesn't know either. He only knows that in his perspective, Gong Yi and Lan Ying are in the state of Qingqing, me and me. Thank you for the compliment. Gong Yi doesn't. Anger turned into a laugh. Even though Lan Ying looked like she was eating shang, Gong Yi didn't explain it. Could it be that he would obediently say that he went to Lan Ying to get medicine by himself, and it is estimated that her chances of attacking will drop rapidly? Oh, 10-fingered gun. Regarding Gong Yi's cheeky level, Kui Kasapa didn't bother to complain, and used the 10-fingered gun again to kill Gong Yi. Gong Yi didn't panic, and quickly retreated to avoid the attack of Nigashiyapa. "You've had enough fun, it's time for me." Gong Yi didn't hit again and stood where he was, his eyes full of confidence. Immediately, Gong Yi used Meyer's ability to create 3 bombs under the unexplained sight of everyone. Use the iron in this layer and more than 30 bottles of herbal medicine given by Lan Ying as materials. Afterwards, Gong Yi threw the bomb in the direction of Kashyapa. This level of explosives is simply too easy for Ni Kashyapa to hide. He said, "I still want to hit me at this level." The moment the explosives approached Ni Kashyapa, he jumped up to avoid the explosives. Think Gong Yi is just doing useless resistance. It's not over yet. Gong Yi stood where he was, looked at Kashyapa, and said. Immediately, when Kui Kasapa didn't know what to do, the 3 shells that had already flown went straight on the back of Kui Kasapa. Before Kui Kasapa had time to dodge, the 3 bombs flew away in an instant. The explosion did not give Ni Kasapa a chance to resist. One hit, Nikasapa had already turned Byakugan and fell to the ground. Don't underestimate the power of science. Looking at the defeated Kuikasapa, Gong Yi chuckled lightly. It was a tracking missile. On the basis of the bomb, the magnetic force was added. It was the power from you, combined with Meyer's ability. 959. Medicine. After defeating Nikasapa, the next thing to deal with is undoubtedly Aoba. Gong Yi thinks Aoba should be very flustered. But Aoba's current reaction is far from what Gong Yi imagined. I saw Aoba was still sitting well, with a wretched smile on his face, as if he was not afraid of Gong Yi at all. I can still sit here calmly. Gong Yi looked at Aoba, raised his eyebrows, and asked. Why not? Aoba looked at Gong Yi's confident look and asked back. You saw that Qingyi was still rampant even when he was about to die, so he couldn't help biting Kiba and stood up, saying, Qingyi, pay for your father's life. Immediately, Yuhi used the last ounce of strength he had saved to control 100 knives and forks and pointed at Aoba. He will use what his father gave him to avenge his father. Otherwise, how can he be able to rest his eyes, die? Yu waved his hand, 100 knives and forks flew over. Gong Yi just stood there and didn't move, tacitly agreeing with Yu's actions. Anyway, it doesn't hurt you at all. Iron block. Just when the knife and fork was about to pierce Aoba, Aoba used an iron block, and all the knife and fork were stopped by him. What can you do to me with this level of damage? Aoba threw 100 knives and forks back to you. That were thrown back, and couldn't help biting Kiba. Now, he couldn't dodge the 100 knives and forks, and he didn't have the strength to retrieve them. Go back. Seeing this, Gong Yi immediately used the magnetic force he had copied to make those knives and forks suspended in midair, then floated back to Yu's side, all returning to their original positions. Thank you. After being saved by Gong Yi, Yu endured the pain in his body and thanked him. Gong Yi didn't. He agreed, just smiled and didn't speak. You think you can't solve you, so what about me? Gong Yi turned his head, looked at Aoba, and asked with a playful attitude in his eyes. But Qingye was no longer sitting in his original seat, but ran to the side of Kuijai, who was already lying unconscious on the ground. Do you think that only you pirates have 12 more than our navy, and there are also some, wait to die? Aoba looked at Gong Yi without any fear. After speaking, she slapped the medicine into her mouth. Seeing this scene, Gong Yi frowned slightly, delusional. This medicine looks familiar. However, after Nigashiyama took the medicine, a surprising scene happened. I saw Byakugan, who was originally staring at Nigashiyama, closed his eyes and opened them again, and he had turned into the color of Yuhi the gorilla. After that, he slowly stood up from the ground, and after being still for a few seconds, his heartbeat gradually became faster, and his body swelled several times in an instant. Looking at this state, there is one word, lingering in Gong Yi's mind. Ominous medicine. Shouldn't this ferocious medicine be the one that appeared when Luffy was fighting against Hody's gang on Mermaid Island? Why is it appearing here again now? If he is fighting a ferocious medicine now, then Luffy is at the bottom of the sea. What have you been through? Logically speaking, this medicine is a fierce medicine only available in the Dragon Palace, and why did Aoba get, why do you have a fierce medicine? Gong Yi looked at Aoba and Kuikasa who was standing there waiting for orders. His expression instantly became solemn, and asked. It seems that I have underestimated you, but do you think I will tell you? Aoba was also surprised when Gong Yi knew the evil medicine, but he wasn't stupid enough to tell the enemy everything. Seeing that Qingye kept his mouth shut, Gong Yi frowned slightly, and could only look at Kuijai cautiously, not daring to be careless at all. He understands the effect of taking the poisonous medicine, so the current Kuikasapa, who has eaten so many poisonous medicines, must not be careless. Kashyapa, kill them. Qingye looked at Gong Yi's dignified expression, and there was a little more playfulness in his expression. He liked to see such an expression, it was so interesting. Kuijai didn't speak, and roared in place, as if his head No, the emotional beast immediately rushed towards Gong Yi and began to attack. Even though he took this medicine, Kui Kashapa was not a brainless rambling, and he was still able to use the 6 forms. But the current 6 poses are not as powerful as they were just now. Now, Kui Kashapa can't even catch his shadow with a shave. Immediately, Kui Kashapa appeared in front of him almost in seconds. It seems that it is like teleporting. It is even faster than teleporting. It is comparable to flashing. This time, Gong Yi undoubtedly did not dodge. Shoulders. Pointing gun. Seeing this, Gong Yi bit Kiba, so he didn't try to dodge. He used armament haki directly, and hit Kui Kashapa in the chest. Bai Nigashapa blocked his attack effortlessly, and the other palm slapped him far away. Cough. After being beaten twice, Gong Yi almost fell to the ground, his shoulders still bleeding. 960. The way to deal with it. Gong Yi clutched his wounds, stood up from the ground, and cold sweat began to flow down his forehead. The power of the medicine was far beyond Gong Yi's imagination. How is it? Do you want to kneel down and beg for mercy? I can consider letting you go. Gong Yi, who couldn't stand it anymore, Aoba's words and expressions came out one after another, looking at Gong Yi, provocatively said. Gong Yi doesn't want to say anything like, Aoba, don't say yes. If he refuses, he doesn't want to say it now, talking to Aoba, afraid of being a rotten mouth, so he just said one sentence, Ba. While refusing, it was full of disdain. HMPH, you still need face when you die. Nigashapa, kill him. Gong Yi rejecting him, Aoba didn't forget to insult him. Naturally, the blue veins on his forehead burst out of anger. But he couldn't beat Gong Yi himself, so he could only order Kuijai to attack. Although he couldn't solve Gong Yi himself, as long as he watched Gong Yi being abused, it was enough to make him excited. Just when Kui Kashapa attacked Gong Yi again, Gong Yi was able to stand up reluctantly, and it was naturally a little difficult to dodge. When Nikashapa's attack was about to hit, Mayer suddenly appeared in front of Gong Yi and helped him block the attack. What are you in a daze? You can't beat it, it's even more impossible for us. Gong Yi, come on. Just when Gong Yi was in a daze, Mayer bounced off Mi Kashapa and yelled at Gong Yi. The people they were present, just had a fight with Nikashapa's men, and they were already scarred. Now the only hope is all pinned on Gong Yi. If Gong Yi also fails, they will be considered a little bit. There is no way. Fortunately, the Shadow Sword is not generally tough, and an attack of this level can fully withstand it. Otherwise, in this blow, either he will fail, or Gong Yi will fail. Mayer's injuries were not light. After receiving this attack, he vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the side because of the overwhelming force. Mayer! Lan Ying and Gong Yi shouted in unison, looking at Mayer's state, full of worry. He handed it to me. Gong Yi, Mayer is right, only you can beat him now. Lan Ying looked at Mayer, who was already in a coma, dragged him aside, started grinding the medicine, and said to Gong Yi. Hearing this, Gong Yi looked slightly complicated and nodded. When he looked at Kuijai again, although he was still injured, he was a little more imposing. Yes, he can't admit defeat here. He protects his comrades. This little injury, what is the current? Gong Yi and Nijai almost staring at each other. Because Aoba made him stop just now. Aoba understands that with the speed of Nikasapa, as long as Gong Yi starts to move and Nikasapa is in action, he will be able to stop him. So Aoba let Nikasapa stand still, which is to add a kind of tension and panic to Gong Yi. Only a disgusting person like Aoba can think of such a bad taste. Since Gong Yi can feel Aoba's thoughts, he naturally won't be afraid, but his expression is still full of solemnity. Because he doesn't know what to do now. Now Gong Yi, what he has to deal with is not Nikasapa, but the murderous medicine. She has already experienced the power of the murderous medicine, and she deeply understands that if she is just an ordinary self, she will not be able to compete with her at all. The balance. But what should he do? He could hardly think of a way. At this moment, Gongyi has some regrets about eating the copy fruit, and should eat other fruit. Of the ability to copy fruit is too simple, and now there is what he is worried about. If there is no strong enough ability on the field, he also wants to become the Pirate King by his ability, like the former Pirate King Gore Roger. Of the devil fruit also represents too much, and now he, relying only on domineering, is still the tip of the iceberg. If he can't beat even a single pill, how should he face the Admiral of the Navy and how to face the test that the 4 emperors are waiting for him? Don't need it. If you want to succeed, you can't stick to one form. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in Gongyi's mind. It seemed like this: it's totally fine. Your impact is not big enough. Ni Kasapa, continue to give him some color. Gongyi was still in a daze. Aoba couldn't help sneering. Facing such a formidable opponent as Kui Kasapa, Gongyi was still in a daze, which surprised him. But Qingye never imagined that the period of time he stopped in order to intimidate Gongyi completely harmed himself. Later, Kuijai attacked Gongyi again, but Gongyi did not hide, but let Nikashapa shoot himself with his finger gun. But he didn't react too much, just groaned. Then he grabbed the hand of Mui Kasapa with one hand and closed his eyes, as if he was meditating on something. 961. Another copy. Gongyi's uncharacteristic appearance slightly surprised Aoba, Lanying and others. What happened next surprised everyone. Iron nuggets, shaved, finger guns. Out from Gongyi's mouth was the 6 style skills, and there were 3 at once. Then, Gongyi's body was obviously hardened, and it resisted the attack from Nikashapa. Taking a step back, Gongyi dodged Mi Kasapa's attack, and then used his shaving and finger guns. Before Nikasapa could react, 555 considerable blood holes appeared on his body. Although the damage caused by the 2 blood holes on Gongyi's body is not low, this kind of pain is completely bearable to Gongyi. How could you possibly use 6 forms? Seeing that their Navy-specific skill 6 style was used by a non-Navy character, they instantly froze in place. The 6 forms are not something that ordinary people can learn. Even if Gongyi followed you, it is impossible to learn it in a short period of time, unless he started learning it a few years ago. Impossible for you and Gongyi to know each other a few years ago. This made Aoba confused. Gongyi, who had released the 6 forms, was also stunned. He and Keishu had learned the 6 forms for so long, but they had not reached the level of a grandmaster, so it could only be said that they were not weak. Now that Gongyi is released, to the point of taking a terrible drug, how can it not be surprising that, I don't know your Navy's unique secrets? Gongyi shrugged. He didn't have the time to learn naval skills. Then how could you? Aoba saw that Gongyi denied that he had learned the 6 forms, and was even more at a loss. How could he say that he did not learn it without a teacher? I can copy it. Gongyi raised the corners of his mouth and chuckled lightly. Just now, he realized the ability to copy the fruit. But no one has ever said that copying fruit can only copy the fruit ability of others. Maybe even some moves can be copied. Of course, Gongyi is just holding on to the attitude of giving it a try. So when Kuijai killed him, he didn't choose to dodge, but was willing to be stabbed and took the opportunity to copy Kuijai's 6 moves. Unexpectedly, it was really successful. His cloned fruit is not just the exact same moves and abilities, it can be said that it is even better than the original master's abilities. But what surprised Gongyi was that even the bonuses brought by the fierce medicine were copied, which was really surprising. But the surprise turned to surprise, and soon Gongyi accepted this power readily and began to contend with Nikasapa. You've beaten enough, it's up to me next. The armed color is hardened, the copy kick. After comprehending this power, Gongyi can use teleportation faster than Kui Kasapa very proficiently. Coupled with his flexible mind, domineering and 6 style combination, it is also a height that Kui Kasapa cannot reach. Kui Kasapa also wanted to use the shave to avoid it, but the current Gongyi master has a more powerful shave than him. In Gongyi's eyes, Kui Kasapa's shave is as slow as a child's running, naturally it easily hit him in the teleportation. However, Gongyi has always been a bad name, this is his default, and the name of the move is not so cool. But in Gongyi's view, it doesn't matter whether you pull the wind or not, especially the practical use is completely fine. Being hit by Gongyi, Ni Kasapa spit out a mouthful of blood, and then flew directly to the back. Copy kick. Gongyi used the same move again, rushing to Kishyasia's side and kicking him down. This time, Gongyi exhausted all his strength and directly kicked Kuijai from the 4th floor to the 1st floor. In the building of the naval base, there was also a very conspicuous big hole, almost occupying the 3rd floor of the floor. 2/3, leaving only a small part to give people footing. Fortunately, Gongyi deliberately avoided Yu and Lanying's side when attacking, and also separated Lanying from Aoba. Otherwise, Yu, Lanying, and Mayer must be in a state of falling. When Ning Kasapa fell to the 1st floor, it seemed that he fell on something, and a hole was directly pierced through his body, which was not big, but he was bleeding all the time. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the meteor hammer used by Pochu on the 1st floor. Because he was defeated by Meyer, Pochu is still in a coma, and it is unknown if he is still. In addition, the power of this attack is not small. The floor that fell from the 4th floor or something directly buried Pochu alive. But now Gongyi doesn't have time to care about Pochu, he cares more about Kashyapa's state. But after Kui Kasapa fell, he was still able to move. Tisk, the improved version of Devil's Wind feat. Gongyi saw that Kui Kasapa was still able to move, but he was a little weak, and he didn't want to continue entanglement, so he used the last blow, exhausted all his strength, and kicked at Kui Kasapa. Undoubtedly a hit. After Ni Kasapa twitched for a while, there was no movement, Gongyi won. In fact, this is Sanji's skill, but Gongyi is not. It may be exactly the same as what Sanji used, so he did a little bit of it. Improvement, the power is not weak. 962. Killing the descendants of the Tianlong people, the 3rd more. As for Sanji's move, Gongyi didn't know how much it was similar, and how much it was his own creation, but the moment he kicked out his legs, this move was reflected in his mind. The damage caused by this move to Nigashyapa is not small. Nigashyapa, who was still able to move just now, has fallen to the ground at this moment, and there is no movement. There was only one word in Gongyi's mind, win. He defeated the evil medicine. After finishing Kashyapa, Gongyi did not stay on the 1st floor, but jumped back to the 4th floor with a moon step. The current Aoba is different from before, there is no arrogance at all, just like a bluffing fire that has been extinguished. Seeing Qingyi's cowardly look, Gongyi was not interested in paying attention to him for the time being. Anyway, the stairs were gone and he couldn't run away. Gongyi also observed Aoba for a while, and was able to confirm that he would not be able to go down by himself. You, can you still move? Gongyi ignored Aoba, who was timid behind him, walked up to Yu, squatted down, and asked. Yu didn't understand what Gongyi meant, but still supported Lanying, straightened a little, didn't speak, and nodded. Barely able to move. Then, next, it's time to avenge you. Gongyi looked at Yu and said with a smile. Hearing this, Yu was stunned for a moment, and instantly understood what Gongyi meant. He gave the green leaves to himself. Let himself take revenge. If you have a chance to avenge your great revenge, you are naturally willing. Lanying and Gongyi stood, leaning against the wall, panting heavily. Seeing this, Gongyi sighed helplessly, it seemed that he was still struggling. Leave it to me. Gongyi looked at Lanying, motioned Lanying to go aside first and hand Yu over to him. Although Lanying didn't understand what Gongyi meant, she still nodded and let Yu lean on Gongyi's arms, then stood aside, stopped talking, and observed quietly. Aoba, this time, who else can come? Gongyi looked at Aoba and said playfully. I'm a descendant of Tianlong people. You can't kill me. The earth will definitely hunt you down. Seeing that Aoba was able to save him and return to the west, His legs were trembling with fright, and he began to stutter when speaking. Looking at Gong Yi and Yu, the eyes were full of panic and fear. Hearing this, Gong Yi didn't stop laughing and said, "Do you think I'm afraid? I think you should know why I became the 12th worst offspring." After listening to Gong Yi's words, a certain picture flashed across Aoba's mind, making him unable to help but shudder. Right, Gong Yi is famous because he beat the Tianlong people, and, in the Holy Land, he beat the Tianlong people. Let's go. Just when Aoba and Gong Yi were silent, Yu, who was held in Gong Yi's arms, opened his mouth, but he couldn't support himself now, so he just choked out 2 words, and added in his heart, "Huang Izumi. Come on, go and confess your guilt to Daddy." Afterwards, Yu closed his eyes, controlled 100 knives and forks from his waist, and pointed at Aoba. Seeing this, Gong Yi immediately took Yu's hand to prevent him from being unable to control the 100 knives and forks because of his weakness. With the force copied by Gong Yi to control the knife and fork were still in the air just now. The trembling knife and fork in the air were also stably still in the air. Without giving Aoba time to fear, the front ends of 100 knives and forks pointed at Aoba, as if 100 gods of death were waiting to be questioned. Dragon people's hats are too high. Leaving the last sentence, Gong Yi doesn't hesitate anymore, and together with Yu, control the knife and fork to shoot at Aoba, not giving Aoba a chance to dodge. Gong Yi also injected a lot of power into this blow, causing 100 knives and forks to pierce Aoba's body directly, with still warm blood, and stopped firmly on the wall behind Aoba. And Qingyi's body was also filled with 100 neat holes, which made everyone feel a little uncomfortable. Before Aoba could finish speaking, she breathed out, and fell to the ground like a broken rag doll, with unwillingness in her eyes. But this kind of unwillingness did not get everyone's sympathy. 4 words, what they deserved. Afterwards, Gong Yi couldn't stand it any longer. He controlled a few iron plates next to him, and pressed them directly on Qingyi's body, which was regarded as a burial for him. To put it bluntly, buried alive. Thanks. The great revenge has been avenged. You can't hold on any longer, and the whole person completely relies on Gong Yi. Gong Yi, who didn't react for a while, almost fell, but he managed to stabilize his body. Gong Yi sighed and handed Yu over to Mayer, then took out a piece of cloth, took away the 100 knives and forks, and wiped them clean when he went back. No one is stupid enough to wipe a knife at a crime scene. After everything was over, Gong Yi and the others did not stay for a second and left the naval base one after another. That screamed and screamed yesterday is now a corpse. 963 Banquet. Before leaving the naval base, Gong Yi and the others stood in front of the gate and hesitated for a while, but it seemed that everyone understood what the other was thinking. Immediately, as if a huge decision had been made, several people nodded. After making the decision, Lanying handed over all the explosive powders in her bag to Gong Yi, and Mayer used her copy ability to copy a bunch of cannonballs. He used up. After everything was ready, Gong Yi piled all those things in front of the naval base, looked for a warship at random, and stayed away from the naval base. After Gong Yi felt that the distance was far enough, he attracted the nearby iron blocks and smashed them together to a pile of shells in front of the door. The powder exploded instantly upon impact, and the shells were also detonated by the explosion. The entire naval base was blown up by Gong Yi and the others. When he left, Gong Yi still felt a little excited. Although he had fought against the Navy many times, it was the first time that he directly destroyed the naval base. While watching the grand explosion of the naval base, they also unknowingly came to the vicinity of the Agni on the warship. I saw that the people on the ship were watching the explosion of the naval base, with different brilliance in their eyes. The naval base was destroyed, and their nightmare was completely over. Yu is hurt. Just when Gong Yi and the others approached the Agni and were about to go up, the people on the Agni suddenly saw Yu, who was being carried by Gong Yi, and exclaimed. Gong Yi nodded and said nothing. 3 ropes were erected between the 2 ships, Gong Yi started to go up to the Agni. Because of the good training, Gong Yi's physical fitness is not weak. Carrying a yoke on his back and crossing a rope bridge can't be said to be easy, but it can't be said to be laborious. After arriving on the Agni, Gong Yi gently put you down and asked Lan Ying and Aunt Lien to heal him. After getting on the boat, Lan Ying took Aunt Lien to the warehouse without saying a word. Later, the two grabbed a large amount of Adam tree leaves and medicinal materials for trauma. Lan Ying was responsible for grinding the Adam leaves, and Aunt Lien was responsible for getting the trauma medicine. The cooperation of the two people can almost say that before reaching the little blue whale, the wound was treated for you. After the wound was healed, Yu's pain was greatly reduced, and the exhaustion from this battle fell into a deep sleep. After helping you deal with the wound, Lan Ying began to treat Gong Yi and others. Fortunately, except Yu and Gong Yi, the injuries of the rest of the people are not serious. Gong Yi's physical fitness is good, although he is injured, his tenacious vitality makes him no big problem. After the wound was treated, Aunt Lien and the other three members of the original team gathered around Gong Yi, Mayor, Lan Ying and others, almost encircling them in a circle. What's wrong? Faced with the behavior of these people, Gong Yi expressed doubts and asked after taking a sip of water. Just when Gong Yi didn't know that, everyone bowed and shouted in unison, "Thank you, Lord Gong Yi, Lord Lan Ying, Lord Mayor." Their voices were full of excitement, making Gong Yi and others a little scared. "You, welcome, when I was in a shipwreck at the seaside, didn't you help me to even out?" Gong Yi helped Aunt Lien up, motioned for the others to raise their heads, and said with a smile. Looking at Gong Yi, everyone was very moved. "Then, to celebrate Aoba's death, let's have a banquet tonight." Gong Yi's words made the atmosphere between everyone harmonious, and one person jumped up and said happily. For this proposal, the rest did not object, and they all agreed. Seeing everyone's lively appearance, Gong Yi couldn't help laughing along. The banquet seems to be good. But looking at the smoky naval base, I think the fire pirates and you will be in the newspaper tomorrow, although I don't know when those newspaper photos were taken, but it's such a big one. Presumably the degree of trouble will not be small. After this matter is over, I am afraid that they will be at the cusp of the storm. The happy time passed very quickly, and in a blink of an eye, night came. When night fell on the little blue whale, there was a lively scene on the little blue whale. Everyone drank and ate meat happily, and even some people were moved to tears. Since they left the naval base, they have been hunted down quite a bit, often injured and occasionally killed. Of this nightmare finally over, how can they be unhappy? Brothers, from today onwards, we no longer have to live with fear. That bastard Aoba is dead. Evil will be rewarded, ha 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 ha. A person holding a wine glass and standing on a stone, his emotions are high, and his voice is more than a few decibels louder. The rest of the people also raised their glasses and cheered. The long-term entanglement is over. Please download Philu's novel. Read the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 Playmate, find 99 Novel Network and LT. 964. Join us. Although all the credit this time goes to Gong Yi and others, he has no interest at all in asking for credit. He has been hungry for a day, and now he just wants to eat. Replenish all the energy consumed. Gong Yi don't know how to eat, drink. Just after Gong Yi's bowl of noodles, after eating, Lan Ying held a bunch of wine jars, ran over, put them in front of Gong Yi, then drank a jar by herself, picked up another jar, and with the other hand passed Gong Yi a jar. Watching Lan Ying drinking frantically, Gong Yi eating, his movements stopped, his face full of disbelief. Who is Lan Ying? Don't be blind. Lan Ying was able to hold more than a dozen wine jars at once. Besides, he had never heard of Lan Ying's ability to drink so much. Front of him, he drank 3 jars. He didn't know how much he had just drank, but the amount of alcohol made Gong Yi a little scared. I don't drink, don't drink. Although surprised, Gong Yi still refused the wine sent by Lanying. I don't know why, before or after crossing, the two things he still couldn't accept were wine and tobacco. Gong Yi really couldn't understand what's so good about that spicy and bitter thing, and he felt sick all over after drinking it. He has drunk once because of certain things, and he doesn't want to touch it a second time in his life. He would rather drink milk to relieve his worries. Hey, a big man, who can't drink, Meyer, drink with me. Gong Yi rejected her. Lanying raised her middle finger in contempt. Finished speaking, he took the wine jar and took a photo of Meyer. Quote. Looking at such blue cherry blossoms, Gong Yi concluded that it was 99.9%. Percent is drunk. But Lanying's wine, Gong Yi doesn't want to complain about something, but still snorts, and also gave the middle finger, and the image collapsed in an instant. Just when Gong Yi was about to continue eating noodles, the tent in front of him was lifted up. Wake up. Gong Yi looked at Yu, who came out of the tent, took another mouthful of noodles, and said. Yu looked at the lively atmosphere, understood, nodded, then sat down beside Gong Yi and asked, how long have I slept? One afternoon. Gong Yi finished eating what was in front of him, hiccuped, wiped his mouth, and then said to Yu. Hearing this, Yu fell silent, and couldn't help clenching his fists, his expression a little complicated. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't say defeating Aoba myself, it would be a problem to come back alive. Yu picked up the wine in front of him, drank it, and said to Gong Yi. Gong Yi could see from Yu's expression that he was unwilling, but his revenge had already been avenged. Although his expression was not reconciled, it was not so gloomy. You're welcome, I just did what I was supposed to do, for my future companions. Although Gong Yi didn't like to drink, he still took a cup and played with it in his hand, and said to Yu. Hearing this, Yu was stunned by the movement of drinking. The wine flowed down her mouth, looked straight at Gong Yi, then put down the glass, and said with a puzzled face, That's it, Taroziu, can you invite Yu to be our partner and go sailing with us? Gong Yi looked at the surprised Yu and said. Although he was rejected by Yu once, the current Gong Yi really hopes that Yu can become his partner. Yu was a little shaken, not knowing how to answer Gong Yi for the time being. He clenched his glass tightly and looked solemn. Just when Yu was hesitating, Aunt Lien came over and said, Yu, although they are pirates, they are much better than the navy. Your ability should not be drowning in this small island. The behavior of Gong Yi and others, Aunt Lien and others are all watching. They always thought that the navy was righteous and joined the navy, but now it is nothing but joy. But intuition tells them that not all navies are good, and not all pirates are bad. If you want to join the pirate group, then Gong Yi is absolutely right here. Yeah, you, go to the outside world, protect the people with your justice, it doesn't matter if the Navy pirates don't care, isn't that exactly your dream? On the other side also raised his glass and echoed Aunt Lien's words. In their eyes, Yu's life should not be ordinary. Yu looked at everyone who was smiling, no one objected to him following Gong Yi. Almost everyone agreed that Yu should follow Gong Yi. After thinking again and again, Yu made a decision, looked at Gong Yi, and said, maybe, I don't like pirates very much, but I want to believe you, but I don't do things that hurt people. If one day, you do if something is on the same level as Aoba, then I will definitely leave without hesitation. Joining the pirates doesn't matter to Yu, he just wants to do what he wants to do according to his own ideas. But he won't do things that are contrary to his principles, absolutely. Then, welcome to join the Fire Pirates. Seeing Yu nodded in agreement, Gong Yi smiled, raised a glass of wine, and handed it to Yu, as a welcome to join him. 965. Exaggerated. Seeing Yu's joining, everyone in the team smiled and congratulated Yu. Gong Yi and Meyer are also happy, they have a new partner. But Lanying doesn't know about Yu's joining. Because Lanying drank too much and was still sleeping, the wine was really bad. After 1 o'clock in the morning, and they all fell asleep. Gong Yi and his party also fell asleep on the table, they were all tired all day. On the whole island, the only person who is awake is you himself. Looking at a peaceful island, you also smiled gratified, then quietly entered the woods and climbed a certain mountain. Mountain is also quiet, and occasionally a few fireflies fly in the sky, which sets off the beauty of the night. You looked at the tombstone on the hill and sat down, holding a jar of wine in his hand. Afterwards, you poured out 2 glasses of wine and said, "Dad, I'm going to be a pirate. In fact, I never dreamed that such a day would come." You took a sip of wine, reached out and touched the tombstone, with helplessness and longing in his eyes. "It would be great if you were still alive, Dad, it would be nice to be alone over there, this may be the last time my son will see you." You stroked the tombstone, and the reluctance in his emotions overflowed, and finally turned into tears and dripped on the ground. Since Keishu's death, you hadn't called Master, and every time, he was calling Dad, and he hoped that Keishu would respond once. But he also knew that it was impossible. "Go ahead, with your partner." Just as you was crying silently, a voice suddenly came from behind, so familiar. A while, you turned around suddenly, but saw nothing, only a patch of fireflies fleeing in a hurry. "Daddy, Daddy." You knew that it was Keishu's voice, but no matter how much he roared, he would never hear Keishu's voice again. Tears couldn't be restrained anymore, "Dad." Immediately, you wiped his eyes, poured a glass of wine on the ground in front of the tombstone, kowtowed 3 times, and left here holding the wine jar again. Before the tombstone, Keishu leaned on the tombstone and looked at Yu's figure, smiled, and he could leave with peace of mind. Immediately, he disappeared little by little in front of the tombstone. After returning from Keishu's cemetery, he fell into the crowd because he was drunk and sleepy, fell into a deep sleep, and woke up again. It was already the next afternoon. In fact, you hadn't slept enough yet, and it was Aunt Lien who called him up. "Really, it's really courageous to go to drink before the injury is healed." Yu Gang wanted to speak, but before he could finish yawning, Aunt Lien hit him on the head with a fist. "It hurts." Who was still a little sleepy at first, was beaten like this by Aunt Lien, and instantly woke up quite a bit, her expression full of grievances. But Yu's expression didn't make Aunt Lien feel distressed at all, instead she said with a look of disgust, "You deserve it, let you drink." "Where are Gong Yi and the others?" You were scolded and speechless, looked around, but couldn't find Gong Yi's figure, and asked Aunt Lien. Aunt Lien pointed to the direction of the coast and said, "We're packing things over there. We beat a few beasts on the mountain and sent them there. They said we'd set off when you woke up." Hearing this, Yu Ben's exaggerated expression also recovered, and said, "Aunt Lien, I'm leaving." You also have deep feelings for Aunt Lien, and his status is almost equal to Keishu. "Got it, let's go, mother-in-laws." When Aunt Lien saw you looked sentimental, she helplessly rubbed his head, then turned her back and walked to the other side, where the tears couldn't stop falling from where you couldn't see. "Silly baby, take care." Next, Yu Bian and Gong Yi packed up together. Although Gong Yi said that he is still injured, it is best to take a rest, but he is already a member of the pirates, so naturally he has to do something. "It's not good, it's not good. Come and see." Just as they were packing up and preparing to set sail, a villager grabbed 2 newspapers and shouted while running. Looking at the expressions of the villagers, Gong Yi could basically guess the contents of the newspaper, and his expression was naturally not that surprised. "What's wrong?" Yu's reaction was different, full of curiosity about what was in the newspaper. The villagers ran to this side out of breath, a newspaper was placed on the ground, and a newspaper was handed to Gong Yi. Like what Gong Yi thought, once again the whole newspaper was all about him. Looking at the newspaper, Gong Yi shrugged helplessly, and has been in the newspaper several times in a row, all because of the Tianlong people incident. It seems that this time, he is really famous, and it seems that many people have been eyeing him. The things written in the newspapers are basically exaggerated, saying that Gong Yi slaughtered a Tianlong family, destroyed the naval base for demonstrations, and was yelling at Akainu. He just wanted to know when he slaughtered the Tianlong people, when the whole family protested, and how did he get involved with the dog Yuhi. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu's novel. 966. Set sail, rewarded again. Seeing Gong Yi's expression, you couldn't help but snicker. It was really a shit-pot to buckle Gong Yi's head. Wait, Gong Yi, we have a bounty again. Just when Gong Yi was speechless, Lan Ying shouted to Gong Yi with a few pieces of paper in her hand. And Lan Ying's words also successfully attracted Gong Yi's attention, making Gong Yi, who was full of black lines, instantly brighter, and walked to Lan Ying's side. I'll see. Regarding the bounty, Gong Yi's heart is full of expectations. In this world, as a pirate, the higher the bounty, the better. Walking to Lan Ying's side, Gong Yi took the bounty in Lan Ying's hand and began to observe. Sure enough, his bounty rose again, from 570 million to 600 million. Among the thieves, the most surprising is undoubtedly Gong Yi. Stands to reason that after the bounty has exceeded 100 million, it is almost difficult to increase it, and even the most powerful pirates cannot be rewarded continuously. But now Gong Yi has surprised everyone. From the time he went to sea to the present, in just a few months, the bounty has skyrocketed, and it will soar every so often. The current Gong Yi has suddenly become a topical figure in the New World. Although it can't be said that no one knows Akatsuki, it is enough to attract the attention of many major forces. There is also my bounty, 160 million. One jumped to 200 million. Lan Ying looked at Gong Yi's excited look, and couldn't help but laugh out loud and said contentedly. I didn't expect her to be a little famous pirate now. Excited expressions of Lan Ying and Gong Yi. Mayer rubbed his nose. He also wanted to offer a reward. I don't know if it was his own. Mayer's bounty. Just when Mayer was stubbornly wishing that he would also be offered a bounty, Gong Yi shouted out, making Mayer, who had been wronged a second ago, instantly regain his spirits. After that, Mayer trotted to Gong Yi's side, staring at the reward order in Gong Yi's hand, impatiently wanting to see how much the reward was. 370 million. Looking at his forehead, Mayer laughed out loud, almost jumping 3 feet high. Seeing everyone's happy appearance, you are also happy together. Presumably the next time a reward is offered, there will be him. The fact that Lan Ying and Mayer are both members of the Fire Pirates has been made public, but you, who just joined Akatsuki, is probably not known to the world. It seems that he is also the last, so he has to work hard. Hey, former Vice Admiral Taroziu, who is suspected of joining the Fire Pirates to help the pirates make a fool of themselves. The report from a year ago is true, and the reward is up for grabs. Just as you was thinking silently, Aunt Lien over there had already read out the contents of the newspaper. What? Hearing this, you felt that he had been slapped severely, ran to Aunt Lien, grabbed the newspaper in Aunt Lien's hand, stared at the contents above, and read it carefully. After watching it, the whole person could not help but twitch. The fact that he joined the pirate group was known so quickly. But now there is still a question that he doesn't understand. Those newspapers that write newspapers, how can almost every newspaper that gets news so quickly get the latest and fastest news, which makes people feel a little incredible. Your reward, is 310 million. Just as you was thinking, Lan Ying shouted out the amount of Yu's reward, and from the pile of reward orders, she took out Yu's one and shouted. Hearing this, Yu quickly walked to Lan Ying's side and stared at the reward order. That's right, it was indeed his reward order, 310 million. You still find it very strange that he has a reward order. But the strangeness is strange, especially not very surprised. After all, he is a traitor to the Navy, so it is not surprising that there is a bounty, but the amount is much higher than expected. Then, the reward order has been read. Next, we should prepare to set sail. Do you have anything to bring? After reading the newspaper and the reward, Gong Yi stood up from the stone, stretched, and said, "I want to prepare some ingredients." Seeing this, Yu thought for a while, and said, "He is on this pirate ship, which is the chef of the fire pirates, so there is no shortage of ingredients, and he has to go to a suitable island to buy kitchen utensils and so on. In terms of ingredients, Aunt Lien and everyone have prepared for us, kitchen utensils and so on, and there are also on board." Seeing that what you wanted to prepare was ingredients, Gong Yi opened his mouth and explained. When Yu was sleeping, all of them went into the forest, and they kept a lot of medicinal herbs, ingredients, and beasts. They didn't forget to catch a lot of fish by the sea, and they were almost full of rewards, so now there is nothing missing. That's it, it's nothing, let's go. Hearing this, Yu nodded and said with a sigh. When I think that everyone is busy and he is sleeping, I feel a little sorry. 967. Children. After everything was ready, Gong Yi and others jumped on the boat one by one. Aunt Lien, everyone, I'm leaving. After getting on the boat, Yu looked at the crowd from a high place, and his heart was still full of reluctance. They have been together day and night for many years, but now the parting seems so abrupt. Understood, don't be mother-in-law, let's go. When Aunt Lien saw Yu's expression was full of reluctance, she waved her hand helplessly, indicating that Yu could leave. The rest of the people also said goodbye to Yu, and this silent sadness spread in the air. Then, brothers, we set sail. When everyone was seated on the boat, Gong Yi stood on the deck and shouted loudly. Lanying and Mayer glanced at each other, then nodded and lowered the sail together, and Gong Yi also threw the anchor up. Go all the way. Remember to tell us. The boat gradually left the shore, and the crowd waved goodbye on the shore. This goodbye, I don't know when we will meet again. Stinky boy, Yu, they grown up. Aunt Lien didn't turn her head to look at Yu, and hid in the crowd, not wanting Yu to see her tears. After all, she didn't even know that this was the first time she had cried. The boat gradually left the shore, and the shore was clear just now, but after a while, they disappeared, and they finally became calm. Then it's time to make lunch. After leaving the coast, Yu jumped from the side of the boat to the deck, flexing his muscles and getting ready for lunch. He heard the lunch. Gong Yi's eyes lit up and shouted to Yu, I want omelette. We want to. When Lanying and Mayer heard the omelette, they instantly lifted their spirits and said to Yu. Okay, wait a moment for me. Seeing the impatient expressions of several people, Yu nodded, and then entered the kitchen alone. He also closed the door, saying that cooking is a sacred job that cannot be disturbed. Gong Yi and the others were obedient in order to eat, so they nodded and waited outside obediently. Mayer, Lanying, let's go fishing. While Yu was cooking, Gong Yi took out three fishing rods, said to Lanying and Mayer, and then threw the fishing rods into Mayer and Lanying's hands. Fishing, it seems to be good too, playing time. Mayer and Lanying took the rod and agreed, and the three of them sat on the side of the boat and started fishing. In this place where there is no beginning and no end, the only fun is probably fishing. While they were fishing, they could smell the aroma from the kitchen. Gong Yi, who had eaten omuris once, was naturally familiar with this aroma, so he simply became intoxicated. Due to being in a daze for a while, Gong Yi didn't notice the movement of his fishing rod. Seeing a lot of strength, he started to pull Gong Yi's fishing rod. Gong Yi, who was intoxicated with the smell of omelette, didn't react for a while, and was dragged directly to the side of the boat, and he was about to fall into the sea. Then did Gong Yi react, grab the side of the boat and almost fell into the sea. This is not a joke, she is a capable person. Hey, Gong Yi. Mayer and Lanying were so frightened that they immediately lost the fishing rod in their hands and went to help Gong Yi. Mayer grabbed Gong Yi's hand, Lanying hugged Mayer's waist, and the two of them worked together. Could feel that the thing on the bottom of the sea was not very strong, and soon dragged Gong Yi back into the boat, together with what Gong Yi caught. What are you thinking? Falling is not a joke. Pulling Gong Yi up, the first thing Lan Ying did was scold Gong Yi, slammed Gong Yi's head with a fist, and scold. Yes yes yes. Gong Yi clutched the big bag on his head and perfunctory Lan Ying squatted on the side without saying a word. Come and see, Gong Yi, what is this thing you caught? Just when Lan Ying was about to go over to ask what happened, Mayer waved his hand to let them go over to take a look. Hearing this, Gong Yi and Lan Ying walked to Mayer's side and observed the unknown object that Gong Yi caught. Perhaps they used too much strength, and the little guy was already in a coma. What fox is this? Gong Yi looked at that thing. The fox is not like the fox, the fish is not like the fish, could it be a mutant fox? Lan Ying and Mayer also shook their heads, expressing that they did not know each other. Just when they were about to wake the little guy up, the comatose little guy was moving on the deck and seemed to have a tendency to fall back into the sea. Fishing line. Gong Yi suddenly stopped the little guy from retreating, picked up the little guy, and found that the little guy had a fishing line tied to him. There are some seaweeds around the fishing line. It seems that the little guy doesn't want to be injured by the fishing line, but the little guy's feet are bleeding, obviously it has been injured. Hey, guys on the boat, give me back my bobo. Just when Gong Yi and others were wondering, a childish voice suddenly came from under the boat. The sound, Gong Yi and the others saw a man sitting on a small boat, with the fishing rod in his hand going down to the little guy on the deck. 968. Help! Gong Yi and the others looked at the little guy on the boat, then looked at the little boy under the boat, and then looked at each other, looking confused. In the new world of the Great Root, the small sailboat looks like a combination of a 13-year-old dissatisfied child and an unknown creature. I am afraid that if a big wave goes down, it will die. The children below looked at Gong Yi and the others on the boat. Their eyes were full of vigilance, and they thought to themselves, "Tisk, pirates." Although there was a trace of fear in his heart, the boy swallowed his saliva and said, "Guys on the boat, return Bobo to me. Otherwise, I'm welcome." And the thoughts of a few people came back to their senses after being yelled at by the little boy. Lan Ying first asked the little boy, "Why are you here by yourself as a child?" "You're a child. Your whole family is a child. You." The boy was finished speaking by Lan Ying. His cautious expression suddenly changed. He became fierce and stood on the boat with Kiba dancing his claws, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted. Because the boy could feel that something jumped out of the sea behind him, and he was not too small. The expressions of Gong Yi and others were not natural. On his body, he saw an extra-large sea king looking at him with a big mouth, as if he was going to be eaten in the next second. Then, I saw that the big guy was going to swallow the little boy and his boat unceremoniously. The stature of the sea kings is already huge, and the boy's boat can be said to be small and pitiful. As soon as the sea kings are thrown, they start to sway non-stop, almost swaying the boy into the sea. Be careful. Seeing that the mouth of the thing was about to touch the boy's boat, Gong Yi secretly screamed and said to the boy. Immediately, before Meyer and Lan Ying could react, they jumped up by themselves. Armed color hardening. Gong Yi released armament hockey and punched the Aquaman in the head with an unceremonious punch. The Aquaman was dizzy after being beaten by Gong Yi, roared, and threw himself back into the sea. It seems that he won't wake up for a while. Because the sea kings fluttered too hard, the boy's boat was about to capsize. Seeing this, Gong Yi frowned slightly, sighed, and jumped up, disregarding the boy's resistance. He lifted him up, tucked him under his arm, and jumped back to the Agni. "What are you doing? Let me go." The man's sudden action was startled and he struggled desperately. Next second, he struggled to open Yi's arm, jumped down, picked up the unknown creature, namely Bobo, and retreated to the side of the deck. Looking at the boy who broke free from him, Gong Yi's eyes became surprised. She used her domineering force and held the boy with a lot of strength, but she was actually freed. What happened? It's so noisy. Just when Gong Yi was surprised, you also walked out of the kitchen with a few plates of omelette. When I came out, I saw Gong Yi and the boy who were staring with big eyes. It's delicious, the food. The boy was seduced by the food in Yu's hand, and at this time, Bobo also woke up smelling the smell. Next second, one person and one beast rushed towards Yu. The fast group grabbed the omelette rice in Yu's hand and started to gobble. Ah, Maurice. Seeing the boy and Bobo eating, Lan Ying stood on the side crying without tears. What was the situation? Not to mention the Sea Kings, the food is also robbed. Forget it, I'll do it for you again. Don't panic, wait, come out and talk about it. Looking at the excited boy and Bobo, and then at Lan Ying, who was about to cry without tears, Yu smiled and comforted, then put on her apron again and returned to the kitchen. For the child's question, I'll ask later. Seeing Yu make omelette again, Lan Ying's expression can be said to have eased a little, although it is said that you will have to wait before you can eat it, but it doesn't matter. After the boy and Bobo finished eating, the 4 omelettes were all eaten up, and at this time, Yu also walked out of the house with the remade omelettes. Full of food. Gong Yi nodded, took the omelette, sat down on the deck, looked at the satisfied boy, and asked. Boy nodded and touched his belly contentedly, but he reacted to something in an instant, and he regained a vigilant look like Bobo, and hid beside the boat. Don't worry, we won't hurt you. We'll give you something delicious. Seeing that the boy was still nervous, Mayer sighed, pointed to the empty plate over there, and said. After Mayer said this, the boy had a face on Yuhi, thought for a while, nodded, walked to Gong Yi and others with Bobo, bowed, and said, I was rude just now, I am full, thank you for the treat. Finished speaking, the boy raised his head and sat down. Seeing that the boy seemed to be less vigilant about them, Gong Yi nodded and started eating his own omelette, starving for a long time. 969. Adventure. Meyer looked at the omelette in front of him, and felt excited. After taking a bite of the omelette, his face showed a satisfied expression, and then asked the boy, What's your name, and why are you at sea? My name is Aruma, and I came to the sea for the devil fruit. Aruma seemed to have expected that Gong Yi and the others would ask their names, and explained. But Aruma's words made everyone feel as if they had seen something incredible, and asked, You are a child, you are going to find the devil fruit in such a small sailboat. Gong Yi felt a little unbelievable. Believe. Devil fruit is something that can't be found, everyone knows that. Now this kid wants to find a one in the ocean of Wangyang, and it's still such a small sailboat. So, don't call me a child, I'm 21. Aruma was called a child again, and the cat that had just smoothed her hair shouted as if her hair had exploded in an instant. But after listening to Aruma's words, 4 pairs of eyes cast an unbelievable expression. Don't joke around at the age of 21, it seems that it is not bad to be 13 years old. I don't seem to be a human being. My body has stopped developing and has been transformed by someone. Aruma knew they didn't believe it, but when it came to the transformation, there was still a bleak look in her eyes. Immediately, he sighed and took out a knife from his arms, and in the face of everyone who did not understand why, he cut a knife deeply on his wrist. Lan Ying just wanted to shout, but on Aruma's wrist, he could see the wound, but not the blood, and the wound was healing at an impressive speed with the naked eye, which was incredible. This. Gong Yi swallowed the omelette in his mouth. He didn't believe it at first, but now he chose to believe it. Aruma looked at everyone's surprised expressions, smiled, and didn't hide anything. Don't know if it was an illusion or not, but Aruma always felt that Gong Yi and the others were not bad people. Reformed by someone and transformed by something. Lan Ying is very curious about this question. To a certain extent, this can be regarded as half of medicine. Lan Ying, who is particularly interested in medicine, naturally has bright eyes. But with this question, Aruma shook her head and said, I don't know, it was transformed at birth, but it was normal until I was 10 years old, and after I was 10 years old, I stopped growing. Everything stayed at the age of 10, and now there is no blood, just like a monster. For this situation, one word popped into Gong Yi's mind, immortality. But judging from the reaction, Aruma doesn't seem to like immortality. Is that so? Hearing this, Lan Ying's expression was a little lost, and she thought she could learn something incredible. Then why are you looking for a devil fruit? For this child, still full of doubts, Gong Yi asked. Aruma was silent, did not answer the question, but changed the subject and said, then, can you take me back to my island, my ship? In fact, Aruma wanted to go back by himself, but his ship was shattered by the Sea King, and it was no longer usable. Yes, but we can't find your island. You are very loving and want to help the child, but they can be said to be helpless, because they don't even know where the child's home is. I have this. Seeing that Gong Yi and others agreed, Aruma immediately took out a small pointer from her arms and handed it to Gong Yi. Gong Yi took the pointer and found that it was a permanent record pointer, and on it, there were 4 words, Kali Leva. Kali Leva, your hometown? Gong Yi asked Aruma. Aruma nodded, indicating that this was his home. It's easy with the record pointer. Mayor, U-turn, destination, Kali Leva. Seeing the recorded pointer, Lan Ying smiled and said to Mayor. ... Mayor was speechless. He agreed very quickly, but didn't say anything. He stepped aside, went to control the boat, turned his head, and drove in the direction pointed by the recording pointer. Bobo, Bobo. Just when they started to turn around and head for Kali Leva, the unknown object in Aruma's arms cried out happily. Yeah, we can go home. Aruma touched the head of the unknown object and said happily. Apparently, Aruma was able to communicate with this little guy. By the way, what the hell is this? Looking at Bobo in Aruma's arms, Mayor couldn't help asking curiously. Bobo, Bobo. After listening to Mayer's words, Bobo's docile expression instantly became fierce, and he kept shouting at Mayer. Mayer was at a loss for a moment. Bobo said sac fox, don't call him anything. Aruma patted Bobo's head comfortingly, and after letting Bobo calm down, she said to Mayer. Mayer nodded, smiled awkwardly, and was taught a lesson by a little guy. Please download Fei Lu's novel. Read the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 Playmate find 99 Novel Network and LT. 970. There is no navigator's sadness. Third more. After Mayer was taught a lesson by Bobo, the rest of the people didn't dare to call Bobo something, and they didn't call him a fox, but his name. Aruma, what is the environment around your hometown? Just as the boat was heading towards Kali Leva, Gong Yi squatted beside Aruma and asked. All know, even on the Great Route, the weather is very strange, so before arriving, you still need to ask, if it is winter environment, you still need to change your clothes. My home was originally a pure summer environment, but for some reason, from a certain time, Kali Leva became a double environment, and every 3 days, it would change, and each time it changed to extremely hot and in the extreme cold, it is better for you to prepare more clothes. Aruma listened to Gong Yi's question and patiently explained it to him. From the beginning, Aruma felt that she forgot something and didn't tell Gong Yi and others. After being asked this, she remembered that it was a climate issue. Generally, there are not too many outsiders who will stay in Kali Leva. Even those who have to pass through here will find a place in the forest to hide the record pointer, and check it for a period of time. If you leave, you won't stay for a quarter of an hour. Reason is very simple, the environment there is really tormenting. The changed environment can't even reach the normal temperature and coldness. The heat is too hot to death, and the cold is too cold to death. Few people can stand it. But this kind of environment is very popular with cultivators, so many cultivators often come to the island to practice. This environment is really... Hearing this, before Gong Yi could say anything, Lan Ying shuddered and complained. Indeed, that kind of environment, just thinking about it is terrifying. All of a sudden, extreme heat and extreme cold. For this, Gong Yi said it was a strange, self-talking thinker. No place would suddenly become hot and cold for no reason. Soon, Gong Yi concluded that this Kali Leva was definitely not easy. But before Gong Yi could say anything, the boat trembled violently again, and then, hail began to fall from the sky. Seeing this, Gong Yi immediately became tense, and as expected, the hailstones in the sky were getting bigger and bigger. He had seen this situation before, but he didn't know how to hide it. Protection ship and Aruma. They were inexperienced and able to attack the hail on the ship, thus protecting the ship and the Aruma. Mayor, Lan Ying, and Yugling formed a circle and began to clean up the hail on their side. Armed color hardening. Hot melt powder. Shadow. 100 ghosts resonate. The four of them tried their best to release the moves that they were good at, but the hailstorms became more and more, and it became more and more difficult to resist them. Hey, but, let's run the boat. It's impossible to stop the hail just standing here. Aruma shouted hastily. He couldn't be more familiar with the power of this hailstone. In the end, almost a hailstone was as big as their ship, and it was impossible for the ship not to be smashed. We, without navigators, don't know much about sailing. Knowledge, so. Gong Yi was a little embarrassed and answered when Aruma said this. Because there is no navigator, they don't know how many times they have suffered on this sea, but if they don't have it, it's impossible to tie one back anywhere. But when they suddenly saw a move they couldn't remove, the four of them could only bite the bullet and resist. Tisk, take it, Bobo. After listening to Gong Yi's words, Aruma regretted getting on the boat for a while. Wave. Bobo ordered, jumped to the dock, and instantly gained several times of weight, stood on the deck and took the helm, waiting for Aruma to give orders. That Bobo became so big in an instant, everyone was a little surprised, but unfortunately there is no time for them to be in a daze now, and they must resist the hail with all their strength. The left rudder is full in 5 seconds and the right is half full. Aruma stood on the deck, dodging the hail while commanding Bobo to steer. Bobo ordered and began to steer carefully, and there was no difference from what Aruma said, and the ice on their heads gradually decreased. Left third, rush out. After Aruma avoided part of the hail, he continued to issue orders. The ice on Gong Yi and others' heads became less and less, and in the end, it was completely gone. But it's not over yet, because the speed of the ship is too slow, there is no way to rush out at one time. I'm coming, I'm coming. Just when Aruma was embarrassed, Gong Yi jumped from one side to the rudder. Bobo didn't hesitate, and immediately gave the rudder over. I saw Gong Yi pressed it at the center of the rudder, and on the handle of the rudder, there was a button every 3/3. Gong Yi pinpointed the button and pressed it down, the speed of the boat tripled in an instant, and he rushed out. Not to mention Bobo and Aluma, even Meyer and others were surprised, they didn't know that this ship had this function. 971. My ship is amazing. After using this function, the boat ran much faster, but still failed to get out of the hail circle, and at this moment, there was a hailstone half the size of the boat, about to fall. Seeing this, 108 knives and forks flew out, but he couldn't let the hailstorm be. I'm coming. Just when Yu and Lan Ying were at a loss, Aruma stood up, jumped up, and punched him. But the result was not satisfactory, and like Yu's result, the hail didn't move. Gong Yi wanted to go there, but he had to take the helm and couldn't get his hands out. Even if it was handed over to Bobo, the momentary mishap might cause them to die at the bottom of the sea, so Gong Yi could only stand there and worry. I still have a lot of hot melt powder, which can melt the hail, but the water that falls after it melts. Lan Ying looked at the pile of hot melt powder in her hand, but she was helpless. The heat of hot melt powder is not generally large, as long as it encounters water. A small amount of water can melt the whole tank of water, so these dozen bottles of hot melt powder are completely sufficient. But what can't be solved is the falling water. This ice cube is not small, and the melted water is enough to sink the whole ship into the seabed. A pity that no matter how much hot melt powder is, it's not enough. Evaporate these water, so all of a sudden, everyone is like the ants on the hot pot. Seeing that the hail was about to fall, there was nothing to do. The conclusion is, smashing or drowning, choose one of the limits. Don't stand still, Lan Ying, cooperate with you to melt this ice cube. Seeing that Lan Ying was able to melt this ice cube, Gong Yi said immediately. Time is running out, and there is no room for a second to be wasted. But water. Seeing that Gong Yi wanted her to melt, Lan Ying felt inappropriate and retorted. Seeing that the ice cube was about to fall, Gong Yi became more anxious and excited, and said, Don't ask, just do it. There is no time to explain now. When the explanation is finished, they will go to the bottom of the sea to reunite. Blue Sakura. There is nothing else to do now, we can only choose to believe in Gong Yi, and Yu Ben also persuaded Lan Ying. Although Lan Ying didn't know why, he also knew that he couldn't hesitate to bite Kiba and throw out the hot melt powder. The moment it was thrown, Mayer and Aru poured the hot melt powder down from above, and the hail gradually began to melt. When it melted for a certain time, Yu also appeared, and the light force of the knife sent the hot melt powder up, and gravity pierced the bottle body, allowing the hot melt powder to touch the ice cubes again. After the bottle was broken, Yu also quickly put away his knife so as not to be melted. Then, when the entire hailstone turned into water and was about to fall, Gong Yi quickly pressed a button on the rudder. Somewhere on the deck retracted, two mechanical claws lifted out, and a giant umbrella was raised, just covering the entire ship. The melted water also flows down the umbrella to the bottom of the sea. Although the impact was relatively large, fortunately, in just an instant, they floated up again, and the ship had passed through the hail area. The mechanical claws were also retracted. Everyone sat on the deck and breathed a sigh of relief. It was really a wave of wandering in front of the Palace of Hell. But their biggest thought now is only one sentence. Great, my boat. Is this boat so functional? After resting for a while, Yu, like the curious baby Mayer, gathered around the rudder, pressed the button in the middle, and looked at the small buttons, feeling eager to try. Don't put it around. The functions are different, and it's not good to waste resources. You will all know it in the future. Just when Mayer was about to press down, he was stopped by Gong Yi. Anyway, it's going to be a long time in Japan, and it won't hurt to get to know it slowly. Thinking of this, Mayer and Yu sat down wearily, suppressing their curiosity. However, Aruma, how do you know how to hide from that ice cube? Do you know much about this sea area? Lan Ying took a deep breath and asked Alma. He was more curious about Aruma than the high technology on the ship. I am a navigator. It can be said that the knowledge of the sea area of the entire Great Route is a grandmaster. Seeing Lan Ying's question on her head, Aruma explained it to Lan Ying from Tsunere. Aruma has been exposed to sailing knowledge since the age of 6 and 16, 17 sailing skills are already incredible, and now, it is the Grandmaster's knowledge of all shipwrecks. There was a time error because of the alternation of Bobo and Gong Yi, otherwise they can be said to be able to leave without error. It turns out that you are a navigator, no wonder no wonder. Hearing this, Gong Yi suddenly realized. No wonder Aruma can survive on such a small ship by himself, it is because of his sailing skills. A while, everyone expressed their admiration for Aruma. Today seems to be the last day of extreme cold. Before going to the island, you should put on your winter clothes. You will soon enter our waters. Sensing the temperature and the current under the boat, Aruma could feel that she was about to arrive at Kali Leva, and said to Gong Yi and others. Everyone nodded and went back to their respective rooms to change clothes, while Aruma, who was changing clothes on the deck, put on 3 huge padded jackets. 972. Island of Frozen People. After everyone changed their clothes and came out, they almost entered the sea area of Kali Leva. From the moment they reached the deck from the inside, they could feel the cold wind of the unwelcome visitor. But it was only a small cold wind, its power was nothing, and everyone didn't think too much about it, but after all, Aruma had said that it was an extremely cold environment, and I had changed into a 3-layer thick padded jacket. Don't dare to underestimate this island. After about 10 minutes, everyone could vaguely see the shadow of the island, but after seeing the whole face of the island, everyone was really stunned. God knows if they are blind, the whole island can see the surface clearly, but above the surface, there must be at least a palm-thick ice. This is almost over. The thickness of the ice on the first day it can be half my height, and the next day is. Almost the entire house is frozen in ice, and it will gradually melt on the third day. In about 2 hours, the ice will probably disappear. Before that, it seems that we can only get to my house by breaking the ice. Aruma saw everyone's surprise and explained to them. This biting cold allowed them to deeply appreciate what extreme cold is. Not to mention going to the island, they could feel the biting cold just 3 meters away from the coast. But what is surprising is that no matter how cold the island is, there is no ice on the sea surface. Only half a meter around the island, there is a faint circle of ice. After dropping the anchor, they got off the boat one after another, and as soon as their feet landed, they could feel the chill. Obviously wearing a padded jacket, but this cold, as if they were only wearing skirts and shorts, I can't imagine what it will be like the next day. When they went to the island, it was very quiet, and a few small households were still there, trapped in the ice. Everyone will lock the doors and windows before the extreme cold comes, stay at home for 3 days, and then come out. This kind of environment makes the environment that can only be regarded as hot become extremely hot, and there is no way to do it. Looking at the quiet island, Aruma sighed and explained. Because of this uninvited guest and the arrival of extreme cold, the entire island is almost in crisis. Withered because they couldn't survive the cold and heat, which shows how bad the environment is. Gongyi and others just followed behind Aruma and listened, not saying much, but they couldn't avoid a meal, surprise and sigh. It's here, this is my house, open the door to get in. They walked for a while, and when they reached a small house, they pointed to the ice above and said. Seeing this, Gongyi heaved a sigh of relief, went forward, and slammed his fist on the ice. Because they were about to freeze, they didn't have much strength, and after 5 or 6 strokes, Gongyi chiseled this piece of ice. The door of the house opened, and they squeezed in one after another, because it was too cold outside. Closing the doors and windows and lighting the stove, they felt a little more comfortable. Aruma was okay and had enough clothes on, but the rest of the people were different, and they all gathered around the stove, reluctant to move. Be patient for a while, and it won't be so cold in another hour. Seeing their doubts about life, Aruma sighed and comforted. On the last day, the temperature rose little by little, so it will gradually warm up, which is only temporary. But when they thought that they would be frozen for another hour, they couldn't hold back their grievances. They didn't care about anything, and didn't answer Aruma's words. Now they are cold, and it seems to be very difficult to answer. Gongyi also had an idea in his mind. After sending Aruma back, they set off immediately at night because it was too cold. Everyone will open the door at night and enjoy a short time that is neither too hot nor too cold. At that time, I will take you out to eat, and by the way, I will give you a few sets of clothes from our side. Otherwise, when it is extremely hot, you will suffer the same. No. Seeing how the people couldn't stand the cold, Aruma spoke again. Gongyi also nodded dumbly, indicating that he is still alive and still, listen. Their resistance is better, and they can stand this kind of environment, but Lan Ying is different, she almost fainted several times after being tortured by the extreme cold. After another 10 minutes, Lan Ying finally couldn't hold on anymore and passed out in a coma. Blue Sakura. The moment Lan Ying fell on Mayor, almost everyone was startled. He didn't care whether it was cold or not, and immediately rushed to Lan Ying's side to check. Can't you bear it? This extreme cold is really disgusting. Looking at the fallen Lan Ying, Aruma untied 2 pieces of her cotton jacket, wrapped it around Lan Ying's body, and muttered. Who come to this island for the first time will faint, and it will become more and more serious, and there are not a few people who die here. So for this extreme cold, Aruma really hates it. 973. The big thing is not good. Third more. Fortunately, the cold didn't last too long, and soon it was time for the so-called neither cold nor hot. During this time, Gongyi and the others were not idle, they were all busy taking care of Lanying. Because the temperature has risen, Lanying will naturally be hot again wearing those clothes. Gongyi also helped Lanying take off her jacket, so that she can rest at ease while lying on the bed. Half an hour passed, and everyone was finally done. Lanying, who was resting on the bed, looked slightly better. Just when Yu was about to prepare some dinner, the door of Aruma's house was suddenly pushed open, and 3 strong men and a woman came in. Why did you bring the outsiders back? Do you really think we were in a shelter here? Before Aruma could say anything, the man pointed at Aruma's nose and started scolding. Regarding this person's remarks, Aruma didn't hear at all, and continued to burn hot water for himself. Mayor, Gongyi, and Yu were also silent on the side. They also knew that Aruma was scolded because of them. Hey, little beast, I'm talking to you. The woman's mood is not very good, and with Aruma ignoring him, she is naturally angry, and she will go up to fight Aruma. Aruma also sensed that the visitor was unkind, but did not hide or move, and still burned his own water. But the ant's hand did not touch Aruma unexpectedly, but was stopped by Gongyi. This ant, it's not good to do it. Gongyi grabbed the ant's hand. Even if he struggled, he didn't let go. Looking at the ant, his eyes were full of murderous intent. Put it bluntly, scare him. I don't want her to make trouble again. Yo, who is this? You live in, but the old lady's house is free for that little beast to live in. What else do you want? Seeing that Gongyi was holding onto her hand, Auntie's momentum was a little low, but she still insisted on one thing and said. Under Gongyi. Gongyi didn't talk too much, he simply reported his name. The moment the aunt heard Gongyi's name, she lost her momentum, and even felt a little panic. Her hands were shaking. You. If it's a fake replacement. Gongyi's expression showed. The smile in his hand was slightly heavier, and he said with a smile. Ant was a little suspicious, but the murderous aura and strength from Gongyi made him have to believe that the person in front of him was indeed the deity of Gongyi. No doubt they all knew what happened at the naval base, but they didn't get the newspaper, so they didn't know what Gongyi and others looked like, but the momentum made her terrified. This 10,000 Baileys should be enough, isn't it enough? There is no more. Gongyi took out more than 10,000 Baileys from his kabuto and threw it in his aunt's hand. Then he let go of his aunt's hand with sharp eyes. The aunt looked at the 10,000 Bailey in her hand, and although she was not reconciled, she still nodded. Of him are the vicious pirates who dare to bomb the naval base. Maybe they will all be implicated. Everyone understands the principle of accepting it as soon as possible, so the aunt comforted herself like this. It's okay, you're lucky, let's go. The aunt collected 10,000 Baileys, looked at Aruma who was still boiling water, snorted coldly, and left here with her brothers. Thank you, I will pay back the 10,000 Baileys. Aruma put down her fan, sighed, and said to Gongyi. Gongyi shook his head and said that there was no serious problem, but it was only 10,000 Baileys, not a big deal. You have also helped us a lot, offsetting each other. Gongyi would not. Will accept the repayment. Mayor answered first. After Mayor finished speaking, Aruma didn't say anything. He knew that Gongyi did this because he was afraid that he would have a burden in his heart. However, why did that group of people come looking for something? Compared with those who have no money, you are more curious about what is going on with those menacing people. When Aruma heard the words, she paused, with a yuhi face on her face. It seemed like something she was very embarrassed to say. You also thought it was Aruma who didn't want to talk, so he didn't continue to ask. But at this time, Aruma said, I was picked up by my father. After my father died, I have been living here. Although my aunt has a bad temper, it can be regarded as a kindness for me. Because the aunt was kind to Aruma, no matter what the aunt said about Aruma, he would never retort or fight back. Just quietly on the side, waiting for the aunt to vent and leave. This kind of thing happens all the time, so Aruma is used to it. But she still felt a little embarrassed. After all, because of him, Gong Yi and others were also implicated. If it wasn't for Gong Yi to protect him, I am afraid this time he would be beaten again. Although he is used to being beaten, it doesn't matter, but if he is hit, he will still feel a little uncomfortable and waste ointment, so it is a good thing that someone can come forward to help him once. 4. Gong Yi, Aruma's heart is full of gratitude. 974. Reason, 4th update. It was about 10 minutes into the night, Lanying woke up leisurely. When she woke up, she didn't seem to feel so cold anymore. Lanying, you are awake, you are about to scare us to death. When Lanying woke up, Mayer immediately ran over to check Lanying's condition. The only person who knew medical skills was Lanying herself, and it was Lanying who fell down, so they didn't know what happened to Lanying. They only know that they are in a hurry and take care of Lanying blindly. If something happens to Lanying, they don't know what to do at all. I'm fine, I'm just in shock from being frozen, but then again, the temperature has risen, right? Lanying looked at Mayer's worried look and explained. Lanying also told Meyer that this was not a serious situation, so that Meyer could calm down. Wake up and eat something, here's chicken soup and rice, freshly made. Just when Lanying felt a little hungry, you walked in with a large bowl of chicken soup and rice. The tempting fragrance made Lanying almost dazzled. Aren't you going to eat? Although hungry, Lanying saw that there was only one bowl of rice and chicken soup, and couldn't help but wonder if they would eat it. Gong Yi and Mayer, who were sitting on the side, both shook their heads, indicating that they had already eaten. When Lanying was in a coma, they had already finished eating, but they were not in a hurry to make it for Lanying, because the leftovers were not tasty enough. Delicious. And after Gong Yi was full, he and Mayer went hunting in the forest, which is a miracle. The forest was bare in the afternoon, and dense at night. They didn't let them down either. There were quite a few animals in the forest. Gong Yi killed 4 or 5 of them. When they came back, they kept the 3 chickens for them to eat. The rest is to change clothes or something with the residents. The inhabitants of Kalileva are not very good, so let alone hunting, it is difficult to live, and now someone brings ready-made prey to change their clothes, they are naturally happy. Almost all hawkers who sell clothes find it a very good deal. Speaking of which, put this on when you're done eating. Speaking of clothes, I took out the clothes prepared for Lanying and put them beside Lanying. Hearing this, Lanying put down the bowl and chopsticks and took over the clothes very curiously, but it was fine if she didn't look at it. She was almost startled when she saw it. This thing can be called the three parts of the clothes, and the rest are almost all transparent tulle. If it wasn't for Gong Yi to give her, Lanying wondered if it was a dress from that kind of Kazahana occasion. Don't be surprised, Kalileva's women's clothes are all like this. Because of the weather, it will start in half an hour. If you don't want to die from the heat, just put it on. Aluma could see the full disgust in Lanying's expression, sighed helplessly, and explained. Because of the extremely hot weather, ordinary summer clothes cannot be worn by them at all, so the women's clothes here are like this, and the men's clothes are the same, except the important parts below are all tulle. Although it is embarrassing to wear, the climate problem makes them have to wear it like this. After dinner, Lanying went inside to change clothes. Gong Yi, Mayer, you and Aruma went outside to change. This kind of climate can't be formed naturally. You also said that it suddenly became like this. Did something happen suddenly? Gong Yi is still very strange about the reason for the formation of this kind of climate. For his overthinking, then this island must not be easy. It's really a special thing. A group of scientists came here. After they came, the island became like this. It's been more than half a year. Because of this climate, many people died and many people left. The only ones left are those who can't let go of these islands. Speaking of the reason, Aruma explained by biting Kiba's teeth. Gong Yi could see disgust and hatred in Aruma's eyes, and it seems that the reason for this is because of those scientists are right. Scientists, what did they do? Just after Aruma finished speaking, Lan Ying, who had changed her clothes, came out from the inside, tidied her clothes, and asked. But when Lan Ying came out, everyone's eyes were focused, and they didn't know what to say for a moment. There were only two words in their minds: surprise. Lan Ying, who put on this dress, has a perfect figure. It is revealed that she is also sweet in appearance, and even more beautiful. Dialect. Is it weird? Have you seen enough? Stop watching. Lan Ying's face looked yuhi by everyone, but Gong Yi and the others were still staring at her. Made Lan Ying have a kind of feeling, naked and shy, one by one punched everyone's head. After being beaten, everyone reacted, especially Gong Yi. The drunk Lan Ying at the Little Blue Whale banquet once again appeared in his mind. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend, and share. Read the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 Playmate, find 99 Novel Network and LT. 975. Cave. Thinking of Lan Ying walking around at the banquet with several large jugs of wine that day, Gong Yi just shivered. Can't see. Those scientists hid something in the back mountain. Since that time, the whole island has become abnormal. Aruma was in pain from being beaten by Lan Ying, and said while rubbing her head. After Aruma finished speaking, Mayor also asked, what's hidden? The embarrassment of being beaten by Lan Ying disappeared instantly, and everyone began to pay attention to this matter. Group of scientists are hiding here. This is a very curious thing. Because in their memory, there seems to be nothing that can be so miraculous that it can easily change the temperature of an island. I don't know either. It's an inaccessible cave. Aruma shook his head. That cave, although they knew the location, but none of them could go in, no one was fine. Can't get in? You asked. Aruma nodded. That cave was indeed impossible to enter. With a sigh, Aruma explained. The cave is blocked by solid ice, and it is impossible to enter. Smash it open. Isn't there still a very hot day? Hearing this, Mayor said. Just a piece of solid ice, and it will definitely melt on extremely hot days. If you can smash it open, you can go. In an extremely hot day that is twice as hot as the desert, it can't melt the ice, and it doesn't move at all. The villagers have tried, but no matter how hard you smash it, the ice doesn't move at all. It's very hard. Aruma said speechlessly. If it could be smashed away so easily, they wouldn't just walk away and die. In this world, there can be no ice cubes that can't be broken. Since it is ice, you should be afraid of heat. You also find it strange that in this world, there really is ice that is not afraid of fire. There is nothing that scientists can't do. Before Aruma said anything, Gong Yi explained it to you. The power of a scientist, the person who has crossed over, is the clearest. If scientists are crazy enough, destroying the world is entirely possible. Take us to see the mountain. After getting a general understanding of the situation, Gong Yi stood up on the spot and said to Aruma. Hearing Gong Yi's words, Aruma's eyes turned in shock, and she said, let's change this place back together, Aruma. Gong Yi reached out to Aruma, wanting to liberate Kalileva with Aruma. Seeing Gong Yi's eagerness to try, the others also smiled helplessly, revealing acquiescence in his expression. Gong Yi likes to meddle in his own business, and I'm afraid he can't get rid of it in his life, but it's not bad. After all, this is the most charming place for Gong Yi as a pirate. Let's go together, Aruma. Lan Ying also opened her mouth, hoping for Alma's acceptance. Seeing this, Aruma smiled happily, nodded, stretched out her hand, placed it in Gong Yi's palm, and said, yeah. Once you've decided what to do, you can move on. Since it's almost 12 o'clock now, this time is the best time to go to the cave. After all, at this time, it is neither cold nor particularly hot. Afterwards, Gong Yi and others were ready to go, and immediately prepared to go to the cave. Not too hot now, and this outfit will be a little cold no matter what, so they put their jackets over them. There are probably a lot of people in the cave. When it is extremely hot, near the ice is the most suitable living environment. Otherwise, even if you don't wear a single piece of clothing, you will die from the heat on this extremely hot day. Aruma observed the time and said, "In the first wee hours of a very hot day, there are tents near the ice." "Understood, let's go." Gong Yi nodded and said. Even so, Gong Yi still felt that this matter might be difficult to handle. Since that solid ice is the only way for everyone to survive, it may be difficult for them to smash the solid ice to find out. The villagers may not be willing to take their lives to block them. If the ice is broken, and the cause is not in the cave, then there are only two ways for everyone to go, either die here or leave by boat. After leaving here, they had no money, and they didn't have enough food and water. When they got to the cave, as expected, many people set up tents around the ice. But everyone seems to be unable to see people other than themselves. There is not much communication between people, and each has his own way. Seems that this village is not very united. It's here, it's this cave. After reaching the cave, Aruma stopped, pointed to the frozen cave, and said. Just like what Aruma said, there is a layer of solid ice at least 1 meter thick on the outside of the cave, which surrounds the entire cave. If you think about it with your toes, you can come to the conclusion that this so-called cave is definitely not simple. What's inside is definitely not simple. 976. Persuasion. When Gong Yi saw the ice, he reached out and touched it, then before Aruma could say anything, he punched it down. But as Aruma said, the ice didn't move. Gong Yi had used a lot of strength. To say how much, if this punch was used on a house, it would definitely cut a house in half in an instant, but the ice would not move at all. Hey, Gong Yi. After Gong Yi's fist fell, they could clearly see the people nearby, who were looking at them with strange eyes. Aruma couldn't help shouting. The punch came so suddenly that he had almost no chance to react. Hey, over there, what are you doing? Don't move that piece of ice. Just after Aruma's words fell, a man came out from another tent, looked at Gong Yi, and said viciously. The rest of the people also showed their best not to touch expressions, as if the ice was as important as their lives. I'm going to smash this ice. Gong Yi 29 disapproved of that man's words, and said lightly. Today, no matter what, the ice has been broken, and his intuition tells him that the ice must be broken. Ha, stop kidding, you smashed the ice, will we die together? Crowd strongly opposed Gong Yi's idea, said. If the ice is broken, the contents inside will restore the island to its original state. Gong Yi's current tone is not a try attitude, but a very positive one. But for Gong Yi, an outsider who suddenly appeared, everyone naturally didn't believe it, and said, do you have any evidence to prove that the cause is not in the ice? How will the whole island bet with you? The face of unknown risks, everyone chooses to continue like this. Even if they were abused by temperature, they didn't want to lose their lives. Only this ice will not melt at all on extremely hot days. If you think about it carefully, you can consider why. If you smash it, the island will definitely return to normal. Seeing that the villagers still objected, Lan Ying said. Stop joking, we can't bet our lives with you. The man didn't care what Lan Ying and Gong Yi said at all, and continued to retort. But among all of them, except this man, the rest seemed to be shaken. They have been relying on this piece of ice to survive. This ice is strange, they don't understand, but they couldn't break it at the beginning. Now they have a chance, they have to admit that they want. I said, this ice, it's settled, if you don't agree, try it. Gong Yi doesn't care about a man's words at all, and looking at the man's expression, he is also ruthless. Looking at Gong Yi like this, Aruma felt strange. The man in front of him, the man who was smiling just now, is actually killing an ordinary villager, but the others didn't feel anything wrong with Gong Yi's reaction. Ma was surprised. Gong Yi saved Aruma, so in any case, Aruma chose to believe Gong Yi, kept silent, and did not stop Gong Yi. Oh, then you can try it, anyway. This ice cannot be broken. Seeing this, the man was somewhat frightened by Gong Yi, so he simply stepped aside and stopped talking. After the man stopped, the murderous aura on Gong Yi was a little heavy, and the rest of the people closed their mouths, and no one had any more objection. Armed color, hardened. Gong Yi was going to try it with all his strength. With his hands full of domineering, he started smashing the ice cube from right in front of him. Not one punch, but at least dozens of blows. Afterwards, Gong Yi released his arrogance, panting heavily and looking at the ice cube. It didn't break, but there were a few cracks. Looking at the crack, Illuma felt incredible. Almost everyone knows how hard this ice is, and now there are cracks. Even though Gong Yi knew that, if it was smashed like this, the ice would definitely break 5. But the dozens of punches with all his strength could only crack the ice, and how many times would it take to break the ice, so it was unrealistic to say that it was smashed with brute force. Gong Yi, this ice is not ordinary ice. You looked at 320 and looked at the ice, and said. Gong Yi nodded and replied, indeed, there seems to be something mixed in there. Before this ice was formed, it must have been mixed with something, so the hardness was not generally high, and the cracks he smashed were probably only the shortcomings of this thing, which did not fuse well with water. I seem to have heard of it somewhere, Gong Yi. Together, the 4 of us will attack the 4 corners of this ice cube, maybe it will be useful. Looking at the ice, you searched hard for the memory about it, and finally found some vague memories, and said to Gong Yi. Ah, but how did you? Hearing this, Gong Yi looked at you with doubts in his eyes. How did you know? I've only heard of it before, don't ask, just try it. You saw Gong Yi asking himself the reason, and after a casual perfunctory, he said. It was strange, Gong Yi nodded. Seems like it's the only way to try it now. Don't know if it works, but it's better to give it a try. 977. The person who stopped third. When they decided to give it a try, everyone nodded. I don't have the ability to fight, I leave it to you. Blue Sakura spoke first. He was attacked with medicinal powder, and brute force is impossible, so this kind of strength can only be left to them. I'm here. Gong Yi picked the top corner first. I'm here. You chose the latter. Then I'll be here. Mayor chose to be next to you. But so far, there is still 1 corner left. There is 1 left, I will come. Just then, Aruma stood up, jumped on the vacant corner, and got ready. The 4 of them looked at each other, ready to smash down. 3, 2, 2. Just when Gong Yi hadn't finished counting, the villagers who stopped them just now couldn't stand up, jumped up from the spot, with domineering feet attached to their feet, and said, how could you destroy it? Upon seeing this, the corner of Gong Yi's mouth chuckled lightly, grabbed the man, and before Gong Yi's face. This level can only be described as empty. Sure enough, undercover. Gong Yi looked at the villager as if you had been tricked. Because his feet were caught, he had no chance to resist, and in the panic, the domineering on his feet was also lifted. Seeing this, Gong Yi murmured to himself, there is a flaw. Then, Gong Yi pulled the man down from the air and slashed the man's neck with a knife, and the man fell unconscious. What's the matter? Seeing this, Aruma looked at Gong Yi with a question mark on her face. Isn't this the one who just stopped Gong Yi? Why did he become undercover? This person came here at the same time as the scientist, or after the scientist. His purpose is to look at the cave, know if you were destroyed. By the way, I will abduct you not to destroy the ice cubes. Gong Yi tied the man's hands and feet tightly, and tied several layers of his body, said. From the first time I saw this person, Gong Yi felt something was wrong. There was a little panic in his eyes and a murderous intent that was not hard to see. But this person is very weak, and his murderous intent is not obvious. Even so, Gong Yi can see it. A person who strongly opposes breaking the ice, for sure, but Gong Yi doesn't dare to jump to conclusions, but the moment this person rushes out, he has already revealed his purpose. Speaking of which, he seems to have said that it must not be broken. If it is broken, we will all die of heat. It seems that he is the one who brought us here to escape the summer. After listening to Gong Yi's words, another villager also stood up and said, because of their hearts and minds at the time, they didn't care about so many details. Now that I think about it, it can be said that it is indeed full of loopholes. Okay, deal with him, then, it's on to this piece of ice. After finishing the spies, Gong Yi returned to the corner of the ice cube. 3, 2, 2, 1. The 3 countdowns fell, and the 4 of them smashed into the ice together. There was no response. Just when you thought he was wrong, there was a sound of clicking on the ice. Standing on the front of the ice, you can see that the ice is cracking a little bit, and in the next second, the whole thing is broken and falls to the ground. The onlookers were so frightened that they all retreated a lot, for fear of being smashed. This ice, if you smash it, it will kill you. Really opened. You are so amazing. After the ice broke, Lanying looked at you with bright eyes, and said rudely. I've seen it before, this ice should be mixed with diamond molecules, but the 4 corners have the fewest ions. If they attack together, the entire ice cube will be smashed apart. You smiled and explained to Lanying. But what you care about is that he saw this a long time ago. At that time, he only thought it was an impossible delusion, but he didn't expect that someone has successfully made this kind of ice cubes. After breaking the ice, everyone did not hesitate, borrowed torches, and entered the cave. This cave looks like an ordinary cave, but it has a thick layer of ice wall. In the middle of the cave, there is a ball the size of a palm, which is set up by a shelf. On the surface of the ball, it looked like fire was spreading little by little, and they didn't understand what was going on with this thing. It looks like it's all his credit. Gong Yi held the ball and said. You and the others also nodded, as if it was because of it. Crush it, this thing may be able to return to normal. Looking at the ball in Gong Yi's hand, Aruma said. Although they don't know how to deal with this thing, their intuition tells them that it should be fine to smash it. Gong Yi nodded, slammed hard on the ground, the sphere shattered, and the contents inside evaporated instantly, leaving only the broken sphere fragments on the ground. Seems that this thing is not as hard as the ice outside. No wonder it needs such a thick layer of ice to protect it. Let's see tomorrow, if it's not extremely hot, it's probably normal. Now they can't be sure what the situation is, everything will have to wait for tomorrow to decide. Now Aruma's heart is uneasy, it's good to be successful. Please download Filu's novel, read the latest chapter and LT, or block the collection of IP. 978. Waiting. While waiting, you are the most calm person. Because he doesn't expect the result at all now, all he thinks about is, what to eat for supper. People who are looking forward to the result just like Aruma, including all the villagers, can know with their toes, and I am afraid they won't be able to sleep tonight. Since you have to stay up late, you have to eat a late night snack to replenish your energy. Gong Yi, go hunting in the forest, wait, it's delicious. Although I want to cook, but I don't have enough ingredients at the moment, the only plan for now is to let Gong Yi go hunting. I just happen to be hungry, I'll be back soon. Being told by Yu Yi, Gong Yi also felt the clamor from his stomach and was hungry. However, before Gong Yi could go out, he was stopped by a villager. The woman was standing in front of Gong Yi, holding a still alive chicken in her hand, feeling a little uneasy in her heart. In this scene, if it wasn't for the woman holding a chicken in her hand, he would have thought that the woman wanted to confess to him. But Gong Yi didn't speak, and didn't know what the woman was going to do. After being silent for a few seconds, the woman pulled the chicken out of her arms and said to Gong Yi, well, thank you for your willingness to help us, you must be hungry too, this chicken is for you, I hope don't despise it. Seemed that the woman just wanted to express her gratitude. Wow, thank you so much, I just don't have to go hunting in the forest. Seeing the chicken handed over by the woman, Gong Yi's eyes lit up. Although he agreed to go hunting, he was actually reluctant because his physical strength had been exhausted. But because of hunger, I had to go hunting, and now someone has brought a chicken, which is naturally better. Don't be too happy, one is not enough. Eat it, go out and catch it. Seeing Gong Yi's happy expression, Yu took out the chicken from Gong Yi's arms and said to Gong Yu's words indeed caused Gong Yi, who had ascended to heaven, to fall down again. Looking at his empty arms, he said resentfully, I know. Immediately, he was ready to continue hunting. But this time he still didn't have time to leave, and another group of villagers gathered around. We didn't know that person was a spy, and he wronged you. I'm sorry, I don't have any meat at home, only some vegetables left, I hope you don't mind. From his bag and said with a Yuhi face. I just don't know if Yuhi's face is ashamed because of a misunderstanding or embarrassed because he is too shabby. And us. Following the beginning of the uncle, the rest of the villagers also donated food to express their gratitude. After just 5 minutes passed, Gong Yi was already full of ingredients. There are living animals, vegetables, and fish, almost piled up into a hill. Thank you. Gong Yi looked at the mountain of food in front of him, rubbed his hands happily, and said to everyone. Afterwards, Gong Yi picked up the pile of food and placed it in front of Yu, looking away with a smug look. You're lucky to come and help with the ingredients. Seeing this, Yu said briskly, and then slapped a spoon on Gong Yi's head, asking him to help. Although he was aggrieved, Gong Yi didn't say anything, just followed behind Yu and helped him handle the ingredients. With Gong Yi's help, cooking became much faster, and after a while, bowls of curry appeared on the table. Is a lot of weight, and the fragrance is very strong. Almost everyone in the vicinity can smell the smell, and they all swallowed, and they looked delicious. Don't look at it, let's have dinner together. When everyone was envious, Yu opened his mouth and said to everyone. Well, can we? When the villagers heard that they were also invited to eat together, their eyes showed disbelief, and they asked again. Yu nodded, then turned to look at Gong Yi. Gong Yi didn't hesitate at all, nodded and said, anyway. It's also the ingredients you provided, let's eat together. Lanying and Mayor also nodded, and Aruma had no objection. Seeing this, everyone happily ran to the table, took a bowl of curry rice, and started to eat frantically. Suddenly, the praise for the delicious curry and the sound of eating spread all over the grass. Speaking of which, Aruma, what time is it? Halfway through the meal, Lanying looked at the already dark sky and asked Alma. Now, it's past 12 o'clock. Aruma heard the words, looked up at the moon, and then replied to Lanying. Don't you think the temperature seems to be normal? Lanying looked at Aruma expectantly. 12 o'clock is still normal temperature, a good sign. Don't be too happy, the result will be known in the morning. It's normal at this time in previous years. Aruma reluctantly smashed Lanying's thoughts, and then continued to eat her own curry. 979. Success and interrogation, second more. After listening to Aruma's words, Lanying, who was still looking forward to it, slumped in an instant, thinking that she was successful. I have to say that the current Lanying also hopes to succeed. Seeing what the villagers were looking forward to, she really couldn't bear that they would be disappointed. After dinner, everyone was satisfied like never before. Although they were so excited that they couldn't sleep, it was only temporary. At about 3 o'clock, they still fell asleep. Gong Yi doesn't. Same, he was too tired, so he fell asleep after eating. He didn't wake up until the next morning when Lanying called him. What's the matter, what are you calling me to do? Gong Yi, who was called up, expressed his dissatisfaction and was about to get angry when he got up, but he still restrained himself and did not lose his temper. Gong Yi, look, you have succeeded. Gong Yi was still confused, Lanying added more force and shook it vigorously on Gong Yi's arm. Although Gong Yi was still confused, when he said that he was successful, he knew what it meant, and his mind, which was still confused just now, was instantly awake. Looking at Lanying, he asked excitedly, "It's successful." "Look." Lanying did not answer Gong Yi's question, but pointed to the forest and let Gong Yi see it for himself. From Gong Yi's perspective, it can be seen that Kalilewa is like two places compared to yesterday. Now in Kalilewa, the mountains are full of dense trees, and everyone's house has a fire for cooking, as well as clothes, which are all normal clothes. As for the exposed tulle clothes, they were already piled up on one side, like a small garbage dump. "Mr. Gong Yi, we succeeded." Seeing the beauty of Rinlang in the mountains, Aruma ran to Gong Yi's side excitedly and said with a smile. Seeing Aruma's happy look, Gong Yi also smiled, nodded, and said, "What we said, we will definitely help you restore this place to its original state." Hearing this, Aruma nodded desperately, looking very happy. "By the way, just call me Gong Yi. Well, honorifics are not needed." Suddenly, Gong Yi remembered the question about the name and said, "Is it all right?" Gong Yi's words, Aruma asked with some hesitation. "Well, besides, it was very strange to ask me to add honorifics." Gong Yi reconfirmed, "As long as Aruma is called by name, it will be fine." You actually sabotaged the adults' experiment." Just when Gong Yi and Aruma were talking, they were only halfway through when they were interrupted by someone next to them. "That's right, this person is the spy who came out to stop Gong Yi when he was breaking the ice last night." Now his expression was even more flustered than last night, even fearful, as if he was going to die in the next second. "Adult." Gong Yi looked at the spy with a playful expression on his face. Sure enough, he guessed right, this spy definitely knows something. "That's right, it's our lord. You're all going to die because you sabotaged your lord's experiment." The spy's tone became more and more fierce, as if Gong Yi had committed some huge taboo. "Then please tell me who, sir, is." Gong Yi got up and walked to the spy's side, asking a bit more playful in his tone. This kind of tone is more terrifying than fierce, plus Gong Yi has a knife in his hand that he didn't know where to get it, which completely gives people a feeling of, "I'll stab you if you don't say anything," or the kind of stab you missed feeling. I don't know." Seeing Gong Yi's savage appearance, the spy swallowed, shook his head, and said. Seeing that the spy refused to say anything, before Gong Yi started to do something, the knife inside you flew out. The knife perfectly escaped Gong Yi and Lanying, leaving a slight scratch on the spy's cheek, and then came Yu's voice, saying to the spy, "It's better to tell the truth, otherwise, the next it's just a brain." Saying that, Yu withdrew the knife and showed his remaining 99 knives and forks, like an asura. In fact, Yu didn't mean to kill that guy at first, it was nothing more than to frighten him. Anyway, anytime, anywhere, even if the knife falls on his face the next second, he can perfectly retract it a second ago. I really don't know, I'm just the one who was sent to guard the cave, I haven't even seen the Lord's face at all. The Lord just told me before leaving that if the experiment is ruined, I will be with the ruined one. People's lives can be sent away. Spy didn't dare to say panic, the whole person trembled, for fear that he would be stabbed into a hornet's nest in the next second. Where is your so-called adult? Gong Yi looked at the spy, and it didn't seem like he was lying. Since he didn't know, let's change the question. I don't know either, but, before my lord left, I heard him say south. Yes, you can find your lord by driving south. The spy said to Gong Yi in a panic. 980. Alliance. Whether this news is accurate or not, the spy himself can't say for sure. After all, it was overheard at the time. What's your name? Gong Yi put away his knife, waved his hand at Yu, motioned for him to put away the knife too, and then asked the spy. Zai. Watching Gong Yi and Yu put away the knives, Shi breathed a sigh of relief and said. Although Gong Yi and you put away the knives, it does not mean that he is no longer in danger, so Shi is still a little cautious when talking to Gong Yi and you. Okay, Zai, next, you are responsible for leading us. Gong Yi stood, patted Shi on the shoulder, and said with a serious face. When Gong Yi said this, Shi instantly petrified in place, only felt a pot of dog blood drenching him from head to heel, and couldn't help but question. Also, don't talk about such horrible things in such a serious way. He will die if he is discovered. So, I want you to take us to find that Lord. I really want to see him. Gong Yi thought that Zai didn't hear clearly, so he said it again. Although this adult and him, Gong Yi, can be said to have no grudges and no hatreds, and there is no intersection at all. Nothing, but I don't know why, Gong Yi just wants to meet this adult for a while. Probably a meddling and addicting. Can I refuse? Seeing Gong Yi's eagerness to try, Shi couldn't help but ask, but with the change in Gong Yi's eyes, his voice became smaller and smaller. In the end it was almost inaudible. Immediately, Gong Yi slapped Shi's shoulder and said with a smile, what do you think? This smile was very murderous. Naturally, it was just to frighten Shi. I'm going. Shi dared not speak any more, and nodded desperately in agreement. Gong Yi nodded in satisfaction and let go of Shi. That's right. When will breakfast be ready? Am hungry. After finishing Shi, Gong Yi turned his attention to Yu's side. It was time for breakfast. Yu tossed the 2 pots in his hands and said, I am waiting for 10 minutes. Okay, then, we'll go out after breakfast. The goal, to find the adult. Gong Yi listened to Yu's words and already made a plan. Anyway, wherever you go, you have to take risks. Go directly to see that so-called adult. Wait, Gong Yi, are you going to find the culprit who made this place become like this? Just when Gong Yi was about to get up, Aruma grabbed Gong Yi's hand and asked. Gong Yi nodded and replied, yeah, what's wrong? Can you take me with you? Gong Yi's answer, Aruma asked again. Seeing that Aruma also wanted to go with him, Gong Yi didn't. Jin asked, why? Aruma swallowed and said, I want to avenge the village. And when she said this, there was obvious anxiety in Aruma's expression, which was naturally seen by Gong Yi. Then let's make an alliance. Gong Yi nodded, put his hands on his hips, looked at Aruma, and said. Union. Has never been a pirate and doesn't understand the rules of a pirate, can't understand Gong Yi's meaning. That's it. You, join our pirate team to go on a crusade against the Sir. The alliance will be disbanded when the Sir is defeated. Gong Yi stretched out his hand, clenched it into a fist, palm down, hanging in the air, and said. Gong Yi agreed. Aruma smiled lightly, nodded, and stretched out her hand, clenched it into a fist, and made an alliance with Gong Yi. Exactly, no one on our ship can sail, so that's a big help. After the alliance was formed, Gong Yi laughed a few times and said to Aruma. After Gong Yi finished speaking, Aruma helplessly helped her forehead, her face full of black lines. Indeed, the strength of Gong Yi's fire pirates is unquestionable, but their navigation skills are indeed poor. Suddenly, Aruma couldn't help but have a strong curiosity. How did Gong Yi get ahead without the navigators in the sea? Is it a pirate who came to the New World? But he has also read the news. Gong Yi's name knows Akatsuki a little. Obviously it is not a pirate established in the New World. To be said that without navigators, it is a great luck to be able to come to the New World on the Great Route. Of course, Gong Yi doesn't. May tell him that he's not from this world, and to him, it's just a game. Breakfast is ready. When Aruma and Gong Yi were thinking about each other, Yu walked out of the kitchen with breakfast. Looking at the breakfast, the eyes of several people lit up instantly, thick egg roast and fish soup. The fragrance is not bad. Sure enough, Yu's cooking skills will always surprise Gong Yi. Here, yours. You distributed breakfast to everyone one by one, then walked to Aruma's side and handed it to Aruma. Aruma was a little surprised, but he didn't expect it to be his, and then took it without any hesitation, swallowed, and thanked him. 981. Leave. While everyone was eating, Shi, who was behind them, was sitting on the ground, looking at Gong Yi and the others pitifully. He also hadn't eaten for more than a day. That, I also want to eat. Although he is now a prisoner, his rumbling stomach is urging him to beg for a meal cheekily. Even so, after Zai finished speaking, Yuhi was still embarrassed. Ah yes, I forgot that I still have you, but it's too late to do it now. Let's talk about it when we get on the boat. After all, we can't starve you to death. After you heard Shiyi's words, he remembered that he had forgotten a Shiyi behind him. Although he couldn't get the meal right away, you said that he would definitely cook it later, which made him very satisfied, nodded desperately, and said thank you. Don't thank me, just take us to find that adult. Yu shook his head and did not accept the thanks from Shiyi. I don't know much about, sir, but the only thing I can be sure of is that he is one of the 4 emperors. Shiyi recalled something about the adults and said to Gong Yi. Shiyi also thought about it. Anyway, everything is dead. Since Gong Yi wants to slay the adults, he will help him, so there may be a chance to survive. The people under the hands of the 4 emperors. Hearing Shiyi's words, Gong Yi spit out a mouthful of soup, sprayed mire all over his face, and said with a look of surprise. Gong Yi. On his face, Mayor said with a black line. Which of the 4 emperors? Gong Yi just, as if he didn't hear what Mayor said, he continued to ask Shiyi. Hey, you bastard, look at me who was sprayed all over the face. Seeing Gong Yi spraying himself and ignoring him, Mayor couldn't help his expression, and stepped on the table with one foot, as if he wanted to draw a sword. Mayor finished speaking, Gong Yi turned his head to look at him, then nodded and said, oh. Sorry. Immediately, before Mayor could say anything, Gong Yi continued to ask, so who is the subordinate of the 4 emperors? I killed you. Seeing Gong Yi's insincere apology, Mayor felt that he was out of anger, and he continued to draw his sword. Alright, let's eat and eat. That it was not good, he immediately grabbed Mayor's waist, dragged him from standing to sitting state, and helped him put away a knife, and then when Lan Ying said that, Mayor sighed and sat down. Come down, what a caring captain. The 4 emperors. It seems to be the younger brother of Blackbeard, and sir, is also a member of the clan. But I don't know the name. Shi echoed back carefully, and immediately got the answer, and said to Gong Yi. Hearing this, Gong Yi sat down and fell into deep thought. This is not easy to handle, I didn't expect to be involved with the 4 emperors so quickly. Gong Yi knew very well in his heart that the most yin person among the 4 emperors was Blackbeard, so it was too early to fight against Blackbeard. Despite this, Gong Yi still did not give up the crusade against the adult idea. Anyway, the people who should come will come after all, come early, come later, what is the difference? I won't say more. Everyone starts to eat their own breakfast. After about 10 minutes, when everyone has finished eating, it is time to prepare set sail. Aluma, get ready to go. Gong Yi waved at Aruma who was below and said. Because the ice on the water surface has melted, the boat is naturally close to the shore, and it is easier to get on the boat. Come on. Aruma hugged Bobo, and after responding, got on Gong Yi's boat. Just when Gong Yi and others were about to set sail, all the villagers of Kali Leva suddenly gathered on the shore. Thank you, benefactors. Good luck. Villagers waved their hands at Gong Yi and others, and shouted loudly, the gratitude in their hearts is more than a thank you can express clearly. Oh, no thanks. Friends, let's go and set sail. Gong Yi also waved at the villagers below, expressing no thanks, and then shouted to everyone on the boat. Agni, set off immediately. Gradually, the Agni also disappeared on the coast. Let me see, south, it should be this pointer. Gong Yi looked at the 3 record pointers in his hand and said. The 3 record pointers, one does point to the south. It seems to be right, full right rudder, 7 o'clock. Aruma nodded, calculated the position, and after confirming that it was correct, said to Gong Yi and the others. After Aruma finished speaking, Gong Yi gave up his position to Mayor. He would not sail, especially the time. Mayor also naturally passed by Gong Yi's side, walked to the direction of the rudder, and started sailing. Then, I'm going to cook for that guy. After everything was on the right track, he pointed to Shiyi who was about to starve and said. Seeing that Shiyi was going to cook for himself, he immediately nodded happily, and the whole person was also refreshed. 982. Navy Pursuit. You don't show much interest in the 4 emperors. He believes that Gong Yi is the future One Piece, and the 4 emperors will be defeated sooner or later, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Where did Mayor go? Gong Yi looked around, didn't see Mayor's figure, and asked Lan Ying. After being sprayed by you, my whole body smells of fish soup. I went to change my clothes and take a bath. Blue Sakura sighed helplessly. Hey, when did I spray? Hearing this, Gong Yi was surprised, looked back at Lan Ying, and asked in surprise. Quote. Lan Ying was not surprised by Gong Yi's reaction, but she felt a little speechless. Anyway, Gong Yi usually doesn't listen to others, just get used to it. Aruma, let's go, I'll show you our ship, it's super luxurious. Lan Ying stopped paying attention to Gong Yi, dragged Aruma, and dragged him to the passage under the boat. Well, thank you. Little surprised when she heard Lan Ying's words, but her face was still full of expectations. After the first strange umbrella and propelling device came out, Aruma developed a very strong curiosity about the Agni. For the next half hour, Lan Ying and Aruma have been running around in the boat, for a while. Look at the fish tank, for a while. Look at the public rest area, and for a while. Look at the study room. After reading it, Aruma's eyes almost fell. Is this really a boat? In his eyes, it looks like a luxury villa at sea. When Aruma and Lan Ying came back to the deck again, Gong Yi was sitting on the side of the boat fishing, while Shiyi was let go by you and he was desperately eating while Meyer hadn't come up yet. Lan Ying, who designed this ship? This is the first time I have seen such a powerful ship. Alma sat on the deck and asked Lan Ying excitedly. He has also boarded the ship of the great pirate. It is indeed a big ship, but it is not so luxurious. Compared with the Agni, it is slightly inferior. A ship that even the big pirates don't have. Gong Yi and the others have it, which makes Aruma very curious. This ship was designed by Gong Yi and built by Mayor. Lan Ying pointed at Gong Yi and said. Well, it turned out to be Gong Yi's idea. Is that a boatman? This boat looks so delicate. After listening to Lan Ying's words, Aruma felt the inconceivable from the bottom of her heart. But for Mayor as a shipbuilder's answer, it still feels weird. Mayor is a person with the ability to copy fruit, and can produce what he imagines in his mind. Lan Ying explained to Aruma. Hearing this, Aruma pointed out some of his strengths. And just when Aruma was envious, Mayor came up from below and said, I said, didn't you feel that from the beginning, there was a very strange feeling around this place? Mayor finished bathing, changed his clothes, came up from below, and said to everyone. After Mayor finished speaking, Lan Ying and Shiyi both shook their heads, indicating that they did not understand why. But you, Gong Yi, and Aruma all nodded, and indeed, they felt it too. I thought it was an illusion. Aruma thought for a while and said. The moment he came up from below, he felt that something was wrong here, but he didn't take it seriously, he thought it was an illusion caused by being too sensitive. No, I feel it too. Yu shook his head and said. And in the next second, before Gong Yi could express any opinion, he sensed something was wrong above, and when he looked up, it turned out to be a cannonball. Armed color, hardened. Gong Yi didn't have time to tell everyone to be careful, so he jumped up and slammed the cannonball into the sea with one punch. Gong Yi's move ended, and the rest stood up. Lanying looked at the sea where the shells had fallen and asked, "What's going on?" "Why don't you ask? We were attacked." Mayer drew his sword and said with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. "Just happened to be all the time. Sailing is boring too, and now that someone is doing things, that's really good." And when Mayer and others looked around the ship, they saw many warships. It was the Navy. "I'm going. So many navies should have 10 ships as a base." Looking at the sea covered with warships, Aruma's eyes almost fell in fright. He had never seen so many warships assembled. "It looks like we are about to be hospitable by the Navy." Looking at those warships, Yu was also eager to try and emphasize the pronunciation of the word hospitality. "Yes, this is the first time since the voyage was encircled and suppressed by the Navy." Gong Yi also echoed Dao. "This is in addition to the top of the war, the first head-to-head combat with the Navy." But Aruma is not calm. They are such a powerful pirate group, and they were hunted down by the Navy for the first time. No wonder the Navy can send more than 10 warships. It is because of the strength of Gong Yi's pirate group. Everything is there. 983. Against the Navy. Aruma shook her head to make herself more serious. Now is not the time for random thoughts. Pirates of the Fire Pirates. Take it easy. You are surrounded. Just when Aruma calmed down a little, the warship opposite picked up the loudspeaker and shouted. Gong Yi felt that his ears were about to hear Callus's for the Navy's day-to-day, unchanging speech. As a pirate, who can be foolish enough to surrender and not meet a Navy admiral, and even if they do, they must struggle. There is no difference between this and bullshit. It's only a fool to be caught without a hand. It's a good idea to be a Navy. Gong Yi didn't hold back the words in his heart, shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's okay to insult the Navy as a fool." After Gong Yi finished speaking, the loudspeaker on the side of the Navy came again. After hearing what the Navy said, Gong Yi was surprised, his eyes widened, and his face looked incredible. "It's 2 meters away." He was so small that he could be heard. "If you don't want to, it's useless to talk about it. All fleets, fire." The leader didn't want to negotiate too much with Gong Yi, and simply let the fleet start firing. After the leader gave an order, all the warships began to take the Agni as the center, and began to bombard one by one with a steady stream of shells. Gong Yi and others also consciously formed a circle, each dealing with the shells in front of them. Armed color, hardened. Gong Yi continued to use his domineering arrogance and jumped up to shoot cannonballs. Most of the cannonballs were shot back to the warship, which also killed a warship. Shave, point the gun. You use what you have learned in the Navy to deal with the Navy. Yu and Gong Yi's method is naturally different. The trick he used is to pierce the shell directly, the power of the explosion is no longer there, and they all fall to the bottom of the sea. Aruma's attack method was the same as Gong Yi's, hitting all the shells back. Mayer cuts the cannonball, but the cut also explodes. And Lanying used potion to freeze the cannon, the best way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. After all, the frozen cannonball will not explode without pressure, and it can be used for oneself when it melts. How many times have you been so little ones like this? Come on. Looking at the cannonballs being picked up one by one, the other leader chuckled, then stretched out his hand and buckled it on the Agni. Next second, countless navies ran along that hand. Perhaps the balance has been exercised in advance, and now the running speed is not slow at all. Tisk. Gong Yi clicked his tongue in disgust. Looking at the sailors on board, Gong Yi's forehead gradually sweated. The endless cannonballs above, coupled with the non-stop attack of the Navy on the ship, they were almost unable to bear it and lost in the limit of the number of people. Gong Yi, if this continues, we will suffer. Let's find a way to escape. During the battle, Yu jumped up to Gong Yi's side and whispered in Gong Yi's ear. That's right, a protracted war is not good for us. Let's deal with that hand first, and then run. You, please, help me hold on. Gong Yi nodded, agreeing with Yu's idea, and jumped to the helm. Yu also nodded and started to help Gong Yi stop the cannonball above. It is a bit difficult to deal with the shells alone. Gong Yi also understood the disadvantage of the situation, and without any hesitation, he walked to the rudder, operated the button on it, and then said, "Elastic net." After Gong Yi's words were finished, the Agni's deck once again raised two claws, propping up the large net that had avoided the water in the hail area. After the net was opened, Yu also returned to the deck to help Aruma and the others deal with the navy. Since Gong Yi will open this net, it means that this net must have some kind of name, so you no longer worry about the shells on it. Sure enough, after the net opened, the incoming shells were bounced into the sea one by one and exploded in the sea. Although they said they didn't hurt their Agni, but when they came down like this, there were waves on the sea, and the ship was shaking. Gong Yi and others on the deck, anyway. They can be masters well balanced. But for those navies, it's not a good thing. Don't forget, they're still there. One by one they went to the boat, and when they swayed, many fell into the sea. Even if someone stabilized and didn't fall, they just grabbed the elongated hand and tried desperately to stop themselves from falling. Looking at that hand, Gong Yi frowned slightly. This trick is very similar to Luffy's rubber, but he couldn't tell where it was wrong. If it weren't for Luffy's presence, he might have thought it was a rubber fruit. Since it can be stretched, it must be a person of ability, but what kind of ability is this? Gong Yi does not know. Casting questioning glances at the rest of the people, they also shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know either. For a while, the extension of this hand became a huge question mark, making Gong Yi unable to stop being curious. 984. Bye-bye, third. Curiosity turned into curiosity, but now is not the time. Gong Yi shook his head and continued to deal with the sailors who came over. Because the hands have already begun to tremble, there is no way to get a new batch of navies to come up, and after finishing this batch, they will be relieved for a while. Get this hand back, or else the navy will come up. Mayer went to the hand, pointed to the hand on the deck, and said, "Chop it." Lan Ying nodded, indicating that there was nothing wrong, and then said to Mayer, "This goes on, sooner or later, they will be unable to carry it, and they want to leave, but because they can't move with this hand, they can only find a way to get rid of these inexplicable three hands." Gong Yi also agreed and asked Mayer to chop off the three hands. Mayer nodded, and without any hesitation, chopped down at those hands. But an unexpected scene happened. I saw that the hand cut off by Mayer disappeared on the deck little by little, and the broken arm did not bleed at all, but the hand continued to grow. What is this? Gong Yi was shocked when he saw this strange reaction. This ability is a bit scary. Mayer was still shooting at that hand, but no matter how many times it was cut, the outcome was the same. This ability, I remembered it. It's the cell fruit. The power of the cell fruit. Yu watched this strange scene, searched hard in his memory, and finally said to Gong Yi. But after you finished speaking, Gong Yi still said he didn't know why. What is a cell fruit? All in all, what you cut down is his cells, which he assembled with cells, and if you keep cutting it, it will continue to grow. This is the cell fruit. You can manipulate cells at will. Yu continued to explain to them. When she heard you said that the stream was continuing, Lan Ying had a hint of confusion on her face, and asked Yu, "What should I do? Do you have hot melt powder? Have you made any new ones?" Yu lowered his head and pondered for a while, then asked Lan Ying. "Yes, prepared in Kali Leva. There are still 12 bottles, are they enough?" Lan Ying nodded, took out the hot melt powder from the bag, and said to Yu. Looking at the 12 bottles of hot melt powder, Yu nodded with satisfaction, and then, Yu took the 12 bottles of hot melt and set fire to it. The hot melt powder began to burn violently. An instant, it burned to the person with the pair of claws. who were walking on that arm were also burned. They jumped into the sea in fright. The speed of that huo is not a joke. Even if it is a moment of hesitation to run back, it will go straight to the west. To the boat immediately in front were inevitably cold, and the people in the back were much more clever and jumped off. The way the navy came was blocked, and it seemed that it was a success. Wow, that's amazing. How did you know this? After finishing the hand, Lanying walked to Yu's side and said with a look of admiration. Is like an encyclopedia, knows everything, even in Kali Leva. I've seen the Devil Fruit book before, but I was blinded for a while and I didn't remember it. It's sell fruit, and I am most afraid of fire. Yu's eyes dodged a little, and then explained. But you dodged for a moment, but no one was found, and Lanying's original thick lines, naturally believed what you said. Damn, stinky pirates, little ones, get on the boat and go. Who was burned was so angry that he gnashed Kiba's teeth. Now that the army can't be sent, the shells are useless, the only way is to advance and besiege. A loophole in the naval siege was also a good opportunity for Gong Yi and the others. Let's rush out now. Aruma, you can command, can you? Seeing this, Gong Yi said to Aruma. Who knows, sailing on the ship is Aruma himself, and I don't know if Aruma can go out. As long as Aruma can command, everything is easy to say. Yes, after all, the opposite camp is full of loopholes. Aruma nodded, a honeyed smile curled up at the corner of her mouth, and said confidently. Okay, Mayor, you and I go sailing. Seeing this, Gong Yi nodded with satisfaction and said to Mayor. Mayor nodded and didn't ask anything, because he knew that Gong Yi didn't. Can sail. Right, full rudder. At 3 o'clock, there is a big hole, you can rush out. Aruma observed on the side of the navy, and then spoke to Mayor and Gong Yi. Understand. Gong Yi replied. Then, Mayor started to drive the boat, and Gong Yi was the commander. After all, only Gong Yi himself understood the button operation on the rudder. But, no, smelly, bye, you. Gong Yi stood on the deck, looked towards the navy, and shouted loudly. Afterwards, he turned around and began to prepare the command button, while Aruma was observing the situation, and Meyer's reaction was fast enough. 985. Landing, Candy Island, 4th update. Direction of the master was good, there was no sudden change on the side of the navy, and a slight attack by them showed a complete loophole. But other warships came over in an instant, trying to block their way. Mayor, button 1 on 12, button 3. Seeing this, Gong Yi directed Meyer. After Mayor gave the order, he quickly pressed the 12th button and the 3rd button. Afterwards, a row of cannons came out from the side of the ship, attacking those warships. They didn't have many cannonballs, so what they shot were all stone balls polished by Gong Yi in the Chambord Islands. Although the attack power of the stone ball is not too large, it can harass and slow down the speed of the navy. Afterwards, Mayor pressed the number 3 button again. It was the propulsion system. With the help of auxiliary wheels, their ship was not as fast, and they broke away from the navy's encirclement in an instant. Button 5. Gong Yi continued to command, and Mayor continued to press. After pressing the number 5 button, it was an even more incredible thing. I saw a cloud of white air spewing out from the stern of the ship, which instantly expanded into a fog, blocking the navy's sight. A fog formed by using the hot melt powder given by Lanying and adding seawater, and because the heat of the hot melt powder is very large, the fog formed is not an ordinary fog, and it is enough to stop it for a period of time. See you next time. When leaving, Gong Yi also provocatively said to the navy. And the navy, especially the leader, stood on the boat, their faces turned blue. He told Akainu that if he took away 12 warships, he would definitely take Gong Yi back alive. Today, the 12 warships, let alone arresting people, have already been run away without even seeing Gong Yi's face. Going back this time, 100% will be scolded. On the other side, Gong Yi and the others were sitting on the boat gasping for breath and just escaped death. I know the function of this ship for a long time, said while panting. I also understand that when building a ship, what is the purpose of preparing those strange things? Mayer also said with a smile. I still remember that when the ship was being built, Mayer secretly damaged Gong Yi's messy shipbuilding, but now she really thinks she thinks too much. Take a look at the recording pointer, the driver is on the move. Aruma stood up from the deck, picked up a bottle of water, took a few sips, and said. When Aruma said this, Gong Yi got up. I just fought too hard with the Navy and didn't care about the direction. Fortunately, the direction is not wrong, and we are heading for the island in the south. After a moment of silence, it started to rain. But this rain is not ordinary rain, it also has color, and it also falls with something. It hurts. What is this? Lan Ying was hit, and this thing fell on her body. It felt like a hailstorm, and it was bells and whistles. And that rain, there is also a sticky feeling when it falls on the body. It's like candy. You picked up something that fell from the boat, smelled it, and finally ate it, and found that it was sugar. Sugar. Hearing this, Gong Yi also felt strange, took a one and ate it, it was indeed candy. Gong Yi thought of something, stretched out his hand to catch a pool of rainwater, and drank it. Could it be this rain? Lan Ying wasn't stupid either, she seemed to understand something. After Gong Yi drank it, he nodded and said, yes, it's juice, orange flavored. Hearing this, both Bobo and Lan Ying's eyes began to glow, they took out the cups, took the rain and candy from the sky, and started to eat. I have to say, this candy is extraordinarily sweet. But this rain only lasted for less than 55 minutes. Why is it gone so soon? Looking at the unresponsive sky, Lan Ying said with a look of disappointment. She hasn't had enough to eat yet. But it didn't take long for her to lose her mind, and the next second, she regained her spirits. Because, something has fallen from the sky again. This time, the thing is very similar to snow, it won't melt when it falls into the hand, and it is soft and soft, you can know it is cotton candy when you taste it. Wow, marshmallow snow. Lan Ying was happy again, and ran the boat full of marshmallows. Although Yu Ping was most interested in food, she was still worried about things of unknown origin, and said, it's so strange, how can these things come down from the sky? It's not unusual, there are also in the country of the 4 emperors. Gong Yi shook his head, indicating that this is nothing unusual. How do you know? Hearing this, Lan Ying, who was eating marshmallows, sat on the deck with a large handful of marshmallows and asked. Listen, I heard. Gong Yi just realized that he had said too much, and said awkwardly. Hearing this, Lan Ying nodded, then didn't care, and continued to eat her own marshmallows. Seeing that Lan Ying didn't ask further questions, Gong Yi breathed a sigh of relief. I forgot that I had never touched the sea area of the 4 emperors at all, and I couldn't tell them that I had crossed over. It was too strange. This marshmallow snow didn't last long, but it was longer than the juice rain. 986. Stay. Compared with Lan Ying, especially the marshmallows and juice are stored, which can be used to cook desserts after meals, and can also be used as decorations for prepared meals, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Heaul, is that? Sir, here. The small island in front of him, Gong Yi asked Shi Yi. I don't know, the information I know is only 1 south. Shi Yi shook his head, he didn't know much about this kind of thing. Aruma pointed to the record pointer on Gong Yi's hand and said to Gong Yi, the record pointer takes time to fill up, so let's stay on the island for a while. Okay, Aruma, let's put the recording pointer with you first, so that the navigation is also convenient, here. Gong Yi took off the record pointer in his hand, held it in front of Aruma, and said to Aruma. Aruma hesitated for a while, but finally nodded and took the record pointer. Then let's talk about it first, come back to the boat for dinner at night, and have free time during the day. Remember to bring me some ingredients back. I won't go down when I'm ready for dinner. Saying that he wanted to land, Yu opened his mouth and said to Gong Yi and the others. Remember, you must bring me food, materials. Otherwise, you will be hungry for the next voyage. When bringing the ingredients, Yu also deliberately accentuated his tone. These thick lines, it is easy to forget, only by coercing and enticing them to have no food to eat, can they remember to bring the ingredients. Okay, Mayor, Lan Ying, Aruma, let's go. Gong Yi nodded, then jumped off the boat and waved to the others. They were dying of curiosity about this island of desserts. After landing, I could feel the sticky feeling on the ground, but the milk smell was very strong, so Lan Ying asked Gong Yi, can this thing be eaten? Hearing this, Gong Yi smashed a dent with his fist, and then bit down, his eyes lit up instantly, toffee. After Gong Yi finished speaking, Lan Ying began to cut a large piece on the ground and hold it in his arms, eating slowly. Look at Gong Yi, there seems to be a small town ahead. Lan Ying swallowed the milk candy in her arms, pointed to the suspected rubble in front, and said to Gong Yi. Well, let's go and see, Uru. Good Bobo, don't get lost. Gong Yi looked at the still Bobo, who was vigorously eating toffee, and said to Aruma. Aruma nodded, pulled Bobo off the toffee, and threw it into his arms. Bobo looked at Aruma pitifully, with an expression on his face that he hadn't eaten enough. There must be something else inside, darling, come and eat inside. Aruma rubbed Bobo's head and comforted Bobo. This, Bobo Deng's eyes lit up and nodded, looking very much looking forward to it. A group of people walked inside, and it didn't take long to see the town, and sure enough, the whole town was full of candies. But unlike the countries Gong Yi has seen, almost all desserts are available on this small island. The house is made of chocolate, the bed is made of marshmallows, the tableware is made of lollipops, and even the spray izumi is made of juice. In the center of the city, there is also an extra large wedding cake, but there is a sign next to it that is forbidden to eat, obviously it is not allowed to eat. Gong Yi was very curious about what kind of island this island was, but the most urgent thing at the moment, the most important thing to know, was about adults. Aruma, how long does it take for the record pointer to fill up? Gong Yi turned around, and asked Aruma. Hearing this, Aruma looked down at the 3 recording pointers, made a slight calculation, and said, it will be full at noon the day after tomorrow. Then let's disperse our operations today, intelligence or something, and then inquire tomorrow. I'm tired of sailing for so long. After Aruma finished speaking, Gong Yi nodded and said. After all, taking some time to relax is also a part of sailing, and you can't just fight and kill. After Gong Yi finished speaking, the most excited people were Bobo and Lan Ying. Okay, then I'll take Bobo for dessert first. Aruma nodded, responded to Bobo's expectant little eyes, and took him to eat dessert. Wait for me, I'll go with you. Seeing that Bobo and Aruma are going to eat dessert, Lan Ying raised her hand to express her desire to go together. I am not afraid of getting fat. Seeing Lan Ying's eyes light up when she mentioned dessert, Mayer said without fear of death. But Mayer's words were undoubtedly looking for something for himself, and Lan Ying was instantly beaten twice on the head. Never challenge a girl's weight, be careful I beat you. Lan Ying continued to wave her fist and said to Mayer. Quote. Hearing this, Mayer obediently closed her mouth and looked at the bag on her head, wanting to cry without tears. Isn't this already beaten? I'm going to bring food to you, shall we go together? After Aruma and Lan Ying left, Gong Yi said to Mayer. But Mayer shook his head and said, my clothes are not clean after you sprayed them. Pick them out. Mayer was really helpless. He only had 2 clothes to change, and now because of Gong Yi's spot, there is only one left, and now he naturally wants to buy clothes. 987. A town that does not accept pirates. After Mayer finished speaking, Gong Yi nodded, and then said, let's go together then, it just so happens that I also want to buy 2 clothes, and then go to buy ingredients." Upon seeing this, Mayer nodded and did not refuse again. After the two made up their minds, they went out together and looked for a clothing store nearby. After walking for almost 2 streets, I found a clothing store. I have to say that there are very few clothing stores in this small town. Then, the two of them pushed the door and went in. "Hello, do you need anything?" After Gong Yi and Mayer entered the room, a man who seemed to be the boss walked up to Gong Yi and Mayer and asked the two of them, "Just look at the clothes." Mayer looked around and felt that the clothes here seemed to be pretty good, and said to the boss. After Mayer finished speaking, the boss nodded, stepped aside consciously, and said to the two, "Then you will see first." From Gong Yi's point of view, the boss seems to be not bad. But Mayer didn't know if it was his own delusion. Frowning slightly, from the moment he first entered the house, he could smell a very sweet smell. After looking around, Gong Yi pointed to a piece of clothing and said to the boss, "Boss, this dress is so strange." Gong Yi jumped up and took off the dress, and found that it was hard and seemed to be shedding slag. "It's not surprising, it's normal for chocolate chips to fall off." The boss shook his head and said, "That is to say, all the clothes in this shop are made of various desserts." Mayer also approached a set of clothes near him, smelled it, and then asked. The boss nodded and said, "Yes." Quote. Gong Yi and Mayer were both speechless. This kind of clothes should not be worn. For a while, the two of them could think of their clothes running naked after they were melted by the rain and accidentally shattered. "Don't you have normal clothes?" May asked the boss. The boss shook his head and said, "Our clothes are changed every day, all dessert clothes, never wear that kind of clothes, the guests are not local people." After speaking, the boss also tore off a piece of the sleeve of his own clothes and threw it into his mouth, saying. Mayer sighed helplessly, "So it was. Don't be kidding, we are pirates, how can pirates wear clothes made of sugar, and it doesn't make you feel cool at all." After the boss finished speaking, Gong Yi said helplessly, "Are pirates, and they want to go out on an adventure. This kind of clothes, I am afraid that they will break even if they are moved, how can they wear them out?" But after Gong Yi finished speaking, there was obvious panic in the boss's expression. Like seeing Gong Yi and Mayer, it's like hell. "Yeah, pirate, what's wrong?" Gong Yi still didn't feel anything wrong and said with a nonchalant expression. Pirates. Come on people, pirates appear in our town." After confirming, the boss slumped to the ground with a look of panic, and then almost crawled out and shouted outside. Quote. Gong Yi and Mayer were speechless again. They didn't seem to be doing anything. Seeing that the boss had already run away, Gong Yi and Mayer couldn't stay here any longer, so they had to go out to see if there were any other stores. "Since there are no clothes to buy, it seems that I can only bring food to you first." But as soon as Mayer and Gong Yi walked out of the door of the clothing store, they could feel that the eyes of people nearby were full of malicious intent, as if seeing Gong Yi and Mayer was like seeing the god of plague. "Mayer, what have we done?" Gong Yi, who looked at him with this kind of gaze, was a little confused, so he couldn't help but approached Mayer and asked tentatively in Mayer's ear. "It seems not." Mayer also shook his head blankly, they didn't seem to be doing anything. But why did the crowd's eyes fall on them? "Pirates, get out of our town." Before the two could say anything, a spoon made of lollipops was thrown out, followed by cursing. Gong Yi took the spoon quickly, feeling the murderous aura from these people. Yeah, get out." After one person started booing, another group of people began booing together, throwing everything in their hands, as if they were going to beat Gong Yi and Mayer out. "There are pirates over there too. Let's drive the pirates out." Just here, Mayer and Gong Yi were thrown a bunch of things, and after that, there was a sound of people from the back of the crowd. Hearing this, everyone followed the man's voice and looked cautiously, thinking that they were surrounded. Gong Yi followed the voice and looked over, and lost all kinds of candies in his hand. The ones who were beaten were Lan Ying, Aruma, and Bobo. I saw Lan Ying standing in Aruma's way. In front of him, protect Aruma from being hit. 988. Saved, 3rd. Looking at the various candies flying towards him, Lan Ying also had green spots on his body, but he still doesn't know why he was beaten. Wait, we have nothing. Lan Ying wanted to explain, but no one listened to her. Then, a candy almost the size of Lan Ying's head flew out. It's just sugar-coated cannonballs. Seeing that Lan Ying was about to be smashed, but the scattered little candies hit him so that he had no chance to defend. Stop it all. Seeing this, Gong Yi immediately jumped over and smashed the cannonball out with one punch. Cannonball exploded into the air, and all kinds of candies flew out, like a candy rain. That's why we are pirates, but we didn't kill or steal what we did. We didn't beat people so indiscriminately, so don't deceive people too much. Gong Yi punched the wall and smashed a hole in the chocolate house, said angrily. Now those villagers are almost insane, they don't even listen to him, and if this goes on, they will be beaten to death, and they can't attack the villagers. Pirates. Pirates hit people. Seeing this, a few villagers were quite frightened, and they took a few steps back and said with a look of panic. Quote. 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 They are really speechless this time. When did he hit this wall and these people, crazy? There are only 4 of them, we are not afraid, drive them out. Drive them out. Although one of the villagers kept backing away, he still spoke in a relentless manner. His words were like a bomb, thrown into the crowd, and the crowd that was just scared instantly gained momentum again, echoing, "Get out! Get out!" Seeing this, Gong Yi frowned slightly. It seemed that this time it was indeed not peaceful. Wait a minute. Just when Gong Yi was about to drag everyone to escape, a nice female voice came from the other side. What's wrong? After the girl appeared, Da took him as the center, took a step back, exposed her, and asked. You can't touch them. The girl looked a little embarrassed, but she said bravely. Hashiliu, you have to help the pirates. Seeing this, the villagers, anger instantly soared to a point, looking at Shilu, and said with a look of disdain. No, but they're not bad people. Shuru shook her head desperately, for fear of being regarded as a traitor, but she still tried her best to explain to Gong Yi and others. Why do you say they are not bad people? Villagers didn't believe it and asked contemptuously. Shilu took a deep breath and said, they are the fire pirates, the people who have been in the newspaper. They have beaten the Tianlong people. In order to help others, they are not bad people. After hearing Shiryu's words, there was a trace of silence among the people. Besides, the Tianlong people dare to fight. Do you think, if they really fight, do they have a chance of winning? They won't hurt others, I believe them. Shuru continued to explain. This time the villagers really shut up. They didn't know what else to say to refute Shuru's words. But what they care about is not to fight the Tianlong people to save people, but to fight the Tianlong people. What does it mean to be attacked by the Admiral of the Navy? This also means that the Admiral of the Navy has not been able to solve these pirates. The Admiral of the Navy can't solve it. They are a group of villagers. Is it possible that it is undoubtedly an act of death? Tisk, let's go. Even so, we still don't welcome pirates. Leave here early. Villagers could no longer continue to make trouble, so they gave themselves a step down, and after speaking, they left. Seeing that the leader had left, everyone didn't dare to do anything again, nodded and left together. Are you all right? After the villagers had all left, Shiliu walked up to Gong Yi and the others and asked. Well, it's okay, thank you. Lan Ying shook her head, indicating that she was fine, and then said. Yes, thank you. Mayor also thanked him. You guys are the fire pirates, right? In the Chambord archipelago, the group of pirates that beat the Tianlong people. Shuru smiled, took out a few wanted notices from her kabuto, carefully compared them, and said, "Well, I'm Captain Gong Yi, the man who will become One Piece in the future." Gong Yi nodded, indicating that he was right, and then opened his mouth to explain. "I didn't expect to see myself. If you don't mind, would you like to come to my house and sit down?" After Gong Yi finished speaking, Shilu had an expression of admiration on his face and said to Gong Yi and the others. Immediately, he stood there with a look of anticipation, hoping that Gong Yi would agree. Hearing this, Gong Yi nodded and said, "Okay, then we're welcome." "Okay, please come with me." Seeing Gong Yi's agreement, Shilu's expression became a little more shy and happy, and she said, "Please," to Gong Yi. Gesture, and began to lead Gong Yi and others to her home. 989. Reasons for hating pirates. Along the way, although Shilu saved their lives, there were still many malicious eyes looking at them, all guarding Gong Yi and the others. "Hey, Shiryu, why do you people here hate pirates so much?" For these inexplicable eyes, Lan Ying couldn't help shuddering, and asked Shilu. "Well, actually, this island wasn't what it is now a long time ago." Seeing Lan Ying asking about this, Shilu sighed and started to tell them what happened on this island. This island, originally named Telesia, was besieged by a group of pirates 2 years ago. Group of pirates rampaged and killed on this island, and even made themselves the king of this town without authorization. Since that day, this small island has never been quiet again. Almost every day, people will be killed, crying and screaming throughout the night. If the pirate is still there, a defense line has been set up on the island, and everyone is not allowed to leave. Once they leave, they must be killed. In this way, everyone can only suffer this kind of life on the island of Jonan, and dare not refute, for fear that the next person to die will be themselves. In that year, the entire islanders were struggling to make a living. Blood could be seen almost everywhere, and the pirates didn't come to steal money or women day and night, so everyone should not be happy. It wasn't until a year and a half later that they had a light. A group of people came to this island. They were a group of scientists, and the things they brought out were very advanced. That's it. After a battle, all the pirates were killed and thrown into the sea, and the remaining villagers were finally liberated. But despite this, there is no way for everyone to survive on this island, because of the pirate killings. The island has no food, no money, and there is no hope of surviving. But leaving this island, waiting for them, is also death. Scientists couldn't bear to see this situation, and handed the villagers a ball. That ball, the moment it was placed on the island, it began to rain fruit juice, snow marshmallows, and hail candy. Scientists let everyone collect these things and sell them for money. Villagers did what they did, and the first time they sold candy, the harvest was good. In this way, there was not much, but not too little money to run. The scientist also gave everyone 100 million Baileys to buy clothes, juice rain, marshmallow snow, and candy hail for a whole month. Although the scientist has left, the island has recovered again with the help of the orb left by the scientist. Vitality. After recovering their vitality, they hid the treasure ball and became the treasure of the town. And this Telesia island was also renamed Taishan Island. Because of the pirates, this island was once destroyed, so the people on the island tried their best to resist the pirates. Every time a pirate came to the island, they would be driven out. Shuru sighed and said, "It is precisely because there are pirates who have committed sins that everyone is afraid. That kind of life, everyone really doesn't want to try again. That group of pirates, it's too much." After listening to this story, Lan Ying couldn't help clenching her fists with an angry look on her face. If she was there, she would definitely teach the group of pirates a good lesson. Yeah, so my brother left with the scientist, and some villagers also left with the scientist. Everyone wants to contribute to the scientist. Shuru nodded and said. But when Gong Yi heard this, it felt strange. Ever since he started talking about the ball, Gong Yi has. I know, this island, and that Sir, are definitely inseparable. But it's very strange, why on this island, adults are so popular, and on that island, everyone hates him. As only one way to explain all of this, that is, everyone is actually an experiment. Since he is a scientist, he must be doing experiments. These two islands are used by him as experiments to grow new climates. It's about the environment, but Gongyi is still full of doubts about this adult. It was the first time she saw the ability to store weather and other things in the ball. Since there is no harm on this island, then there is no need to destroy that ball. Shilu, that scientist, what's your name, do you know? Just when the atmosphere fell silent for a while, Gongyi asked Shuru. Shilu nodded and said, I know, that lord is called Marshal Tucci, and I heard that he is the younger brother of Blackbeard, one of the 4 emperors. Words, Gongyi frowned slightly. It seemed that he was right, this person is the person who made Kalileva look like that. Gongyi turned his head. Looking at Aruma and Mayor, he saw something was wrong on their faces, and it seemed that they were aware of it. Forbearance. Gongyi walked to Aruma's side, patted Aruma's back, and whispered. It can't happen now. Talking about the topic of Chi-Chi on this island that regards Chi-Chi as a benefactor, I am afraid they will really be kicked out. 990. Dinner. Gongyi and the others arrived at Shilyu's house. It was about 5 or 6 in the evening, around 1 o'clock. Oops, it's this time, we haven't brought you the ingredients yet, and it's time to go back. Lanying glanced at the setting sun, and said with a bad expression on her face. When Lanying said this, Gongyi and Mayor also reacted, and they seemed to have forgotten that there was such a thing. Do you have any friends? After hearing Lanying's words, Shuru asked curiously. Lanying nodded and said, well, on the boat on the shore, prepare dinner for us, but it seems that we will be going back a little later today. Have you not had dinner yet? After Lanying's words were finished, Shuru had a look of disbelief. And asked with a look of disbelief. Well, after all, something like that happened in the afternoon. Gongyi replied before Lanying. They were speechless when they thought of being besieged in the afternoon. If Shilyu didn't appear in time, the consequences would have been intriguing. Then why didn't you eat at my house, and I can cook too? After listening to Gongyi's words, Shilu said, hoping to invite Gongyi and others to have dinner at his home. But Yu sighed. After listening to Shilyu's words, Lanying hesitated, although he liked Shilyu very much and wanted to stay, but what did you do? It's not a big problem, don't you still have a life card? He will come to us, then Shilyu, I will trouble you. Gongyi shook the life card in his hand and said. Yorin are extremely smart, and if they haven't gone back when the time comes, they will definitely come out to find them, so as long as they have a life card, it will be fine. At most, when you come later, they will be scolded. Then we'll be respectful rather than obedient. I'll trouble you, little Shilu. After confirming that she could stay, Lanying smiled happily and said to Shuru. Shilu shook his head with a smile, expressing no thanks, and then went to prepare dinner. But Mayor, who was sitting beside Gongyi, frowned slightly, and felt something was wrong. Today's Gongyi is too refreshing, and in Gongyi's expression, there is an indescribable strangeness. Gongyi, why are you talking so well today? After Shilu went to prepare dinner, Lanying sat on the chair, looked at Gongyi, and said playfully. I've always been a good talker. Gongyi said with a helpless hand. He has never been very talkative. Don't talk about those useless ones, you should have all discovered that the benefactor of this town is the one who almost destroyed our Kalileva. While Gongyi and Lanying were chatting, Aruma couldn't sit still and stood up, looking at Gongyi with anger in his eyes, but not at Gongyi. Well, found it. Gongyi and Mayor said in unison. What found? But after they finished speaking, Lanying tilted her head and asked blankly. Quote. Quote. Sanlian was speechless, silly and sweet. This is. But I thought about the drinking scene that day. After confirming the eyes, Lanying has nothing to do with silibation, just a single word stupid. That. Martial Tucci, it seems that he is just taking these. Kojima is experimenting, but what does he want to do? Gong Yi thought for a while and said. It is not difficult to see that Martial Tucci is carrying out some kind of experiment, but the purpose is still a mystery. This, can't you know after finding him? Lanying shrugged. The answer to this question was simple. Anyway, they came out to find Martial Tucci. As for the purpose, they will naturally find out after they are found. But it's not easy to find him. After all, we have already seen 2 transformation islands. Gong Yi frowned slightly and said. They followed the clues that Shi said, and they only found this transformation island. Where they are going next, they can only follow the clues of the record pointer. They can only bet on whether they can find Martial Tucci on a small island. That, everyone, dinner is ready. While Gong Yi and the others were chatting, Shilu had already walked in with the food. Entered, everyone could smell the enticing fragrance. Sushi. Gong Yi could see at a glance what it was. It's a few different sushi, which looks very appetizing. It uses special chan ingredients from our island, which can't be eaten anywhere else. Try it. Seeing the surprised look of several people, Shilu smiled and said. Then you're welcome, I'll start. Lanying picked up the chopsticks first, and ate one of them without any hesitation. She couldn't help but sigh that the taste was really good. It's delicious. After eating it, Lanying's face showed a satisfied smile. It was the first time she had eaten such delicious sushi. You, welcome, we're starting. Gong Yi smiled and said. Several people picked up chopsticks and started eating sushi. Among them, Bobo and Lanying are the most able to eat. 2 foodies. 991. Revealing stuffing. 3rd more. Looking at the people who ate the sushi, Shiryu's expression showed an imperceptible tension, as if she was afraid of something. Xilu, you cook deliciously. Lanying stuffed another piece of sushi, looked at Shilu with a happy face, and praised her without any hesitation. Haha, if you like it. The stream who was thinking about something was said by Lanying, and suddenly came back to his senses, and panic appeared in his eyes. And this panic happened to be seen by Gong Yi, but Gong Yi didn't say anything. This dinner, he ate the least, and only ate 1 or 2 sushi. As for the tea, he naturally didn't move. I'm full, thanks for the treat. After Lanying finished eating the sushi in front of her, she patted her stomach with satisfaction and said happily. So are we, thank you for the hospitality. The rest of the people also stopped their chopsticks, indicating that they were full. Except Bobo, Aluma and Lanying, almost everyone's sushi has leftovers. Of course, Aruma's was eaten by Bobo, and Aruma gave it to Bobo, so Bobo was not polite. That, Mr. Gong Yi, are you not eating anymore? Looking at the people who finished eating, Shilu looked at Gong Yi and said with a smile. No, thank you for the hospitality. Gong Yi shook his head and said. Hey, Gong Yi, you have so much leftover, don't eat it for me. Lanying looked at Gong Yi's plate of untouched sushi, and said with bright eyes. Although he said that he was full, it did not mean that he was full, and now Lanying still wanted to eat. Eat enough, be careful to gain weight. Gong Yi pushed the sushi in the opposite direction of Lanying and said calmly. After Gong Yi finished speaking, Lanying's face darkened instantly. Did he not learn a lesson from Mayor? Then, he prepared to punch down. He was avoided by Gong Yi. I'm not slow to respond. Gong Yi shrugged provocatively and said with a smile. I killed you. Hearing this, Lanying was even more angry. Her face darkened, as if she was going to swallow Gong Yi alive. Gap between Lanying and Gong Yi is too great. This idea can only be said to be too much to think about. Wait, are you saying I'm slow to respond? After Gong Yi and Lanying finished arguing, Mayor over there reacted and looked at Gong Yi with a displeased expression. Look. Gong Yi didn't say much, just look at one sentence. It's really slow to respond. Aruma nodded and agreed. And Bobo also called out twice, echoing. Quote. I have to say, Gong Yi's words successfully choked Mayor. Isn't he just admitting that he is slow to respond? You guys are really good. Shuru looked at the people who were bickering and said with a smile. The ghost has a good relationship with him. Mayor and Lanying said in unison. Hearing this, Shilu's forehead was covered with black lines, which made him a little embarrassed. After chatting, Lanying yawned and said, I feel so sleepy. Bobo. Bobo also rubbed his eyes and said. Difficulty breaking in. In the next second, everyone was lying on the table, and it came a bit suddenly. At this moment, in the whole room, only Gong Yi and Shilu were awake. Mr. Gong Yi, you. Shilu looked at Gong Yi, a little embarrassed, not knowing what to say. Gong Yi didn't eat much sushi, only 1 or 2, that dose was not enough to make one fall asleep, so now Gong Yi has escaped the disaster. Tell me, what is your purpose? Gong Yi didn't hesitate, went straight to the topic, and asked Shiliu. Seeing this, Shilu felt a little embarrassed, forced a smile and took a few steps back, and said, Haha, what are you talking about, Mr. Gong Yi? Don't argue, tell me what's the purpose of letting us sleep. Before Shilu could finish speaking, Gong Yi interrupted him. He doesn't need those gimmicky excuses, he just wants to know everything. I have no purpose. Shilu refused to admit it, and still smiled awkwardly, refusing to admit the coma of Lanying and others. It was his credit. Don't hide it, the medicine is all in the sushi, so I didn't take it. Gong Yi shook his head and said. He immediately picked up a piece of sushi and said. Since it's a fish that slipped through the net, there's nothing to do. After Gong Yi finished speaking, Shiliu finally stopped resisting, but the gentle smile on his face was no longer, but a sinister look on his face instead. Die. Saying that, Shilu took out a knife from behind him and rushed towards Gong Yi. Despite this, Gong Yi could see clearly that there was fear in Shilu's expression. And Gong Yi is sure that this fear is not because he is a big pirate of 600 million. It's better to say I can't bear it than to say that I am afraid. So Gong Yi didn't dodge, just stood there and let Shiliu throw him to the ground. Shilu rode on Gong Yi's body, holding the knife with trembling hands. The tip of the knife was less than 10 centimeters away from Gong Yi's body. 992. Reluctance. Gong Yi looked at the knife, which was close to him and could be stabbed anytime, anywhere. He was completely unmoved, let alone scared, without even the slightest facial expression. Why don't you resist? You are a pirate with a bounty of 600 million, it's easy to solve me, right? Shuru's voice began to tremble and her hands were shaking as she asked Gong Yi. Can you let it go? Gong Yi asked without nonsense. After Gong Yi finished speaking, Shilu's remaining evil thoughts instantly collapsed, and she threw the knife to the ground, crying uncontrollably. Why are you here? Why are you landing? Why are you being discovered by me? Why? Shiliu's cry gradually increased from a low voice, and finally turned into a loud cry, and the tears fell on Gong Yi's face and neck, looking so humble. But for Shiliu's words, Gong Yi said he was not clear. So, tell me why. Gong Yi sighed and continued to lie down. Ren Shilu burst into tears, but still did not forget to ask his own questions. Shuru did not speak, and continued to cry. This time Gong Yi didn't speak anymore, because he knew that if he didn't let Shilu cry enough, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to ask anything today. In this way, for the next short period of time, Gong Yi let Shiliu cry on his body, and after about 3 or 2 minutes, Shiliu gradually stopped her tears. Cry enough, just go down, come on, I'm pretty tired too. Gong Yi is really helpless, this position is really strange and very uncomfortable. Shilu nodded, got up from Gong Yi's body, sat on the stool, did not speak, and waited for Gong Yi's question. Tell me, why do you want to kill us because we are pirates? Gong Yi also stood up, but his body was a little numb. After a few movements, he sat down on the stool and asked Shiliu. No, I can't help myself. Shiru hurriedly denied it. Afterwards, he explained the facts to Gong Yi. In fact, after the rescue by Marshal Tucci, there was more to come. Stayed on the island the night he rescued Teresia. For everyone's hospitality. At about 8 o'clock in the evening, Marshal Tucci stayed in a hotel, and this was the beginning of the tragedy. That night, Shiliu's brother prepared a gift, a handmade cake, which he wanted to give to Marshal Tucci as a gift of thanks. To surprise Marshal Tucci, he didn't enter in the right way. In the eyes of Shiliu's brother, Marshal Tucci is a very kind, easygoing person, so Shiliu's brother thinks that even if he sneaks in to give him a surprise, he will not blame him. Shiliu's brother interrupted his rest, and he might be praised. With this kind of excitement, Shiliu's brother came to the hotel where Marshal Tucci stayed, and came to his room. But this made all his fantasies about Marshal Tucci shattered. Boss, we have successfully won another island. Beside Marshal Tucci said flatteringly. Yeah, this is the second island. On the way back, I'll be able to win a lot of islands. Marshal Tucci smiled and said proudly. Haha, those villagers thought we were the benefactors who saved them, and they would never have thought that those people who came to slaughter the city are ours. Seeing that Marshal Tucci did not shy away from this topic, the servant laughed even more presumptuously. They're not stupid, how can we lie? Marshal Tucci did not show any tenderness at all, his face was full of wretchedness. This island is planted with desert resources, and the resource balls of Wanti Island on the next island are also ready. The servant took out another ball. This ball is different from the one handed over to the people of Taliasa. In this ball, there is a piece of iron, as if a country made of iron stands in it. Very well, we will start early tomorrow morning to find the next experimental subject. Marshal Tucci took the ball, nodded with satisfaction, and said to the servant. Of this experiment are naturally not people, but small islands, all kinds of small islands. Servant nodded and stepped back respectfully. Hearing all this, Shiryu's brother immediately hid to the side, for fear of being discovered by the servants. Until the servant left, Shiryu's elder brother was still in a state of disbelief. For such a good person, everything was fake, even the so-called redemption was false. It turned out that the person who invaded this island was Marshal Tucci. The money naturally entered his pocket. No wonder the money was so generous, they were all used. 993. Chasing. Although he had heard Marshal Tucci's confession with his own ears, Shiryu's brother was still reluctant to believe it was the truth. Originally, he had a chance to escape, but he did not, but pushed in the door, wanting to ask Marshal Tucci face to face to clarify. Was a little surprised when he saw Shiryu's brother at a glance, but he quickly returned to his normal expression and asked Shiryu's brother, "You heard it all?" Shiryu's brother nodded, bit Kiba and said, "Everything. I heard it. Since you've been heard, there's nothing you can do, kid. You dare to eavesdrop on me, you're not too timid." Marshal Tucci put away the professional smile he used to face people, and said with disdain and disgust on his face. "Lord Marshal Tucci, what you said just now, the people who invaded this island were all arranged by you, is it true?" Seeing Marshal Tucci's sinister attitude, Shilu's brother still couldn't believe it. His hand holding the basket trembled a little, and he asked expectantly. How much he wished Marshal Tucci would tell him that it was not true, it was a misunderstanding. But the dream is good after all. Marshal Tucci did not hide it, but nodded. This also proves that Marshal Tucci tacitly agreed that this was indeed what he did. "Why, aren't you a benefactor on our island?" Shiryu's brother couldn't hold it any longer. The basket was thrown on the ground, and his eyes were full of tears as he asked. "It's like someone you admire tells yourself in front of yourself that what you see is a fake situation, exactly the same. Let Shiryu's brother throw himself from heaven to hell. Well, if you don't come, I don't mind being your hero all the time. Marshal Chichi spread his hands helplessly and said, as if all this was Shiliu's brother's fault. Shiliu's brother froze for a while and asked, why do you do this? It's very simple. I need subjects to be a great scientist, and it's ridiculous to have money but no subjects. Marshal Tucci said with a frantic expression. It seems to be saying that everything I do is for the sake of science. So you can trample on other people's at will. Shilu's brother looked at Marshal Tucci and finally believed that this maddened man was their so-called benefactor. Marshal Tucci didn't say anything at all. Your life has nothing to do with me. As long as I live well, it is enough. All of you who are my experimental subjects are completely flattering you. Marshal's words successfully disappointed Shiliu's brother, and ran out crying, wanting to get out of here. Right now, he doesn't want to stay here even for a second. Catch that brat. Can't let it. He ran back and complained. Marshal Tucci saw that Shiliu's brother escaped, and immediately chased after the nearby guards. However, they couldn't catch Shiryu's brother at all. The year and a half of the pirate invasion, Shiliu's brother tried to take care of Shiliu and let her live, but they were running away day and night, stealing food, and running away for a year and a half. Sir, that kid is very clever. We didn't catch it. After Shiliu's brother ran away, Marshal Tucci's subordinates came to him and reported anxiously. Marshal Tucci's punishment method is not a joke at all. Every time the task cannot be successfully completed, someone will suffer. I have a way to go to the kid's house. As for the address, I can just ask the hotel owner. Anyway, in their eyes, we are all big benefactors, and we can deal with whatever excuses we want. Although Shiliu's brother ran away, Marshal Tucci did not panic, and continued to command his opponent. It's not too long now. It's almost impossible for Shiliu's brother to sue, so as long as Shiliu's brother is found and silenced before him, everything can be solved. As ordered. Subordinates responded in a low voice, and then they all went out to find Shiryu's brother. After Shiryu's older brother left, he jumped directly to the nearby shallow sea. He was naturally good at water, so he could just hide. After the pursuers left the area, Shiryu's older brother began to run back home. Now, he couldn't control his tears, and on the way back, he kept wiping away his tears. Shiryu's older brother told himself that it wasn't worth crying for that kind of human scum, but the tears were falling down. Thinking about Marshall's strange and peaceful expression back then, and thinking about his ruthless appearance today, Shiryu's brother couldn't restrain his sadness. In this way, Shiryu's brother ran straight to the house, trying to tell his sister about the true face of Marshal Tucci. 994. Silence 3rd. When Shiryu's brother arrived home, Shiryu was still at home happily waiting for his brother's return, because Shiryu also had a great impression of Marshal Tucci. Brother, you're back. How are you? How do you like cakes? Seeing that his brother came back, Shiryu immediately jumped off the bed and asked with a look of anticipation. That Shiryu was still looking forward to calling Lord Kiki, Shiryu's elder brother couldn't hold back his tears any longer. Drop down. Brother, what's the matter with your brother? Is it that Mr. Kiki thinks the cake is not delicious? Seeing her brother's sudden sadness, Shiryu was a little overwhelmed, and asked with her innocent little hand behind her brother's back. Xilu, we were all deceived. When Shiryu's brother said this, his voice was still trembling and hoarse. Obviously he had cried for a long time on the road. Huh, what? Hearing his brother's words, Shiryu was taken aback. She was not stupid, he could understand the meaning of these words. We were all deceived by that scumbag Marshal Tucci. Seeing that his sister was as unwilling to believe as he was, his brother hugged her tightly and shouted hysterically. Hearing his brother's words, Shiryu was completely stunned, unable to understand the meaning of his brother's words. Next, Shiryu's brother told Shiryu what happened in the hotel. After Shiryu heard it, he was stunned in the same place as his brother, with disbelief in his eyes. Cheat. Lie, brother, Mr. Kuchi is obviously so gentle. Shuru couldn't believe what her brother said. Where Marshal Tucci was redeeming them and handing out candy to their children was still vivid in his mind. He couldn't believe that those pirates were the ones that Marshal Tucci found. It's all fake, Xiaolu, we've all been deceived. Shilu's brother snatched the candy from Shilu's hand and slammed it to the ground, causing the bright and beautiful candy to be dyed a dull earthy gray. Lord Fucky's candy. Candy was thrown away. Fear appeared in Shuru's eyes. As if the candy was broken, he was bound to this unbearable fact. Brother won't lie to you. Clean up, we're going to take everyone. Can't let. Everyone is so deceived. Don't forget Marshal Tucci. Now we spend every money on the excuse of doing experiments. Do we want to be willing? Are you going to send money to a liar? Shiryu burst into tears of his own disappointment, grabbed Shiryu's shoulder, and said, "Urgent task now is to tell everyone the truth." When Marshal Tucci saved the island, he told everyone that he hoped everyone could contribute their own money every month for the experiment. Their dessert business is not bad, with hundreds of thousands of income every month, 30% of which is handed over to Marshal Tucci. Although the income of the island is his loss, if it weren't for him, the island would not be like this. Tarshan, his name, is not supposed to be taught here. Ketchup, come on, little friend, it's not good to eavesdrop, and to reveal other people's secrets. Just as Shuru and his brother were about to go out, a man with particularly big ears appeared on the window of their house. Who are you? Seeing this, Shiryu's elder brother immediately turned around and asked Shiryu cautiously, keeping Shiryu behind his back. I am, Zaowei Keihi, a loyal subordinate of Lord Marshal Tucci. The windowsill said indifferently. The house is not big, and it doesn't take much effort to deal with two furry children. I said run, you run. Looking at this man with big ears, Shilu's brother was protecting Shilu, ready to stop Zaowei Keihi himself, and then let his sister run away. But Shilu tugged at the corner of his brother's clothes, unwilling to agree, making it impossible for him to run by himself. Okay, don't be. Go out and call someone to save me. Shuru's brother continued to speak in a low voice. He can't be too loud, otherwise he will be heard. Just like this, I hope Shiryu can be obedient. Seeing this, Shiryu nodded desperately. Although she was reluctant, she knew that hope was all on her body. But they thought that what they said had not been heard, but in fact, they had all been heard by Zaowei Keihi. Giggle cluck, what are you talking about? Zaowei Keihi looked at the two of them. Although he heard them all, he still pretended not to hear anything and asked. Don't worry about it. Don't touch my sister. Shilu's brother looked at Zaowei Keihi and said rudely. If that's the case, then you should die first. Zaowei was not in a hurry to move Shiryu, so he prepared to deal with Shiryu's brother first, and then deal with Shiryu. 995. Take it away. Seeing that Zaowei Keihi's attention was already on him, Shilu's elder brother raised the corner of his mouth lightly. That's fine. Afterwards, Zaowei Keihi jumped over and prepared to kill Shiryu's brother. But Shiryu's older brother was a big kid, so he barely escaped a trick. Shiryu, run. Seeing this, Shiryu's brother hugged Zaowei Keihi's legs tightly and shouted to Shiryu. Shiryu's heart was full of fear at this moment, but there was no time for him to be afraid. If he delayed a second, his brother might die. So, despite being afraid, Shiryu closed her eyes and ran towards the door with all her strength. If you go one step further, I'll strangle him. Just when Shiryu was about to hit the door, Zaowei Keihi grabbed Shiryu's brother's neck with both hands, lifted him up, and said to Shiryu who was about to go out. Hearing this, Shiryu stopped almost instantly. Xiaolu, hurry up, leave me alone. After Shiryu's brother's neck was controlled, he wanted to break free, but he couldn't, so he had to do his best and said to Shiryu. Hearing his brother's uncomfortable voice, Shiryu couldn't run forward anymore. Tears kept falling. He really couldn't run anymore. I'm sorry, brother, I'm sorry. Xiaolu can't leaving my brother alone. Quote. Shiryu's tears were completely uncontrollable, her face was full of tears, and she choked up. That's good, come back, dare to go out this door, your brother will die. Zhao Keihi continues to control Shiryu's brother, threatening. Shilu didn't dare to resist, turned around, walked back step by step, walked in front of Zhao Keihi, knelt down directly, and said, I won't run, please, let me go. Brother, please, don't kill him, please. Shilu knelt on the ground and kowtowed desperately to Zhao Keihi, begging him to let his brother go. Stop it. Just when Zhao Keihi was about to strangle Shilu's brother, Marshal Tucci pushed in the door and said to Zhao Keihi. What's the matter, isn't the boss going to kill the son? Zhao asked in confusion when he saw that Marshal Tucci gave the order to stop. The crowd has started to gather outside, and it's not good for us to start. Marshal Tucci shook his head and said. Afterwards, Zhao Keihi threw Brother Shi on the ground, and Marshal Tucci walked up to the two of them and said, remember, if I ask you, I will say that I met a pirate. I will kill the other party, and you will go over with remorse for the rest of your life. Seeing the sinister expression on Marshal Tucci's face, Shiryu gave up completely. His brother was right, they were deceived. We know, and we, LL did it. Shiryu held her brother in her arms and said with a dead face. In this way, the two escaped, and their lives were saved because of the villagers. But despite this, they were not lucky enough. On the day that Marshal Tucci left, Shiryu's brother was taken away, claiming to the villagers that the boy was gifted and brought back to do science together. In fact, it was only to control Shiryu's older brother and to seal Shiryu's mouth. Marshal Tucci had said that if things came to light, his brother would be in danger, but if he worked hard for him, his brother would come back alive. This regard, for the sake of his brother's life, Shilu stayed on the island, with only one task, to destroy the person who destroyed the resource ball. Because the resource ball contains a special liquid placed by Marshal Tucci, as long as the resource ball is destroyed, the body will be stained with that special liquid. But I can't feel it myself, only the special device that Marshal Tucci gave to Shiryu can feel the existence of the liquid. It was also because the device responded today that Shiryu came out and saved a few people. As long as they are killed and the heads are given to Marshal Tucci, he will be able to exchange for his brother. Shiryu cried and finished speaking, the tears still couldn't stop. With innocent people, because in this way, her brother may never come back. It looks like this is the case, what do you say? After listening to Shiryu's words, Gong Yi sighed and said. It doesn't feel difficult, just beat that one up in your way. Marshal is just fine. After Gong Yi finished speaking, Mayor stood up, moved his numb neck, and said. Yes, anyway, that, Marshal Tucci, it's really bad. Aruma also stood up and said. Hey you guys, didn't you get my medicine? Looking at Mayor and Alma, Shiryu said with a surprised expression. It's only the two of them who got hit. Your expression is too unnatural. Gong Yi pointed at Lanying and Bobo helplessly, and said. 996. Unexpected. To say why, it is undoubtedly because when Shiryu brought those sushi, there was a guilty conscience written on his face, and it was obvious. Mayor and Aruma also saw it, but they thought of it together, and they all pretended to be unconscious until the end to see what Shiryu was going to do. But Gong Yi's brain circuit is different from theirs. Gong Yi is not interested in tricks at all, and is straightforward. Gong Yi naturally noticed that Mayor and Aruma were pretending to be unconscious, and after learning what happened, he called them up. So, what is your brother's name, Shiryu? Maybe we can help you. Aruma rubbed her already sore neck and asked Shiryu. But after Aruma finished asking, Gong Yi frowned slightly, and always felt that something was wrong. My brother, his name is Zai, has now been taken away by Marshal Sinchi to Hayata Island, and the villagers are all I think that my brother is a talent that Marshal Tucci has seen, so I have some status in the town, and everyone will basically give me 3 points and 3 thin noodles, so that I can successfully rescue you. Shuru sighed and said. When his brother was taken away, Marshal Tucci declared to the public that she thought her brother had a talent for science and brought him back to do research. In fact, just to control them not to shake the truth out. Quote. 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 Gong Yi and the others turned to stone in an instant. No wonder they felt something was wrong when they first saw Shiliu. At this moment, Shi Yi's silly face appeared in his head. Shi Yi, should have thought of it. You may not believe it when you say it, your brother. He is on our boat. Gong Yi covered his face with one hand and said with black lines all over his face. I have to say, the world is really small, and it can be a coincidence. What? It's true. It's fake. You want to lie to me. Hearing this, Shilu couldn't sit still, slapped the table and stood up, looked at Gong Yi, and asked with a look of disbelief. Really, when we went to destroy the resource ball on the last island that Marshal Tucci used to be, your brother came out to stop us. I think Exel Tucci also took you to threaten him. Gong Yi nodded and explained to Shiliu. This is what Gong Yi speculated. Since Xie Qiqi will tell Shilu that Shi Yi is in their hands and will be killed if they don't work hard. Then Marshal Tucci will certainly use the same excuse to threaten Zai. So. That's great, brother is fine. Hearing this, Shilu was so happy that she couldn't hold back her tears and choked up. For the past year and a half, she has been worrying about her brother, for fear that Shi Yi will die suddenly. Because Marshal Tucci will do everything in order to conduct the experiment, and it is also possible to force Shi Yi to be the subject of the experiment. She had been worried about Shi Yi for so long, and it was really good to know that he was alright. Exactly, you go back to the boat with us, but try to wake them up first, they are very heavy and can't be carried. Gong Yi sighed and said. Anyway, you haven't come to look for them yet, so he must be still there, waiting on the boat. If you don't go back, I'm afraid you will be beaten again. He, the captain, will also be beaten by the crew, which is embarrassing, but that's fine too. Okay, I'll go get the antidote now. Shiliu nodded desperately, then ran into the house, looking for an antidote. He just wanted to see his brother now. It's so strange, Yiyu's IQ should have come to look for us at this time. Mayerto said thoughtfully. Every time they have an accident, the first thing they think of is the life card, so the life card is the connection between everyone. But after so long this time, you still didn't come out to find them, which is really strange. I also think it's strange, not normal. Wait a minute, Lanying and Bobo wake up, let's hurry back. Gong Yi also nodded and said thoughtfully. And just when they were thinking, Shilu had already run back with the antidote, still, panting, seems to be running in a hurry. Seems that Zai is a very important family member too. Shilu. Eat this and they'll wake up right away. After Shiryu gave Popo and Lan Sakura the antidote, he sat down on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. Since Zai is not in Marshall's hands, she has nothing to worry about. Before leaving, she has one more thing to do. Mr. Gong Yi, before Miss Lanying wakes up, can you do me a favor? Shuru clenched her fists, made a decision, and asked Gong Yi. Seeing this, Gong Yi looked confused and asked, What? I want to ask you to help me uncover the true face of Marshal Tucci. Shilu's eyes were firm, as if he had made a major decision, and pleaded with Gong Yi. 997. Tell the truth. Hearing this, Gong Yi was taken aback for a moment, but soon returned to normal. You should be asking for Aruma, not me, who lives on the island that was devastated by Marshal Tucci. Gong Yi shook his head and said. Although he really wanted to help, he was not from that island after all, and although he was also a part of destroying the resource ball, he still had to follow Aruma's advice on how to do it. Because if the matter is confessed, Kalileva may be an island that these inhabitants will remember. Then, little Aruma. Hearing this, Shuru's eyes shifted to Alma, and there was a pleading expression in her expression. Seeing Shiryu like this, Aruma sighed helplessly and said, First, I'm already 21 years old. Don't call me Little. Just call me Aruma, and second, I am willing to help you, but only if there is no harm to Kalaleva, and of course, no good. 4. This matter, what he wants to confess in front of the public is the name of Kalaleva Island. If people don't want to believe this is true, then they may be blacklisted by the residents of Kalaleva Island. In a sense was, to insult the great hero of the country. Credited, by Marshal Tucci. Is already on the verge of great danger. If another island is used as the target of attack, the consequences will be understood without further ado. Okay, I promise you. Aruma, I will never put your island in danger. Seeing that Aruma was willing to help him, Shiryu's expression changed. She became happy and said with a straight face. They are willing to do anything as long as they can expose the true face that Marshal Tucci has been hiding for so long. After making a decision, the next thing they have to do is assemble the people. It's already evening, but Shiryu's 3 points and 3 thin noodles. If you come to gather the people, it must not be too difficult. Gongyi and the others took Shiryu's message, knocked on the door, and told it. Among them, 9 out of 10 people saw that they were not good in their expressions. After all, they were all pirates. In any case, they were all bad in their eyes. Although everyone didn't like to see their group of pirates, everyone was willing to give Shiryu 3 points and 3 thin noodles. After half an hour, on the square of the city, the villagers of the whole city gathered. Darkness, they were all whispering in a low voice, and the topic was nothing but. I wondered what Shiryu was going to do so late. In the midst of everyone's whispers, Shilu, Gongyi and the others walked to the platform in the center of the square, and everyone held a phone bug in their hands, which was undoubtedly a loudspeaker. Everyone, I'm sorry to ask everyone to come out so late to gather. In fact, this time I called everyone out mainly because there is one thing I want to tell everyone. After arriving at the square, Shilu stood in the center and bowed to everyone first, mainly to apologize for the gathering so late. But everyone doesn't think so, anyway. It's not midnight, it's not a big deal. Seeing that there was no dissatisfaction from everyone, Shiryu continued to say, I think everyone still remembers that a year and a half ago, we were sacked by pirates and then, saved, by Marshal Tucci. Shiryu raised her voice on the word, salvation, expressing her dissatisfaction. Remember, what happened? After Shiryu finished speaking, someone below spoke loudly as a representative. The thing I want to tell you, it's this thing, maybe you won't believe it. The pirates who invaded our town a year and a half ago were Marshal Tucci's subordinates. Shiryu didn't continue to sell the secret, and bit Kiba and gnashed his teeth and told the truth. After Shiryu finished speaking, the field became silent for a while, no one spoke, and the air suddenly became solemn. Sir Xilu, what are you talking about? Isn't your brother going to repay your kindness with Lord Kechi? Why do you say that it was Lord Kechi who did bad things? If so, why does your brother go to repay your kindness again? That's right, Shiryu-sama, did these damn pirates tell you something? You can't be deceived. Yes, it's all the fault of the damn pirates. Damn pirates, get out of our country. Audience was silent for only a few seconds, and then the pot exploded, and all the curses fell on Gongyi's head. Gongyi is speechless, this shit pot is buckled. Enough. Stop arguing. My brother, he didn't come to repay his gratitude at all. He was taken away by that scumbag Marshal Tucci in order to keep his mouth shut. Seeing that everyone off the field was the same as him, unwilling to believe this fact, Shiryu couldn't help shouting. She couldn't bear it any longer, and regarded her enemy as her benefactor. 998. The whole country is sad. Third more. Hearing Shiryu's words, the audience once again fell into disbelief. Unbelievable contempt. If that's the case, why didn't you say it at the beginning? The villagers were still dubious about this matter, so they asked. They are threatening my brother's life. If I dare to say, my brother will be dead. Shiryu couldn't help feeling uncomfortable, knelt down on the ground, tears fell on the phone bug, and the voice came out with some noise. but it still couldn't hide the back of Shiliu's heart. Then why are you willing to talk about your brother now? The villagers didn't say anything this time. They understood that Shiliu understood what they meant. No, my brother is still alive. These people saved my brother. My brother is just threatened like me. On another island that was devastated by Marshal Tucci, Marshal Tucci used the same words as I said to threaten my brother. If it weren't for these pirates, we would still be grateful to our enemies. Shuru wiped her tears, stood up from the ground, and said excitedly. When talking about Marshal Tucci, Shilu was angry and wished to kill Marshal Tucci with a knife. This time, the audience was completely silent. They all know Shiliu's character, so there is no need for Shiliu to lie. Everyone, stop sending money to Marshal Tucci. Our sad days are coming to an end. This group of pirates, I will be with them to witness the scum of Marshal Tucci being defeated. We will definitely let Marshal Tucci pay the price. Shiryu continued talking without caring about the attitude below. Regardless of the attitude of the villagers, it is better to say that they can accept it with any attitude, as long as they don't worship a scum. Lord Fuckchi, all this can't be true, right? Lord Fuckchi is so gentle. Yeah, Lord Chi-Chi is so kind to us, he would never do such a thing. Villagers continued to bomb, and no one could believe it was true. Marshal Tucci has been in their hearts for so long, almost as a letter. Now that their beliefs have collapsed, how could they possibly accept the news? You have all seen the news that Kalileva, as a warm island, suddenly has a big climate change. Just like you, we have also been put resource balls there. But we are not like you fortunately, we were tortured by this resource ball, walked, died, and after that, Marshall came to your island. Do you dare to say that this is all a misunderstanding, this is all a coincidence? Just when the villagers still didn't believe it, Aruma couldn't sit still, walked out from the side, and said angrily. What Marshal Tucci did, she would never forget in her life. Everyone is silent now. The report from many years ago shocked the entire great airline. How could they not know, and their words did not appear to be false at all. Wow. Kai, Master Chi-Chi, why did Master Chi-Chi do this? In the silence, a little girl started to cry. Yeah, Mr. Kuki is obviously so gentle, is it all fake? The other girl also cried and couldn't believe it. The cry of the little girl drew the sad atmosphere of the whole city, and everyone's emotions were all depressed. Some people have been told about Marshal Tucci since they were born, and they worship them from childhood to adulthood. Now, no one is willing to accept this kind of thing. But whether you want to accept it or not, this is a fact, a hard truth. Today, what I want to say is, the environment of Marshal Tucci's alms, we don't need it. Telesia Island, the name is still called Telesia Island. As for this environment, whether you like it or not. After defeating Marshal Tucci, everything will return to its original state, and we do not need the charity of the enemy to live a good life. Shuru left her last words, bowed at last, and stepped back. There must be many people present who cannot accept this fact, but unfortunately, the fact is. The fact, we will try our best to defeat Marshal Tucci. Gong Yi picked up his phone bug's microphone, stepped forward, and said a few words. Afterwards, the group bowed one after another, and all walked off the stage. This evening's gathering was over in the midst of the crowd's blows. Many years later, Marshal Tucci has become a forbidden word in this country. No one wants to mention it, but the pirates who come to this island will be driven out by everyone as an object of disgust. But there will always be a pirate group, no matter how annoying the inhabitants of the island are. Pirates will open the door for them. This pirate group is the Fire Pirates. The captain of the pirates is Gong Yi. Of course, this is all just an afterthought. 999. Gone. After telling everyone the facts, Shilu's heart was relieved, and the things that had been pressing on her for so many years finally came out. At this time, Miss Lanying has almost woken up. It's time for us to return to the Agni. Shilu looked at the time, then calculated it, and said to Gong Yi and others. Gong Yi nodded, and the group went back to Shiliu's house, but when they arrived at Shiliu's house, Lanying still didn't wake up. "Why haven't you woken up yet?" Mayor looked at Lanying and Bobo and asked with a frown. Gongyi stepped forward, walked to Lanying and Bobo's side, stared at Lanying for a while, and then said, "I fell asleep." Quote. Except, speechless, no other thoughts. "Hey, get up, do and sleep." Aruma reluctantly walked in front of Lanying, a fist fell on Lanying's head, and said. After seeing Aruma give Lanying a shot, everyone looked at Aruma with disbelief. "Dare to beat Lanying? I'm afraid I don't want to live." Why are you beating me? I haven't woken up yet, it hurts." But Lanying did not lose her temper, but yawned, her voice soft and aggrieved, and said with a little coquettishness. At this moment, Gongyi and Mayor were struck by lightning, and there was only one thought in their heads. "Fuck, who is this? Don't sleep, we should go back to the boat." Gongyi helped his forehead helplessly and said. "What's the matter you?" Lanying stretched her waist, looked around, and asked without seeing you. "I don't know, I haven't come yet, go back to the boat and have a look." The person who answered was Aruma, who said, holding Bobo who was sleeping soundly in his arms. "Anyway, nothing happened to Bobo, she let him sleep if she wanted to." "Okay, let's go." Lanying patted her cheek, and suddenly became a lot more awake, stood up from the table, and said. "By the way, why did I fall asleep?" Lanying suddenly felt that something was wrong and asked everyone. "That, Miss Lanying, I'm sorry." Shilu felt a little guilty, walked to Lanying and apologized. "Why are you apologizing?" "I'm sorry for Liu's sudden arrival. I'm a little overwhelmed." After all, Lanying was really comatose during that time. Naturally, he didn't know that, in his opinion, he just fell asleep. Gongyi sighed, and sure enough, his nerves were trouble. Next, when returning to the Agni, Mayor told Shuru the whole process. After listening to this, Lanying nodded in understanding, and then clenched her fists. Shilu thought that Lanying was going to hit him. But I didn't expect that. Lanying slammed out with a fist and said, "I can't think of that. Marshal Tucci is such a rubbish person. I must punch him with my own hands to relieve my anger. Xiao Shilu, you are forced to do this. I did it, so do and take it to heart." Lanying hugged Shilu in her arms and said comfortingly. Lanying's attitude made Shilu a little overwhelmed. They are really a warm group of people. We are back. After returning to the Agni, Gongyi immediately stood on the deck and shouted. But the expected scolding of you did not come, instead there was silence. "What's the matter?" Gongyi frowned slightly. "I don't know, just look around." Mayor shook his head and said. Everyone nodded, and then split up and started looking for you on the boat. You. Mr. You. ... Everyone searched the whole ship, but they didn't find Gongyi's figure. They just had to go back to the deck again. "It's so late, where is Yunang? There are still half-processed ingredients in the kitchen." Blue Sakura said. "Also, Shi is gone too." Mayor frowned, feeling that something was unusual. "Hey, brother is gone." After hearing that Zai was gone, Shilu was stunned and said in disbelief. "Look, there's writing on the kitchen floor. It seems to be written in juice." Just when everyone was confused, Aruma shouted in the kitchen. Because he didn't eat much at Shilyu's house, he was very hungry now. He wanted to go to the kitchen to find something to eat, but his sharp eyes found the word, juice, under the stove. Hearing this, everyone came to the kitchen. I saw a few small words written on the ground, appearance. After reading it, everyone was stunned. Isn't it Marshal Choch who appeared? Could it be that Marshal Choch came here? So now, Gongyi and the others can come to only one conclusion. Show up, take away you, and Zai. But why he took Zai and you, everything is unclear. What should I do? My brother was taken away by Marshal Tucci. Shuru fell to the ground. It was completely unexpected that they were separated by Marshall Tucci once again before they met. He just wanted to meet his brother. It was so difficult. Please download Fei Lu's novel. See the latest chapter on Baidu. Search 99 playmates looking for 99 novels. 1000. Depart for Hayata. Knowing that Zai and Yu were gone, Shilu's whole body collapsed, and he didn't know what to do. If Marshall Tucci's people will show up here and take Yu and Zai away, it will prove what she said on the square, and Marshall Tucci will also know all about it. In this way, can her brother come back alive? Shiliu is remorseful and knew that she should come to see her brother first, and then go to reveal the truth together. Gong Yi, what to do now? Although Lan Ying was worried, her reaction was still calm. She walked to Gong Yi's side and asked. Gong Yi is the captain, everything depends on him. It's very simple, pack up and get ready to go, to meet that. The so-called Marshall Fudge. There was no panic in Gong Yi's expression. They have all seen Yu's strength. If Zai and Yu are together, there will be no danger. The next thing to do is find them and bring them back. How can I find it? I only know that the island where Marshall Tucci is located is called Hayata Island. We don't have a permanent record of the pointer. It is almost impossible to find there. Shuru covered her face and said desperately. They also don't have a permanent record pointer. In the vast ocean of Wangyang, they went there to find Shi and Yu. It's very simple, we have this. Regarding this question, Gong Yi was even more afraid, took out the life card and waved it in his hand. Seeing the things in Gong Yi's hand, Shilu was stunned. Life card. They have life cards to guide the way, and with the navigator Aruma, it is very easy to find Shi and Yu. Is this Mr. Gong Yi's life card? Of paper in Gong Yi's palm, Shilu asked. Well, you also have a piece in your hand. With this, you can find them. Gong Yi nodded and said. Then, let's go quickly. Seeing this, Shilu's whole body instantly regained his energy, looking at Gong Yi with anticipation in his eyes. Gong Yi nodded and said, I am on hold. I don't know what Marshall Tucci will do next. Aruma, Lan Ying, Mayor, we'll set off immediately. The color of the palace said with some solemnity. Can be said that this person, Marshall Tucci, has nothing to do with him. If he appears inexplicably and takes you away inexplicably, it must not be that simple. Besides, Gong Yi is different. Marshall Tucci was to take away Zai, and by the way abducted you. The group was ready to go, and they didn't waste any time. Shiliu did the same. Before he could say goodbye to everyone, he hurriedly boarded the boat. Little reluctant to leave here now, my brother is important after all. It seems that there will be another tough battle next. Looking at the distant night, Gong Yi said with a chuckle. This kind of adventure may be endless, but I have to say, he likes it. Look at the direction of the wind. As long as you keep going straight like this, you won't have any problems overnight, but when you can't get to Hayata, let's take turns to stand guard. Aruma observed the wind direction, observed the sea surface, and finally said. After all, Hayata and the others have only heard a little, and they don't know too much, so they can't predict when they will arrive, and they can only take turns to stand guard. Then me and Mayor come first, you go to bed first. Hearing this, Gong Yi took the initiative to pull Mayor and said. Mayor didn't have any opinion on the matter of standing guard, and nodded. Okay, call me if something is wrong, and we'll get up and stand guard at about 12 o'clock. Others had no opinion either, Aruma said after thinking. Everyone nodded, no one had any opinion, and then Lan Ying and Aluma went down below the deck to rest. After Lan Ying and Alma went down, Shilu didn't move for a long time, still sitting on the deck, staring blankly ahead. You don't sleep. Gong Yi saw Shiliu sitting beside him, and also sat beside Shiliu and asked. After Gong Yi sat down, Shilu's face was slightly yuhi, buried his head in his knees, nodded, and muttered, can't sleep. You can't find your brother if you don't take a good rest. Are you sure you don't want to go to sleep? Gong Yi looked at Shilu's haggard and shy look, couldn't help chuckling, and patted Shilu on the head. But after being killed by Gong Yi, Shilu's face became even more yuhi, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing that Shilu didn't speak, Gong Yi didn't say anything, and the scene was awkward for a while. Afterwards, Shilu stood up directly, but Gong Yi was a little unclear, so it became the state where Gong Yi looked up at Shilu now. That, Mr. Gong Yi, I'm really sorry about the evening. Shilu took a deep breath, bowed to Gong Yi, and apologized. Gong Yi understood that what Shilu said was about killing them.